An unassuming employee at a securities firm inadvertently receives messages from a group chat dated 7 days in the future, narrating the sanguine ascent from a client analyst to a capital trader, alongside the future's contracts and human decisions predetermined by fate. Chapter 1. Information from the future. Nothing to worry about, Brother Lou. We'll proceed with the formalities when you have the time. On the bus, Lei Hao stifled the urge to hurl his phone out of the window, uttering words that felt suffocating even to himself. Let's leave it at that, goodbye. After ending the call, he opened the chat group of his former clients, only to feel a heightened sense of frustration and humiliation. Advisor Chun, could you take a look at this stock? Chun Jinjin, an investment advisor at Taihe Securities, replied, I am personally not optimistic about the new energy sector I suggest. Advisor Chun, how do you see today's market? Observing his established client group being usurped, Lei Hao felt a compelling urge to expel Chun Jinjin from the group, but reflecting on his own predicament, he managed to restrain himself. Due to the client's assets being attributed to others, after receiving unsatisfactory responses, Lei Hao, in a fit of anger, resigned from Taihe Securities last month. Upon joining Ingyi Securities, he had assumed that his diligent efforts over the past year would ensure that most of his former clients would follow him, only to find his expectations dashed. Among his former clients, 3 possessed assets qualifying for specialized financial management services, prompting Taihe Securities to have investment advisor Chun Jinjin make contact. Ultimately, 2 major clients, Ma Yuan Shan and Yang Zi, opened new accounts with Lei Hao, while Lu Zhonghai remained ambiguously noncommittal. If Lu Zhonghai had merely been indecisive, Lei Hao might have borne it better, however. As the group administrator, he had directly added Chun Jinjin to the old clients group. The latter, leveraging his information resources and other advantages, quickly established dominance within Lei Hao's former client circle. Lei Hao understood that Lu Zhonghai was unlikely to transfer his account, yet he felt unable to expel him from the group without losing face before the other clients, leaving him with an insatiable frustration. In the end, Lei Hao could only keep Chun Jinjin within his sight as a form of surveillance, while helplessly watching the rapport between his old clients and the newcomer flourish. Members of the group, in a bid to maintain the status quo, even resorted to procrastination regarding the account transfers. Patience, this guy is an investment advisor and cannot monitor a client group with only a few million in total assets for long. Once he departs, I can manage things more easily. As he observed the lively discussions in the group, Lei Hao consoled himself, yet the urge to throw his phone out of the bus window remained uncontainable. Sighing, he set aside his worries and opened a new colleague chat group, finding the content there far more cheerful than that of Taihe. Since ancient times, beautiful women have often met with misfortune. Why is that? Because no one pays attention to the misfortunes of unattractive women. This chat group belonged to the Ingyi Securities Yangshan district branch, primarily consisting of grassroots employees who frequently engaged in casual banter. As the bus approached its destination, Lei Hao, while continuing to lurk in the chat, stumbled upon a peculiar message. There's a departmental gathering on Saturday, alas. Lei Hao won't be able to attend. A message accompanied by a screenshot appeared in the chat, sent by a colleague from the marketing department with whom he had a good rapport. Initially intrigued, Lei Hao enlarged the screenshot and was suddenly struck with dread. The image was a clip from a news article stating, around 1 p.m. on March 21st, a traffic accident occurred in the Yangshan district, resulting in 2 fatalities and 7 injuries. An overloaded truck had collided with bus Route 502, causing 2 deaths and 7 injuries. Nothing particularly remarkable about the news. However, the source of Lei Hao's unease was straightforward. It was currently 12:55 p.m. on March 21st, and the very bus involved in the accident was the one he was currently riding. A prank? The term flashed through his mind as he attempted to type on his phone, only to discover an anomaly. Unlike the desktop version of QQ, which displayed precise timestamps for every message, the mobile version only revealed time when messages were sent with a significant gap in between. The peculiar message displayed an additional timestamp. Lei Hao found this strange. As the chat had been continuous, why would it show the time again? Upon reviewing the earlier chat records, Lei Hao discovered several messages with timestamps that seemed off, and the content of these messages was utterly incongruous. For instance, a colleague who had just mentioned being on a bus suddenly claimed to be playing basketball and even shared a photo far too peculiar. Gulp. Lei Hao swallowed hard, his mind racing, piecing together these clues. He sensed he was on the verge of uncovering a profound truth. The park intersection is here, passengers needing to disembark, please. As the bus came to a halt, recalling the ominous accident message, Lei Hao abruptly stood and rushed off the bus. Glancing at the time on his phone, He questioned why he had exited with one stop remaining before his destination, yet instinctively felt he had made the right choice. There must be something I haven't considered. As he walked along the road, his thoughts were consumed with contemplation. A few minutes later, upon reaching an intersection, a scene ignited his thoughts. A truck laden with timber had collided with the side of a bus due to the height of the stacked timber. Several logs had pierced through the bus's windows, and a faint scent of blood wafted through the air, a horrific sight at the intersection. I was sitting right by that window had I not gotten off then. Staring at the scene before him, Lei Hao felt parched, and the clues in his mind coalesced into an astonishing realization. Is this information from the future? The foreknowledge of the accident, the uncanny presence of colleagues seemingly in two places at once, the consistently displayed timestamps in QQ. With all these pieces of information, Lei Hao grasped the truth, and his heart raced at a pace that defied mere description. Continuously scrolling through the chat records, Lei Hao appeared calm as he walked forward, though turmoil churned within him. Old Joe has resigned. It said our boss is actually a high achiever from UCB University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Upon returning home, he extracted the chat records from QQ, scrutinizing the timestamps of the messages, and indeed found several that had been sent after March 21st. After examining them for a while, he discerned a pattern. The messages were being sent a week in advance, such as receiving information intended for March 28th on the morning of March 21st. Moreover, this phenomenon occurred with a probability of 1 in several tens. Typically, among dozens of messages for March 21st, there would be one for March 28th. Finally, the occurrences of these early messages had begun when he joined the group. However, those messages had been so mundane that Lei Hao had paid them no heed until he encountered the shocking information, which had revealed the anomaly. Then, Lei Hao shifted his focus to one particular message. Pondering, the old Su mentioned by Chang'e must be Su Menghao, which stock has he been holding on to for half a year? Without hesitation, he inquired with his colleagues and learned that Su Menghao had been holding onto Longshan High-Tech. Without delay, Lei Hao opened his trading software to check on Longshan High-Tech's market performance and was nearly left speechless. To put things into perspective, the stock market typically operates for a maximum of 5 trading days a week, and a 40% increase over 5 days qualifies as exceptional returns. Lei Hao's eyes nearly reddened at the sight. Transferring all the funds from his bank account into a securities account opened under his father's name, he placed a full order to buy Longshan High-Tech, and as he beheld the modest sum that had recently crossed into 5 figures, his gaze naturally shifted towards the two work groups. Chapter 2. Bullish. The recent accident has validated the accuracy of the information. Lei Hao possesses considerable confidence in the imminent surge of Longshan Gaoka. With a market capitalization of merely several hundred million, the average trading volume over the past few days has only slightly exceeded 10 million. An influx of capital into the market could significantly influence the stock price, thereby affecting transaction volumes. Given the varying degrees of personal connections, Lei Hao perceives that the rise of Longshan Gaoka may be just around the corner. He has closed the group of his long-standing clients and shifted his focus to new clientele, initiating a textual analysis based on the market trends of Longshan Gaoka. Regarding the market trends of Longshan Gaoka, from a data perspective, the current price level exhibits substantial support, with minimal likelihood of decline. Fundamentally, there is an increasing trend in governmental support for new energy enterprises. In terms of company performance, although Longshan Gaoka has a small market presence, its valuation remains worthy of investment, particularly as the company is researching a groundbreaking technology. With positive news emerging since last year, this could yield unexpected rewards. In summary, I hold an optimistic outlook regarding Longshan Gaoka's future market performance. The probability of a downturn is significantly lower than that of an upturn, and the potential for growth far outweighs the risks of decline. I recommend a buying strategy for Longshan Gaoka. The stock appears rather unremarkable. This is Ma Ge, also known as Ma Yuanshan. He is the owner of a small bar located near the Guangdong East Finance Institute, where he worked part-time during his time at Lei Hao University. Since Lao Ma has deemed it poor, this stock is likely to garner some interest. Then there is Yang Jiqi, who, like Ma Ge, is in his early 30s and deals in wholesale fruits in Yanqing. He and Lei Hao share a rural background and enjoy a good rapport. Yang Ge and Ma Ge, one in fruit wholesale and the other running a bar, have ample time to engage in stock trading. They are active participants in their group chat and often indulge in lively banter. Notably, they are the only 2 individuals within the new client group whose assets have reached 7 figures. Please take your time to observe, he said, as he began drafting messages to the group. Noticing that only 2 individuals were privy to the information, Lei Hao pulled out his phone and sent messages to a dozen longtime clients, and upon further reflection, he also messaged a few acquaintances. After attending to these matters, He glanced at the time. It was now 1:47 p.m. Checking the trajectory of Longxing High-Tech, the narrow fluctuations were evident. With the arrival of new messages, the group chat had become more active. After a few minutes, based on the chat records, Lei Hao estimated that their purchase volume was around 50 to 60 lots. If Longxing High-Tech were to rise by 42 within this week from its current base, it would require 3 limit-up increases followed by an additional 8-point surge, which would necessitate at least 4 working days. Lei Hao contemplated, with only 5 trading days available this week. Would Monday be squandered while the stock continues to oscillate within a narrow range? The funds of Ma and his associates have been allocated to other stocks, and it seems they will no longer make any further purchases. As Lei Hao, cast a glance at the chat dynamics within the group, my attention shifted to the old client group. Upon opening the old client group, I was met with the disheartening sight of Chen Jinjin engaging in lively conversation with the members, while I, as the group owner, felt like an outsider. Regarding the market trends of Longxing Gaoka, I reiterated the remarks I had previously shared in the new client group, and I felt an immediate sense of relief, as if I had let go of a burden. If I am mistaken, then I shall disband the group and consider it a fresh start. Lei Hao silently contemplated. If Longxing Gaoka truly experiences a significant surge, then it shall serve as a means of venting my frustrations. With a resolute determination, Lei Hao's thoughts became clear, and he once again shifted his focus to his long-standing clientele, only to encounter a scene that was entirely expected. Longxing High-Tech. What manner of stock is this? I recently took a look and discovered a stock in the new energy sector, seemingly involved in equipment sales. The trading volume is quite limited, with a total market capitalization of only a few billion. Advisor Chen apparently expressed skepticism about the new energy sector. With the emergence of the latest information, an eerie silence enveloped the group, as a singular term flashed through everyone's minds, tearing apart. Lu Zhonghai remarked, Advisor Chen is correct. Lei, your analysis is rather one-sided. Indeed, Longxing Gaoka seems unreliable. I have invested all my funds in Guogang, and I will not consider Longxing Gaoka. Observing the comments on the computer screen, Lei Hao felt a chill in his heart. After nearly a year of engagement with these seasoned clients, he found himself overshadowed by an investment advisor he had never even met. Lei Hao is acutely aware that Qin Jin is indeed an investment advisor in the asset management department. His primary objective has consistently been to cater to the esteemed clients, such as Ma Yuanshan, who are qualified for specialized financial services. The inquiries from other retail investors in the group merely serve as a platform for him to showcase his capabilities. Is it not apparent to everyone? Many among them possess understanding. It merely took a graduate student from the finance department to assist in analyzing the market trends, and everyone else was more than willing to go along with it. Some even resorted to offending Lei Hao to curry favor with Xinjiang, a matter that the crowd deemed inconsequential, as they could simply switch to a different account manager. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world thrives, all for gain. Lei Hao's sole grievance lay in the fact that his dedicated service spanning a year paled in comparison to others' casual remarks regarding market analysis. These long-standing clients, eager to maintain the status quo, were even reluctant to open new accounts with Lei Hao, fearing that he would dissolve their group once matters were set right. Longxing Gaoka would rise. It was destined to ascend, no longer paying heed to the dialogues between Long Zhonghai and Chen Jinjin in the group. Lei Hao fixated on the unfolding market trends of Longxing Gaoka, his gaze unwavering. He understood well that whether Longxing Gaoka would soar represented not merely the victory or defeat of the situation, but also whether the information circulating among his colleagues indeed originated from a week hence. The clock swiftly pointed to 2 o'clock, and under Lei Hao's watchful gaze, Longxing Gaoka's market began to shift. Chapter 3. It truly rose in a remarkable turn of events. The previously low trading volume of Longxing Gaoka was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of buying activity, which obliterated the meager sell orders. In that instant, the stock price surged at a vertical angle, hitting the ceiling of allowable gains. Even with the price capped, there remained hundreds of thousands of buy orders lingering, suggesting an intention to maintain the ceiling indefinitely. As the market began to fluctuate, information regarding Longxing Gaoka was swiftly disclosed. A breakthrough in technology would replace the organizational method with a synthetic method, surmounting patent barriers and potentially lowering costs by at least 20. Upon the revelation of this information, even if Longxing Gaoka's stock price increased by more than 20 within 3 days, it would not face temporary suspension by the Securities Regulatory Commission. And this news would be absorbed by the capital markets, ensuring that its stock price would inevitably continue to rise over consecutive days. Once everything was set in stone, Lei Hao initially found himself enveloped in an uncanny tranquility, followed by a resurgence of his heartbeat, as if a great drum were resounding within his chest. The news of the accident was indeed factual, and the rise in Longxing Gaoka's stock price had also become an established certainty. Thus, the information from the QQ group, purportedly from a week in the future, could not be more genuine. To possess knowledge from a week ahead, even if Lei Hao were to contemplate with his toes, he would grasp the brilliance of his future. To echo a line from a comedic sketch, it could be summed up as needing no bicycle. In stark contrast to Lei Hao's elation, the members of both the old and new client groups were left utterly dumbfounded, their reactions proving far more entertaining. With this momentum, the likelihood of Longxing Gaoka hitting the ceiling tomorrow or the day after was utterly assured. Moreover, this surge was accompanied by minimal trading volume, indicating that the first order in tomorrow's collective bidding could very well be capped, leaving most eager buyers with no opportunity to purchase. Among the new client group, those who had invested in Longxing Gaoka were naturally beaming with joy. Although they could not resist commenting on having purchased too little, their tone betrayed their uncontainable delight. Those who had refrained from buying could not help but indulge in self-deprecating remarks, yet their camaraderie with Lei Hao left them in good spirits. The atmosphere in the old client group, however, was notably different. They gazed at the information Lei Hao had previously disseminated, first falling into silence, only to erupt in a flurry of messages. Goodness, it really has risen, and it's hit the ceiling. Wasn't it said that the new energy sector was underperforming? Indeed. The new energy sector is struggling, but Longxing Gaoka is quite exceptional. There was a significant opportunity for a surge right before my eyes. Yet I failed to seize it. I am particularly intrigued by Consultant Chen's analysis of Longxing Gaoka. Hello, Consultant. What are your thoughts? In Lei Hao's clientele, the majority consists of small investors. With their limited capital, even if they were to invest their entire fortunes into Longxing Gaoka, the stock price would hardly be affected. Consequently, their mindset tends to be rather simplistic. If I buy, I profit from the surge. If I don't, I incur substantial losses. What prevents them from investing? Undoubtedly, they readily disregard their own agency, casting blame upon Chen Jinjin, resulting in a flurry of eloquent grievances. The significant breakthroughs in new technology development by Longxing Gaoka are indeed fortuitous. Chen Jinjin rambled on, linking randomness to the influence of capital in the stock market, attempting to argue that such matters are unrelated to expertise, attributing them solely to luck. Yet, few were convinced. Everyone harbored a singular thought: the foolish consultant caused my missed opportunity. After dismissing Chen Jinjin, the crowd redirected their gaze towards Lei Hao, and a mix of emotions washed over them. Little Lei's acumen has indeed deepened. Remarkable, he can discern such volatile stocks. Little Lei, do you have time in the coming days to assist me with opening an account? Lei Hao received a few private messages requesting his assistance in account openings. Yet their number was limited, as most of these individuals were reluctant to relinquish their opportunity to consult with Chen Jinjin. In response, Lei Hao could only smile in silence. With access to future information through his colleagues, his focus shifted beyond these fickle long-time clients. Even when combined with Lu Zhonghai, their total trading volume amounted to around 5 million monthly, yielding a mere 1,500 yuan in commission at a rate of 0.03. My commission rate for the first month is 35, and it will decrease further starting the second month, just a few hundred yuan monthly? Calculating in his mind. Lei Hao redirected his attention to new clients, perusing the chat records of his colleagues while continuing to strategize. Currently, the most crucial factor for me is whether I can influence the information shared within the colleagues group. If everyone discusses stock market trends within the group, wouldn't the forthcoming information predominantly pertain to the stock market? There is a certain probability of encountering information from a week ahead in the colleagues group. But Lei Hao is acutely aware that the discussions were mostly trivial banter, with content largely revolving around mundane matters. Even if future information did arise, it may not be of use to him. Guiding the conversation's direction was a thought that crossed Lei Hao's mind, prompting deeper reflection. Moreover, this group is of utmost importance to me. I should endeavor to secure a position of influence, at the very least to avoid being expelled from the group. Watching the continuous flow of chat messages on his computer screen, Lei Hao exported the chat records, searching for entries dated March 28th, and indeed, he uncovered a new piece of information, albeit trivial greetings. Lei Hao began engaging with others in the group, primarily discussing stock market conditions. Yet since he had recently joined Ingi Securities, his rapport with colleagues was somewhat lukewarm, leading to conversations that often felt lacking, rarely exceeding 3 exchanges. Perhaps I was too hasty. Suppressing his impatience, Lei Hao took a deep breath, attempting to expand his thoughts elsewhere. What if I were to explore the possibility of generating my own information? Perhaps a week from now, I could send a message back to my current self? However, such an action would likely lead to expulsion from the group, perhaps steering clear of stocks and conversing about lotteries? Yet that seems impractical. As the probability of encountering future information is exceedingly low, who would be foolish enough to repeatedly post lottery numbers in the group? This information originates from a week ahead, thus, The insights I receive are predicated on my ignorance of the future. If I were aware of the future, it would no longer be the future. To guide the conversation in the colleagues group, I must hold a certain status in their eyes. Capability? Status? Connections? Alas. It is precisely for these reasons that I wish to steer the discussions, yet only by possessing these attributes can I exert that influence, creating a seemingly endless cycle. Furthermore, this colleagues group has likely been established for at least half a year. Haven't the others noticed this anomaly? No, logically speaking, with several dozen participants. Averaging 2 or 3 messages daily, there should have been ample opportunity for discovery over the course of 6 months. Thus, it implies only I can perceive future information. Leaning back in his chair with closed eyes, Lei Hao allowed his thoughts to wander, a customary method for him to regain composure. Once his emotions settled, Lei Hao redirected his focus to the chat within the colleagues group, exporting the recent 30 or so chat messages, and unexpectedly, he encountered another entry dated March 28th. Chapter 4. Borrowing money on March 22nd in Yacheng, under a light drizzle. After the morning meeting, Lei Hao departed the company and arrived at a residential area in the city, his purpose being to borrow money. Indeed, the last piece of future information revealed that the government had indeed raised the subsidy standards for imported ores. To outsiders, this news might seem irrelevant, akin to a segment on the evening news, yet for Lei Hao, it represented yet another lucrative opportunity. The domestic metal smelting industry is heavily reliant on imported ores, with quantities measured in millions of tons, and the government has consistently provided tax rebates and similar incentives for these imports. With the raised subsidy standards, the operational cost for relevant enterprises would decline, naturally leading to an increase in stock prices. However, Lei Hao found himself short on funds. With his meager savings barely exceeding 10,000 yuan, all invested in Longshan Gaoka. Certainly, Lei Hao could leverage this news to advise his clients, significantly aiding his work. Yet beyond that, could he merely watch as the opportunity for profit slipped away? He could not bear it. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door, sensing movement within. Without waiting for a response, he called out, "Xiangzi, open the door, it's me." "No way, not drinking in the morning." Lei Hao quickly waved his hand, foregoing pleasantries as he settled onto the old sofa and lit a cigarette. This action was indeed lacking in courtesy. The man who let him in, named Lei Zhenxiang, was his childhood friend. The two had been the village's troublemakers since their youth. They navigated through high school together until Zhenxiang enlisted in the military, while Lei Hao, realizing the importance of education, diligently studied and gained admission to the Guangdong Provincial Finance College, surprising the villagers as a university student. During university, after Zhenxiang completed his service, he sought work in Yangcheng, initially sharing a rented apartment with Lei Hao, which solidified their bond. When Lei Hao found himself in need of money, he contemplated Zhenxiang as his best option, as others either lacked the connection or were in even poorer financial situations. "Tiger," Zhenxiang tossed a can of drink at him. Lowering his voice, he remarked, "I apologize for this. My wife, Zhuanzi, now manages the finances, but don't worry, her chatter doesn't interfere with the money." Sure. If it weren't for Zhuanzi, those funds would likely be squandered in some bar. Lei Hao understood Zhenxiang's circumstances. He held a favorable view of Dong Ruizhuan. Though she could be quite talkative and materialistic, she was steadfast in her commitment to her husband and family. Zhenxiang, being overly generous, required her management. Seated on the sofa, Lei Hao felt somewhat awkward. Throughout history, borrowing money has always been a rather uncomfortable affair. Were it not for Zhenxiang and Dong Ruizhuan's disinterest in the stock market, he would have been more inclined to encourage them to invest. Upon meeting, Lei Hao naturally engaged in small talk with Zhenxiang. As they conversed, Dong Ruizhuan finally emerged from the room, having taken about 10 minutes since Lei Hao's arrival. "Oh, the tiger is here. You two sit. I'll prepare breakfast." Unexpectedly, Dong Ruizhuan had put on makeup, occasionally tossing her hair with a hand adorned with a gold ring. "Prepare a simple breakfast, quickly hand over the card. I'm going out to eat with the tiger." The look on my wife's face darkened Lei Zhenxiang's mood, and her words were far from polite. "What are you talking about?" Eating out, eating out. The food outside is laden with monosodium glutamate, not only unsanitary, but also exceedingly expensive. Do you have an abundance of money?" Dong Ruizhuan waved her golden ring and continued, "Moreover, since the tiger is visiting, shouldn't we show some concern?" I have no issues," Lei Hao replied, somewhat perplexed, entirely unaware of Dong Ruizhuan's intentions, which seemed unlike her usual demeanor. "What do you mean you have no issues?" Dong Ruizhuan plopped down beside Lei Zhenxiang. "We're not strangers. If the tiger is in trouble, you shouldn't keep it to himself. Strongzy and I will definitely lend a helping hand." "I have no difficulties at all," Lei Hao said, increasingly confused, for his current situation was unprecedentedly favorable. How could he possibly have any difficulties? Just as he finished his sentence, he recalled the purpose of his visit. and it dawned on him that they believed he was asking to borrow money due to some predicament. However, the manner in which they approached the subject felt ostentatious. Why should that be? Although Lei Hao was a university student, his earnings were meager compared to Lei Zhenxiang, the driver, and certainly less than Dong Ruizhuan's salary as a cashier. By income standards, it seemed only fitting that Lei Hao should be the one in need. Unfortunately, the people of Lei Qiu village did not consider these distinctions. A university student was still a university student, regardless of income, while a soldier remained just that. Dong Ruizhuan's aspirations to elevate her status would not come easily. Tiger, although you and Strongzi are not blood brothers, you are as close as brothers. I am Strongzi's wife. So there are some things that we need not shy away from discussing. Dong Ruizhuan's eyes sparkled as she remarked, 2 heads are better than 1. Ruizhuan. I am borrowing money not because I am in trouble, Lei Hao sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at Strongzi. It is for investment. Investment? What business are you engaging in? Dong Ruizhuan's eyes brimmed with disappointment, but she quickly reassured herself. After all, it was borrowing money. What did it matter what it was for? A university student was asking her for money. At this point, Lei Zhenxiang began to grasp his wife's mindset, glaring at Dong Ruizhuan and gruffly stating, You. With your long hair and short sight, do you even understand what investment entails? Isn't that just business? Dong Ruizhuan mumbled, her voice lacking the earlier vibrancy. This couple, during their school years, relied on chance for multiple-choice questions, while she had nearly skipped school to do house chores during the 9 years of compulsory education. Stock investment was deemed akin to running a street stall. Lei Hao could only feel a sense of resignation. Trading stocks could indeed be considered a business. If you believe someone else's business is thriving, you invest your money to become a partner, sharing profits or potentially selling your stake at a higher value if the business flourishes. Lei Hao offered a brief explanation. Dong Ruizhuan understood only partially. Yet her grounded nature made her entirely skeptical of Lei Hao's plans. Chapter 5. Having settled these matters, Lei Hao ate his breakfast while using his phone to message colleagues and several clients, naturally discussing stock market trends and seizing the opportunity to recommend stocks he found promising. Tiger, put down your phone and eat quickly. We need to find a place to play ball afterward, Lei Zhenxiang urged, tapping his bowl with his chopsticks. After a few bites of breakfast, he added, By the way, there's something I want to discuss with you. What is it? Lei Hao inquired, intrigued. As Lei Zhenxiang began to share, a comrade of mine is involved in aquaculture, and I've heard it's quite successful. Lei Zhenxiang slurped down half of his congee and continued. I'm primarily thinking of my parents getting older. The youngest will certainly stay in the city after graduation, and someone needs to look after the family. As for Ruizhuan's fussiness, she will ultimately follow my lead. In Yacheng, purchasing a home costs at least several $100,000. Once married, starting a family becomes inevitable. And the costs of education and everyday expenses add up to a significant sum. Every time Lei Hao contemplated these issues, he felt a weight upon him. Especially as he was the only son, fulfilling his filial duties to his parents loomed as a challenge. Oh, Strongzi, you were looking to promote me? Lei Hao chuckled. Genuinely surprised that Lei Zhenxiang had intentions of elevating his status, this made things rather interesting. Heh, my youngest sibling taught me. She is also a university student and has a way with words. Lei Zhenxiang scratched his head and offered Lei Hao a cigarette. Lei Hao chuckled as he took a puff, appreciating the warmth of Strongzi's intentions, even though he truly did not require it. Admittedly, the role of a customer manager at a securities firm is not a sustainable career, aside from those who rely on personal connections for income. Most customer managers aspire to transition to back-office positions within the firm. Lei Hao had plans for his career, but his educational background was a significant hurdle, and he lacked any connections. Even without the future information from his colleagues, he intended to register for the Chartered Financial Analyst exam next year. He had begun preparing for it in the second semester of his junior year and was confident he could pass the first-level exam next year. There are 3 levels in total, and registering for all 3 requires several thousand yuan, but once completed, even with just an associate degree, a high-paying position in the industry would await. Originally, Lei Hao had pinned his future hopes on these exams, having committed several years to preparation. But with the information from his colleagues, his urgency for various certifications diminished, and he began considering alternative paths. As he pondered these matters, Strongzi's wife emerged from the kitchen. Having finished her chores, discreetly slipping her recently ended phone call into her pocket, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Lei Hao felt an unsettling premonition as Dong Ruizhuan cheerfully sat beside Strongzi and inquired, Tiger, do you have a girlfriend? No, Lei Hao thought, as expected, and replied with a wry smile. I'm not in a hurry. Graduation is still less than a year away. Oh, you may not be in a rush, but your family certainly is. Strongzi is the same age, and he is already married. Dong Ruizhuan laughed, casting a shy glance at her husband. How about this? I can introduce you to someone? No need. Lei Hao began to decline, but was interrupted by Lei Zhenxiang, who impatiently interjected, "You can help introduce a girlfriend for Tiger? Hurry, tell me more." "Listen, I have a relative who works at the supermarket, and she has a daughter, 21 years old, quite pretty. And they own a home in Yacheng," Dong Ruizhuan quickly explained, though for some reason, she exuded an air of guilt. Lei Hao felt indifferent. At 23, dating was acceptable. But he wouldn't pursue blind dates without the right connection. Just as he was about to refuse, he noticed Lei Zhenxiang's face darkening ominously. "You filthy woman. Are you itching for trouble? I'll give you a taste of it today." Lei Hao was perplexed. Did Lei Zhenxiang not know about his wife's relatives? It was true they owned property in Yangcheng, and their financial standing was decent even in a big city, but their daughter was disabled. While Lei Zhenxiang did not harbor prejudices against the disabled, matchmaking was a different matter, one that required compatibility. Historically, for someone like Lei Hao, who could be considered handsome, to be introduced to a girl with a physical defect would be an affront. It was no wonder Lei Zhenxiang would react strongly. "Sit down. You think you're all that? Beating your wife too? What's the matter? Does no one in Yangcheng know how to handle you?" As Lei Zhenxiang's temper flared, Lei Hao felt a headache coming on. Attempting to quell his friend's rage while casting a puzzled glance at Dong Ruizhuan. Dong Ruizhuan, startled, had been married to Lei Zhenxiang for over a year. Although she knew her husband had a volatile temper, she had never experienced physical violence. Watching Lei Zhenxiang being reprimanded by Lei Hao, she began to realize the dynamic between the two brothers. Lei Hao could only shake his head in bemusement. Chapter 6. Ambition Chong, come here. Lei Hao beckoned Lei Zhenxiang to sit beside him. He opened his mobile stock trading app, pointed at the numbers displayed, and said, "You can read, can't you? Do you comprehend what is shown here? Do you think I am impoverished?" Even just 2 days prior, Lei Hao would have refrained from uttering such words to the obstinate Lei Zhenxiang. However, armed with the foresight provided by the colleague group, he no longer feared any potential misunderstandings from Lei Zhenxiang. "As for stocks, do you think me foolish? I am certainly well aware that red signifies profit while green indicates loss." Lei Zhenxiang, scratching his nose, attempted to present himself as a cultured individual. "We, a group of drivers, often engage in discussions about such matters while playing cards." With an air of self-importance, Lei Zhenxiang struck a pretentious pose, yet his wife, Dong Ruizhuan, was astute and had a keen sensitivity to numbers. She quickly seized upon several key phrases: cost 10, increase of 217. Goodness gracious, this could yield a tremendous profit. Dong Ruizhuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she scrutinized the details further. "Wait, was this purchased yesterday? In a day, earning just over 1,000, dear Tiger. You could amass a fortune of 30,000 in a mere month." What Lei Hao showcased was truly astonishing for Dong Ruizhuan. Lei Zhenxiang's previously confident demeanor became somewhat awkward, as he had intended to support his brother. Oh dear, there are even more now. Those below have also turned red." Dong Ruizhuan's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. "They are all red, all red. This one earns 126, that one 218, and this one 65, Tiger. Are you robbing people? The 40,000 I handed you this morning was meant for this venture. What do you think? Do you want to pursue it yourself?" Lei Hao initially intended for Lei Zhenxiang to enter the stock market. However, the couple, having been influenced by their surroundings, regarded the stock market as a formidable beast. Now, as Lei Hao presents a vivid example, before Lei Zhenxiang could utter a word, his wife could no longer contain herself, dryly exclaiming, "Is this appropriate? Is this truly suitable?" "Suitable? My foot. You, who are so easily swayed by money, cannot even move an inch," Lei Zhenxiang said in a deep, resonant voice. "If there's uncertainty about this matter, it's one thing, but if you know it can be profitable, do you still wish to profit off my brother? How naive of you." Dong Ruizhuan was instantly conflicted. She had many shortcomings, yet she was genuinely obedient to Lei Zhenxiang. If she were to dare express a desire to partake in the profits, she would likely find herself facing divorce by nightfall. Lei Zhenxiang's mindset was simpler. He believed that if he lacked the capability, he should not covet such wealth. "Brother, if you possess the talent, go ahead and earn it. After all, good fortune should not flow to outsiders. When you prosper, you will certainly remember me." The couple harbored differing thoughts, yet ultimately, their perspectives on Lei Hao's situation had shifted. Without delving into specifics, even if the business did not guarantee profits, a daily fluctuation reaching 4 figures was, in their eyes, a testament to competence. Returning to their hometown for development, Lei Zhenxiang no longer considered it a prudent idea. As for his wife's attempt to introduce a girlfriend, he wore a perpetual scowl, now only a step away from raising his hand to chastise her. "Heh." Dong Ruizhuan sensed the pent-up frustration in her husband's clenched fist and quickly forced a laugh, turning to Lei Hao to flatter him. "Tiger, please eat quickly. I'll go fetch some snacks for you. You must stay a little longer today. You go ahead. I have something to discuss with Xiangzi," Lei Hao said, allowing Dong Ruizhuan to leave before turning to Lei Zhenxiang. "Stop glaring with those bulging eyes. Let's put aside the matter of Zhuanzi. I need your assistance with something. What is it? Lei Zhenxiang inquired with curiosity. Lei Hao then articulated his intentions. Your boss is engaged in trade and frequently speculates in the stock market? Sees an opportunity to summon him forth. Indeed, Lei Hao has set his sights on Lu Xingdong, the proprietor of Lei Zhenxiang, who has established a trading company in Yancheng, straddling both legitimate and illicit realms. Most crucially, he has a penchant for investing in securities. The only significant clients under Lei Hao's name are Ma Yuanshan and Yang Zhiqi, both of whom possess merely a little over 7 figures in their stock market assets. Even if Lei Hao were to hit the mark consistently, leading Ma Yuanshan and Yang Zhiqi to substantial profits, it would not immediately enhance his career prospects, as neither of them nor their acquaintances have any substantial connections within the upper echelons of the securities industry. As a lowly client manager, Lei Hao aspires to ascend the corporate ladder without severing ties with his colleagues. Therefore, he intends to transition to the middle or back office, pursuing roles as an investment advisor or entering the asset management or proprietary trading departments, essentially seeking avenues to leverage existing resources for greater gains. Without much contemplation, Lei Hao recognizes the formidable challenges of these ambitions. Even if he excels as a client manager, the company would likely promote him merely to a front office role in the marketing department, a sector dominated by the CRME de la CRME of the securities world. Lei Hao's academic qualifications pose a significant barrier, and accelerating his progress necessitates considerable external assistance. Thus, he seeks out seasoned clients well-versed in securities investment, such as Lu Xingdong. Individuals like Ma Yuanshan and Yang Zhiqi, upon reaping benefits, would only feel compelled to repay Lei Hao in monetary terms, their capabilities insufficient to help him achieve his aspirations. Lu Xingdong, however, is distinct. After a few interactions, if Lei Hao can facilitate his profits, Lu can integrate the opinions of Lei's major clients and leverage them to compel the securities firm to grant Lei Hao an opportunity to oversee a wealth management project. Due to the camaraderie within the colleague circle, Lei Hao wishes to remain at Yingyi Securities, making upward mobility the most prudent path. Furthermore, he aims to channel assets into projects under his purview, thereby maximizing benefits. Lei Hao succinctly shares his thoughts with Lei Zhenxiang, who, though somewhat perplexed, is nonetheless receptive. Lei Zhenxiang possesses his own merits. As Lu Xingdong's driver, he enjoys a solid rapport with his employer, thus presenting no obstacles in introducing him to Lei Hao as a client. Even if reprimanded by his boss, Lei Zhenxiang perceives it as inconsequential. For Lei Hao is his brother. Engaging with Dong Gu poses no problem, yet Lei Zhenxiang expresses concern, admitting, "I know nothing of stocks." Persuading him will not be easy. After all, that fellow only stirs for profit. He glances anxiously at Lei Hao, adding, "Moreover, Dong Ji's connections are quite intricate. Delving too deeply could spell trouble." "Fear not. I am well aware of my boundaries," Lei Hao replies nonchalantly. Despite his humble position, he possesses insight into the depths of the financial industry. Individuals of Lu Xingdong's stature are merely small fish in a vast sea. Armed with forthcoming information from his colleagues, Lei Hao's ambitions begin to unfold. Individuals like Lu Xingdong are inevitable encounters. In the realm of securities, only the successful thrive. If one can bring prosperity to others, they become a figure of wealth in their own right, and Lei Hao is confident in his ability to assume that role. Chapter 7. Complaints. The objectives are clear, and the future appears bright, yet Lei Hao remains acutely aware of his humble circumstances. Despite his continuous suggestions, Ma Yuanshan and Yang Zhiqi cling to their original stocks, awaiting potential profits, only investing sporadically in the stocks Lei Hao recommends. After the colleague group shared 2 actionable insights, calmness returned. The subsequent day yielded only trivial greetings, prompting Lei Hao to contemplate limiting his interactions within the group. The following morning, close to 8 o'clock, Lei Hao arrives at the office as usual. After 2 days of effort, he has somewhat bridged the gap with many colleagues, who now exchange faint smiles upon encountering one another. Client managers at securities firms endure one of the most arduous existences. Akin to insurance salespeople and members of pyramid schemes, they are obligated to attend morning meetings, precisely at 8:15, contingent upon when the leadership arrives at the conference room. The Yangshan branch of Yingyi Securities in Yangshan is modest in size, and the meeting space for the marketing department's client managers is rather rudimentary. Disliking the confines of the conference room, Lei Hao opts to retreat to the adjacent reception area upon his arrival. The group of colleagues gathered together, eager to foster camaraderie among members of their team. Upon entering, Lei Hao produced a pack of cigarettes, distributing them to several colleagues lounging on the couch. He jested with his visibly older seniors, Su Gu and Zhou Gu, remarking, "You two are quite the rare attendees at the morning meeting." "Haha, what can I say?" A new manager brings a surge of enthusiasm. "I certainly do not wish to be summoned by Manager He for a work summary." Zhou Junbo accepted a cigarette, scrutinizing the brand, and teased, "Little Lei, you're quite the connoisseur. This pack must cost over 30 yuan. It is indeed a rarity for client managers to express praise towards their direct superior, particularly given that the newly appointed supervisor from the sales department lacks significant capability, yet carries an air of grandeur." Lei Hao remained unfazed by such remarks. While others lamented about deductions from their attendance bonuses and unapproved client gifts, he merely chimed in occasionally, never anticipating the conversation would shift to him. "Little Lei, surely you have some clients who meet the standards. Why not approach the supervisor for some gifts to entice a few more to open accounts?" someone suggested. Noticing Lei Hao's lack of reaction. Indeed, although they are merely trivial items like cushions, they could provide additional reasons for visits. In any environment, especially within the intricate realm of a securities firm, client managers struggle for survival while supervisors sharpen their knives, ready to pounce. Lei Hao was acutely aware of this. And even without the context of the colleague group, he would undoubtedly side with his fellow managers. "I've only recently transitioned here. My clients are long-standing relationships, having already received gifts from Taiha, so I won't compete for them," Lei Hao replied with a smile. At this moment, Su Menghao, who held shares in Longxing High-Tech, interjected. "Little Lei, your intuition is spot on. However, kindness can be taken for weakness. I just visited Manager He's office, and guess what I discovered? Captivating everyone's attention." Su Menghao continued without pretense. "The speaking notes for the morning meeting, which highlighted several key points, one of which is your impending on-stage review." "No way a review? Wasn't it always a work report before? That term is excessively harsh." The room buzzed with chatter, eyes turning toward Lei Hao with curiosity. Lei Hao, however, was momentarily taken aback. He had maintained a low profile at Ingyi Securities, and in recent days, aimed to appear amiable and harmless to his colleagues, even deserving of the title of exemplary employee. A review? Not only would he not perform on stage, but he would also be subjected to a critique? This was beyond his comprehension. Perhaps Manager He is one of those individuals who constantly speaks of building the company's reputation. He might genuinely be a well-meaning figure, someone speculated. "Last time, I was merely 2 minutes late, and he directly deducted my attendance bonus without even considering my excuse." Laughter ensued as they poked fun at Manager He, who had managed to win over almost all client managers in his brief tenure of 2 weeks as the market department supervisor. While engaging in playful banter, they were also curious about why Lei Hao found himself on Manager He's blacklist. Despite numerous guesses, they were unable to decipher Manager He's intentions, leaving them only with sympathy for Lei Hao. A review? If the reasons were sound, he would merely accompany the leadership for appearances. If the justification were flimsy, he would have no one to blame but himself, yet it could serve to strengthen his relationships with numerous client manager colleagues. The door to the reception room faced the conference room, and shortly thereafter, they observed Manager He entering with a training instructor. Everyone extinguished their cigarettes and made their way over. As Lei Hao entered the conference room, he distinctly felt Manager He's gaze linger on him for a moment. The training session commenced with the instructor discussing the company's flagship financial products, regurgitating old material, and sharing general reminders for client interactions, followed by the leader providing examples and outlooks for the future. This was the extent of the meeting. While seated among the audience, Lei Hao found himself listening to the insipid discourse, already engrossed in stock market news on his phone, unperturbed by the forthcoming events. As the meeting neared its conclusion, Manager He's tone shifted to one of sternness, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally fixated on Lei Hao. The colleagues who had shared cigarettes with Lei Hao moments prior sensed the impending tension, feeling a sense of foreboding. Lei Hao set aside his phone, focusing on Manager He's forthcoming words, his brow furrowing. "Little Lei, we received a complaint from the corporate customer service department regarding you. Can you explain why a client has accused you of inciting them to engage in trading?" Chapter 8. The review accusations of inciting clients to trade not only furrowed Lei Hao's brow, but also caused a stir among the client managers present. What kind of complaint was this? In the securities industry, client managers earn their livelihood through commissions. The more frequently clients trade, the greater their income. Therefore, it is not uncommon for client managers to employ half-truths about insider information to encourage excessive trading among clients. As such, complaints of this nature are relatively rare. Clients often self-punish errant managers, and for substantial sums involved, wealthy clients are far from naive. Would a mere client manager dare to deceive them? At that moment, Lei Hao gazed at Manager He, his mind racing with disbelief. Are you serious? It was not just Lei Hao who felt this way. Everyone was taken aback by Manager He's unexpected announcement. Was this truly a matter to be discussed in the morning meeting? A simple inquiry into Lei Hao's situation would suffice. They could sip tea and smoke while resolving the issue with customer service. Was it an anonymous complaint or a named one? Lei Hao rose to inquire. Anonymous, but the client provided screenshots. Would you like to see them? Manager, he replied with a serious demeanor, beckoning Lei Hao to approach the front. Curiosity piqued, Lei Hao walked up, and upon viewing the so-called evidence displayed by Manager he found himself bemused. This was a suggestion he had made in a new client group just yesterday, having anticipated an impending increase in mineral import subsidies. Lei Hao had spent the previous night researching and identified several stocks, including Gang Company and Mingjin Group, sharing his insights with his closer connections in the new client group. Only to have it misconstrued as a complaint. Someone seeking to create trouble for him? That was certainly a possibility, but was it someone from the new client group? Most likely not. Reflecting further, Lei Hao realized the individuals in the new client group were on good terms with him and wouldn't engage in such petty behavior. But they did maintain connections with individuals in the old client group, leading him to ponder if someone had mentioned it during casual conversation. Having unraveled the situation, Lei Hao's confusion lingered. Such matters did not warrant discussion in a morning meeting. His statements in the screenshots merely expressed his market views. To insist that they constituted incitement to trade felt excessively forced. Could Manager he truly be that naive? Of course not. Lei Hao immediately recalled several phrases, such as a new manager brings a surge of enthusiasm and killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Does Manager he believe my actions are in violation of company policy? Lei Hao queried tentatively. Little Lei, you previously worked at Taihe, correct? Manager he replied with a stoic expression. In Taihe, perhaps such matters are trivial, but here, it is not acceptable. Lei Hao was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent as he fixed his gaze on Manager he, his unspoken defiance evident. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted dramatically. United in purpose, the client managers stood firmly in support of Lei Hao, as they collectively perceived nothing amiss in such conduct. Meanwhile, Manager he, as the supervisor, possessed his own rationale. He and Dao, newly appointed, found himself in the bustling atmosphere of the Yangshan district branch, where he had to establish his authority while aligning with the directives from above. It was only fitting that Lei Hao was chosen as the scapegoat. Having recently transitioned from another company and already facing client complaints, Lei Hao was acutely aware of his precarious position. Even if he were to be singled out as an example, could he afford to resign again? Confronting his superior was not an option. He and Dao, without hesitation, could make life difficult for him regarding leave requests or gifts, enough to trouble an ordinary account manager. However, Lei Hao considered himself anything but ordinary. What does the manager expect me to do? Lei Hao seethed internally, feeling the weight of repeated grievances. If not for the need to maintain his standing among colleagues, he would have made his frustrations abundantly clear. Recognizing one's mistakes is commendable, little Lei. I am not unreasonable, he and Dao declared, donning a facade of benevolence. You simply need to reflect on your actions here. Indeed, a moment of reflection. Lei Hao scoffed, but an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The conference room erupted in jeers. The account managers rallying against he and Dao. Stunned, he and Dao could only watch as Lei Hao found the situation amusing. Realizing that the staff was openly mocking their new superior. In any other securities firm, such a united front from account managers would be unthinkable. Yet here they dared to support Lei Hao, leaving he and Dao in a most uncomfortable position. Little Lei, are you ready to reflect now? Or do you need to prepare? Let us proceed now, Lei Hao replied, his mood shifting from dark clouds to clear skies. Feeling a flicker of gratitude for he and Dao's assistance. This incident brought him closer to his colleagues and granted him a newfound leverage in guiding the discussions within the group. Then begin, he and Dao replied sternly. Are you serious, manager? Have you truly thought this through? Lei Hao's smile broadened as an idea formed in his mind. However, he and Dao remained resolute, nodding seriously. On March 22nd, I suggested to clients in the group to pay attention to stocks such as Gang Company and Mingjin Group. I have deeply recognized my error. Even if I believe in the prospects of Gang Company and Mingjin Group, should my advice lead clients to invest in these stocks, I will. Under the guidance of market supervisor, he and Dao of the Yangshan Securities branch refrained from endorsing any stocks like Gang Company or Mingjin Group in the future. Indeed, Lei Hao was making a self-critique, though the content felt oddly peculiar after he mentioned specific stock names multiple times, prompting an immediate understanding among the audience. Lei Hao had cleverly turned the tables. If the stocks he mentioned performed well, he and Dao would undoubtedly face humiliation. Conversely, should they underperform, the blame would fall on Lei Hao. The crux of the matter was that he and Dao found himself in a bind. Having seen the names of the stocks in the screenshots, how could he back down without undermining his authority? Very well, I will remember this, he and Dao seethed, his frustration palpable as he listened to Lei Hao's critique. Little Lei, you are impressive. The account managers in the conference room silently applauded. What a good person, Lei Hao thought, casting a glance at the inept he and Dao and silently commending his colleagues. Chapter 9. Strength. He and Dao's plans were thwarted, and he silently vowed that once Lei Hao suggested stocks faltered, he would publicly reprimand him, ensuring that this matter lingered for at least a month. where he would not bear the He surname. After He and Dao departed, the remaining account managers began smoking and chatting in the conference room, with Lei Hao firmly integrated into the camaraderie of his new colleagues. Little Lei, you were too impulsive. It was just a self-critique, and no one will mock you. Yes, you stood up to Fat He. He will surely see you as a thorn in his side moving forward. I say. Little Lei is selflessly absorbing Fat He's wrath for us. Laughter ensued, and Lei Hao felt the warmth of camaraderie in this small company. Perplexed by He and Dao's apparent alienation of his subordinates, what was crucial now was to uncover why his remarks in the new client group had been screenshotted. Was there a mole among them? Lei Hao could not accept such a notion and leaned towards another possibility. Some of their friends were members of the old client group, and perhaps someone from there had casually shared the information elsewhere. Who would have plotted against him? Lu Zhonghai? Shen Jinjin? Or perhaps the former supervisor who had previously siphoned his client assets? Names flitted through Lei Hao's mind. The incident had stirred a sense of indignation among the new client group members, yet when they heard Lei Hao's self-critique, they found it utterly hilarious. Furthermore, Lei Hao's action showcased his confidence in the stocks he had mentioned, and in light of the recent success with launching high-tech, many in the group began to contemplate acquiring shares after the market opened. At 9:15, the time for collective bidding arrived, and launching high-tech surged to a halt, achieving a consecutive 3-day limit rise. Lei Hao's situation had garnered attention from he and Dao, the new client group members, and his colleagues regarding stocks like Guogang and Mengjin. Due to their high market value, trading volumes for Guogang and Mengjin remained substantial. However, the overall market sentiment was poor, and by 9:30, the stock market had dipped nearly 1. Now, let us see how you fare, he and Dao chuckled to himself in his office, monitoring the market. When he noticed the green indicator flashing, he could hardly contain his glee. Let it drop, as long as the closing price is in the red. I will have that little brat come up and show himself tomorrow. In the reception area, the account managers lamented the market's 7 consecutive drops. A poor stock market made their work increasingly challenging, and continuous declines would shrink trading volumes, consequently diminishing their income to a dismal state. Yet, the market had been lethargic recently, and although they felt the sting of disappointment, they accepted the situation. Their attention turned to Lei Hao, ready to offer words of comfort. To their surprise, Lei Hao appeared composed, even exuding confidence. He was checking the market trends on his phone, smoking nonchalantly, as if the poor market conditions were a boon for him. Little Lei, don't worry too much. After all, the morning meeting participants are all allies. If Fatty tries to corner you tomorrow, we will surely back you up, Joe Jumbo said as Lei Hao finished his cigarette. Everyone in the reception area nodded in agreement. Account managers naturally had a built-in conflict with the leaders of the organizational department. And with Lei Hao emerging as a potential figurehead of resistance, their support was instinctual. Feeling a deeper connection with his colleagues, Lei Hao felt a sense of joy but knew it wasn't enough. To guide the group's discussions, he needed to earn their trust not just emotionally but also demonstrate his professional acumen. Reflecting on the stock market's trends, Lei Hao prepared his speech. There's nothing to worry about. I actually think the data for these stocks looks quite promising. None of them have risen, Su Menghao retorted. Having invested in the surging Longsheng High-Tech, his mood buoyant as he pointed at the chart on his phone. If only you had recommended Longsheng High-Tech. Come on, Su. How can you say that? You've held on to Longsheng High-Tech so tightly that it's practically become Menghao High-Tech. Even with today's limit rise, you're still at a loss, someone chimed in, teasingly. When it comes to treating guests, it is not up to Su Ge. Lei Hao opened his account and presented it to Su Menghao, whose eyes were dazzled by the bright display of Longsheng High-Tech. The most crucial point is that Lei Hao's financial status was not the miserable green of Su Menghao, but a vibrant red symbolizing growth. Wow, 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 exclaimed Su Menghao, staring at the astonishing increase of over 33 points in Longsheng High-Tech. Observing that Guogang and Mengjin stocks also showed slight gains, his heart raced with excitement. A rise of 33 points indicates 3 limit-up days, indicating that Lei Hao timed his investment in Longsheng High-Tech perfectly with the onset of this market rally. With nearly all stocks in the green, it is evident that Lei Hao possesses genuine prowess, not mere luck. Little Lei, you are remarkable. The 6 or 7 stocks he held had all yielded profits. I can't believe we have such a hidden expert in our trading department. As several colleagues noticed Su Menghao's astonishment, they gathered around to glimpse Lei Hao's phone screen, and soon, they were all exclaiming in amazement. Instantly, the way everyone looked at Lei Hao shifted. Chapter 10. The world of finance is notoriously intricate, and client managers, often dubbed financial laborers, are frequently at the mercy of others. However, the industry is governed by an unwavering principle that sets it apart from many sectors: fairness. Indeed, the financial realm is not without its share of hierarchical injustices, but fundamentally, finance is about capital flow. Anyone, even a beggar, can rise to prominence in this field if they possess the requisite skills. Not only can a department head thrive, but even the CEO of a securities firm can be disregarded if one has the necessary strength. The crux lies in the principle that in finance, the victor takes all. How capable is Lei Hao? While uncertainty lingers, the performance of his stocks evokes a sense of inferiority among those present. Thus, it becomes clear that Lei Hao must possess superior abilities, and their thoughts about him immediately transformed. Little Lei, you are quite the hidden gem. You have made several thousand already. You must treat us to a meal. Given the situation, it seems that little Lei has established his position in less than 5 days. The profits he amassed in just a few days equate to over a month's salary for others. The astonishment and joy in everyone's eyes were palpable. They were not novices. They understood that the more capable Lei Hao was, the greater the benefits for everyone. After all, even following his lead in stock purchases could yield profits. In an instant, Lei Hao found himself inundated by the enthusiasm of his colleagues, reflecting on how just 2 days prior, he had been almost a stranger to them. Life truly has its peculiarities. While the atmosphere in the reception room was harmonious, the sentiment in the stock market was markedly different. The market hovered near a downward position, with bears relentlessly attacking the bulls, hinting at a potential further decline. Within minutes of opening, the net outflow of funds in the market hit a warning threshold, prompting experts to emerge and predict a downturn, leaving the market in a state of despondency. What a pity, little Lei. Your chosen stocks are affected by the overall market slump. Otherwise, they might have risen today. Observing the stocks Lei Hao held, Show Jumbo suggested, since there's still some profit, perhaps you should consider liquidating your positions. As long as there's a profit, it's worth it. Lei Hao shook his head. Despite the market's recent downturn, his selected stocks remained profitable. Launching High-Tech, with its consecutive limit-ups, was undoubtedly eye-catching, while Guogang and Mingjin also outperformed the market, maintaining slight gains amidst the broader decline. Even with a 0.5 drop at the market's opening, Lei Hao's holdings, excluding launching High-Tech, still reflected an approximate increase of 0.5. Not selling? Is there a rationale behind it? Joe Jumbo inquired, while the ears of the others perked up in curiosity. Joe Jumbo pondered for a moment before elaborating on his perspective, indicating a clear desire to engage in discussion with Lei Hao. In Joe Jumbo's view, although Lei Hao had crossed swords with Yandao, as long as his selected stocks remained profitable, it would ultimately be Yandao who would emerge disgraced. However, given the overall poor market conditions, even if Lei Hao's stocks outperformed, it seemed likely they would fall below the cost line by the end of the day. With the situation regarding Yandao in mind, it would be prudent for Lei Hao to liquidate his positions while still in profit, thereby securing his position. Even if not liquidating, while the bulls maintain their stance, it would be wise for Lei Hao to minimize potential losses. Brother Bo, you truly are the stock god of Yangshan District. You've even managed to achieve that. Indeed. Joe Jumbo replied, I began trading at 18, and now my son is almost 18. Come on, Jumbo is 31 this year. He became a father at 13. Once Joe Jumbo finished speaking, the group erupted in laughter. Among all the client managers in the trading department, Joe Jumbo was widely regarded as the most skilled trader, often sought after for discussions regarding market trends. Little Lei, what are your thoughts? After expressing his own views, Joe Jumbo looked expectantly at Lei Hao, not intending to suppress him but rather to engage in a friendly exchange of ideas, pleased to see Lei Hao's success. Realizing Joe Jumbo's intentions, Lei Hao understood that, without the future information shared in their colleague group, the current market conditions made it a wise strategy to lower his costs. The domestic stock trading system operates on a principle of 1, which signifies trading itself. 1 represents the time for deferred trading, meaning stocks purchased today cannot be sold until 1 day later or tomorrow. However, under certain conditions, 0 operations can also be performed. Are Guogang and Mingjin currently at high levels? From a technical standpoint, they indeed are, given the poor market and a bearish trend. While Guogang and other stocks outperform the market, if the major index continues to decline, they too will likely be dragged down, especially without any favorable support. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that all of this is predicated on the absence of positive news. While others may be unaware, Lei Hao is well aware that good news is on the horizon. Today is March 23rd, and he knows that on the afternoon of March 28th, a message will emerge in the colleague group announcing that the state has indeed increased the subsidies for imported ore. On the surface, this information does not specify when it will be released. If Lei Hao were to sell his stocks now and the positive news were to arrive shortly after, he would surely feel foolish. Moreover, after observing the market yesterday and drawing conclusions from the anticipated future information, Lei Hao discerned the underlying dynamics of the stocks he held. In the absence of favorable conditions and under the pressure of the market's decline, these stocks had surprisingly increased yesterday and continued to apply pressure on the bears today. If there were no bulls accumulating shares, Lei Hao would be willing to bet his head on it. Little Lei, why are you silent? While Lei Hao was lost in thought, someone nudged his shoulder. Turning around, he felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing that Zhou Junbo and a few others were awaiting his insights, making his moment of distraction seem somewhat impolite. My apologies. I was organizing my thoughts regarding these stocks and became a bit lost in contemplation. Lei Hao offered an apology and continued, personally, I believe. Chapter 11 The favorable news among the stocks I hold. Guogang primarily engages in steel smelting, while Mingjin focuses on non-ferrous metal smelting, with manganese, aluminum, and chromium being their flagship products. The other stocks are largely similar, sharing the common characteristic that their raw materials require substantial imports and are scarce mineral resources in China. In recent years, there has been ongoing advocacy for tax exemptions on iron ore imports, and the call for increased subsidies for importing ore has been persistent. Considering all this information, coupled with the technical aspects of these stocks which offer little room for manipulation, I prefer not to overtrade, lest I miss out on upcoming favorable news. As the analysis from Lei Hao came to a close, the expressions on Zhou Junbo and his associates' faces turned somewhat peculiar. If Lei Hao possessed the ability to read minds, he would have discerned their collective sentiment. Are you jesting? They hesitated to make any drastic moves with their stocks. Hoping for favorable news, was this truly the counsel one would expect from a client manager? Even fund managers would hesitate to make such bold claims. What is the most exhilarating yet foolish endeavor in the securities market? It is, without a doubt, betting on good news. The thrill of such a gamble is undeniable. While many may be intoxicated by the allure of potential profits, the reality is that 9 out of 10 bets end in loss. Particularly for a mere client manager with limited information gleaned from the internet. Zhou Junbo, who once believed Lei Hao to be competent, found himself at a loss for words. As he prided himself on his technical expertise and often ridiculed those who relied on luck. Now, he was rendered speechless. There was no escaping the truth. Lei Hao's impressive track record was laid bare before them, with all indicators gleaming in the green, even if they did not share his perspective. The securities industry ultimately judges by results. If one is capable, they should take action. If not, they ought to refrain from complaining. Clearing his throat, Zhou Junbo remarked. Little Lei's viewpoint is rather unique. After much contemplation, he could only respond lightheartedly. Where did you obtain this information, Little Lei? Oh, I found it myself. Lei Hao replied with a smile. As the last flicker of hope extinguished, Zhou Junbo shook his head and earnestly advised, Little Lei, heed my words, it's best to refrain from betting on good news. Back when I entered the field, I too was eager to gamble on favorable outcomes, only to discover that 9 out of 10 times it ended in loss. Zhou Junbo's sincere counsel prompted others in the reception room to chime in. Their intentions were not malicious. If the market were to rise, they would not have insisted otherwise, but given the looming downturn, it was imperative to advise against Lei Hao's reasoning of holding on to stocks in hopes of good news. Little Lei, you should sell, they urged. The current valuation of the stock market remains reasonable, and there is no justification for expecting good news. Indeed, the market had been in decline for 7 consecutive days due to unfavorable economic conditions. Fluctuations and slight decreases were entirely normal, as long as a crash did not occur. There would be no so-called market rescue policies. As the saying goes, buy high, sell low. It would be wiser for Little Lei to await a bull market. Everyone expressed their perspectives, and their thoughts were quite straightforward. In light of the current economic climate, a fluctuating and declining stock market was entirely expected. The government would not intervene without reason. I never claimed the market would improve, Lei Hao chuckled. I merely believe that these particular stocks have potential. As for the overall market, I cannot discern its trajectory. If the market does not improve, it will be even more challenging for individual stocks to rise. Zhou Junbo continued to advise. However, if the stock market remains in a narrow range, whether it rises or falls, there will still be opportunities to profit from a technical standpoint. Little Lei, if you execute a zero now, you can surely lower your costs. Lei Hao shook his head in silence, beginning to appreciate the wisdom behind the words of the American stock sage. I fear when others are reckless. I am greedy when others are despondent. In a bleak market, while his colleagues harbored pessimistic views towards the emergence of good news, only Lei Hao understood that such news was indeed on the horizon. While others dismissed stocks like Guogang, he felt like a ravenous wolf, salivating in anticipation of a grand feast. Lei Hao disregarded Zhou Junbo's advice, which only intensified the latter's urgency. Observing the imminent breach of the market's support level, Zhou Junbo's face flushed with concern. Little Lei, why won't you heed my warnings? If it falls any further, aside from Longsheng Gaoka, the rest of your stocks will breach their cost lines. Old show, do not worry, Little Lei has Longsheng Gaoka to cushion the fall. A slight dip is inconsequential, he replied. However, the reality was that Little Lei was using these stocks to counterbalance against He Pang Pang. if they were to decline. It would be a blow to his pride. What does it matter for a client manager to maintain pride? The real concern was that Peng might leverage this situation against Little Lei, threatening to deduct a few hundred from his bonus and asking if he was afraid. Indeed. Upon reflection, it seemed prudent for Little Lei to sell. A few hundred here and there could accumulate to over 1,000, equivalent to a month's guaranteed salary. As opinions flowed freely, Lei Hao began to sense that something was amiss. These were his stocks, yet the urgency displayed by others surpassed his own. As if they felt he owed it to the public to liquidate. Lei Hao contemplated speaking up, but found himself at a loss for words. His colleagues were genuinely looking out for him. If he failed to recognize their goodwill, would the camaraderie among them be jeopardized? Liquidate? Absolutely not. Lei Hao intended to profit from these stocks. First Guogang, then Mengjin, followed by several others. All surged upward as if infused with vitality. With a torrent of buy orders leaving investors dizzy. 1, 2, 3, 4, until around 5, the stocks finally stabilized. And both sides engaged in a fierce contest around the 5% increase mark, with substantial orders flooding both the buying and selling sides. Amid this whirlwind, the reception room fell silent, all eyes glued to the fluctuating stock prices, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Good news has truly emerged. Chapter 12. New information. The tides of fortune shifted rapidly. Just moments ago, the Greening Bureau was extolling virtues, and now the Red Army had seized half the territory. Zhou Jumbo and his companions stared in astonishment. They had indeed hit the mark. Their previous embarrassment faded, as Lei Hao's analysis resurfaced in their minds. Such a rapid ascent in certain stocks could only indicate the arrival of good news. Yet, was it the kind of good news Lei Hao had predicted? Everyone hastily retrieved their phones, scouring for related news. The state proposed to eliminate certain import taxes on ores, and the standards for shipping subsidies on imported ores might increase, resulting in a decrease in costs for enterprises involved in non-ferrous metals and steel production that import raw materials. Without a doubt, the news would yield some degree of increase across related sectors. Following this, experts would inevitably weigh in, and institutions would engage in further speculation, making a turnaround in the stock market entirely plausible. Lei Hao was perusing the news, yet a lingering doubt occupied his mind. The report stated that the nation would indeed raise the subsidy standards for imported ores, but the implications were not as profound as currently perceived. As he delved deeper, Lei Hao grasped the situation. While the news was accurate, it bore the hallmarks of sensationalism. The government was merely contemplating the implementation of select measures. And while there was some leverage, it was not as significant as many assumed. After all, those in the securities industry are remarkably astute. Had the impact been substantial, the stocks would not have merely risen by a few points. Observing the stocks with an approximate 5% increase, Lei Hao pondered, how should he navigate the upcoming market? In such circumstances, the securities market had initially absorbed the favorable news and reflected it in stock prices, yet variables remained. If the policy was not certain, then a 10% increase might be expected from a 100% probability, indicating that the market perceived the implementation probability to be around 50. Moreover, the manner in which the policy would be enacted held significance, whether through tax exemptions, increased shipping subsidies, or other policy inclinations towards these enterprises. All would influence stock prices. Thus, both bulls and bears began to engage in a battle, with bearish investors retreating and bullish investors entering, leading to a surge in trading volume. Lei Hao, distinct from his colleagues, recognized that the emergence of good news was inevitable. At this point, the stock prices had nearly reached their nadir. Once the authenticity of the information was confirmed, these stocks would unlikely dip below current levels. I'll hold on, and once the veracity of the news is established, I'll promptly liquidate and hopefully turn a profit, Lei Hao resolved, also considering another thought. If a more lucrative piece of information surfaced within the colleague group, he would then sell these stocks to pursue others. New waves push the old waves aside. Little Lei, you are impressive. Zhou Jumbo was the first to break the silence. Indeed, the most seasoned among us has been in the market for at least 5 years, and everyone seems to harbor a pessimistic outlook for the future. Yet, Little Lei possesses remarkable skill, assuming Hao humorously remarked. With a leader to follow, the others began to jest at their own expense. Realizing that they had almost inadvertently hindered Lei Hao's endeavors, they felt a twinge of embarrassment in his presence. Puffing on cigarettes, sipping tea, and engaging in light banter while observing the flourishing stock market, the client managers felt their days had become rather uneventful. Suddenly, someone recalled Yandao, and with a teasing tone, remarked, I wonder what expression he fatty is wearing now. The moment the words escaped, laughter erupted among them. Indeed, Yandao had intended to elevate his status by leveraging Lei Hao, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Now, witnessing the soaring stocks Lei Hao mentioned, his expression was undoubtedly less than pleasant. This was confirmed when Lei Hao's reflections circulated through the colleague group chat, with the stocks rising. Dao not only failed to gain prestige but instead tarnished his reputation further. As time passed and the market improved, the colleagues in the reception area became increasingly busy. Before long, everyone was reaching out to clients and gradually departing the company to pursue their work, though none received the same level of admiration as Lei Hao. When several stocks surged simultaneously, Lei Hao's phone buzzed incessantly. Among the dozen or so individuals in the new client group, 7 or 8 called to share their joy and inquire about market trends. Ma Yuanshan and Yang Zi even invited Lei Hao for drinks, their intentions unmistakable. What thrilled Lei Hao most was that Xiangzi had managed to introduce him to their boss, Lu Xingdong, with the meeting set for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. However, there was a hitch. Lei Zhenxiang had summoned the boss under the pretext of playing mahjong, which meant that with Lei Hao included, they still needed one more participant. After hearing Xiangzi's account, Lei Hao was left speechless. He had always perceived Lu Xingdong as a capable individual, only to discover he was somewhat henpecked. Although Lu Xingdong was affluent and possessed substantial assets in the securities market, his spending was primarily reliant on credit cards, with his financial situation entirely under his wife's control. Despite his fondness for mahjong, his friends were of the same working-class caliber as Lei Zhenxiang. Ah, is this the new future information? Having swapped formal attire for casual wear. As Lei Hao prepared to leave, he casually scrolled through the colleague group chat, only to be struck by a message that sent his heart racing. Damn Minyang Bank. Does this even count as a bank stock? The message was accompanied by a chart. A chart. This was indeed a chart. Lei Hao felt a rush of adrenaline. In recent days, the colleague group had seen several snippets of future information, but none had proven useful, not even a single screenshot. He had initially thought that even a solitary piece of information regarding a stock was a blessing from the Buddha. But now he had received a message accompanied by a screenshot, and it was a chart at that. It was 10:07 a.m. on March 23rd. And the timestamp on this information was 10:07 a.m. on March 30th. Thus, the chart reflected Minjiang Bank's market performance as of that date. Opening his computer to verify that the information indeed originated from a week later, he observed the chart and felt his breath quickening. Chapter 13. A plan? Indeed. It was a daily chart. Lei Hao compared the screenshot and confirmed the nature of the information. It was a daily chart for Minjiang Bank. The reason his colleagues had ridiculed its appearance as a bank stock was simple. Over the following week, Minjiang Bank's stock price seemed to engage in a roller coaster ride, fluctuating dramatically. Bank stocks are generally more stable than others, and Minjiang Bank, being a state-owned entity with a market capitalization exceeding 100 billion, should not experience such volatility. Although Lei Hao was unaware of the factors causing the significant fluctuations in Minjiang Bank's stock price, he was acutely aware that this opportunity represented the most valuable information he had received thus far. What could be discerned from the chart? The answer lay in the opening price, closing price, highest price, and lowest price. Typically, these 4 figures would merely offer some reference for future trends. However, Lei Hao was examining a chart from a week ahead. It was now 10:07 a.m. on March 23rd, and he was viewing the chart for March 30th at the same hour, excluding the 2 days off on the 26th and 27th. The subsequent 5 daily lines on the screenshot represented the price movements for the 23rd, 24th, 25th, 28th, and 29th. Even the price before 10:07 a.m. on the 30th was laid bare. Lei Hao set aside all distractions and compared the screenshot with Minjiang Bank's current chart. Leaning closer to the screen multiple times, after spending over 20 minutes, he finally memorized the prices from those days. Regrettably, a few average price lines obscured some details. Otherwise, his accuracy would have improved. Shaking his head in self-deprecating acknowledgement of his greed, he mused, after all, the fluctuations are significant. As long as I am cautious with the pricing, it shouldn't have a major impact. Having contemplated these matters, Lei Hao glanced at the time and realized it was already 10:30 a.m., leaving just an hour before the market's midday break. It suddenly dawned on him that Shan and Yang Zi were waiting for him. He hurried out, contemplating Minjiang Bank's current price and the impending changes, a decision quietly forming in his mind. The traffic in Yangsheng was light at 10:30 a.m. The journey of just over 10 kilometers cost him less than 20 minutes in a taxi, with 40 minutes remaining before the market's lunch break. He arrived at a bar called Which Seasons, an establishment owned by Ma Yuanshan, located just a block away from his alma mater, Guangdong Province University of Finance and Economics. Although it was not the bar's operating hours, the doors of Which Seasons were wide open. Lei Hao skillfully pushed the door open, traversing a short hallway to find Ma Yuanshan and Yang Zi engaged in conversation on the stage. During his university days, Lei Hao had worked part-time at Which Seasons, often moving tables with Ma Yuanshan during breaks to enjoy drinks and chats. Facing this familiar scene again stirred a sense of warmth within him. Brother Ma, Brother Yang? Why the long faces? With no one around, shouldn't you be belting out karaoke and tossing bottles instead? Lei Hao approached, and took a seat in a chair that had been prepared for him. Oddly enough, it was not the bar's operating hours. And with only the three of them present, sitting around a table on the stage, the experience could be summed up in one word: delightful. Moreover, with no other patrons in the bar and all facilities at their disposal, they could indulge in their revelry, singing and tossing bottles, which they had done on occasion in the past. Damn it, if the glass shards aren't cleaned up properly and someone gets hurt, you're the one who'll have to cover the medical expenses, Ma Yuanshan teased. Besides, if someone does clean up, they'd better be paid for an extra day. I certainly don't want to partake in such foolishness now. Lei Hao's mind flooded with memories of those absurd past times, and he chuckled. Brother Ma, you may not want to do it now, but once you start drinking, who knows what might happen. Oh, I didn't realize how thrilling the days of old Ma and little Lei were. Yang Zi interjected, shaking his head. I pitied myself. Waking up at dawn every day to get things done. It was such hard work. Come on, old Yang, don't complain. When did little Lei and I ever sleep before 3? You think you're the only one who rises early? We often didn't even manage to sleep at all. Ma Yuanshan retorted, puffing out a cloud of smoke. Therefore, Yang Zi continued, I say that little Lei's profession is the best. Normal folks work 9 to 5. But if he excels, he could manage 9 to 3. Ma Yuanshan nodded earnestly. Exactly. Just look at little Lei, beaming with joy. He must have made quite a fortune these past few days. No way, little Lei, you must treat us tonight. Oh dear, brother Ma, brother Yang. How can you have the audacity to say that? I've earnestly advised you countless times. With your capital, had you followed along, we wouldn't be merely talking about a round tonight. We could have booked the entire place. Lei Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Expressions of concern instantly appeared on the faces of Ma Yuanshan and Yang Jiqi. They too felt regret, as Longshan Gaoka had experienced 3 consecutive limit-up days. And several stocks of Guogang had amassed nearly a 6% increase over the past few days. How could they have disregarded Lei Hao's advice? Reflecting on these 2 incidents, both men felt a pang of regret, causing their faces to twitch. They exchanged a glance and, with a pitiful demeanor, clinked their bottles together, each taking a hearty gulp of beer, then feigned flattering expressions as they looked toward Lei Hao. Little Lei, how do you think Brother Yang treats you? Yang Jiqi inquired. Tiger, Brother Ma has nothing but praise for you, Ma Yuanshan chimed in. The duo spoke in unison, as the saying goes, misfortune comes in 3s. If you haven't listened to us once or twice, then if you don't heed our words a 3rd time, you'll be at a loss. It seemed they had calculated this well. Lei Hao remarked, recalling the scene before his arrival, where 2 self-pitying men were drowning their sorrows in alcohol. It must have been quite a sight. The world is tough, Brother Ma. After deducting expenses from this shabby bar, I barely make enough to buy milk for my son. Ma Yuanshan lamented, spreading his hands. Old Yang's fruit stall also looks like it's on the verge of collapse. Our main battlefield now is the stock market. Indeed. As business owners, their audacity was commendable. Lei Hao couldn't help but admire Ma Yuanshan, yet he understood that both men were merely jesting. There was no way they would abandon their real enterprises to dabble in securities. Had it not been for that chart, Lei Hao's intentions this time would have been straightforward, to persuade the pair to invest in a few stocks of Guogang, where substantial gains were unlikely. But modest profits were fairly assured. Yet now, Lei Hao had cast aside his original plans and deliberated before speaking. The stocks of Guogang still have considerable room for upward movement. I am optimistic about their future. Seeing the intrigued expressions on Ma Yuanshan and Yang Jiqi's faces, Lei Hao continued, however, I have a plan that is high risk, but potentially rewarding. Would you 2 be interested in hearing it? What plan? Ma Yuanshan and Yang Jiqi asked in unison. Minong Bank, Lei Hao replied, feeling a surge of excitement within. Though he maintained a calm facade. I intend to conduct a short-term operation with it, incorporating some margin trading. It should yield favorable results. Bank stocks? Short-term? Margin trading? Ma and Yang appeared momentarily stunned. Typically, short-term operations involve holding stocks for less than a week, and margin trading is something not everyone is familiar with. Both Ma Yuanshan and Yang Jiqi had experience in this realm, each boasting 7-figure assets in their securities accounts and having qualified for margin trading. While they understood each component individually, the combined strategy was more complex, and they questioned whether Lei Hao, as a client manager, could handle it. What is the extent of this volatility? Ma Yuanshan, recalling his recent gains, expressed curiosity. I mean that the price fluctuations could be quite significant. I am not suggesting that I have faith in its long-term prospects, Lei Hao quickly clarified upon noticing Ma Yuanshan's excitement. At this point, however, the interest of Ma Yuanshan and Yang Jiqi waned. Although they had substantial assets in the stock market, their strategies were rather rudimentary. Merely buying stocks they favored and holding them until the prices rose, then selling them off as soon as the market shifted. They had yet to explore the profit opportunities hidden within such fluctuations. Anticipating their reaction, Lei Hao suppressed his unease and proposed, since Mingyang Bank exhibits considerable volatility, Brother Ma, your account is eligible for margin trading. Could you lend me some funds to operate with? Hey, you little rascal, did you have this planned all along? Ma Yuanshan chuckled, pointing at Lei Hao. You can take 10 or 80,000 to start. Funds in an account cannot be withdrawn without the account holder's presence or a bank card. So when Ma Yuanshan mentioned 10 or 80,000, it implied that unless Lei Hao faced a string of consecutive losses, he would be borrowing far less than that. Brother Ma, 10 or 80,000 won to suffice. Lei Hao had anticipated this moment, while he shared a good relationship with Ma Yuanshan. They had yet to reach a level of intimacy regarding financial matters. How much do you want? Ma Yuanshan asked, bewildered. Lei Hao pulled out his phone, opened his securities account, and pointed to the asset data displayed, saying, Brother Ma, I have over 50 to 60,000 here. If we calculate based on a 10% rise or fall, could I borrow 600,000 to take a chance? You're playing this big, huh? Ma Yuanshan's expression of surprise deepened. Yang Jiqi interjected at the right moment. Little Lei, don't be too impulsive. Both Ma and Yang were aware of Lei Hao's situation. As a rural youth who had to work while studying in college, he was still burdened with student loans. For him, a daily fluctuation of 50 to 60,000 could only be described as reckless. Tiger, while the stock market can yield gains as well as losses, you consider yourself somewhat of a professional, right? You should know that in this market, the big fish eat the small. Luck may help once or twice, but it cannot guarantee a smooth journey, Ma Yuanshan advised without waiting for Lei Hao to respond. Lei Hao nodded. Brother Ma, I understand. But this time I am not relying on luck. Rather, the element of chance is minimal. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiqi reacted first. Little Lei, do you have insider information? As soon as Yang Jiqi spoke, Ma Yuanshan's eyes widened, and both men fixed their gaze on Lei Hao. Indeed, Lei Hao nodded earnestly, noticing the shift in their expressions from persuasive concern to contemplative intrigue. He did not consider himself to be lying. Obtaining future information from colleagues could certainly be regarded as having insider channels, albeit different from Ma and Yang's understanding. Lei Hao's goal was simple. His asset situation made it challenging to utilize leverage products in the stock market, and this rare opportunity had prompted him to shift his focus to Ma Yuanshan and Yang Jiqi. Both possessed sufficient assets, and lending out a few $100,000 would pose no issue. Lei Hao's target remained large-cap stocks like Mingyang Bank, where any price level in the trading queue would involve thousands of shares, making transactions of hundreds of thousands straightforward and effectively mitigating risk. It should work. Lei Hao reassured himself, soon witnessing Ma Yuanshan resolve to proceed. Tiger, I can lend you 1 million, but if losses reach 100,000, you must liquidate your position. All right? Ma Yuanshan stated, laying down the ground rules. Let me make it clear, if you don't sell when the time comes, I will intervene and manage the operation myself. Agreed. With his objective achieved, Lei Hao could hardly contain his excitement, stating, if losses occur, I will liquidate the stocks in my account to settle your account first. Lei Hao could not suppress his exhilaration. This market entry promised certainty and profit. With Ma Yuanshan's 1 million, he finally secured his first bucket of gold. However, Lei Hao was acutely aware that Ma Yuanshan would never lend him a substantial sum of cash. The 1 million could only be manipulated within the confines of the other party's account, and if his initial endeavors were unsuccessful, Ma Yuanshan would likely put a stop to it. Don't worry, Tiger. Brother Ma treats you well, right? Since you're going for 1 million, why not double it? Ma Yuanshan chuckled. With money, we all profit together. Yang Ziyi also smiled and chimed in. Initially, there was Longxing High-Tech, followed by Guogang and Mingqi. While Ma Yuanshan and Yang Ziyi did not voice their suspicions, they were nonetheless intrigued by the source of Lei Hao's information. Seeing Lei Hao's confident demeanor, how could they resist joining in? Even if Lei Hao, the impoverished youth, was unafraid of loss, how could Ma Yuanshan and Yang Ziyi shy away from a potential loss of a few thousand? Not a problem. Lei Hao nodded in agreement. Thus far, the developments aligned with his expectations. The hardest part is always the beginning. The forthcoming days would likely be the most pivotal in Lei Hao's life. Success would crown him, while failure would brand him a fugitive. Chapter 15. Margin trading. Yang Ziyi had not activated his margin trading privileges, ultimately transferring 1 million to Ma Yuanshan's account. With this arrangement, both Ma and Yang contributed 1 million each, plus the additional 1 million lent to Lei Hao. To his surprise, Lei Hao found himself overseeing operations with a total of 3 million in funds. Let's operate together. Profits and losses will be divided into thirds, Lei Hao proposed, which earned immediate consent from Ma Yuanshan and Yang Ziyi. Consolidating the funds into a single account would enhance liquidity, though it meant that the accounts could not be separately calculated. Nevertheless, Lei Hao was unconcerned. The market cap of Mingyang Bank was substantial enough that, At its current price of 423, 3 million would not even exhaust the buy-sell orders. Damn it, this ridiculous bank even calls to hassle me about the transfer. As Lei Hao monitored the market, Yang Zi, having finished a phone call, lamented while peering at the soaring stock price of Minjiang Bank. It's up by 5. It seems today is a lost cause. Not necessarily, Lei Hao responded, a hint of tension evident as beads of sweat formed on his palms, yet his smile remained intact. It has already reached a high point. Yang Zi, unfamiliar with margin trading, was unaware that one could profit from a bearish outlook after a stock's price peaks. Ma Yuanshan, however, was well informed and began to explain. Margin trading is fundamentally straightforward. It involves borrowing funds from a brokerage to purchase stocks, with the obligation to repay the borrowed amount. For instance, if you hold stocks valued at 1 million and believe they will rise, but lack the capital to buy more, you can borrow from the brokerage. Conversely, if you anticipate a decline in Minjiang Bank stock, you can borrow shares. If your account holds 1 million, you can borrow shares equivalent to that value and sell them at a high price. Once the stock drops, you can repurchase the same quantity at a lower price to return to the brokerage. If the stock declines significantly, the shares borrowed at 1 million can be bought back for only 900,000, allowing you a profit of 100,000, thus making short selling a strategy for bearish sentiment. Of course, brokerages are not charitable organizations. Borrowing funds or shares incurs interest. Based on the current annual interest rate of 8.6, borrowing 10,000 for a day costs 23.6 yuan, while 1 million incurs a daily fee of 236 yuan, and 3 million amounts to 708 yuan. From the projected future graphs, Lei Hao discerned that Minjiang Bank's highest price today was approximately just over 43, with a low below 38. Currently, the market price had risen by 5 to 423, yet the day's highest and lowest prices remained at 424 and 398, respectively. This series of insights led Lei Hao to realize that Minjiang Bank had yet to touch either its peak or trough today. So, the question arose, how should he proceed? Without hesitation, Lei Hao adhered to his meticulously crafted plan, attempting to short sell at the 43 mark, committing the entirety of the 3 million. Well, witnessing Lei Hao's bold move, Ma Yuanshan, who had been explaining margin trading principles to Yang Zi, nearly spat out his beer. Tiger, you're going all out. Short selling? That means we're betting on a decline. If Minjiang Bank's stock price reaches 43, those orders will execute. If it drops below 43, we profit, right? Yang Zi inquired. Indeed, short selling requires market execution. I'll place the order now to avoid being last in line, Lei Hao casually replied. His eyes fixated on the fluctuations of Minjiang Bank stock. Ma Yuanshan and Yang Zi exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of anxiety. They were just now realizing the audacity of Lei Hao's strategy. 3 million was no small sum, a fortune that many would take a lifetime to accumulate. Yet Lei Hao tossed it about with such ease. If it rises, how much will we lose? Yang Zi whispered. Childish thoughts. The winds will surely shift downward. Ma Yuanshan scoffed at Yang Zi. Even if it attempts to rise, how much room is there? At the current price, Minjiang Bank theoretically could rise by 5 but could fall by 15. It's a guaranteed profit. You don't understand. This is the true grit of our bar's veterans. We disdain the mundane. I will not concede. Ma, how much have you earned from stock trading? Are you challenging me? Yang, what is your problem? The banter between Ma Yuanshan and Yang Zi quickly devolved into playful jabs, while Lei Hao remained unfazed by their antics, preoccupied with the weight of managing 3 million. For Ma and Yang, a 100,000 loss would be a daily concern, but for Lei Hao, the potential theoretical maximum loss today could reach 30,000 per person, certainly a cause for unease. A loss represented more than just financial defeat. It signified the loss of a strategy, while a profit would yield significantly more than a mere 5,000, solidifying Lei Hao's confidence. Despite having received accurate information in the past, Lei Hao felt a pang of anxiety, while the chances of failure were minimal. The mere prospect of it loomed heavily over him. With merely 10 minutes until the midday break, would it reach its peak before 11:30? It should indeed reach its pinnacle by then, Lei Hao mused internally. His silence thickened the atmosphere with tension, and soon, Ma and Yang too fell silent. Caught in the gravity of the moment, at 11:23 a.m., under Lei Hao's watchful gaze, Minjiang Bank's stock price inched up to 430. However, with large-cap stocks, each price level often had orders exceeding 5 digits, with transactions likely amounting to hundreds of thousands of shares. Because he had placed his order earlier than most, Lei Hao's request at the same price was prioritized. Following a substantial buy order, he successfully executed the trade. Observing the asset status reflected in Ma Yuanshan's account and noting Minjiang Bank's surge to 432 before the midday break, Lei Hao finally exhaled in relief. Indeed. I was somewhat conservative. I had anticipated Mingyong Bank's peak to lie between 432 and 434. However, this approach allowed for greater efficiency in execution. Although it resulted in a slight loss, Lei Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. At 11:30 a.m., as the market paused for lunch, both Ma Yuanshan and Yang Zi noticed the considerable pressure weighing on Lei Hao. They understood that the outcome of the day hinged on the afternoon session. With a more serious demeanor, they ordered takeout, engaging Lei Hao in conversation as they ate. Before they could finish their meal, a notification from the trading software shattered Lei Hao's tension. Chapter 16. Turning the tide. Mingyong Bank has disclosed customer information entangled in multiple financial fraud cases, prompting police intervention for investigation. At this moment, just past noon, a well-known industry website broke the news, followed by major financial platforms confirming the identity of Mingyong Bank. By 12:30, a succession of news reports regarding Mingyong Bank erupted. Customer data leaked? No, it was exposed. Ordinary clients, major clients, corporate accounts, and even government accounts were implicated. It was reported that Mingyong Bank's wealth management division suffered substantial damage, with speculation that the bank might seek a temporary suspension from the Securities Regulatory Commission. Initially, Lei Hao felt at ease, thinking that the leakage of customer data might merely lead to a slight decline in stock prices. However, as more alarming information surfaced, his heart raced with anxiety. A torrent of negative news regarding Mingyong Bank was unleashed, creating an atmosphere fraught with impending turmoil. Surely, a bank with assets in the hundreds of billions would not face suspension. Ma Yuanshan and Yang Ziqi were equally taken aback. While they initially rejoiced at the unfavorable news, the mention of a suspension filled them with trepidation. It seemed implausible. With such a plethora of adverse information, something felt amiss. Lei Hao remarked, in times like this, a company must not show weakness, especially in the banking industry, which thrives on reputation. At that moment, Lei Hao yearned for more information, but as a mere client manager, he was distanced from the high-stakes arena, relying solely on the forthcoming trend charts for insights. Titans of the industry were clashing, a rare spectacle. Yet he lamented his exclusion from that circle. In his mind, he silently expressed dissatisfaction with his current situation. This spectacle certainly indicated that large institutions and funds were battling around Mingyong Bank, which might merely serve as a trigger, igniting a conflict that could engulf the entire domestic banking sector and even the international currency market. For Lei Hao and the vast majority, these high-level skirmishes were shrouded in a thick fog, as they involved substantial capital at stake. Any piece of information could lead to losses or gains in the hundreds of millions. Even major financial websites were unlikely to obtain insider details. Indeed, Mingyong Bank issued a denial, prompting Lei Hao to pause his meal, continuously refreshing the webpage, silently monitoring this confrontation between bulls and bears. At this juncture, the situation was rather favorable for Lei Hao. The bears appeared well prepared, utilizing a deluge of either true or false negative news to catch Mingyong Bank off guard. Everyone knew that upon the market's reopening in the afternoon, Mingyong Bank's stock price would inevitably decline, but the extent of that decline remained uncertain. Even the bears could not predict the precise price to which Mingyong Bank would sink. Lei Hao pondered, after all, the market is ever-changing, and their colossal capital limits their agility. Moreover, many smaller players like myself are eager to seize opportunities. Excitement surged within Lei Hao in any country's securities market. The dominant players were the large fish. They not only wielded capital sufficient to influence indices, but also controlled various information channels. Smaller players could only analyze the publicly available information to determine which side held the advantage and follow suit to make a profit. Should they misplace their bets, they would only have themselves to blame. For Lei Hao, armed with foresight, he was confident he would not err in his judgment before his capital reached a certain threshold. That afternoon at 10, he was certain to profit. Ma Yuanshan and Yang Ziqi remained unaware of Lei Hao's confidence. As they contemplated saying something, memories of Lei Hao's prior market predictions surfaced, coupled with recollections of his bold confidence that morning, leaving them to sip their drinks and continue their idle chatter. With little interest in speculating on others' thoughts, Lei Hao hastily consumed more food, lit a cigarette, and began to observe the news, awaiting the afternoon market opening. At precisely 1 p.m., the market opened, and Mingyong Bank's stock price plunged dramatically, descending from around 43 to the 40 range before encountering resistance. The bulls and bears clashed at the 40 price level, but to Lei Hao, the bulls' defense at this price seemed half-hearted. With the buying figures above the fifth tier pitifully scant, the price was destined to fall further. Ma Yuanshan and Yang Ziqi recognized this trend as well. At 1:08 p.m., Mingyong Bank's stock price began a slow descent, with the bears tightening their grip but lacking the previous fervor. By 1:32 p.m., Lei Hao's eyes strained as the bears managed to push the price down to 39.5. Yet both sides grappled at 5 price tiers for over 20 minutes. Observing the buying volume gradually thicken, Ma Yuanshan voiced his uncertainty. Why not just close our positions? At this price, we could each make several tens of thousands. Indeed, Ma has never made this much before, Yang Jiqi chimed in jovially. Having suffered consecutive losses in the market for years, Ma could only awkwardly chuckle, secretly contemplating the idea of securing a profit, as a few tens of thousands would suffice to boast for half a year. Let us wait a bit longer. Lei Hao replied, his attention firmly fixed on the market trends. The current state of Minyang Bank was indeed teetering on the edge, with selling orders being gradually absorbed and buying volumes swelling. Lei Hao adjusted the indicators to the minimum 5-minute interval and called up the charts, waiting for the data to confirm bullish potential. Theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to practical insight. Without that chart, he would have surely faltered. Lei Hao felt both relief and frustration. While he was grateful for his foresight, he was also disheartened by the unfriendliness of the market without that future information. In truth, Minyang Bank's price stagnation was less favorable, as the surge exposed the bull's bluster, causing following retail investors to lose confidence, resulting in a swift increase in scattered selling orders. Retreating to advance? Ingenious, he mused, appreciating the bear strategy. As Lei Hao pondered this, the market revealed various negative news, coupled with the bear's relentless sellings, causing Minyang Bank's stock price to plummet rapidly. From 39.5 to 39, and then to 38.5, he began placing orders at 38. With the bulls weak, his orders at 38 were quickly executed, and the shares he had sold at 43 were soon returned in full, yielding a profit exceeding 300,000. Yet this was merely the beginning. Lei Hao immediately placed further orders at 38, fully investing in Minyang Bank. In the blink of an eye, the value of his holdings in Minyang Bank soared to nearly 6 million. Ma Yuanshan and Yang Jiqi were left dumbfounded. Chapter 17. The Matter of the House Indeed. There are only erroneous names, not misnamed aliases. Tiger, your methods are quite fierce, Ma Yuanshan remarked, even with his wealth, feeling a chill upon witnessing Lei Hao's strategy. Short selling followed by buying back, and each time fully invested, who could withstand such audacity? At this moment, Lei Hao had entered a peculiar state. After verifying the accuracy of the trend chart, he felt an exhilarating sense of complete control over the situation. From the chart, he discerned that the highest price for Minyang Bank today was just above 43, the lowest just below 38, while the closing price hovered around 39, presenting a significant profit opportunity. Ultimately, Lei Hao also knew that the opening price for Minyang Bank tomorrow would exceed 40, promising a gain of 0.1 per share. With the inclusion of financing, Lei Hao has mobilized nearly 6 million, and at a price of 38 per share, he holds 17,368 lots, amounting to 1,736,800 shares. With a profit of 0.2 yuan per share, this translates to a total gain of 347,360 yuan. If he can sell his shares at 40 during tomorrow's collective bidding, he stands to secure nearly 350,000 yuan. This is not merely profit. It is akin to seizing money outright. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that while Lei Hao is well aware of these developments, Ma Yuanshan and Yang Jiqi are blissfully ignorant, their hearts racing with excitement. Come, let us toast, Ma Yuanshan proclaimed, lifting his bottle. Cheers. Yang Jiqi chimed in, equally boisterous. The domestic stock market operates under a zero-transaction system, wherein one can buy and return shares during margin trading, but on the same day financing is initiated. Shares cannot be sold to repay debts. Lei Hao's actions indicate a complete closure for the day's operations, unless additional funds are injected. His adaptability to subsequent market fluctuations will have to wait until tomorrow. Moreover, having just generated a 10 profit for everyone, amounting to 100,000 yuan. This figure is not insignificant for Ma Yuanshan and Yang Jiqi. How could they not feel exhilarated? Thank you, Brother Ma and Brother Yang, Lei Hao expressed, clinking bottles with the two, uttering his gratitude with genuine appreciation. Although Lei Hao aided Ma Yuanshan and Yang Jiqi in making money, without their trust and support, he would not have had access to these funds, rendering profit an impossibility. Let us prosper together, haha. Let us prosper together. Ma Yuanshan laughed radiantly. Yang Jiqi, equally delighted, gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Little Lei, your skills are unmatched. Lei Hao, reflecting on his humble beginnings in a small mountain village in Fengzhou, where his parents toiled in the fields to support his education, felt a pang of nostalgia. He realized he had not contacted his family in quite some time, and images of his parents filled his mind, causing his eyes to mist over. It's high time to bring my parents to enjoy a better life in Yancheng. He mused silently. Considering his current circumstances, Lei Hao resolved to find a new residence in a more pleasant environment. He decided to liquidate his holdings in Longxing High-Tech and Guigang, as the remaining profit from these stocks barely exceeded 10,000, and withdrawing these funds would allow him to rent a decent apartment in Yangqing. Calculating in his mind, he anticipated a profit of approximately 1 million from Mingyang Bank, which would enable him to repay Qiangzi and still have a substantial sum to start anew. Determined, he opened his trading account and liquidated all his stocks, reveling in the sight of nearly 60,000 yuan in cash. Hey, didn't you say Guigang's stocks would rise further? Why sell now? Ma Yuanshan questioned. Astonished by Lei Hao's decision, Longxing High-Tech has been on a 3-day streak of gains. Selling now seems regrettable. What's the matter? Are you still thinking about how little Lei needs to use your 1 million as collateral? Yang Ziqi, slightly tipsy, jested. You should consider how to repay little Lei after this market surge. Come on, am I that kind of person? Ma Yuanshan feigned a fierce glare at Yang Ziqi. If we're talking about repayment, someone here seems to be getting a free ride, and I'm the one picking up the tab for the drinks. Oh, come on. You're really pushing it. Yang Ziqi blushed, feeling slightly guilty. Regardless, Ma Yuanshan had indeed borrowed 1 million from Lei Hao's capital, while Yang Ziqi had genuinely benefited without contributing. Hence, it was evident that Yang Ziqi owed some acknowledgement. Rest assured, little Lei, I have a few friends who trade stocks too. Once this market surge wraps up, I'll definitely bring them over to you, Yang Ziqi assured, but then felt somewhat embarrassed, adding, it's just that my liquidity is limited. Otherwise, I would lend you some capital. It's fine. You two have treated me well over the years. I appreciate it all. Let us not talk about repayment. Discussing money can strain relationships, Lei Hao replied, expressing his gratitude while also contemplating his need for assistance in finding a new home. He shared his desire to relocate, emphasizing the importance of bringing his parents over, as filial piety is paramount. Ma Yuanshan and Yang Ziqi instantly regarded him with newfound respect. What price range are you considering? Any specific requirements? They inquired simultaneously. For monthly rent, around 10,000 would be ideal. If there's a nice villa, I could stretch to 20,000, Lei Hao stated resolutely, recalling that his parents had never enjoyed any luxuries. Ma Yuanshan and Yang Ziqi nearly spewed their beer in shock. They had expected Lei Hao to seek merely a modest apartment, not to mentioning a villa. However, Lei Hao was determined to ensure his parents lived comfortably. After assessing his situation, he firmly declared, no worries, I can manage it. I'll just hire a maid when the time comes. Seeing Lei Hao's unwavering resolve, Yang Ziqi ceased to persuade him otherwise. Ma Yuanshan then recalled something and remarked, I happen to have a friend who runs a real estate agency. He has 2 or 3 nice villas available, each over 240 square meters with 5 bedrooms, 3 living areas, and 4 bathrooms, located in a pleasant community. The rent is around 15,000. If you like, we could end up being neighbors. Ma Yuanshan elaborated on the villa's details, adding, the previous tenants were executives from foreign enterprises, and due to recent layoffs, several units have become available. If you want to view them, we can go once they've tidied up. Lei Hao nodded. His greatest wish had always been to bring his parents to Yangqing, and now that dream was on the verge of realization, filling him with contentment. Of course, before that could transpire, he needed to secure sufficient profits from the Mingyang Bank's current market situation and arrange his meeting with Lu Xingdong for tomorrow. Chapter 18. Mindset from the Projected Future Charts. Lei Hao knew that today's opening price for Mingyang Bank was over 40, closing at 39.5, with a maximum of just under 41 and a minimum below 37, showcasing significant volatility. Soon, during the collective bidding, Lei Hao completed his liquidation at the 40 price point, not only revealing 3.8 million in available funds, but also restoring his margin trading to that same amount. With global markets showing signs of recovery, adding a slight boost to the bulls, and after a night of preparation, a robust opening was achieved. However, based on the charts, it appeared that the bears would likely push the minimum price below 37. As he observed Mingyang Bank's stock price opening at 42 and fluctuating around that point, Lei Hao focused intently on analysis. Today's trading should be even more intense than yesterday. Determined, he resolved that even if his conjecture proved incorrect, he would only lose a portion of potential profits. Conversely, if correct, he would need to adopt a more nuanced approach than the previous day's blunt tactics. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Lei Hao recognized that intense trading indicated frequent price fluctuations, thereby increasing potential profit margins. Yet, he only had knowledge of the highest and lowest prices, and the intermediate price variations required his own analysis. If Lei Hao were to settle for a profit based on a specific volatility range, he could employ the previous day's strategy of borrowing at the peak and financing at the trough. However, if he aimed for greater gains, he would need to engage in margin trading regardless of not hitting the highest or lowest prices. The former method was a risk-free, simplistic approach for Lei Hao, while the latter carried inherent risks. If he misjudged the market, his second strategy would yield lesser returns than the first. Nevertheless, as long as Lei Hao accepted his fate, he would not need to fear actual losses, as he already knew the highest and lowest prices. What if the price rose after shorting at 40? As long as the lowest price has not yet emerged, Lei Hao can confidently maintain a minimum profit margin of 3. Resolute in his decision, he observed the current price hovering around 397 and, in accordance with his strategy, initiated a short sell through margin trading, selling 8,000 lots, which, including commissions, utilized nearly 3.2 million in margin financing. Half an hour later, the stock price of Mingyang Bank fell to around 391, prompting Lei Hao to close his position. Although the price subsequently dipped below 390, he managed to secure a profit of 6,000, yielding a return of nearly 50,000. And he also restored and increased his margin financing by just under 50,000. Shortly thereafter, Lei Hao adeptly maneuvered through several transactions, leveraging his analysis to earn nearly 300,000 before the midday break, causing his account balance to surpass 4.1 million. He recalled that the highest price today had barely touched 410. Just as he was about to execute another short sell, the price of Mingyang Bank unexpectedly surged several levels. Surprised, he reluctantly adjusted his figures and decided to go all in with his short sell. Once the price peaks, I'll wait for it to drop to 370 before closing my position, he mused, allowing himself some time in the afternoon to meet with Boss Chang. With a tinge of regret, he hesitated for a moment but chose not to change into formal attire, instead opting for casual clothing as he headed out. Unlike a few days prior, Lei Hao's mindset had transformed significantly. With the experiences of the past couple of days, even when meeting Lu Xingdong, he no longer perceived himself as being in a position of weakness. Rather, he now exuded a subtle assertiveness, thinking, I'm going to offer money. Why should I appear vulnerable? If Lu Xingdong is unwilling, there will always be Wang Xingdong or Zhang Xingdong seeking me out. Thus, Lei Hao dismissed the convention of dressing formally for client meetings, believing he should wear whatever made him comfortable. Clad in casual attire, he leisurely made his way to the agreed location, arriving even at 11:30 without any haste. Good day, sir. The meeting point was a 4-star hotel in Yangshan district, reputed for its excellent seafood. After being welcomed inside by the hostess, a server approached him, saying, Hello, sir, this way please. How many guests? 3. Please reserve a private room. Having never dined here before, Lei Hao curiously examined the DCOR, feeling a sense of nostalgia. In the past, entering such establishments often caused a slight ache in his heart, but now, even a bill of 1,000 or 2,000 seemed inconsequential. The hotel staff were astute, while they did not change their demeanor upon seeing a hesitant guest. They were particularly attentive to those who entered with an air of casualness. The server discerned that Lei Hao was unfamiliar with the place. Yet her expression bore no trace of timidity. Rather, it seemed to convey a silent assessment of the hotel, which in turn made her smile even more welcoming. Our hotel is wholly owned by the Yulon Group, integrating dining, entertainment, and accommodation, making it one of the premier establishments in Yangshan district, the server cheerfully introduced. A part of her duty to promote the hotel vigorously if the client showed interest, lest a supervisor be watching. Lei Hao listened intently as they walked into the private room, where the server promptly served tea, and within a minute, another staff member arrived with warm towels. Shall we begin ordering now, sir? The server inquired with a smile. Lei Hao had already called Lei Jinxiang, who, along with Lu Xingdong, was en route and should arrive within 10 minutes, making it an opportune time to order. Typically, when hosting a meal, it is customary to allow the guest to order unless circumstances dictate otherwise. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, Lei Hao did not feel embarrassed about the expense. I'll have the steamed dabao fish, a large red flower crab, and 3 Australian lobsters. As for drinks, I'll stick with beer. The others can choose for themselves when they arrive. The menu for 3 would not take long to decide, and the dishes he ordered were considered upscale, allowing ample room for his guests to make their selections without concern about neglecting them. This is the art of ordering, while the guest's choices are paramount. The host's selection of high-quality dishes allows the guests to contribute without overshadowing the occasion. At that moment, Lei Hao did not regard Lu Xingdong as the main guest, but rather aimed to treat Lei Jinxiang to a fine meal, which further brightened the server's smile. Before long, Lei Jinxiang and Lu Xingdong arrived. Mr. Lu Chang, Lei Hao stood to greet them, indicating for them to be seated while discreetly observing Lu Xingdong. A man in his 40s, with deep-set features and an upright stature, Lu appeared slightly portly, suggesting he was undoubtedly a handsome young man in his youth. At this stage, his charm had matured into an appealing masculinity, a testament to his success in marrying into wealth. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Lei Hao, a friend of Chang's and currently employed at a securities firm. As soon as they were seated, Lei Hao dispensed with the formalities and presented his business card with both hands to Lu Xingdong. Typically, client managers do not present their cards so swiftly when courting major clients. They often engage in pleasantries first. However, Lei Hao, having just been engrossed in market trends, was still in a contemplative state, and his subconscious no longer viewed client development as a significant matter, resulting in a more casual demeanor. Hello. Lu Xingdong feigned ignorance to Lei Hao's gesture, deliberately lowering his head to retrieve a cigarette from his pocket, not even glancing towards Lei Hao. Among the three, he only offered 2 cigarettes, disregarding Lei Hao entirely. Brother Dong, I don't understand why you're acting this way, Lei Zhenxiang interjected, puzzled. But he refrained from accepting the cigarette, instead stating, Tiger is my brother. Lu Xingdong narrowed his eyes, his thoughts concealed. As he slowly lit his cigarette without uttering a word, Lei Zhenxiang, bewildered, struggled to comprehend why Lu Xingdong held Lei Hao in such disdain and why Lei Hao seemed unable to tolerate even this minor slight. Tiger, how have your stocks been performing these past few days? Zhenxiang asked, struggling to engage in a topic he had never shown interest in before. Hey, Brother Dong enjoys stock trading too. You two must have plenty to discuss, Lei Zhenxiang awkwardly added. Observing his brother's discomfort, Lei Hao felt a pang of guilt. While his own situation remained unaffected, it was evident that his actions were causing Lei Zhenxiang distress. Mr. Lu, Lei Hao pondered for a moment, sighed, and addressed Lu Xingdong. I am uncertain where I may have offended you. Could we discuss it openly? Haha. Lu Xingdong's smile was devoid of warmth as he replied, Mr. Lei, you may be the most arrogant client manager I have ever encountered. Flattery will get you nowhere. What else? Are you genuinely unaware? Or is this an act? Lu Xingdong shook his head, frowning as he continued. Take the matter of you presenting your card just now. Do you not feel you made a mistake? Interesting. Lu Xingdong replied. So, what was your purpose in inviting me here? To showcase your arrogance? Are you not concerned about implicating Chong? Chong and I are brothers. What is mine is his, and vice versa. I have nothing to fear, nor does he mind. Lei Hao's thoughts were uncomplicated. If Chong faced difficulties due to him, changing jobs would be a trivial matter. Lei Hao was oblivious to the reasons behind Lu Xingdong's disdain. It was evident that Lu sought to humiliate him. In the past, he might have felt anxious, but now he was unhurried even to explain himself, embracing his own perceived arrogance. As for Lei Zhenxiang, their camaraderie would not be tarnished by this incident. Moreover, should Lei Hao succeed, he would certainly uplift Lei Zhenxiang. Lu Xingdong's role as a driver would not be recognized without Lei Hao's endorsement. Indeed, Lu Xingdong sneered, you truly are a good brother to Chong. Dong Ge gazed anxiously as his brother clashed with their boss. Lei Zhenxiang felt an uneasy sensation in his heart, contemplating whether to intervene. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Lei Hao, assuming it was the waiter, casually called out, come in, only to be met with the unexpected arrival of someone who left him utterly astonished. Xiao Lei, surprised to see me, aren't you? A young man in his 20s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of sophistication. However, the smile upon his visage filled Lei Hao with a sense of revulsion. Xiao Gu, come and take a seat. Come and take a seat. Lu Xingdong's demeanor towards Gu Shuhan was markedly more amiable than his treatment of Lei Hao. Ignoring whether Lei Hao was inclined to comply, he beckoned the other to join them, then turned to Lei Hao with a beaming smile and inquired, do you now understand why I have an aversion to you? There are some speculations, but nothing can be confirmed. Lei Hao nodded and said, Gu Shuhan, the client manager of Taihe Securities, is typically guided by a senior colleague when entering the securities industry. Newcomers often refer to their mentors as such, and at that time, Lei Hao's mentor was Gu Shuhan. However, the relationship between Lei Hao and Gu Shuhan was quite strained. Is he the client manager for General Lu? Lei Hao pointed to Gu Shuhan and inquired with Lu Xingdong. Upon receiving affirmation, he promptly remarked, I believe I understand. Lei Hao had indeed begun to grasp the reason behind Lu Xingdong's apparent animosity towards him, despite his amiable demeanor towards Lei Zhenxiang. It was evident that Gu Shuhan played a pivotal role in this dynamic. In truth, Lu Xingdong held a favorable impression of Lei Zhenxiang and even entertained the notion of nurturing him as a confidant. Initially, when Lei Zhenxiang mentioned matters concerning Lei Hao, Lu Xingdong harbored some discontent towards Lei Hao's actions but did not dwell on it, choosing instead to extend a degree of courtesy. However, for reasons unknown, Gu Shuhan became aware of the situation, and events began to unfold along the lines Lei Hao had surmised. After a visit to Taihe Securities, Lu Xingdong inadvertently discovered Lei Hao's questionable character and, perceiving that Lei Zhenxiang had been manipulated by him, naturally developed an aversion towards Lei Hao. Fully aware that Lei Hao sought to cultivate him as a client, Lu Xingdong nonetheless summoned his current client manager, Gu Shuhan, clearly intending to stir trouble. Jiangzi, do not blame Dong Ge. It was I who made this matter known and leveraged connections to persuade Dong Gu to meet with me. Gu Shuhan articulated eloquently to Lei Zhenqiang. Moreover, even if you intend to stab me in the back, at least allow me to turn around. Why confront me directly? Upon hearing Gu Shuhan's words, Lei Zhenqiang initially felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, glancing at Lei Hao, he suddenly adopted a mischievous tone, declaring, if it comes to stabbing, then so be it. Dong Gu, I care not. I stand firmly with the tiger. The warmth that enveloped Lei Hao's heart upon hearing Lei Zhenqiang's words was profound. Brotherhood, after all, is exemplified by those who support you even in defiance of authority during trying times. Observing Lu Xingdong's inclination to redirect his frustrations towards Lei Hao. Even after being challenged by Lei Zhenqiang, Lei Hao began to grasp the essence of the unfolding situation. This boss is not so bad. He probably believes I am merely a frivolous acquaintance of Qiangzi, here to unveil my true nature. In the depths of his heart, Lei Hao mused that his feelings of aversion towards Lu Xingdong had significantly diminished. The clouds of his mood began to disperse, as he had already lowered his expectations regarding the prospect of cultivating Lu Xingdong as a client, upon realizing that they shared subtle commonalities. With Gu Shuhan's interference being the sole obstacle, Lei Hao felt a notable reduction in his reservations. However, his sentiments towards Gu Shuhan remained starkly different. It was evident that she possessed a certain self-awareness. To compensate for my uninvited presence, allow me to treat you to this meal today, Gu Shuhan remarked with a veneer of politeness. Mr. Lu, since you are more familiar with this place, why don't you take the lead in choosing the dishes? Lu Xingdong was slightly jostled by Lei Zhenqiang, causing a faint ache in his heart, prompting him to carefully descend the stairs. I had ordered half of the dishes, which were, of course, meant for 3. Lei Hao remarked, it is unfortunate that we are unaware of Manager Gu's arrival. Otherwise, we could have asked the waiter to add another portion according to the order. Xiao Lei's temperament remains as impatient as ever. Gu Shuhan spoke with a hint of double entendre. How did I teach you when you first entered the industry? The matter of ordering dishes undoubtedly rests upon the guests. Thus, I have resigned. Lei Hao blinked and remarked, the knowledge imparted by Manager Gu is simply not applicable to me. He chuckled. Gu Shuhan shook his head, feigning amusement, and said, as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Xiao Lei, at least grant me a semblance of respect. I certainly am not one to acknowledge a thief as a father. Lei Hao, of course, would not allow Gu Shuhan to take advantage of him. As the two engaged in a verbal sparring match, Lu Xingdong and Lei Zhenqiang quietly smoked nearby. Lu Xingdong had no intention of interjecting, while Lei Zhenqiang, lacking the requisite skills, found himself unable to contribute to the conversation. Order a couple more dishes. Qiangzi has a hearty appetite. Xiaogu, you should order one for yourself. And also one for Qiangzi. Lu Xingdong finally spoke, his words indicating that he bore no grudge against Lei Zhenqiang for his earlier insolence, while subtly offering Gu Shuhan an opportunity to suppress Lei Hao. All right, Gu Shuhan thought to himself with delight. No need. Lei Hao had yet to respond when Lei Zhenqiang, with a stiff neck, interjected, order what Dong Gu is having. Tiger is getting 3 portions. That will suffice for the 2 of us. Very well, that works. Observing Lu Xingdong's face flush with irritation, Gu Shuhan complied, feeling envious of Lei Zhenqiang's esteemed position in Lu Xingdong's eyes. After all, even a biological brother could not compare. In recent days, Lei Hao had made significant strides. Yet the individual who had aided him the most was none other than Lei Zhenqiang. Without Lei Zhenqiang's 40,000, Lei Hao believed that Ma Yuanshan would not have felt secure enough to lend him 100,000 for his operations, making subsequent discussions impossible. A short while ago, when Lei Hao was ordering, he had considered Lei Zhenqiang as the esteemed guest, naturally opting for the finest offerings this establishment had to offer. Gu Shuhan's monthly income only exceeded 10,000 during prosperous times, and his demeanor was far from lavish. What could he possibly order? Lei Hao looked forward to this. Since he had pre-ordered the dishes, they certainly wouldn't be mere vegetables or tofu. At the very least, they should be presentable. Gu Shuhan silently pondered. After all, he was just a poor boy, managing to treat himself to a table of dishes costing 4 figures. I should play it safe to let him understand the disparity. Once he came to this conclusion, Gu Shuhan called over the waiter, outwardly generous yet inwardly frugal, and ordered 2 sets priced at 588 each. To his surprise, after taking Gu Shuhan's order, the waiter immediately shifted his gaze toward Lei Hao, clearly hesitating. The dishes were soon served. Lei Hao could hardly contain his amusement. Though he maintained a composed demeanor, even adding to Lu Xingdong, please serve the 2 sets to President Lu and Manager Gu, while my order comes to this side. Certainly. Sir. The waiter found this odd but turned to Gu Shuhan to inquire, Sir, would you like to have some wine? Ahem, President Lu, what do you think? Gu Shuhan sensed an underlying tension and deftly shifted the conversation to Lu Xingdong. Open a bottle of Bailong. Lu Xingdong calmly instructed. Yet the choice of drink revealed his underlying concern. Bai Long, a flagship product of a well-known domestic brand, commanded a price of 1888. Opting for a 588 set meal while indulging in an 1888 spirit, Lu Xingdong was clearly being discerning. At that moment, Gu Shuhan felt a flutter of anxiety, yet found himself trapped in a predicament, attempting to reassure himself. Lei Hao must have ordered the dishes first, and the waiter likely mistook him for the host. Moments later, the server began to bring in the dishes, starting with the communal offerings. Lei Hao had chosen to bao fish and a Honghua crab, which, while surprising to Gu Shuhan, he managed to contain his reaction. This hotel's dining department was known for its meticulous selection of ingredients, coupled with steep prices. The dabao fish, typically priced at several tens per jin outside, was offered here at 388, while the Honghua crab was even more exorbitant, making the total cost comparable to two of Gu Shuhan's set meals. It must be that he ordered a couple of expensive dishes and paired them with some ordinary ones. Gu Shuhan reassured himself, especially relieved upon noticing that Lei Hao had opted for beer. How could Xiao Lei be drinking beer? Perhaps he would prefer a glass of Bai Long instead? Gu Shuhan smiled and remarked, complimenting Lu Xingdong. You truly are something. President Lu can't handle beer. Nonsense. Brother Dong can't stand baijiu. Lei Zhenxiang interjected. He can't handle red wine or baijiu. Ahem. Xiangzi, keep quiet and eat your food. Lu Xingdong couldn't help but admonish Lei Zhenxiang. The waiter brought a dish to Gu Shuhan, and the mention of Australian lobster pierced his ears painfully. Australian lobster? Gu Shuhan was momentarily stunned. What made this four-star hotel's dining renowned? There were many reasons, but a significant factor was their famous Australian lobster. Not only did they source ingredients that others couldn't obtain, but their chefs were also exceptional. They offered the lobster in a set menu, priced at 1888. Yes, one lobster, accompanied by wine and various side dishes, cost 1888. Akin to a bottle of fine baijiu, hence they were both referred to as dragons. Gu Shuhan was taken aback because Lei Hao had ordered such a set, and not just one, but 3 portions. The total bill had already surpassed 10,000. Where did Lei Hao get the money? Where did he find the audacity? Wait. Who just claimed that he was treating everyone? All eyes turned to Gu Shuhan. Chapter 21. The purpose at that moment. Gu Shuhan wished for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole, especially upon witnessing Lu Xingdong's barely concealed fury, which made him feel even more guilty. Meanwhile, Lei Hao was nearly bursting with laughter. He had initially thought it would just be the 3 of them. Treating Lei Zhenxiang to a nice meal would be reasonable. And with Lu Xingdong, the total would likely be around 6 or 7,000. Even if Lu Xingdong's portion went to waste, it would only amount to a little over 2,000. This amount posed little pressure on Lei Hao now, but he understood that with Lei Zhenxiang's character, this meal would give him bragging rights for half a year. Since his brother had such a playful disposition, spending some money to make him happy seemed worthwhile. Moreover, such a grand gesture could facilitate his next move with Lu Xingdong. Everything was proceeding as planned until Lu Xingdong arrived with a sour expression, and Gu Shuhan's unexpected interference threw a wrench into the situation. Now it was amusing. Lu Xingdong had come to enjoy Australian lobster with Lei Hao and Lei Zhenxiang. Yet Gu Shuhan pulled him aside to partake in a 588 set menu. It felt akin to being dragged away from a sumptuous feast to nibble on plain buns. Lu Xingdong couldn't possibly remain calm. Since Lei Hao ordered the meal first, the waiter naturally served those 3 portions first. Gazing at the 2 large Australian lobster platters before him, and then at Lu Xingdong, who was sulking while drinking, Lei Zhenxiang, oblivious to the specifics of the pricing, innocently suggested, Brother Dong, why don't you eat this portion first? I can have the one ordered by that Gu fellow later. You eat your meal, I'll drink my wine. If it weren't for Lei Zhenxiang's perpetual naivety, Lu Xingdong would have flipped the table by now. What nonsense! Ordering this meal was a significant gesture. Lei Zhenxiang remained clueless, muttering loudly enough for everyone to hear, this isn't cheap stuff. Xiangzi, you speak the truth, even without considering my order. Xiao Lei's table would still cost around 6 or 7,000. Gu Shuhan, like an unyielding pest, chimed in, given Xiao Lei's income, this is quite a lavish expenditure. Heh. No good deed goes unpunished. Lu Xingdong, well aware that no good deed goes unpunished implies ulterior motives, abruptly interrupted Gu Shuhan. Lei Hao, taken aback, glanced at Lu Xingdong, noticing that the latter had calmed down and was now surveying the remaining 3 at the table. From Taihe Securities and through Gu Shuhan, Lu Xingdong had learned some of Lei Hao's background, his lack of principles and propensity to deceive clients, friends, and colleagues alike. This led Lu Xingdong to believe that Lei Hao was exploiting Lei Zhenxiang, and naturally, he did not wish for his future confidant to associate with someone like Lei Hao. However, Lu Xingdong soon perceived something amiss. If Lei Hao were indeed a self-serving scoundrel, Why would he host a lavish banquet without making an effort to curry favor with his guests? Was he simply wealthy enough to squander money? Doubts began to creep into Lu Xingdong's mind as he recalled Lei Zhenxiang's evaluations of Lei Hao. He started leaning towards the notion that perhaps Lei Zhenxiang was not the one being deceived. Then who was? An ember of rage ignited within Lu Xingdong. Did Xiao Lei previously work at Taya Securities? He inquired, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Gu Shuhan. Too rigid? Paranoid? That assessment seems fitting. Recalling Lei Hao's demeanor, Lu Xingdong scoffed. I started hustling at 13 and rarely encountered individuals with such a soft temperament. What do you think, Manager Gu? Cold sweat began to bead on Gu Shuhan's forehead. He realized Lu Xingdong was beginning to harbor suspicions. Once the other party resumed a neutral and objective stance, he could easily deduce the underlying issues from even the slightest hints. Lei Hao, intrigued, observed Gu Shuhan's speechlessness. As Lu Xingdong's words unveiled the final layer of the situation's mystery. Manager Gu hasn't made much progress, Lei Hao jested. One tends to encounter ghosts when walking dark paths too often. Xiao Lei, you've gone too far. Defaming me in front of my clients, Gu Shuhan exclaimed in frustration. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Listening to multiple perspectives brings clarity, while blind faith breeds ignorance. It's like stock trading. If only one client manager offers advice, one might be misled, but if there are 2, 3, or 4, the combined credibility increases significantly. Lei Hao dismissed Gu Shuhan's outburst, turning to Lu Xingdong with a double entendre. Heh. Initially anxious, Gu Shuhan found himself smiling upon hearing Lei Hao shift the topic. Xiao Lei, if you're poaching clients, at least be less blatant about it. Besides, you're just a newcomer in this industry. Even if President Liu wanted to change client managers, it wouldn't be your turn. I'm not pushing for it, Lei Hao sincerely replied. Currently, he was not overly concerned about poaching clients. Instead, he believed that clients would eventually come to him, pleading for assistance. In Gu Shuhan's eyes, Lei Hao's demeanor appeared to stem from insecurity, and he seized the opportunity, stating, I've been in this industry for 4 years, and several friends and family members work at investment firms. Even some colleagues from the same batch have entered the investment department. What do you have to compete with? I've stated it clearly. I'm not poaching your clients. I'm merely discussing business with President Liu, Lei Hao shrugged. Even if Lu Xingdong's monthly trading volume in the stock market reached millions, his client manager would only earn a little over 1,000 monthly. Lei Hao's current strategy involved establishing rapport with Lu Xingdong. He didn't mind whether Lu Xingdong opened an account. As long as he disclosed his trading and profit screenshots after each market wave, it was Lu Xingdong who would feel anxious. What business? Lu Xingdong inquired. Hard to say. Lei Hao glanced at Gu Shuhan. Lu Xingdong, who was already aware of some dubious dealings, fell silent and turned his gaze back to Gu Shuhan. Gu Shuhan feigned ignorance, fearing that Lu Xingdong might be swayed by Lei Hao, and he had no desire to leave. However, Lei Hao would not grant him the opportunity to play dumb. He pulled out his phone, displaying the account details from Ma Yuanshan, revealing the trading specifics, and handing it to Lu Xingdong. In a single day, 3 million had transformed into 1 million, the screen awash with red, dazzling Lu Xingdong's eyes. For someone with an insatiable thirst for wealth, how could he resist? He immediately waved at Gu Shuhan, saying, Xiao Gu, go urge the kitchen. Gu Shuhan felt deeply wounded, but he dared not offend Lu Xingdong and could only rise and exit, only to hear the door to the private room click shut behind him. Chapter 22. All roads lead to Rome. Little Lei is indeed a master of concealment. For the first time, a gentle smile graced Lu Xingdong's face as he raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp, declaring, I misjudged you. Let me toast you first. After drinking, Lu Xingdong felt more at ease. He understood that Lei Hao was merely a client manager, yet how could such a position yield millions for market entry? Moreover, wasn't Lei Hao concerned about potential losses? Thus, Lu Xingdong's thoughts aligned with Ma Yuanshan's. It was evident that Lei Hao must possess some privileged information. Your praise is too generous, Lei Hao replied, surprised by Lu Xingdong's swift change in demeanor as he poured himself a glass of beer and drank it down. What do you mean by that? Lei Hao was momentarily puzzled but quickly connected the dots. Lu Xingdong must suspect that he relied on insider information, perhaps even thinking he engaged in illegal trading for profit. Lei Hao contemplated this misunderstanding and instinctively wanted to clarify, yet he soon abandoned the notion. The term illegal trading refers to the practice where a trader uses personal funds to build a position at lower prices before a stock's price is artificially inflated with public funds, allowing them to sell at a profit once the price rises. For instance, if Lei Hao had contacts within a fund planning to invest heavily in Minyang Bank, he might learn of this intention ahead of time, enabling him to purchase shares before the price surged, thereby reaping profits upon selling. Of course, Lei Hao lacked such insider channels, but he possessed foresight. In that regard, his information was more potent than mere insider knowledge, as it could potentially influence the entire market. Lei Hao merely aimed to secure operational authority over some funds from Lu Xingdong to generate a portion of profit. Thus, whether Lu Xingdong misunderstood him was inconsequential. With future insights, Lei Hao was confident that his ability to profit would rival that of those engaged in illegal trading. Ultimately, all paths lead to Rome. The objective would be achieved regardless, so why bother with explanations? I heard from Qiangzi that you enjoy securities investment, Lu Zong. Would you be interested in participating? Lei Hao inquired. Certainly, but how would that work? Lu Xingdong asked with keen interest. He had invested over 20 million in the securities market, purchasing various financial products and trading stocks himself. He had also dabbled in gray market dealings, which led him to make certain assumptions about Lei Hao's actions. 50%. Lei Hao stated, unsure of the typical profit-sharing ratios in such gray transactions. He hesitated before offering a figure that struck Lu Xingdong as peculiar. Is it really 50%? Lu Xingdong questioned, incredulous. Lei Hao realized he might have undervalued the figure, but upon reflection, he deemed 50% an acceptable number. Unlike those engaging in illegal trading, who risked imprisonment, his risk was nearly non-existent. 50%, with no transfer of funds, Lei Hao calmly asserted, though internally, he felt a surge of nervous energy. This was his first attempt to earn money through such means, transitioning from merely disseminating information to securing funds for operation. He felt he was making significant strides. All right. How much can I invest? Lu Xingdong, though skeptical that this arrangement resembled illegal trading, became more at ease upon realizing that the lack of fund transfer ensured the principal's safety. 50% was a fair industry rate, leaving him with little to worry about. At that moment, Lu Xingdong wished he could invest even more. However, the market for minerals still had several percentage points of profit potential, and the capacity for funds in that sector was staggering. Even if Lu Xingdong poured all his assets into it, it would barely make a sound. So Lei Hao felt little concern. Is it really that promising? Lu Xingdong thought to himself, a sense of apprehension creeping in. Those involved in gray market trading certainly faced limits on capital absorption. Lei Hao's enthusiastic declaration of the better indicated that he was just getting started and still possessed considerable capacity for funds. With this in mind, Lu Xingdong remained cautious. Proposing a more conservative figure, I have around 5 million in liquid assets. Can you handle that, little Lei? Lei Hao's disappointment startled Lu Xingdong, but he remained prudent. Hesitant to release more funds on their initial encounter, he only exchanged pleasantries, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor. The intricacies of life are fascinating. Just moments ago, Lei Hao was merely a manipulator in Lu Xingdong's eyes, yet now they were discussing business. Lei Hao was acutely aware, however, that individuals like Lu Xingdong were not easy to deal with. If profits were made, all would be well, but losses would lead to accusations of deceit, prompting retaliation. Many who crumble under the pressures of a bear market do not do so willingly. Yet Lei Hao was undeterred. Although he could expand his operations steadily, Lu Xingdong was his most promising potential client at that moment, and with only a few days remaining in the market trends for Minhang Bank, he was unwilling to forego the potential gains. As for losses, with future insights, if Lei Hao could incur a loss on just over 9 million, he wouldn't need anyone else to end it himself. Cheers. Let us toast to our mutual prosperity, Lu Xingdong exclaimed after making a flurry of calls, transferring 5 million into several accounts bearing different names. He appeared quite adept at the process. Once they finished their drinks, Lu Xingdong eagerly pulled over the extra Australian lobster platter in front of Lei Zhenqiang, asking Lei Hao, by the way, little Lei, what exactly is your relationship with Xiaogu? If there's a way to ease tensions, it would be best to leave a line open. Although Xiaogu may not be impressive, his family holds a respectable position in the financial circles of Yanqing. Reconciliation is unlikely. Lei Hao discerned Lu Xingdong's desire to steer clear of his feud with Gu Shuhan while also recognizing the information Lu Xingdong provided. Although surprised to learn of Gu Shuhan's connections, Lei Hao held no intention of resolving matters amicably. For the time being, he was the one at a disadvantage, and he saw no reason to concede. If the opportunity arose, he would certainly seek retribution against Gu Shuhan. With that thought, Lei Hao smiled at Lu Xingdong and said, "Trust me, Lu Zong, you will soon realize that I have no need to reconcile with Gu Shuhan." Lu Xingdong dismissed the notion, but little did he know that he was about to become an unwitting accomplice in Lei Hao's quest for vengeance against Gu Shuhan. Chapter 23. Unexpected information at 12:58 p.m. on March 24th. While the stock market was on its midday break, the atmosphere in the hotel private room felt oddly tense. After finishing his meal, Lei Hao was absorbed in his phone, while Lu Xingdong, intrigued, leaned in to observe. Lei Zhenqiang, unable to comprehend the market trends, remained quiet to avoid disturbing Lei Hao, while Gu Shuhan sat as an outsider, attempting to interject but consistently ignored. At 1 p.m., trading resumed. and the stock price of Mingyang Bank hovered around 408. In Ma Yuanshan's account, Lei Hao had short-sold nearly 410 million worth of Mingyang Bank stock at the price of 410. As soon as trading opened, he immediately short-sold the entirety of the 5 million Lu Xingdong had just provided at 407. Had it not been for the increased trading volume over the past couple of days, Lei Hao's 5 million might have completely absorbed the buy orders at 407. However, today, he managed to capture just over 40%. After short-selling, Lei Hao's subsequent actions raised Lu Xingdong's suspicions, as he noticed Lei Hao placing a buy order at the price of 37, precisely enough to cover the total amount shorted across two accounts. Lu Xingdong's suspicions arose from a rather straightforward reason. The closing price of Mingyang Bank yesterday stood at 393. Lei Hao engaged in short selling at prices of 41 and 407, subsequently repurchasing at 37. The difference between 407 and 37 yielded 70, and dividing 70 by 393 resulted in a fluctuation of 94. The crux of the issue lay in this 94-point fluctuation. Given Mingyang Bank's market capitalization exceeding 100 billion, achieving such a fluctuation in a mere 2 hours seemed implausible for a typical insider trading scheme due to the inherent risks involved. However, Lei Hao executed it with such nonchalance, appearing entirely confident that Mingyang Bank would experience a 94-point decline within that time frame. This could either indicate formidable backing, showing no fear of scrutiny, or suggest that he had committed no wrongdoing at all. Would it indeed plummet to 37? Lu Xingdong repeatedly questioned himself, pondering whether Lei Hao was audacious or merely untroubled by guilt. If it were to drop to 37, should he distance himself from the affair? He recalled that the trading screenshot Lei Hao provided appeared to demonstrate a methodology capable of achieving such fluctuations. Regret washed over Lu Xingdong as he recognized that he had been blinded by the prospect of profit, fixated solely on the numbers while neglecting the significant risks involved. Now, he could only observe the unfolding situation, resolving to extricate himself at the first sign of trouble. In stark contrast, Lei Hao remained oblivious to Lu Xingdong's internal turmoil. His gaze was firmly fixed on the price movements of Mingyang Bank, even as trading volumes began to swell, introducing an element of uncertainty. It is essential to understand that stock prices are determined by the supply and demand dynamics of buyers and sellers. Lei Hao had positioned over 9 million in buy orders at the 37 mark. Should there not be sufficient sell orders at that price point, it would indicate that Mingyang Bank's price would not breach 37, preventing Lei Hao's orders from being fully executed. Lei Hao was not overly concerned about losses, as there remained 37 price points between 407 and 37, providing him ample room for profit. However, unbeknownst to others, Lei Hao was acutely aware that Mingyang Bank's stock price would indeed fall below 37. If it did not, there could only be one explanation. Lei Hao had altered the future. He was eager to witness the extent of this future inertia. Gripping his phone tightly, he fixated on the screen, filled with a sense of ambition. This was an experiment, as the volume of capital he controlled increased. His involvement would undoubtedly instigate various fluctuations in the market, necessitating the allocation of some response space. At 1:17 p.m., in a private room, the table lay strewn with debris, and 4 seasoned smokers had successfully overwhelmed the air with the scent of tobacco. Yet, no one paid heed to the changing atmosphere, each lost in their own thoughts. At 1:20 p.m., Gu Shohan, growing impatient, approached Lei Hao from behind and finally caught sight of what had captivated both Lei Hao and Lu Xingdong. Ah, Mingyang Bank. Mr. Lu, are you interested in this stock as well? Gu Shohan casually remarked upon observing the real-time stock chart. Shall I make a call to inquire? No, it's not a big deal. No need to trouble yourself, Lu Xingdong replied, though his eyes betrayed a subtle encouragement for Gu Shohan to inquire further. Receiving Lu Xingdong's implicit cue, Gu Shohan, eager to show off, called his cousin, Gu Shiren, in front of Lei Hao. Hey, Ren, are you at work? I have a quick question. Ah, I know those people can't interact with outsiders while working, but this isn't a breach of confidentiality. I'm merely asking about the market conditions for Mingyang Bank. If they're involved with this stock, we won't need to speculate. Please help me out. My biggest client is currently engaged with this stock, and you can't just stand by and do nothing. Gu Shohan persistently urged his cousin to gather information, his face radiating pride. Gu Shiren was an assistant in the asset management department at Taya Securities. While outsiders might underestimate this position, insiders understood that such personnel interacted with colleagues who wielded significant capital and operated on the front lines of the securities industry. Mr. Lu, just wait and see. With my cousin on the case, we'll undoubtedly uncover information about Mingyang Bank, Gu Shohan proclaimed confidently before hanging up and casting a dismissive glance at Lei Hao. Although Lei Hao found Gu Shohan's behavior somewhat childish, he couldn't help but envy his cousin's position. The asset management department of a securities firm wielded immense power, managing clients' entrusted assets and possessing the authority to access research documents freely. Conducting securities trading under such conditions was undeniably exhilarating. Soon enough, Gu Shihan received a text, hastily opened it, and after reading, his expression wavered. However, recalling the day's circumstances, he addressed Lu Xingdong, saying, "Mr. Lu, just listen to this information. But please don't share it." "Not a problem. I'm merely here for amusement," Lu Xingdong responded, recognizing Gu Shihan's intent to show off before Lei Hao. He assumed the information was of little consequence. Yet, Gu Shihan divulged a highly confidential piece of information. Taihe is also involved with this stock, and Ren mentioned that substantial funds are supporting it around the 40 mark. Upon hearing Gu Shihan's words, Lu Xingdong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that such sensitive information would be disclosed before Lei Hao. One should not underestimate the implications of this revelation, for the stock market is akin to a battlefield, where price levels represent front lines and capital signifies combat power. Gu Shihan's seemingly nonchalant comment unveiled the strategic positioning of Taihe Securities. Their main forces were stationed at the 40 front line. Lei Hao, too, was surprised by Gu Shihan's audacity in revealing such information. He momentarily lost his composure, but soon his mind conjured the stock price chart. Wait a minute. Minhang Bank's lowest price today was 37, while it closed around 395. Yet, tomorrow's opening price is likely to drop below 38. This indicates that Taihe could incur losses in the coming days, while Lei Hao could connect the dots through mere figures. Lu Xingdong recalled Lei Hao's earlier action of placing buy orders at 37. If significant capital was indeed positioned at 40, then Lei Hao's buy orders at 37 might be futile. Should the bullish forces gain an advantage, breaching the 407 price level was not out of the question. This left Lei Hao at risk of incurring losses. In the unfolding tension between Lei Hao and Taihe Securities Asset Management Department, Lu Xingdong was more inclined to trust the latter. After all, what was Lei Hao compared to Taihe Securities? Taihe Securities ranks as the premier securities firm in the country, with over 10,000 employees and net assets exceeding 40 billion. Their subsidiaries were numerous, and the volume of capital they controlled could easily intimidate the average person. Lei Hao was merely a junior client manager at Ingi Securities. Even if his information sources stemmed from Ingi Securities, he could not hope to contend with Taihe Securities on equal footing. Even if both parties were to invest equivalent amounts, Taihe's advantages were significant. Employee competence, research department prowess, industry influence, and media connections, all facets of Taihe Securities eclipsed those of Ingi Securities. As Lu Xingdong's confidence began to waver, his gaze towards Lei Hao shifted. Sensing that this investment might lead to losses, "Xiaolei, perhaps you should consider closing your position at this price. There's still some profit to be made." Observing Minhang Bank's stock price tumble to 402, Lu Xingdong suddenly felt the urge to retreat. Having verified multiple times, Lei Hao remained steadfast in his belief regarding the future movements of the stock market, regardless of whether the bullish entities were Taihe Securities or others. He was resolute in his conviction that Minhang Bank was poised for a downturn. Lu Xingdong and Gu Shihan hold contrasting views. The former is deeply worried, while the latter, after a brief inquiry with Lu Xingdong, feels a surge of inspiration. Although Lei Hao's short selling price is set at 407, he shockingly chooses to close his position at 37. Gu Shihan is elated, feeling as if he has stumbled into paradise when there was no path, and intruded upon hell when there was no door. With a serious expression, he addresses Lu Xingdong. "Mr. Lu, I have taken a risk to bring you this information. If it turns out to be useless, that's one thing, but if it proves useful and is not acted upon, that would be quite a loss." "Ah, I understand. I appreciate this matter today, truly." Lu Xingdong offers a polite response, glancing at Lei Hao with a hesitant demeanor. Indeed, Taihe Securities is buying at 40. Yet Lu Xingdong has just entrusted his funds to Lei Hao and now hesitates to retract, fearing the loss of face. Realizing the underlying tension, Lei Hao casually remarks, "Mr. Lu, if you're worried, I will take full responsibility for this operation. I bear all profits and losses." "How does that sound? Do you take me for someone who would fret over such trifles?" Lu Xingdong replies with a smile. Although this assurance hinges on Lei Hao's short selling price remaining above 40, should it fall below the buying price of Taihe Securities, he would be unable to utter such reassurances. "I fear that if Minhang Bank's stock price breaches 407, young Lei, it will be you who implicates Mr. Lu." Gu Shihan interjects. "From my perspective, it's best to take profits while the opportunity lasts. A profit of 0.05 multiplied by over 1.2 million shares would yield a substantial return." "Manager Gu, you are quite the altruist. Are you not concerned I might leak the holdings of Taihe?" Lei Hao retorts sarcastically. Gu Shihan, no fool himself, had a plan in place when he divulged the information. If Lei Hao were to blabber, he would offend Lu Xingdong, while keeping silent would allow Lu Xingdong to benefit, ultimately fostering greater trust in Gu Shuhan. Why should he not share the information? After all, if he doesn't provide some insider knowledge to major clients, why would they choose him as their account manager? Observing Gu Shuhan's self-satisfied expression, Lei Hao dismisses him as a simpleton. The opponent's schemes require a foundation of stability, namely that Minjiang Bank's stock price does not plunge below 40. Lei Hao is curious to witness Gu Shuhan's expression when Minjiang Bank's stock price dips below 37. Compared to Lei Hao's confidence, Lu Xingdong hesitates but feels compelled to speak. It will fall, he asserts. With several successful experiences behind him, Lei Hao now feels no need to elaborate. His confidence burgeons as he fixes his gaze on Gu Shuhan, proclaiming, regardless of who is buying, it will undoubtedly decline. Ridiculous. This is Taihe Securities we are discussing, not some insignificant firm, Gu Shuhan scoffs. Eager for Lei Hao's arrogance to lead to folly, he gestures toward the dining table, derisively stating, if it breaches Taihe Securities' defense line, I shall eat this table. Then you'd better have strong teeth, Lei Hao quips. Lei Hao's confidence dispels Lu Xingdong's inclination to persuade further. However, if Minjiang Bank ultimately surges past the 407 mark, the entire responsibility would rest on Lei Hao's shoulders. This is a different scenario now. Everyone is aware that Taihe Securities is buying at 40. And the only one still anticipating a significant drop in Minjiang Bank's stock price is Lei Hao. Under normal circumstances, one would not continue to bid against the market. Yet Lei Hao remains undeterred. What of Taihe Securities? It may boast substantial assets and formidable capabilities, but it does not solely focus on Minjiang Bank. There are myriad factors to consider. Lei Hao's investment in Minjiang Bank has already exceeded 9 million, a considerable sum with the potential to influence the stock's movement. Lu Xingdong and Gu Shuhan's distrust of Lei Hao is primarily a result of the formidable reputation of Taihe Securities. To them, Taihe's investment in Minjiang Bank significantly increases the likelihood of the stock price rising. Even maintaining the 40 mark seems nearly certain. As time drifts by, approaching 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the market undergoes a dramatic transformation, leaving nearly everyone, including Taihe Securities, in utter shock. Suddenly, the exchange rate of the yuan against the dollar plummets, triggering a fierce battle in this primary arena. The fluctuations in the exchange rate ripple through the stock market, prompting a deluge of short-selling orders from various banks, with Minjiang Bank at the forefront, seemingly the target for the shorts, intent on seizing control. The stock price of Minjiang Bank plummets from 402 to 40, then to 39, 38, cascading downward with alarming speed. As Taihe Securities' so-called defensive line crumbles under the weight of massive sell orders. It's falling. It's really falling. Lu Xingdong nearly drops his cigarette, his face alight with excitement as he fixates on Minjiang Bank's stock price, hoping it descends to 37 so that Lei Hao's buy orders can be executed. Lei Hao, too, feels a surge of anxiety, having never anticipated such fierce contention. This is not merely an issue concerning Minjiang Bank. It appears to be a premeditated assault by international short-selling organizations against the yuan's exchange rate, with the stock market merely caught in the crossfire. Yet, this ripple effect unveils the brutal reality of the financial market, leading to a 3 decline in stock prices within mere minutes, erasing trillions in market value and leaving countless individuals facing bankruptcy. Queues for the rooftops are likely forming. As for others, Lei Hao remains uncertain, but he stands to profit. Minjiang Bank's stock price swiftly breaches the 37 mark, and the shorts undoubtedly clear Lei Hao's buy orders at that price, encountering resistance at 368. Today's closing price hovers around 395, leaving a profit margin of 0.27. No, I must go long. Entering a state of focus, Lei Hao remains clear-headed even amidst the chaos. Chapter 25, Flattery. While all are transfixed, witnessing the bullish resurgence to 369, Lei Hao quickly pivots, going long. He not only invests all his funds but also fully utilizes his margin credit, while others remain in shock with the added margin. Lei Hao's 2 accounts hold Minjiang Bank shares with a real-time total market value exceeding 15 million due to prior operations on Ma Yuanshan's account, which involved both selling and buying. It can only utilize margin for further purchases. Excitement. Watching the numbers on his account fluctuate, Lu Xingdong can think of nothing else. His gaze toward Lei Hao now shimmering with anticipation. Who would dare to maintain a bearish stance while Taihe Securities is bullish? Lei Hao dares. Not only does he dare, but he also executes an operation completely contrary to theirs, ultimately emerging victorious, selling nearly 5 million in margin at 407, combined with an earlier 1 million at the 41 price point. Lei Hao makes a full market entry and closes his position at 37, realizing a profit exceeding 850,000. What precision! What audacity! especially since Lei Hao had already placed his order to close at 37 while short selling. In this moment of resolution, it is nothing short of a masterstroke, raising substantial doubts in Lu Xingdong's mind regarding Lei Hao's integrity. Who could foresee such a drastic market shift? No one could, not even Taya Securities faltered. Yet Lei Hao managed to carve out a piece of the action, seizing as much as he could. Yet, the truth remains, Lei Hao triumphed. In the securities market, the victor takes all. Just as Lu Xingdong finishes reveling in his excitement, he observes Lei Hao unexpectedly going long, fully utilizing his margin credit, prompting an urgent physiological response as his emotions surge. Such a significant event will surely summon the national team. As Lei Hao continuously monitored the latest news, he discerned the astonishment on Lu Xingdong's face. Casually, he offered an explanation, pondering whether it mattered if the other party believed him or not. At that moment, even if Lei Hao claimed that Minong Bank was set to surge, Lu Xingdong would only contemplate the reasons behind such an assertion. Indeed, Lu Xingdong was solely concerned with the rationale for the potential rise, dismissing the mundane question of whether it would actually occur. Why? Because Lei Hao said it. And surely there must be some truth to it. If one thought otherwise, it was a clear sign of their lack of intellect, much like Gu Shuhan, who was simply not bright. Xiao Lei, where do you think it can rise to? Lu Xingdong inquired with a smile as he produced a cigarette and lit it for Lei Hao, his tone exuding a familiarity that was almost endearing. I'm not sure. Perhaps Manager Gu might know, Lei Hao replied, feeling quite pleased. He turned to Gu Shuhan and asked, by the way, Manager Gu,
do you need to send for a saw? With a table this large, we might need to saw it down to size, consume it. Gu Shuhan's face darkened.
But ultimately he chose to evade the issue, stating, what I mentioned about breaking through the defense line is based on the closing price. And since the market has closed yet, why the rush? Truly shameless, Lei Zhenqiang, who had been silent, finally seized the opportunity to speak. Realizing that Lei Hao was in a position of complete dominance, he smirked at Gu Shuhan, threatening, do you believe I'll feed you? Humph. I can't be bothered to converse with you. I'm off to the restroom, Gu Shuhan retorted, hastily exiting the private room, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This Gu fellow is utterly unreasonable. Rest assured, Xiao Lei, I will ensure he gets what he deserves, Lu Xingdong declared, now firmly in Lei Hao's camp. He contemplated how to strengthen his relationship with Lei Hao, dismissing individuals like Gu Shuhan as inconsequential. With Lei Hao's endorsement, Lu Xingdong was exceedingly pleased and quickly added, it's no trouble at all. I'm familiar with almost all of his major clients. If you wish to retaliate further, I can find an opportunity to introduce them to you. With your capabilities, they will undoubtedly transfer their accounts to you. Oh, Xiao Lei, you and Qiangzi are brothers. And I am also a brother to Qiangzi. We are all part of the same circle. There is no need for formalities, Lu Xingdong said, tossing out platitudes as if they were worthless. Then, finally revealing a hint of curiosity, he asked, Xiao Lei, let us be honest, this isn't some insider trading scheme, is it? Lei Hao was taken aback that Lu Xingdong could perceive this, but he had never intended to conceal anything. He nodded. I never claimed to be involved in insider trading. Indeed not. Lu Xingdong exclaimed, cursing under his breath before hastily clarifying, Xiao Lei, don't misunderstand. I'm just overly excited. I personally detest such things, and my funding sources are absolutely clean. Lu Xingdong felt compelled to clarify that if Lei Hao were profiting from insider information, the focus should be on the source of that information. However, Lei Hao was different. He was earning through his own capabilities, which made all the difference. At least until Lei Hao faced significant losses, Lu Xingdong would regard him as a veritable cash cow. Raking in tens of thousands daily, whoever could achieve that was indeed a god of wealth. As someone who often navigated the gray areas of life, Lu Xingdong had cultivated numerous promising connections over the years, and he saw potential in Lei Hao, making investment an inevitable choice. As long as Lei Hao possessed genuine talent, Lu Xingdong knew he would not incur losses. He had a principle, regardless of the stench, one must firmly embrace the thigh of a potential benefactor. Whether Lei Hao was a worthy thigh to cling to remained uncertain, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Lu Xingdong would not let go. Should Lei Hao falter in the future, Lu Xingdong was the type to turn ruthless. Esteemed guests, would you like some more tea? The door to the private room had been left ajar when Gu Shuhan exited, and now, as it was past 2 in the afternoon, a waiter approached with a smile, likely also hinting at the need to settle the bill. Let us have a pot of tea, and then settle the bill. We're heading to a mahjong room. We had planned to play today, but were unexpectedly interrupted by Gu Shuhan, Lei Hao mused, considering the benefits of spending more time with Lu Xingdong, thus standing up to retrieve his bank card. Certainly, sir. The waiter noted Lu Xingdong's insistence on covering Lei Hao's bill and thought to herself that her discerning eye had proven correct. This young man indeed held some significance. As the waiter brought over the card machine, Lei Hao's phone rang, and upon answering, He heard Ma Yuanshan's enthusiastic voice. Tiger, oh my, you're incredible. I swear, I'm tempted to put your photo on the bar's entrance for good fortune. No questions asked. Food, drinks, and everything else, it's all on me. Ma Yuanshan's exuberant tone was quite loud, and by the end of his proclamation, Lei Hao felt a tinge of embarrassment over the overt nature of such generosity. On March 24th, before the market closed at 3 p.m., Lei Hao seized the opportunity to hedge all positions at a price of 397, securing a comfortable profit of several hundred thousand. Presently, Lu Xingdong's account held approximately 5.85 million in Minjiang Bank stocks. Knowing that the market was set to decline the next day, he simultaneously short-sold 5.85 million worth of stocks at the price of 397. This dual position guaranteed a net profit of 850,000 regardless of the opening price the following day. As for the stocks on the other side, the increase from 3 million to over 4.43 million occurred within just 2 days. On Friday, March 25th, the last trading day of the week, Minjiang Bank's fluctuations were not as pronounced as in the previous days, only around 5. Nevertheless, due to an increase in capital, Lei Hao still managed to extract over 1 million in profit that day. After the market closed, Lu Xingdong's account balance exceeded 6.45 million, while Lei Hao's side just managed to surpass 5 million. Witnessing such rapid growth in their accounts, Ma and Yang nearly shouted God of wealth at Lei Hao, their attitudes shifting dramatically. Particularly after learning of Lei Hao's agreement with Lu Xingdong, both Ma and Yang resolved, albeit silently, to split the profits evenly. With 60 of 2 million and half of 145 million, Lei Hao unwittingly amassed over 2 million in assets, and all of this transpired within the span of 3 days. On the morning of March 27th, Monday, at 7 a.m., Lei Hao woke, rubbing his temples, feeling the throes of a hangover as one of life's most excruciating experiences. Reflecting on the past few days, he found it somewhat surreal. The only unfortunate aspect was the lack of activity in his colleagues' group chat, filled with trivial messages devoid of any valuable information. Fortunately, through days of diligent effort, Lei Hao had gradually warmed relations with his colleagues and given his accurate stock analyses. Whenever he spoke, discussions about market trends would ensue, increasing the likelihood of relevant future information emerging. After brushing his teeth and dressing in formal attire, Lei Hao ventured out for breakfast before taking a taxi to the trading department. It was just past 8 a.m., and instead of mingling in the reception area with colleagues, he headed straight into Hian Dao's office. Oh, Xiao Lei, you've arrived. Please, have a seat. Just a moment while I check if Manager Han has arrived. Hian Dao greeted him with a smile reminiscent of the Buddha, his demeanor exceedingly amiable towards Lei Hao. With Lu Xingdong's deposit of 10 million and the additional 1 million from Ma and Yang, Lei Hao's clients' assets had approached 20 million within just over a month at Yingyi Securities, a commendable achievement by any standard. Please wait a moment, Xiao Lei. Manager Han is organizing some documents. He should be here shortly, Hian Dao assured him. Hian Dao chuckled, indicating his helplessness. It wasn't merely that Lei Hao's performance this month was outstanding enough to warrant a smile from him, the head of the marketing department. Rather, today, Lei Hao was the main character called upon to lend a hand. Lei Hao, perplexed, had initially thought that Manager He's message from the previous night was a notification regarding a penalty for missing the morning meeting. To his surprise, it was an invitation to meet at the business department on Monday morning. What could there possibly be to discuss with Hian Dao? Arriving with uncertainty, he found Hian Dao's demeanor rather peculiar. Manager He, did you summon me for something? Could you please elaborate? Lei Hao inquired. There's no rush. It's a positive matter, Hian Dao replied with a smile, offering Lei Hao a cigarette. Actually, the new Manager Han wishes to meet you. I'm merely acting as a bridge since you, Xiao Lei, are a standout in the marketing department. It's possible that Manager Han is seeking talent due to your recent impressive results. Hian Dao joked, yet Lei Hao felt a flicker of interest. Manager Han Lingwei was a recent hire, an investment expert poached from elsewhere, directly assigned to the asset management department at headquarters, but effectively under the leadership of the business department's general manager, Xiao Yuding. Being attached to the asset management department indicated that Han Linghui's responsibilities were indeed related to asset management. From various rumors circulating within the business department, Lei Hao had learned that there were plans underway to formulate a collective asset management scheme, and Han Linghui was likely to oversee it. Given the existence of the colleague group, it was impossible for Lei Hao to leave Yingyi Securities. He needed to ensure his place within it. Presently, he aspired to transition into 2 departments, asset management and proprietary trading. Participation in Han Linghui's project would undoubtedly be a tremendous opportunity for him, and he was willing to make sacrifices for it. Yet, he quickly reflected, no, my qualifications are insufficient, and my educational background is lacking. How could Han Linghui possibly allow me into his project team? This led him to ponder Han Linghui's true intentions. Was it funding? Surely, it was funding. Having investigated the current state of Ingyi Securities, Lei Hao was aware of certain circumstances surrounding the company and the Yangshan District Business Department, which was currently operating at a loss. General Manager Chiu Yuding had been parachuted in 2 months prior, reportedly the granddaughter of the company's founder, a claim supported by their shared surname. Moreover, it was common knowledge among the staff that since Chiu Yuding had taken charge, the business department had transformed into an independent kingdom. While the headquarters provided necessary support, it maintained a hands-off approach, fostering a rather strange atmosphere. Lei Hao speculated that, deprived of comprehensive assistance from headquarters, even with Chiu Yuding's impressive credentials from the University of Chicago's Business School, it would be challenging to stand out in the fiercely competitive market of Yangqing. Without support from headquarters, launching financial management plans was akin to climbing a mountain. The department faced a shortage of manpower, inadequate funding sources, and virtually no connections. While the absence of money was disheartening, Lei Hao previously viewed this as a bleak prospect. However, his recent experiences had shifted his perspective. The lack of funds could be remedied by attracting major clients to invest, with just 30 million in 2 or more participants. The collective asset management plan could commence. As for the shortage of manpower, Lei Hao believed that having a few moderately experienced traders and information gatherers would suffice, complemented by documentation from various securities research institutes for an ideal setup. The absence of connections was not a significant concern either. Lei Hao's envisioned collective asset management plan did not rely on a network. While others pursued bonds and investment opportunities, Lei Hao focused solely on securities investment, which eliminated the need for connections. Thus, the business department's shortcomings posed no obstacles for Lei Hao, while its advantages presented valuable opportunities. If he could resolve these issues, the likelihood of the general manager granting him autonomy would be significantly higher than in other locations. How should he proceed? Should he seek to learn from Manager Han? Or perhaps take a risk and attempt to spearhead a collective plan himself? His heart began to race. Moments later, as Lei Hao's thoughts roamed, a figure entered the office. The newcomer, in his early 30s, stood tall with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. At first glance, he seemed quite refined. Yet Lei Hao could sense an air of arrogance emanating from him even without direct interaction. This was Han Lingwei. I understand, Han Lingwei said, maintaining a smile that hardly invited warmth. He turned his gaze toward Lei Hao and continued, Hello, I am Han Lingwei. I summoned you here because we have a matter that requires your involvement. While speaking, Han Lingwei held files in both hands, showing no intention of shaking Lei Hao's hand. Lei Hao's initial impression of Han Lingwei was far from favorable, and his eagerness to learn about the collective plan diminished significantly. He merely responded with a perfunctory, What is it? Are Lu Xingdong, Ma Yuanshan, and Yang Ji your clients? Han Lingwei asked, his tone charged with excitement. How would you describe your relationship with them? Reflecting on the question, Lei Hao involuntarily smiled. Quite good. That's great to hear. Han Lingwei appeared pleased and took a seat, opening the files as he continued. We are about to launch a collective asset management plan in our business department, but currently, we face a funding gap. Listening quietly, Lei Hao began to grasp the situation. It appeared that Han Lingwei had already reached out to Ma, Yang, and Lu, and now sought his assistance when they had not acquiesced. Inwardly, Lei Hao thought, Why should I help? Indeed, why should he? The thought raced through his mind like a stampede. The funds clients invest in the securities market are limited. And as a client manager, why would he encourage clients to divert their money from the stock market into financial products? Such a move would offer him no benefit, only reducing his monthly commission. Moreover, while others might not be aware, Lei Hao knew all too well that Ma, Yang, and Lu had little desire to engage with Han Lingwei, their reluctance stemming from a simple truth. They had developed a taste for more substantial returns. Manager Lei? Han Lingwei, engrossed in explaining his plan, noticed Lei Hao's distraction and his expression suddenly turned frosty. The company requires your cooperation. Certainly, I will cooperate, Lei Hao replied, sensing Han Linghui's sudden chill, but finding it somewhat amusing. He spoke directly. I will call them right now in front of you. That would be ideal. Han Linghui's demeanor brightened, as he had set a plan requiring 200 million in funding. Yet discovered the Yangshan District Business Department was lacking in financial resources to meet this demand. Han Linghui's attitude extinguished any lingering desire Lei Hao had to learn from him. However, he was unconcerned that Ma, Yang, and Lu would find the plan appealing. After all, what would happen if he called them in front of Han Lingwei? Surely, those 3 astute individuals would provide suitable responses. Hello, Brother Ma, are you awake? Lei Hao dialed Ma Yuanshan's number first. After some pleasantries, he got straight to the point. I'm sitting here with Manager Han from the business department. He has a collective asset management plan, essentially a financial product. Oh, come on. Are you joking with me? What interest could I possibly have in such a plan? Besides, I've never even heard of that Han fellow. Handing my money over to him? Absolutely not. Ma Yuanshan, as expected, immediately discerned Lei Hao's intent and delivered a harsh retort to Han Lingwei. After the achievement of the triple strike, Lei Hao observed that Han Lingwei was visibly distressed, his complexion ashen. And his grip on the armrest of the chair was so tight that his knuckles turned white. Just as it seemed that Han Lingwei was about to erupt in anger, Lei Hao silently prepared himself, only to be surprised that the other managed to contain his fury. Han Lingwei not only restrained himself, but also donned a smile that was more sorrowful than tears, inquiring of Lei Hao, "Manager Lei, are you quite familiar with these 3 clients? If so, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in persuading them to subscribe to 3 million in shares." After some contemplation, Han Lingwei ultimately proposed a figure that seemed quite reasonable. Convince them to subscribe? Lei Hao chuckled in disbelief. If he truly endeavored to accomplish this task, 3 million would be trivial. However, the crux of the matter lay in why he should sacrifice his own interests for another. I shall give it a try. But Manager Han, do not harbor overly optimistic expectations. The financial planning initiatives of the sales department were indeed the fundamental responsibilities of every client manager. Sensing Lei Hao's dismissive attitude, Han Linghui's expression turned cold as he retorted, "If you cannot manage this, you should consider leaving your position." That seemed unreasonable. As client managers, it was only necessary for them to have substantial client assets. And a shortfall in the sales of financial products was not a grave issue. It merely resulted in a deduction of bonuses, which Lei Hao did not particularly need. Noticing Han Linghui's demeanor, Lei Hao responded languidly. It was true that client managers and securities firms were tasked with selling financial products. Some unscrupulous companies even considered this a criterion for receiving a base salary. Yet for Lei Hao, the paltry sum of over 1,000 yuan in base salary was negligible, and he was indifferent to it. The rigidity in Lei Hao's tone stemmed not from the salary, but from Han Linghui's attitude. This man was utterly unreasonable. He expected others to accomplish what he could not, imposing rigid regulations that were intolerable to anyone. Lei Hao felt a wave of disgust wash over him, unaware that Han Linghui shared a similar sentiment of displeasure. To Han Linghui, it was only natural for client managers to assist in the sale of financial products. And given Lei Hao's connections, he should be more inclined to do so, rather than dismissing the importance of a base salary. Most importantly, Han Linghui believed that Lei Hao was putting on airs. How could a mere client manager be unconcerned about his base salary? Was he merely in the securities industry to experience the common people's sentiments? Manager He, it appears that the management practices in your marketing department require reform. I shall propose to General Chiu that we dismiss those client managers who fail to meet their financial product sales targets. Han Linghui had been painstakingly recruited by Chiu Yuding, and he felt it would be quite simple to make things difficult for Lei Hao. Upon hearing Han Linghui's remark, he immediately began to play both sides. Not wishing to offend the influential Han Linghui while also refraining from endorsing his suggestion, which would surely antagonize all client managers. However, Lei Hao was nearly infuriated. While he did not care about the income provided by the company, he absolutely could not leave any securities, or more precisely, he could not part ways with his colleagues in the sales department. Hence, the notion of dismissal was a direct affront to him. Manager Han, do you mean to say that if I fail to sell 3 million in financial products, you will seek to have me dismissed? Lei Hao said, his face cold. Han Linghui hesitated momentarily. However, upon reflection, he doubted Lei Hao's capacity to resist, especially since he was eager to fill a financial gap. Thus, he stated, what I mean is that the company should provide greater opportunities for capable client managers, such as increasing their base salary and bonuses. However, correspondingly, their tasks should also be increased. As for those client managers who fail to meet their targets, no department would wish to retain them. Han Linghui concluded. Damn, was the sole thought that drifted through Lei Hao's mind. Chapter 28. Chiu Yuding as a client manager, Lei Hao was acutely aware of the current state of the profession. The attrition rate for novices was indeed alarmingly high, and even seasoned professionals were not exempt from challenges. Have you been in the industry for half a year? Have you weathered the fluctuations of the market? Is the client asset under your name sufficient for you to live comfortably off commissions? Fine. The company perceives you as a talent and wishes to increase your responsibilities. Your base salary rises, your bonus standards elevate, but your tasks must increase as well, correct? The required client assets soar from 20 million to 50 million, then to 100 million, while the sales targets for financial products climb from 1 million to 2 million, and then to 5 million. There will inevitably come a day when you cannot bear it any longer. When that time arrives, bonuses will be deducted. Base salaries will be slashed, and if it comes to that, you may as well leave. What is the harm in changing jobs? Can you take all your clients with you? Not a chance. There will always be a multitude of natural accounts left behind for the company. This is the securities industry, an unforgiving realm that devours without leaving a trace. The first firm where Lei Hao worked, Taya Securities, was emblematic of this reality, however. The Yangshan District branch of Ingi Securities was somewhat different, although the headquarters still enforced contracts that amounted to veiled exploitation. The contracts provided by the Yangshan District branch bore a semblance of humanity. According to the contract, once Lei Hao met the client asset standards, he would have the option to upgrade to a senior client manager within 6 months. Should he choose not to upgrade, his salary would revert to that of a regular client manager, but should he choose to elevate his status, both his salary and workload would correspondingly increase. This was precisely why Lei Hao opted for the Yangshan District branch of Ingi Securities. Yet he was acutely aware that with Hanling Hui's capabilities, he could easily compel the branch to nullify the contract. In such a scenario, salary and income would be of little consequence. However, not being an employee of Ingi Securities would likely result in his expulsion from the colleagues group, a catastrophic outcome for Lei Hao. Manager Lei, with such excellent client resources at your disposal, why can you not assist the company in selling financial products? Hanling Hui insisted. My plan is absolutely foolproof. If the annual yield is less than 7%, I would stake my head on it. Following this declaration, Hanling Hui's expression hardened as he continued. You sell financial products. Earn bonuses, the department operates financial products, gains credentials, and clients purchase financial products to realize returns. This is a trifecta benefit. What reason could you possibly have to refuse? My clients say they do not trust you, and I do not trust you either. That is my reason, Lei Hao seethed, unable to mask his anger. Directly exposing Hanling Hui's shortcomings. Was a graduate of a prestigious finance program formidable? Certainly, but in the securities industry, graduates were as plentiful as dogs. To earn clients' trust, one must either flaunt credentials or showcase successful returns. Otherwise, silence is golden. For Lei Hao, the cornerstone of his identity lay in his membership within the colleagues group. While Hanling Hui's pride rested upon his credentials, he indeed was a graduate of a prestigious university, yet throughout his career, he had merely played a secondary role. Though he possessed some ability and connections, he had yet to gain the complete trust of clients. Were it not for these inadequacies, Hanling Hui would not have made the switch to Ingi Securities. What he sought was an opportunity to lead a plan, a chance that larger securities firms would not grant, but one that companies of Ingi security scale might. Reflecting on his own situation and the recent cold treatment he had received, Hanling Hui's pride had become utterly obsessive regarding the formation of this plan. In a frigid tone, he addressed Lei Hao, either assist me or vacate your position. I am confident in my capacity to have even a mere client manager like you dismissed. Such naivety, Lei Hao remarked, a smile unexpectedly gracing his face. Before Hanling Hui, Lei Hao dialed the phones of Ma, Yang, and Lu once more. Brother Ma, Brother Yang, General Lu, I have a favor to ask of you. Lei Hao succinctly articulated his intentions without reservation, causing Hanling Hui's expression to darken considerably. What had Lei Hao disclosed? It was quite simple, he merely stated the truth. Ma, Yang, and Lu immediately began offering assurances, and after futile attempts to persuade Lei Hao to change companies, they comprehended his meaning. It was evident that at that moment, the customer service department at Ingi Securities headquarters was abuzz with activity. How could this fellow be so intimately connected with the clients? How could he possibly refuse to contribute to the company? This rascal! Hanling Hui was utterly bewildered. He had presumed to threaten Lei Hao under certain conditions. However, the relationship between Lei Hao and the clients could no longer be described as close. Upon receiving his call, Hanling Hui already knew he was in for a rough time, as he could hear the loud voices and various suggestions from Ma, Yang, and Lu. Indeed, within 10 minutes, while Lei Hao was still smoking, Hanling Hui's phone rang. And with a stern expression, he stepped out of the office, immediately bombarded by his own explanations. He and Dao had been a mere bystander. Utterly stunned by the unfolding events, he never anticipated that Lei Hao possessed such capabilities. Just a simple phone call seemed to have caused several major clients to feel utterly betrayed, igniting a sense of urgency. Furthermore, the rapid response from the headquarters indicated a strong client sentiment, which might not merely be a complaint but rather outright condemnation. In a securities firm, major clients were their lifeblood. Even if they were unreasonable, they could still be placated, but if they had legitimate grievances, the situation could become dire. It was likely that the headquarters was even contemplating severe repercussions for Hanling Hui. With 3 significant clients so concerned, how many connections could Lei Hao cultivate from this? Just the thought made he and Dao feel fortunate, relieved that Hanling Hui had taken the initial plunge. Manager, he is merely advocating for reason. Hanling Hui said with a chuckle. Lei Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. He was no longer the client manager who could be easily bullied. At the very least. Before he faltered, Ma, Yang, and Lu formed a robust support system for him. As this situation progressed, Hanling Hui was indeed not someone he needed to overly concern himself with. Hanling Hui, thinking that he and Dao was speaking on his behalf. Cast a grateful glance his way, but when he turned to Lei Hao, he felt an inexplicable frustration. With a stiff expression, he stated, "Manager Lei, Director Chiu requests your presence alongside me." Director Chiu? A gust of wind seemed to sweep through Lei Hao's mind as the image of the branch manager materialized in his thoughts. Chiu Yuding, approximately 25 or 26 years old. A top graduate from the University of Chicago's Business School, quite possibly the granddaughter of Chiu Xiangnan, the founder of Ingi Securities. Yet, none of this mattered to Lei Hao. What he truly cared about was that Chiu Yuding was stunningly beautiful, a true beauty, coupled with her commanding presence. One could say she was the dream goddess of all the men in the office. Lei Hao certainly counted himself among her admirers. In the past, he would never have harbored unrealistic thoughts about Chiu Yuding, who was 3 years his senior. The gap in status and ability seemed like an insurmountable chasm. But now, a stirring desire began to awaken within him. Chapter 29. Refusing temptation. As Lei Hao stepped into the general manager's office, he curiously surveyed his surroundings, eventually settling his gaze on the just-rising figure of Chiu Yuding. The beautiful manager was clad in a professional outfit, a black suit paired with a white shirt, her long, wavy black hair cascading down, her exquisite features adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, devoid of any jewelry, presenting an overall impression of freshness and competence. "Please, take a seat." Chiu Yuding gestured for Han Lingwei and Lei Hao to sit in the reception area, before approaching Lei Hao and stating, "Manager Lei, I remember you. I was the one who interviewed you." Whether it was due to her confidence or her poised appearance, Lei Hao found himself shedding any chaotic thoughts. Ingi Securities upheld a people-oriented philosophy, and since Manager Han was new, he must have applied rules from his previous company here. On his behalf, "I apologize, Lei Hao." Chiu Yuding lightly took the blame for Han Linghui's misstep. "It's merely a minor misunderstanding between colleagues." Director Chiu's words were too harsh. Lei Hao thought it unnecessary to press the issue. However, he felt a twinge of discomfort at Chiu Yuding's apparent defense of Han Linghui. Yet, Han Linghui was a high-caliber talent brought in from elsewhere, while he was just a client manager. Lei Hao understood that for Chiu Yuding to offer an apology was already quite significant. Chiu Yuding quickly moved past the issue, picking up a water cup from the desk, and turned to Lei Hao, inquiring, "Tea? Coffee? Or something else?" "Tea," Lei Hao replied, feeling much of his discomfort dissipate. This time, Chiu Yuding did not consult Han Linghui, and her intent was quite evident. Han Linghui wore a displeased expression, but in front of Chiu Yuding, he was unable to voice his grievances, apart from his local connections. He was completely overshadowed by her in every aspect. In fact, at 32, Han Linghui might even harbor his own ambitions towards Chiu Yuding, thus he maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, not only refraining from comments, but also taking over the task of pouring tea. Chiu Yuding hardly expected to hear anything of constructive value from Lei Hao. Shaking her head as she said, "The Ingi Securities Yangshan District branch has only been established for just over a year, while Taiya's branch in Yangcheng has at least 5 years of history. In comparison, we are merely in our infancy. Indeed, being new signifies hope." Chiu Yuding remarked with a hint of a smile, "If one is nothing, perhaps one fears nothing." Yes, Lei Hao still found himself perplexed by Chiu Yuding's roundabout comments. "Manager Lei seems to lack a strong sense of belonging to our branch," Chiu Yuding asked. Lei Hao shot her a surprised glance, thinking it was a jest. His sense of belonging to the branch was undeniably overwhelming. He would never dream of leaving the camaraderie of his colleagues. From Lei Hao's expression, Chiu Yuding discerned astonishment and denial, prompting her to quickly shift her tone, stating, "Or perhaps, Manager Lei has his own plans? Let us speak candidly, as long as the requests are reasonable. The company will certainly accommodate. This woman is no pushover." For the first time, Lei Hao recognized Chiu Yuding's capabilities. Her thoughts pivoted rapidly, and her perspective was strikingly accurate. There will be organizational changes within the branch soon. Would Manager Lei be interested in learning more? Chiu Yuding produced a document and handed it to Lei Hao, her eyes glimmering with amusement. Lei Hao was unflustered as he accepted the document and began reading. It detailed the establishment of an asset management department, and from it, he gleaned Chiu Yuding's intentions. In the development of the domestic securities industry, branch offices preceded the formation of securities companies. Previously, branch offices operated like independent kingdoms within securities firms. Each branch had similar departments, such as brokerage, customer service, asset management, and even investment banking. However, in recent years, as the domestic market became increasingly regulated and developed, the status of branch offices within securities companies had diminished significantly, with many departments transitioning to vertical management. And the weight of asset management within each branch had risen. In a city like Yangcheng, a branch relying solely on brokerage services could barely break even. Only asset management offered a pathway to prominence, but one needed assets to manage them. Client manager transitioning to investment advisor? Upon finishing the document, Lei Hao couldn't help but be astonished. Within it, Qiu Yuding painted an enticing picture. Whoever could attract a certain amount of funds for the newly established collective asset management plan would receive rewards, either in cash or by transitioning to an investment advisor in the asset management department. The company had always been generous in rewarding capable individuals. Of course, once a client manager becomes an investment advisor, they can continue to enjoy the commission from the trades of their original clients. And any new clients would also yield their previous commissions, but with added salary income and some additional responsibilities, Qiu Yuding explained with a smile. This is a scheme that seems to invite loss. Lei Hao internally scoffed while maintaining an expression of contemplation. Client manager transitioning to investment advisor? Based on the document's content, Lei Hao discerned that Qiu Yuding was merely offering a euphemistic title. His current situation involved drawing in a certain amount of funds, leading to a title change from client manager to investment advisor. In the end, what would change? Only the salary standards would shift from those of a client manager to those of an investment advisor. I'm afraid this plan does not suit me. Lei Hao pondered for a moment before responding. Director Qiu might have noticed the changes in my client's assets over the past few days. Do you think they would agree to entrust their funds to Manager Han for management? Qiu Yuding furrowed her brows and gently shook her head, saying, the greater the profit, the higher the risk. Perhaps they would prefer a plan with seemingly minimal risk? Lei Hao still could not agree. Chapter 30. Suggestions. If he exerted himself, Lei Hao believed that Ma Yang and Lu would likely give him some leeway, contributing a portion of their funds to the collective asset management plan. However, he hesitated to pursue this course of action, primarily due to his unfavorable impression of Han Linghui. And secondly, he perceived a faint opportunity within this matter to achieve his own objectives. What exactly do you want, Manager Lei? This indecision is driving me nearly to madness. Han Linghui exclaimed in frustration. Qiu Yuding also appeared somewhat dissatisfied, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lei Hao, as if demanding a satisfactory explanation. President Qiu has reviewed the recent fluctuations in my client's assets. Do you comprehend the role I have played in this? Lei Hao disregarded Han Linghui and instead posed a question to Qiu Yuding. It's you? A look of astonishment flickered across Qiu Yuding's face for the first time. Incredulously asking, is it truly you? Lei Hao nodded and continued. Thus, I firmly believe that the clients will certainly reject Manager Han's financial plan, considering their perspective. No one would accept it. Now it makes sense, Qiu Yuding realized, the veil of confusion lifting completely. Previously perplexed by Lei Hao's significance to the clients, she now understood why he consistently emphasized the impossibility of persuading them to invest in financial products. Tap, tap, tap. Qiu Yuding lightly drummed her slender fingers against the armrest of her chair, her gaze repeatedly assessing Lei Hao. As the general manager of the securities department, Qiu Yuding had access to a wealth of information, including the asset changes in Ma Yuanshan's account. Initially astonished, she had thought that Ma Yuanshan might have found an underground trader, only to discover that the mastermind was, in fact, a mere client manager from the department. In just 3 days, an increase from 3 million to 5 million was not uncommon. Yet, what if the leverage was merely double? What if it involved only the stock market? If the price of the target stock remained relatively stable over this period? Given these 3 conditions, the outcome was indeed impressive. I would much prefer Manager Lei to join the asset management department, Qiu Yuding expressed with genuine delight, having tirelessly devoted herself to the department's success. She yearned to gather both seasoned and emerging talents within her ranks. Han Linghui, listening from the side, appeared somewhat bewildered. He had merely reviewed the asset volume under Lei Hao's clients and was unaware of the intricacies at play, revealing a puzzled expression as he anticipated an explanation from Qiu Yuding. The situation is as follows, Qiu Yuding explained in a calm tone, ultimately shifting her stance slightly in favor of Lei Hao. Thus, Manager Lei's claim of impossibility is not simply an excuse. Haha. Han Linghui chuckled dryly, casting Lei Hao an odd look. He felt no jealousy. Rather, he perceived it as a spectacle, feigning advice, from an experienced insider's perspective. I suggest you know when to retreat, Manager Lei. The financial sector is often dubbed a miraculous realm. Cases like Lei Hao's, where fortune strikes overnight, abound in various tales circulating within the community. Yet, this industry is also a treacherous zone. For every individual who attains sudden wealth, there are countless others who face bankruptcy and despair. Han Linghui knew enough examples to form a formidable list. Had Lei Hao helped his clients earn substantial profits? What of it? A fleeting triumph does not guarantee perpetual success. In the end, this circle still relies on capability and connections. In Han Linghui's view, what did Lei Hao possess? Merely a stroke of luck. Should he continue down this path, offering reckless advice to clients, misfortune was bound to follow. Would you like to hear some heartfelt advice, Manager Lei? Qiu Yuding expressed newfound interest in Lei Hao, stating, currently, the profit models in the securities industry can be broadly categorized into two types, the channel model and the venture capital model. The former is not pertinent at this moment. Your situation falls under the latter. As a high-achieving individual from a lineage of securities professionals, Qiu Yuding imparted her wisdom to Lei Hao, a novice in the field. Such an occurrence was indeed rare, and Lei Hao was receptive to her insights. This was undoubtedly sincere advice. Even the most astute investors cannot guarantee their judgment will never falter. For someone as inexperienced as Lei Hao, the likelihood of missteps was significant, potentially leading him to gamble recklessly and ultimately suffer dire consequences. Aware of his shortcomings, Lei Hao had consistently aimed to enter the elite investment division, aspiring to enhance his knowledge and experience since acquiring foresight into future events. However, unlike others, he had the unique advantage of learning while investing, as his access to future information almost entirely mitigated his risk of loss, enabling him to progress swiftly. I too wish to join the asset management department. I just wonder if Manager Han is still accepting new members, Lei Hao expressed sincerely, his mind already formulating a plan, subtly laying a trap for Han Linghui. As anticipated, upon sensing Lei Hao's attitude, Han Linghui felt a mix of joy and cunning amusement, replying, of course, that's no problem. As long as you assist in filling some funding gaps, I assure you I will impart my experience. On the surface, Han Linghui appeared amicable, yet internally, he had already made a decision. Once Lei Hao managed to secure the funds, he would be free to pursue his own interests elsewhere. However, clients are certainly unwilling at this moment, Lei Hao lamented, fully aware that Han Linghui was not adept at concealing his intentions. Nothing is impossible for the determined, Han Linghui declared with an air of authority. How about this? Lei Hao suggested, President Qiu, could you assist me in establishing a collective asset management plan? I would have my clients invest their funds, with a stipulation that upon reaching a 10 loss, the plan would be liquidated, transferring all funds into Manager Han's plan. What do you think? The shock on their faces was precisely what Lei Hao anticipated. He knew how alarming his proposal was. With a 30 million plan, he would personally invest 3 million, precisely 10. Furthermore, when the plan incurs a 10 loss, it would trigger liquidation, prioritizing his investment, meaning that the clients would never bear the brunt of any losses. Chapter 31. The second generation of Lei. Securities firms occasionally implement plans akin to the collective asset management scheme proposed by Lei Hao, wherein they initiate a plan, deploy proprietary funds, and subsequently solicit client investments. Ultimately, if losses arise, the initial capital is drawn from the proprietary funds, ensuring that clients do not incur losses until the firm's own funds are depleted. However, this approach necessitates numerous factors, the most critical being the trustworthiness of the manager overseeing the plan. Lei Hao is far from entering that trusted circle. Hence the astonished expressions from Qiu Yuding and Han Linghui were entirely understandable. Yet, Lei Hao found himself at an impasse. He had no desire to resort to such tactics. But without them, achieving his goals would require an inordinate amount of time. Excuse me, Manager Lei, are you suggesting that I establish a collective asset management plan for you, and then link this plan to Manager Han's? Qiu Yuding was the first to react, incredulously asking. 3 million, after all, is not a trivial sum, Lei Hao casually interjected, raising eyebrows. Was he a wealthy second-generation heir merely dabbling in the securities industry? Indeed, as long as I proceed in this manner, the risk to the department is minimal. Is it not? Lei Hao appeared transformed, radiating enthusiasm. If there are losses, they will be mine, and the remaining funds can be transferred to Manager Han's plan. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. President Qiu, Han Linghui was indifferent to Lei Hao's intentions. His sole focus was to agree to the proposal. He had to agree. This represented a 30 million plan, and even after deducting Lei Hao's 3 million, there remained 27 million. But what about personnel allocation, performance remuneration, other expenses? Furthermore, given your circumstances, the Securities Regulatory Commission would not permit you to assume the role of the responsible party. The legal department is particularly averse to such ambiguous dealings. And Qiu Yuding casually posed a series of questions. Lei Hao, of course, could entirely disregard those trivial matters. After all, he had invested 3 million and signed a principal protection agreement with the client. If he were to concern himself with such issues after presenting those conditions, it would be better for the securities firm to close its doors sooner rather than later. Indeed, I will certainly require some time, for now. Personnel will first assist Manager Lei. Han Linghui is the most anxious among them, as he believes that Lei Hao should deplete the 10 million quota within a month, at which point all assets would ultimately revert to him. Qiu Yuding is well aware of this. From the perspective of a branch manager, there is no reason to refuse this matter. However, considering it from the viewpoint of an ordinary individual, she feels that Lei Hao is being reckless. Yet, he is capable of investing $3 million and is acquainted with numerous high-profile clients, clearly indicating he is no ordinary person. Why should I be concerned for him? Qiu Yuding felt that she had overlooked an important matter, Lei Hao's identity. It was not uncommon for scions of wealthy families to dabble in the securities industry. $3 million is no trivial sum. She had taken on considerable risk. Was it truly worth it? Qiu Yuding tentatively inquired, to which Lei Hao responded nonchalantly, nodding in agreement and calmly stating, "It's nothing. Just as General Qiu mentioned, one can learn a great deal on the front lines. Indeed, it's about investing money to gain experience." With this realization, Qiu Yuding felt a sense of relief. In the securities industry, there are players who, in their pursuit of rapid learning, often throw money at the problem, accepting losses of several million each year, confident that in a few years, they will certainly gain invaluable experience and knowledge. Having come to this understanding, Qiu Yuding no longer felt conflicted and nodded, saying, "Let us discuss the specifics." As they approached the moment of resolution, Lei Hao, filled with excitement, began to delve into the detailed terms of the plan alongside Qiu Yuding. Given the premise of the client's capital preservation principle, and with Han Linghui constantly providing support, the plan was predominantly shaped by Lei Hao's intentions, and Qiu Yuding did not impose too many difficulties. Ultimately, while Qiu Yuding was formally designated as the head of the plan, it was, in fact, managed by Lei Hao. The salaries of the participants would be paid by Engie Securities, and the company would also assign personnel to assist with financial matters. The performance remuneration of the plan was established in a tiered manner, thoroughly respecting Lei Hao's opinions. The plan commenced with a base of 25, and when the annualized return reached 20, Lei Hao would receive 45 of the portion exceeding 20, with Engie Securities and other participants sharing 5, totaling 50. Furthermore, there were benchmarks for annualized returns of 100, 200, 500, and even 1,000, leaving Qiu Yuding and Han Linghui utterly speechless. This configuration was exceedingly amateurish. They had never before witnessed an asset management plan set performance commissions tied to a 1,000 annualized return. However, Lei Hao did not place much weight on this. His contributions were indeed significant, yet they secured him the opportunity to transition from obscurity to prominence, rendering his income both legitimate and reasonable. Additionally, due to substantial concessions in terms of interests, Lei Hao acquired numerous rights in other areas, such as personnel authority, the discretion to open or close the plan, and the ability to terminate it at any time. In essence, this plan was a manifestation of Lei Hao's unilateral control. With his objectives achieved, Lei Hao felt a sense of satisfaction, while Qiu Yuding remained noncommittal, and Han Linghui secretly rejoiced. "Manager Lei," Han Linghui began, "I acknowledge that my earlier actions were misguided. Allow me to host a luncheon to express my apologies, which would also serve as an opportunity for you to meet your future subordinates. What do you think?" Han Linghui had long regarded Lei Hao as a wealthy individual, and his demeanor had become remarkably cordial. Having received the line chart from Mingyang Bank at 10:07 a.m. last Wednesday, it was now nearly 9 a.m. on Monday, and Lei Hao had access to just over 2 days' worth of market trends. In Lu Xingdong's account, Lei Hao had extracted a profit of 1.45 million, half of which belonged to him, amounting to just over 720,000. Ma Yuanshan's account yielded a profit exceeding 2 million, from which he could claim over 660,000 cumulatively. This approached 1.4 million, leaving a deficit of 1.6 million to reach the target of 3 million. Fortunately, the greedy Lu Xingdong had entrusted him with a deposit of 10 million into the Engie Securities account, thereby elevating Lei Hao's available cash to over 21 million. Should he invest it all in Mingyang Bank, he would undoubtedly assume the role of a major player. Ultimately, Lei Hao refrained from investing all his funds into Mingyang Bank. Instead, he allocated the newly provided 10 million to purchase shares in Guogang and Medjane, while simultaneously leveraging an additional 10 million, thereby holding 20 million in total. Today, a favorable announcement was expected, promising substantial gains. The remaining funds were not subjected to multiple hedging transactions within Mingyang Bank. Instead, he planned to trade at both the peak and trough prices. At this juncture, some whispers began circulating in the brokerage firm, suggesting that Lei Hao had been labeled a low-profile second-generation rich. Lei Hao became aware of this absurd rumor through a chat group, and as he contemplated an explanation, he finally received another update regarding the securities market. Chapter 32. Classmates a few years back. Collective asset management plans were classified into large and small collections based on the number of participants and the volume of assets. Ever since the China Securities Regulatory Commission incorporated large collections under the new fund law, any attempts to establish collective asset management plans now fell solely within the realm of small collections. While small collections may not encompass a broad scope, Their establishment still necessitated navigating numerous procedures, including project initiation, promotion, client asset verification, and legal discussions, many areas in which Lei Hao was involved, presenting challenges that could be quite vexing. Around 3 p.m., Lei Hao sat in a taxi, his expression weary, yet a spark of excitement glimmered in his eyes. It was no wonder, for today heralded a series of fortunate events for Lei Hao: the establishment of the collective asset management plan, profitable ventures in the stock market, valuable future insights shared in the colleague group, his parents confirming their visit to Yangcheng, and promising developments regarding his housing situation. Master, please turn into the Huaqing agency at the intersection ahead, Lei Hao instructed the taxi driver while glancing at the navigation map on his phone, casually offering the driver a cigarette. Rest assured, boss, I know the way, the driver replied, his spirits lifting upon recognizing the brand of the cigarette. And he smoothly parked at the agency's entrance. After settling the fare, Lei Hao alighted from the vehicle and walked toward the agency. The agency's location was fairly ordinary, with the afternoon sun directly opposing him, casting various reflections into the lobby that significantly impaired visibility. Lei Hao? Oh my, is that really you, Lei Hao? As soon as he stepped through the door, Lei Hao heard a surprised exclamation. Turning his head, he found the newcomer quite familiar. Have you forgotten who I am? I am Qi Rongjie, and we were classmates for 3 years in university. You surely do not truly forget me, do you? This individual possesses an unremarkable physique and an ordinary appearance. Clad in formal attire and placed in a real estate agency, he certainly lacks any striking attributes. Due to the necessity of employment, Lei Hao spent 3 years in university without residing in a dormitory, and he remains relatively unfamiliar with his classmates. At first glance, there is hardly any impression, yet upon deeper reflection, corresponding images arise in his memory. Why the forgetfulness? However, you've swapped your glasses for formal wear, and the transformation is quite significant. Lei Hao smiles and shares a brief embrace with him. As a graduate from a vocational college in finance, if one does not hail from a prominent family, it is common for over half to engage in sales. Among the most sought-after positions are those in real estate and account opening. Individuals like Qi Rongjie, who work in real estate agencies, are abundant. There exists a rule in real estate agencies: one must queue to attend to clients. Whenever a client enters, a corresponding salesperson will step forward to greet them. However, exceptions arise when the client is someone you know, in which case, queuing is unnecessary. When Lei Hao entered, Qi Rongjie had not yet reached his turn. But circumstances dictated otherwise, as Lei Hao was his university classmate, causing the individual who was next in line to await the subsequent opportunity. Renting a house. Oh, dear old classmate, rest assured, with me around, you shall not be led astray. After a year in society, Qi Rongjie appeared markedly different from his university days. His former introversion had been cast aside, replaced by a constant, cheerful demeanor, as he greeted with a smile and offered tea. The boss is out, and will be back shortly. Please, have a seat so we can have a good chat, Qi Rongjie said with a grin. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he inquired, is the person you're waiting for by any chance surnamed Ma? Yes, how did you know? Lei Hao responded, somewhat surprised. Qi Rongjie slapped his thigh and winked, saying, the boss is my fellow townsman. He asked me to host a major client surnamed Ma. The pervasive nature of human connections left Lei Hao both amused and bemused. Before he could respond, Qi Rongjie lit a cigarette and then asked, by the way, what are you doing for work these days? Why haven't you kept in touch with our classmates? I'm working at a securities company. You know how it is. I didn't really keep in touch with everyone since my freshman year, Lei Hao replied, lighting his own cigarette and reflecting on his university days with a hint of nostalgia. During the college entrance examination, he had initially planned to pursue a sports major. But an injury during the practical test led him to enroll in the finance department at Guangdong Province Finance College instead. Later, during a sports event in his freshman year, the sports committee member persistently urged Lei Hao to participate. However, he needed to work part-time, and he couldn't afford to waste time on sports. This led to some conflicts, and after a physical altercation with the committee member, Lei Hao had little contact with his classmates thereafter. Well, I should thank him though. If he had escalated things to the student affairs office, I would have faced serious repercussions. He chuckled at the memory of that arrogant yet prideful sports committee member. Time has a way of changing many things, including perspectives. After a while of conversation, Qi Rongjie learned that Lei Hao was waiting for Ma Yuanshan, who, as it turned out, was the owner of the bar where Lei Hao had worked part-time during university. Qi Rongjie's enthusiasm surged. Lei Hao, since you have a good relationship with Boss Ma, you must help me out later, he said. He is looking for a villa to rent. And while it's not a huge commission, it's still significant. Regardless of whether the deal goes through, we should definitely find a nice place to celebrate tonight. Lei Hao felt a bit awkward, realizing that Ma Yuanshan was not the only one looking to rent. He also needed a place. What is he like? What style does he prefer? Qi Rongjie, glancing at the time, urged Lei Hao for details. It was understandable that Qi Rongjie didn't consider Lei Hao's situation. They had only been working for a year, and Lei Hao, having been a rural student who needed to work his way through college, likely had no intention of renting a villa. Boss Ma? He is quite easygoing. Just be honest with him, Lei Hao said, scratching his nose. There was no way he could boast about being wealthy to his classmates. After several minutes of discussing Ma Yuanshan's personality traits and promising to assist Qi Rongjie, Lei Hao finally saw Ma Yuanshan walk in. Tiger, sorry, the mechanic is dragging things out and wasting my time, Ma Yuanshan said cheerfully, approaching Lei Hao and giving him a hearty hug. Lei Hao had grown accustomed to the warmth of Ma, Yang, and Liu. Under Qi Rongjie's eager gaze, he introduced. Boss Ma, this is Qi Rongjie, my classmate from university. Hello, I'll just call you Xiao Qi. We're all friends here, Ma Yuanshan said with a smile. Initially ignoring Qi Rongjie. I've already informed your boss of our requirements. Just take us to see the house, and we'll likely sign the contract. Absolutely, Boss Ma. You can count on me. Xiao Qi is highly regarded at Huaqing Realty. I'll ensure everything is handled flawlessly, Qi Rongjie boasted, patting his chest and fervently explaining the details to Ma Yuanshan. During the house tour, Lei Hao managed to contribute a few comments, needing to be honest about the property's downsides, which diminished Qi Rongjie's standing in Ma Yuanshan's eyes. Nevertheless, the property was satisfactory, and both Lei Hao and Ma Yuanshan expressed their approval. Since the agency was a friend of Ma Yuanshan's, they had no concerns about being taken advantage of, so they agreed to sign the contract. 15,000 a month, with a 2-month deposit and 1 month's rent in advance. Thankfully, I have enough money, Lei Hao thought to himself as Qi Rongjie began drafting the contract. He excused himself to the restroom to address a personal matter. Upon exiting, he encountered a familiar figure, Jiang Huai, with her distinctive gait, which instantly rekindled his memories. Jiang Huai, is that really you? What are you doing here? He exclaimed, delighted. Unlike Qi Rongjie, Jiang Huai was one of Lei Hao's closest friends from university. The reason was simple. She had been the Life Committee member, assisting Lei Hao with applications for financial aid and scholarships. In Lei Hao's memory, Jiang Huai had a somewhat tomboyish demeanor but was undeniably kind-hearted, enthusiastic, and even formidable. Hey, Lei Lao, I should be asking you that. What are you doing here? Are you going to be my colleague? Jiang Huai, busy squeezing a pimple, was startled when her name was called. But upon seeing Lei Hao, she grinned and embraced him warmly. I'm here to rent a place. Are you working here? Lei Hao asked, thrilled. In comparison to Qi Rongjie, who needed to introduce himself, Jiang Huai felt effortlessly familiar. Yeah, I had some disagreements with the bank leadership, so, you know how it is, she replied, shrugging her shoulders nonchalantly. You're renting? No problem. I'll ask my colleagues to give you a discount. No need to trouble yourself. Qi Rongjie is handling it, and it should be fine, Lei Hao responded, genuinely pleased. After all, she was his only true friend from university. And he quickly inquired, are you working in finance? Not at all. I'm in sales, dealing with rentals and sales. It's tough, she said, adopting a pitiful expression. Though Lei Hao still found her to be quite fierce. However, he did not need to worry about Jiang Huai. Her family was reportedly well off back home, and she merely needed to support herself. She could always return to her family's factory for a leadership position if necessary. By the way, what happened to you? You vanished after graduation. What are you up to now? Any girlfriend? If not, I could introduce someone, she said, casually bringing up his love life. As they chatted, Lei Hao considered inviting Jiang Huai to meet up, but she suddenly exclaimed, oh no, did Qi Rongjie handle your business? Of course, it's a big deal. That guy used to be indifferent, but now he is filled with ulterior motives. Have you signed the contract? If you have, hurry and show it to me. I'll see if I can help you switch it, she urged. We're classmates, it should be fine, right? Lei Hao remarked, though he recalled Qi Rongjie's behavior and felt uncertain. That fellow was overly friendly when he needed assistance, but changed his demeanor when it came to responsibilities, raising doubts about his integrity. Seeing Lei Hao's hesitation, Jiang Huai pulled him toward the reception area, stating, Qi Rongjie has a history of taking advantage of classmates. Only you, who hasn't kept in touch with anyone, would be unaware. Lei Hao felt a pang in his heart. He was particularly afraid of Qi Rongjie pulling any tricks in the contract. He simply felt a sense of disappointment that a classmate had fallen so low. As they entered the agency's reception area, Lei Hao noticed Ma Yuanshan signing his name while Qi Rongjie lit a cigarette for him. In this day and age, you get gifts for topping up your phone, and even a trip to the restroom comes with a pretty attendant? Ma Yuanshan winked at Lei Hao and Jiang Huai. I've decided I'll be coming to this agency regularly from now on. Ma Gu, allow me to introduce her. Her name is Jiang Hui. Lei Hao solemnly stated. She was my class committee member in college, and she has assisted me greatly. Oh, congratulations. Little sister, you've struck gold. Haha. Ma Yuanshan, aware of Lei Hao's college experiences, chuckled teasingly. I can shout like a tiger, right? Ma Gu, have you signed the contract? Let me take a look. Jiang Hui approached, casting a fierce glare at Qi Rongjie, and extended her hand to Ma Yuanshan, requesting to see the contract. Qi Rongjie's expression immediately soured, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Tomboy, this is my business. Of course I know. I'm merely helping Tiger look over the contract as a friend. You shouldn't meddle too much, right? Jiang Hui replied without lifting her head, being well-versed in the industry. A cursory glance revealed the hidden traps within. It is widely known that real estate agents often lease prime properties, then inflate the prices before renting them out to clients, thereby earning both a commission and a profit margin. This was precisely the situation with the villas Lei Hao viewed in the afternoon, which is why Qi Rongjie could sign with Ma Yuanshan on the spot. To Lei Hao's astonishment, Ma Yuanshan signed for 2 units instead of 1, evidently preparing to complete the transaction for his own property. What left Lei Hao speechless was that the contract provided by Qi Rongjie contained more than just 1 or 2 traps. Chapter 34. The situation of Jiang Hui. Qi Rongjie was quite adept in this area. The traps he set were all legal. Altogether, they would cost the client about 1,000 to 2,000 monthly, with deductions taken from the deposit initially. However, a significant item was overlooked: maintenance. Landlords have a duty to maintain their rental properties, and unless specified otherwise, any damages incurred would be the landlord's responsibility. This contract, however, absolved them of that obligation. Lei Hao could easily deduce that the agent and the original landlord would not follow through on this. When damages occurred, the real estate agent would call upon the landlord to repair it, then demand payment from the tenants. Quite the clever maneuver for a sublessor. Feeling frustrated, especially being deceived by a classmate, Lei Hao felt a blend of anger and helplessness. He could not accept such a contract, beyond the financial implications. He intended to bring his parents over. The furnishings in the villa would be considered expensive for his elderly parents. If they learned that they would have to pay for repairs, it would be clear that they weren't moving in for a home, but rather to take care of the property. This contract is unacceptable. Lei Hao, feeling utterly helpless, said to Qi Rongjie, please bring a revised version. Let us pretend this incident never happened. Haha, what are you saying, Lei Hao? Once signed, it has legal effect. Qi Rongjie chuckled dryly. If you wish to back out, compensation is necessary. Tiger need not worry. You haven't paid yet. What is the harm in signing? Would he sue you? The legal fees alone would be exorbitant. Jiang Hui interjected. Nevertheless, since Qi Rongjie was a classmate of Lei Hao, Ma Yuanshan chose to let Lei Hao handle the situation. Tomboy, if you remain silent, no one will think you're a mute, Qi Rongjie said, gritting his teeth with disdain for Jiang Hui while boasting. Ma Gu has just made the payment. Ahem, just a small sum, Ma Yuanshan replied awkwardly, having no idea that the other party was setting a trap. Moreover, the agent was a friend's establishment. He felt no fear. Lei Hao, understanding the intricacies, felt disheartened by Qi Rongjie's demeanor. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that their relationship was rather ordinary, and the unscrupulous gains Qi Rongjie deemed insignificant were, in fact, enough to sacrifice their camaraderie. Suddenly, Lei Hao felt a wave of despondency wash over him, recognizing that his values diverged from those of most people. Today, it was Qi Rongjie acting this way. What about tomorrow? Would other friends distance themselves due to financial matters? If it were Lei Zhenxiang or friends like Jiang Hui, he doubted he could remain indifferent. Money is not inherently evil, yet it can lead to malevolence. Lei Hao found his thoughts entangled, realizing he had fallen back into old habits of overthinking. Damn it, Tiger, what are you doing? Hurry up. Jiang Hui, noticing Lei Hao lost in contemplation, anxiously slapped his shoulder, urging him to provide Ma Yuanshan with an explanation. She believed Ma Yuanshan was Lei Hao's client, and Qi Rongjie had wronged him, which would inevitably cost Lei Hao in terms of connections. Then I shall take care of this myself. Ma Yuanshan, seasoned in such matters, offered Lei Hao a reassuring smile and pulled out his phone to make a call. Qi Rongjie instantly became anxious. He knew the contract was deceitful. However, he believed securing maximum profit for the company would assure him of the highest bonuses, and with the contract signed, unless they went to court, what could the other party do to reverse it? With a sudden realization, Qi Rongjie felt something shatter within him. He had made a mistake. Assuming Ma Yuanshan was merely an ordinary client entertained by Cheng Shan, and thought Ma Yuanshan's swift signature was due to Lei Hao's influence. Ma Yuanshan owned a bar and had encountered all sorts of characters. He had no inclination to engage with someone as crass as Qi Rongjie. Cheng's call. The ringing of Qi Rongjie's phone startled him, and the name displayed caused his face to pale, involuntarily revealing a pleading expression to Lei Hao. Upon observing Qi Rongjie's sudden shift, Lei Hao smiled slightly. He had come to a realization: individuals like Qi Rongjie were not worth his concern. While friends like Lei Zhenqiang and Jiang Huai would never engage in such treachery, what was there to worry about? The actions of ordinary individuals are not deemed betrayal. If a friend betrays, it is seldom a one-sided reason. Otherwise, that person is not a friend, but merely an acquaintance. Lei Hao felt a sense of relief. Jiang Popo, would you grace me with your presence tonight for dinner? Lei Hao cheerfully called out, using Jiang Huai's nickname, as he beckoned Ma Yuanshan and Jiang Huai to exit the reception area. Upon hearing her embarrassing nickname, Jiang Huai immediately jumped up, exclaiming, Lei Laohu, you're courting death. I will surely make you broke tonight. Fine, you choose the place. I have money to spare. I can afford to down bowls of soy milk. Lei Hao feigned a proud demeanor. What dinner? Tiger, tonight we have a free feast. Cheng Shan will definitely host a banquet. Besides, you must recall, I have some friends investing money, and Cheng is one of them, Ma Yuanshan chimed in. Sister is the dominant one, not the submissive. Can you handle it? Jiang Huai made a rather cheeky remark before calmly stating, still, let us skip it. Ever since I kicked our bank manager's precious jewels, I'm destined to be estranged from the financial circle in Yangqing. Ahem, hearing Jiang Huai's words, Lei Hao, a habitual smoker, coughed as the smoke choked him, perplexedly asking, then why don't you leave Yangqing? Graduating from finance, yet unable to enter the financial sector, are you destined to sell houses for life? Lei Hao felt embarrassed, yet from her gaze, he discerned a hint of resignation and determination, suggesting there were deeper factors at play. Indeed, under Lei Hao's scrutiny, Jiang Huai adopted a coy demeanor, unwittingly revealing, oh, my boyfriend is in Yangqing. If he doesn't leave, I certainly won tea. Which gallant hero is this? Lei Hao was astounded. Go to hell. Chapter 35. Weather forecast? Ultimately, Jiang Huai did not accompany Lei Hao for dinner, however. After finishing up with Ma Yuanshan and Cheng Shan, he found himself at Jiang Huai's residence, joining her and her boyfriend for a late-night snack. The brave soul daring enough to take on the role of Jiang Huai's boyfriend was Gu Yongwen, whose refined appearance and slender physique exuded an air of righteousness, albeit with a somewhat timid demeanor towards his girlfriend, prompting Lei Hao to muse, true love embodies truth, a match of dominance and submission. Joking aside, having clarified Jiang Huai's situation, Lei Hao felt inclined to lend her a hand, as he had a plan brewing that intertwined with their collective aspirations. In the following 2 days, Lei Hao relinquished the modest profit margin available on the morning of the 30th, opting instead to liquidate his holdings at the close on the 29th. This decision granted him immediate liquidity on the 30th. The investment across the mountain had doubled, transforming 3 million into 6 million, allowing Lei Hao to pocket 1 million. Coupled with the 1 million he received from Ma Yang and the others, he amassed a total of 2 million from this venture alone. Lu Xingdong, on the other hand, managed 2 accounts. One with a principal of 5 million that yielded over 280,000 in profits, granting Lei Hao a share of 140,000. The other account, with a capital of 10 million, brought in an 8% gain, resulting in another 40,000 for Lei Hao, culminating in a total of 180,000. After injecting 300,000 into the collective investment plan, Lei Hao astonishingly still had 80,000 left at his disposal. Without hesitation, he promptly contacted the brokerage staff to expedite the opening of various securities accounts in the absence of his father. With the recent profits, Ma Yang and Lu, along with Lei Hao, were eager to support the initiative. The plan's funding deficit of 27 million was swiftly filled by friends introduced by the trio. And should Lei Hao desire additional capital, it would not be beyond reach. The rapid pace of fundraising incited envy in Han Linghui, yet he remained unfazed. Long ago, while Lei Hao borrowed funds, Han Linghui had set a trap, patiently awaiting Lei Hao's losses to mount to 10. On the afternoon of the 30th, Lei Hao finally encountered his so-called subordinates, 3 individuals dispatched from Han Linghui's team to assist him: information collector Lin Lirui, trader Zhao Liken, and assistant Zhou Yinrong. The roles of the information collector and trader were straightforward, but the assistant position bore more significance. When the asset volume of the collective plan was modest, the assistant often functioned as the second in command, typically filled by a capable and experienced employee. Conversely, with larger asset volumes, the assistant's role became more logistical, while the position of second-in-command transitioned to that of a deputy manager. Lei Hao, lacking experience, could not fathom why a middle-aged man was assigned as his assistant. Only after Qiu Yuding's hushed explanation did he comprehend that Zhou Yinrong was a veteran in the field, skilled at market analysis, a rather rare talent. The small conference room was situated on the second floor of the recently rented Yangshan brokerage office. Despite the tight timeline, it had been nearly furnished. Upon entering, Lei Hao beheld a modern 20-square-meter meeting space, with 3 subordinates idly seated. Manager Chiu, Manager Lei, they greeted as the general manager and direct superior entered, prompting them to rise in unison. It was Lei Hao's first experience of such deference, eliciting a sense of satisfaction within him as he scrutinized his subordinates. Lin Lirui, a sweet-faced woman with an alluring figure, appeared to have graduated only a few years prior. Zhao Liken, slightly older, exuded a trustworthy demeanor, while Zhou Yanrong, a middle-aged man, extinguished his cigarette upon Lei Hao's arrival. Are these my 3 subordinates? A pretty face, a dullard, and an old hand? Lei Hao felt a tinge of disappointment, but dismissed it, knowing that as long as they performed their duties effectively, he held absolute authority over personnel matters. Please take a seat. Manager Zhao, kindly hold on for a moment. I will only speak briefly. Chiu Yuding instructed Lei Hao to remain on stage, and continued. With the support and care of the headquarters, our brokerage has established its first collective asset management plan today. All present will become the pioneers of the Lei Ting No. One collective asset management plan. Now, I invite the responsible party, Manager Lei Hao, to address us. The 3 in attendance erupted into enthusiastic applause, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. Lei Hao internally mused, could you feign indifference any further? Among them, he held the lowest educational qualifications and the least experience. He was acutely aware of the whispers circulating in the company and could easily discern some of their sentiments, prompting a sense of relief within him. Facing the eager gazes of his subordinates, his initial anxiety gradually dissipated. Does no one believe in me? It matters not. Do they all doubt my capabilities? That is inconsequential. Lacking authority before my subordinates? I do not care. This was Lei Hao's stance as he continued. I am grateful that the fund size of this plan is manageable. One person can oversee it adequately. I am also thankful that the company has entrusted me with complete authority over bonus distribution and personnel decisions. I firmly believe that you will soon realize that a 5% return is indeed a significant figure. The 3 subordinates clapped once more. Their applause tinged with an unsettling undertone, as they hardly regarded Lei Hao's words as intimidating. The so-called return was contingent upon actual profits. And could a novice with only a vocational diploma truly generate wealth for others? Furthermore, 300 million was a rather modest sum. Most crucially, according to the contract, bonuses were only awarded once the annual return exceeded 20%, with a principal of 300 million under the stewardship of a novice. Achieving more than 20% in annual returns seemed implausible, explaining the skepticism surrounding the project. Lin Lirui, Zhao Liken, and Zhou Yanrong were likely anticipating the project's failure, ready to return to Han Linghui at the first opportunity. Well said, Manager Lei. You may now commence your work. I have a meeting with President Zhang and will take my leave, Chiu Yuding remarked, although she harbored no faith in Lei Hao's capabilities, offering only perfunctory words before departing. Manager, shall we proceed with task assignments? As soon as Chiu Yuding exited, Zhou Yanrong promptly inquired of Lei Hao. Mastering a project and managing subordinates were inextricably linked, and Zhou Yanrong had little faith in Lei Hao's experience. Manager, at the project's onset, we must first determine the investment scope and then gather information accordingly. Please advise us on the targets we should pursue. Lin Lirui, keen to make a favorable impression on Lei Hao, interjected. This woman had entered the finance sector to secure a wealthy husband, and thus, her interest in the project was secondary. She perceived the potential in the second-generation heir. Lei Hao, please gather information on recent weather conditions. Old Zhou and Zhao Liken, assist Lin Lirui and submit your findings to me before the end of the day. Lei Hao calmly instructed, finally able to delegate these trivial matters to others. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his 3 subordinates were left utterly bewildered. Weather conditions? Are we not engaged in finance? Are we to pivot towards meteorology? Chapter 36, Aiming for the Futures Market having assigned the tasks. Lei Hao paid no heed to the thoughts of Lin Lirui and her companions and directly entered his office, surveying the decor within, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Seizing the moment while Lei Hao was absent from the public office space, Zhou Yanrong slipped over to Han Linghui, revealing the tasks Lei Hao had delegated. Investigating the weather? Han Linghui initially expressed confusion, then scoffed. The weather only impacts agricultural futures. This lad is utterly oblivious to his own limitations. The agricultural futures market in March and April is anything but stable. Should I mislead him? Zhou Yanrong inquired with a smile. Manager Han, as you know, my experience has been primarily in bonds, and I am not well versed in the futures market. No need. He is only a 10% loss threshold. Entering the futures market would be tantamount to courting disaster. Keep a close watch, and if the losses exceed that limit, notify me immediately. I will instruct Chiu to enforce a forced liquidation. Han Linghui waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Yinrong exhaled a sigh of relief. Han Linghui's directive was to mislead Lei Hao whenever he sought analytical insights, a task that required him to act against his conscience. And he was not particularly keen to undertake it. Unbeknownst to Lei Hao, Zhou Yinrong's intentions were not aligned with his. But even if Zhou Yinrong wished to mislead him, it would prove to be a monumental challenge, as he had set his sights on sugar futures. The weather forecast, much like the stock market, is often a cacophony of experts clamoring for attention, with one side inevitably correct, leaving the unfortunate to rue their misfortune. Lei Hao may not be an expert, but he possesses foresight into future events. Recent forecasts have alluded to weather conditions, which he initially deemed of little significance. However, upon receiving the final piece of information, he realized that when woven together, these details signified a considerable opportunity for profit. He mused, "Oh, grant me a handsome companion to shield me from the rain." On March 24th, a forecast regarding the 31st emerged. Drenched and scolded by his wife, he received another forecast on March 25th concerning April 1st. The subsequent 2 weeks would see persistent downpours in the south. Would it truly rain for 5 consecutive days? This was the forecast dated March 28th for April 4th. The stock market seemed more capricious than the weather. Those shorting futures would likely suffer substantial losses. The final weather update, received by Lei Hao on the morning of March 30th, spoke of conditions for April 6th. From these insights, he discerned an impending trend of continuous rainfall, prompting him to consider going long on futures, anticipating a rise in related prices, knowing that the minimum margin for sugar futures is 6 of the contract value. Despite daily price fluctuations being capped at a maximum of 4 from the previous settlement price, the profit and loss potential remained vast, with sugar futures priced at over 5,000 yuan per ton. A single contract encompassing 10 tons would total over 50,000 yuan. A mere 3,000 yuan could initiate a trade, with an 8 fluctuation yielding a profit or loss range of 4,000 yuan per contract. With 30 million yuan in capital, Lei Hao could trade nearly 10,000 contracts, with daily gains or losses reaching up to 40 million yuan. However, due to the 10 loss limit, he approached his initial foray with caution, diligently researching relevant information on a computer linked to the internal network. As anticipated, the subsequent weather forecast confirmed the expected rainfall, impacting sugar futures prices. After an afternoon immersed in research, Lei Hao felt a headache coming on, especially as the meteorological stations underestimated the rain's effect on crop yields. The office computer connected to the Yingyi Securities backend housed invaluable, confidential analysis reports acquired from various research institutes. Having operated solo in the past, he relished the support of such resources. A sudden knock on the office door jolted him from his thoughts. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 5 p.m. "Come in," he called, witnessing Lin Lirui enter with an armful of documents, now clad in a short skirt that accentuated her striking figure. "Manager, the documents are ready. Do you have any further instructions?" she inquired, leaning over his desk, revealing an enticing glimpse of her décolletage. "I'll take a look," he replied, engrossed in the materials, oblivious to the fleeting disappointment on her face, hastily confirming their compliance with his requirements. "You may leave for the day." He displayed a puzzled expression as Lin Lirui brushed her bangs aside, her delicate features illuminated by the light. "In my previous role in the self-operated department, our leaders would often take us out for meals during project launches." "Oh, no need. We can gather in a few days. I intend to review these documents thoroughly tonight." Lei Hao scratched his head, momentarily forgetting this aspect of leadership. "Really? You plan to review all of it?" Lin Lirui covered her mouth in surprise, glancing at the stack of pages on his desk. "It will take you until dawn at the very least." "Not an issue. I can manage." Lei Hao, familiar with hardship, was determined to seize this opportunity, with administrative tasks now delegated to others. Lin Lirui's impression of him improved significantly. She mused, "A wealthy, diligent individual with a commendable physique. How could I let this chance slip away?" Resolutely, she assumed a serious demeanor. "Then I'll stay and assist. If you need any additional materials or refreshments, just let me know." "No need," Lei Hao began, but she swiftly exited the office, leaving him with the words, "I'll ask Zhao and Old Zhou to clock out, and I'll bring you dinner." Puzzled, Lei Hao, still somewhat naive in matters of romance, refrained from interpreting her actions in that light, instead reflecting on the relentless work ethic prevalent in the finance sector. Time passed, and soon it was the morning of the 31st. Lei Hao had endured his first day as a manager in the office. Manager. He felt a gentle shake on his shoulder while napping on the office sofa. Opening his eyes, he found Lin Lirui, her complexion slightly drawn. "I've brought you breakfast, along with a toothbrush and towel. Please freshen up and enjoy your meal." Her eagerness to win his affection intensified. having witnessed him work through the night on his first day. In her eyes, Lei Hao, a hardworking and affluent individual, was destined for success. And she realized that if she did not seize the opportunity, she would regret it for a lifetime. Thus, she disregarded her own fatigue from the previous night's work and prepared breakfast for him early in the morning. "Thank you," he yawned, appreciating her meticulous care. Noting the variety of breakfast items and the quality of the toiletries, indeed, the finest he had ever used. "Just call me Li Rui," she replied as she closed the office door behind her. "Everyone has arrived. We can commence the meeting," Li Rui reminded him. This space, rather than a public office, was a modestly sized shared workspace, divided into 3 sections for operational needs. One area was dedicated to Zhao Liqing's trading activities, while Li Rui's desk was cluttered with various files, alongside the seemingly idle Zhou Yinrong and the water cooler, making the space feel somewhat sparse. To Lei Hao, the office could comfortably accommodate 5, yet with only 3 present, it felt rather underpopulated. However, he believed his stay would be brief, as assets grew. It would not be long before the department could offer him a larger space, perhaps even an entire floor. "In the coming days, we will trade sugar futures." Initiating a long position, Lei Hao declared bluntly, shocking his colleagues. "Futures trading? With a maximum loss limit of 10 on 30 million in capital? Do you truly intend to court disaster? Shouldn't we wait a few days to gather more market insights?" Zhou Yinrong suggested, though his tone lacked conviction, sounding more like a formality. "I've analyzed this situation. I anticipate a slight decline in sugar futures prices this morning, but I remain optimistic about the future," Lei Hao stated succinctly, providing little explanation. Zhou Yinrong's lips twitched in disbelief, barely restraining his urge to retort. "What do you mean by I think?" A novice in the securities market might utter such sentiments, but does anyone truly rely solely on intuition? Are the research teams at brokerage firms merely composed of individuals idly passing their time? Indeed, novices tend to follow their instincts. Zhou Yinrong has grown increasingly pessimistic about this project's prospects. It is not only Zhou Yinrong. Zhao Liqing also harbors his doubts. As a trader, he has predominantly operated within the stock and bond markets, although he possesses a certain proficiency in futures and foreign exchange. From his 5 years of trading experience, he observes that those who rely on feelings have largely exited the financial sphere. What should be done? Zhao Liqing is quite straightforward. If the securities market is a battlefield, then capital serves as the equipment and ammunition, while traders are merely soldiers. Their duty is to obey commands, utilizing their expertise to fulfill the orders of their superiors to the best of their abilities. Lei Hao is uncertain of the precise thoughts of these individuals, yet he senses he lacks any authority. While Zhou Yinrong dares to oppose him openly, Zhao Liqing appears to be in a state of lethargy. Using the opening price as a benchmark, within a span of how long would it take to establish a position of 1,000 contracts? Lei Hao inquired with curiosity. It depends on the market conditions. If both the 05 and 07 contracts are engaged, it can be accomplished within half an hour, and if all goes smoothly, in just 10 minutes, Zhao Liqing replied thoughtfully. The 05 and 07 contracts refer to 2 sugar contracts with different delivery dates, both of which are popular and consistently exhibit high trading volumes as the end of March approaches. Lei Hao's preferred contract is the 05, as any rainfall disaster would significantly impact this particular contract. Let us focus solely on the 05 contract. Prepare to proceed at the opening, Lei Hao stated, nodding in agreement. Uncertain of when the market would receive news of potential rainfall disasters, he felt it prudent to take long positions in a scenario where declines were likely. Nevertheless, he decided to limit his position to 1,000 contracts, amounting to over 55 million in futures contracts. After all, it is quite difficult for 55 million to plummet to the warning threshold, a fact that did not concern Lei Hao, though Zhao Liqing and others lacked similar confidence. As the market opened, Zhao Liqing endeavored to establish positions as per Lei Hao's instructions. With no tasks to attend to, Li Rui and Zhou Yinrong observed from the sidelines. Watching the numbers fluctuate on the screen and seeing the position gradually increase, even though it was not their own money, they felt a sense of trepidation. This is the futures market. Something is amiss. The decline is swift. 5578, 5577, 5576, 5570, a drop of 8 price levels. Upon witnessing the 05 contract's price begin to fall, Zhou Yinrong gasped, prompting an immediate glare from Lei Hao. The price of sugar futures contracts fluctuates in increments of 1 yuan, thus, an 8 yuan drop signifies a decline of 0.1. Zhou Yinrong's alarm was of little consequence, mainly affecting Zhao Liqing. Continue, within the span of 1. Let me witness the professional's competence, Lei Hao calmly instructed. Armed with future information, he felt assured about the broader market trends. Yet the intricacies of maneuvering within such a small space were indeed Zhao Liqing's forte. Zhao Liqing, evidently experienced, typed rapidly, pulling up various information pages that flickered past. His eyes remained glued to the computer screen, the trading software having long been configured to emit alerts for various situations. At the 5570 price level, there was a brief skirmish between bulls and bears, yet Zhao Liqing refrained from intervening. Eventually, as the price continued to dip, it reached 5,564 before he commenced building positions, executing several trades to absorb the bearish pressure with a few hands each time, skillfully probing for opportunities. At 9:21, after 21 minutes, Zhao Liqing successfully completed the task of establishing 1,000 contracts at an average cost of 5,565. Having established the position, the next step was to await market fluctuations and determine whether to increase, decrease, or close the position. Everyone anxiously monitored the screen as the market progressed. As the clock approached 10 a.m., the price of sugar 05 fluctuated slowly, and Lei Hao found himself in a state of indecision, contemplating an increase in his position. The minimum margin for the sugar futures market is 6, but due to the combined constraints of the 05 contract's delivery period and account attributes, Lei Hao could utilize a maximum margin of 10 for trading this contract. Roughly calculated, he could purchase up to 5,390 contracts, equating to 53,900 tons. Lei Hao was not inclined to operate at full capacity. This was the futures market, and if he dared to push the limits, a significant price fluctuation could lead to forced liquidation. Moreover, a large position could easily exhaust the 10-loss limit. Yet, knowing that the market would likely rise, he was reluctant to settle for just 1,000 contracts. He desired more. Calculating with a limit of 10, his maximum potential loss was 3 million. Divided by 4 and then by 5565, allowing him to build a maximum position of 1,347 contracts. At this level, even if the market hit its limit down, the project would not incur a loss exceeding 10. Observing the market's relative stability, Lei Hao instructed Zhao Liqing, increase the position by 347 contracts, go long. Understood. Regardless of any personal sentiments towards Lei Hao, Zhao Liqing would not hesitate in this moment. He immediately set about increasing the position. However, the figure of 347 contracts seemed peculiar. It is uncommon for those managing collective asset plans to round positions to such precise figures. Zhou Yinrong and Lin Lirui calculated mentally and suddenly realized Lei Hao's intent, feeling a wave of strangeness wash over them. For Lei Hao, 347 contracts represented a full position. If the market were to hit its limit down that day, a further decline of 1 yuan the following day would result in losses exceeding 10 for the entire project. What a madman, Zhou Yinrong nearly exclaimed. How impressive. Lin Lirui thought, her heart racing as she perceived Lei Hao as a general commanding his troops to charge forth, an awe-inspiring sight. Lei Hao disregarded their thoughts, his focus unwavering on the computer screen, awaiting market movements. 5570, still rising. 5572, 5575, 5576, 5576, stagnating. The data is not favorable. 5575, currently profitable. After increasing the position to 347 contracts, Zhao Liqing grasped Lei Hao's intent, his emotions stirred. In the securities industry, there exists a certain fixation on full positions. Although Zhao Liqing did not believe Lei Hao possessed exceptional skill, he was completely impressed by Lei Hao's audacity at this moment. As Zhao Liqing reported the figures, the atmosphere in the room intensified. Every 1 yuan rise or fall represented a profit or loss of 13 for 170 yuan. Far too much for those with weak hearts to bear. With a cost price of 5,566, the current price at 5,575 marked a profitable state. The data is improving. 5,580, 5582, 5585, it is climbing. It is climbing. 5590, it continues to rise. Suddenly, as Lei Hao observed the price of sugar 05 surging upward, all data considerations seemed irrelevant. He promptly turned to Lin Lirui, declaring, I need the latest analysis report from headquarters. Go fetch it. Bring it here. Understood, manager. Lin Lirui, her face flushed with excitement as she witnessed Lei Hao reaping the first wave of profits, eagerly sat down to type rapidly. Then dashed to the printer to retrieve the documents. Wait, Zhao Liqing. Continue to increase the position, double it. No, up to 5,000 contracts. Do not mind the price. Get me to 5,000 contracts. Having skimmed through the latest information, Lei Hao's voice grew slightly hoarse, yet his instructions were crystal clear to Zhao Liqing. Understood. Zhao Liqing was completely exhilarated. As a trader, encountering a bold leader was indeed a stroke of luck, signifying that he could exert his full capabilities. If he were to encounter a madman like Lei Hao, whose audacious strategies could yield success even once, it would be a memory etched in his life forever. At this moment, Zhao Liken realized he might be facing a situation worth remembering for a lifetime. With an initial capital of 30 million, he intended to acquire 5,000 contracts of Sugar 05, a move that was nothing short of insane. Given the current price of 5,590, 5,000 contracts amounted to nearly 280 million. Dividing 30 million by this figure resulted in 107, indicating they were operating with almost 10 times leverage. The cost prices were 55.70, 55.75, 55.80, and 55.83, with the first 1347 contracts at a cost price of 5,565 and the remaining 3653 at 55.90, resulting in a total position of 5,000 contracts and an average cost price of 5,583, currently at 55.90, indicating a profitable state. Listening to the figures Zhao Liken reported, Lei Hao needed no calculations. All data was laid bare, revealing a current profit of 350,000, coupled with the original loss limit of 3 million. Lei Hao now had a total loss limit of 35 million, with a position of 5,000 contracts, equating to 50,000 tons. This meant he could tolerate a loss of 67 yuan per ton. Would Sugar 05 fall to 5,523? Lei Hao deemed it improbable. Although 67 yuan represented merely a 12-point decline for Sugar 05, what did the data signify? The Meteorological Bureau anticipated rain within 3 days, followed by clear skies, indicating no adverse effects on sugarcane yields, and if there were any, they would be negligible. Lei Hao couldn't help but commend the Meteorological Bureau. These individuals were once again taking the blame, claiming clear skies in 3 days, while future data suggested that rainy weather would persist until April 6th, with a continuing trend. Perhaps the Meteorological Bureau could only conclude that clear skies would arrive in 3 days based on current information, but weather is ever-changing. And with shifts in cloud cover and wind patterns, they might soon retract their statements. This ignited a sense of excitement in Lei Hao as the weather trends deteriorated. Sugar futures prices were bound to rise, and the Meteorological Bureau could change their tune at any moment, presenting a prime opportunity for going long. As he observed Sugar 05 prices hovering around 55.90, Lei Hao's focus was entirely on the weather conditions. He was acutely aware that the Meteorological Bureau would not deceive the financial industry's major stakeholders. Being a government department, their avenues for earning extra income were quite limited, while participants in the agricultural futures market were undeniably significant investors. Thus, when the financial sector sought information, the Meteorological Bureau would promptly comply, ensuring honesty in their communications. However, due to constraints in technical capabilities, the Bureau had often been scapegoated. They could only guarantee that major investors would receive weather information earlier than the general public, exploiting that tiny window of opportunity for profit. Although Lei Hao could obtain first-hand information through Ingyi Securities, he was different from others. When faced with contradictory information from the Meteorological Bureau and future forecasts, he naturally placed greater faith in the latter. Others lacked access to future data. And with 5,000 contracts at stake, involving nearly 300 million in capital, such a position within a company like Ingyi Securities was no trivial matter. Once Lei Hao's holdings became known, the Risk Control Department at the headquarters immediately contacted Qiu Yuding for inquiries. Unbeknownst to Lei Hao, various doubts began to assail him. Chapter 39, Doubts. However, as the market sentiment turned bearish, Sugar 05 prices began to gradually fall. In half an hour, it dropped from 55.90 to 55.85, not a rapid decline. Yet for Lei Hao, it translated into a loss of 250,000. Manager, should I proceed with some technical arbitrage? After his excitement waned, Zhao Liken glanced nervously at the 5,000 contracts. No, let us hold on a bit longer, Lei Hao replied, uncertain of when the Meteorological Bureau would rectify their errors. Believing that futures prices could rise at any moment, and thus refraining from allowing the trader to engage in technical arbitrage at that juncture. After voicing this, Lei Hao felt a tingling in his legs, suddenly recalling he had been standing for nearly 2 hours, and noticing that the other 3 had yet to take a sip of water. Checking the time, it was 10:15, and the exchange had a 15-minute break, 10:15 to 10:30, prompting him to turn to Lin Lirui. Please fetch me a cup of coffee. Feel free to let me know what you'd like. Just coffee for me, Zhao Liken chimed in. I'll have a glass of hot water, said Zhou Yanrong. Lin Lirui, however, appeared troubled. Manager, we haven't purchased coffee. The comprehensive department lacks a logistics budget for our project. Seeing the bewildered expression on Lei Hao's face, Lin Lirui continued. But I brought tea. Would you like some? Huh. Then let us go with tea for now. Lei Hao remembered that Thunder No. One held a status akin to that of an illegitimate child in the company. He retrieved his wallet, pulling out the remaining dozen or so red bills, and smiled. Here. Take this to buy some coffee, tea, and snacks. We'll need them eventually. All right. Manager, Lin Leroux replied with a sweet smile, finding Lei Hao's generous gesture exceptionally charming. Casually handing over all the cash from her wallet, an unmistakable habit of the affluent. Lei Hao had not given it much thought. If Thunder No. One achieved an annual return exceeding 20%, he would receive at least 45% of the surplus, while the company would retain 5%. Albeit, this 5% was subject to regulations. It had to be allocated for daily expenses, with the remainder distributed as bonuses to employees. This meant that, regardless of the outcome, any securities would incur losses due to labor costs and other expenditures, thereby lacking any substantial support. Had it not been for the urgent need of the Yangshan district branch to establish its reputation, had it not been for Han Ling Hui's efforts behind the scenes, and if Lei Hao hadn't personally shouldered all potential losses of the plan, Thunder No. 1 would never have materialized. Sugar futures trading would not conclude until 23:30, and Lei Hao anticipated a busy few days ahead, suggesting that gatherings could wait a while. However, lunch, dinner, and late-night snacks are all on me. Whatever you wish to eat, I will gladly provide. I won't hold back on anything you need. Manager, you're magnificent, Zhao Liken exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the market while humorously flattering Lei Hao. Even Zhou Yanrong, who had previously harbored ulterior motives, felt an immense relief in having a leader like Lei Hao. Though perhaps his abilities were lacking, his wealth was apparent, and he was generous with his spending. Such a project team would surely wish to remain intact. What a pity, Zhou Yanrong sighed inwardly, with Zhou Yanrong's attitude shifting. Lin Leroux's thoughts were likely consumed by strategies to win over men. Lei Hao remained unfazed. While others lacked confidence, he possessed unwavering faith in the project. 20%? That was merely a starting point. With him at the helm, Thunder No. 1 was destined to become one of Ing Yi Securities' premier asset management plans. And enjoying corresponding benefits was simply to be expected. Manager Lei is even preparing for a banquet. I wonder if I, as the ostensible project leader, will be included. Qiu Yuding entered as Lei Hao and others were conversing. As the general manager, Qiu Yuding exuded a powerful presence, and her arrival seemingly rendered the atmosphere more formal. Everyone except Lei Hao tensed up. The comprehensive department lacks a budget, but if you wish to join us, I certainly wouldn't let you go without provisions. Lei Hao initially voiced a mild complaint before expressing a welcoming demeanor. Qiu Yuding, however, chose to bypass the topic directly and inquired, Manager Lei, did you open 5,000 contracts of the sugar futures for May this morning? Are you going long? Yes, I am still in a profitable position, Lei Hao replied, catching a hint from Qiu Yuding's expression, though he remained largely unfazed, occasionally glancing at the market trends on his computer screen. Of course, Qiu Yuding had come to express her doubts, although even if Lei Hao incurred losses, it would solely be his own misfortune. The leverage in the futures market was exceedingly exaggerated. A slight fluctuation could render a position of 5,000 contracts unable to exit swiftly when losses approached 10. Do you still remember the contract terms? Qiu Yuding asked, her face slightly stern. I am aware. I remember all the stipulations, Lei Hao acknowledged. Sensing the purpose behind Qiu Yuding's visit, feeling a tinge of frustration and helplessness, he continued, if losses reach 10, I will close the position. 5,000 contracts. How can you ensure a swift exit? That's nearly 300 million. How could the market possibly accommodate your exit at that moment? Qiu Yuding retorted, exasperated. Currently, Lei Hao is long on sugar futures. Thus, should the prices rise, he would profit. But if they plummeted rapidly, leading to losses of 10, he would be obligated to close the position, effectively selling short. The crux of the matter was that when sugar prices plummeted swiftly, the bears would undoubtedly overpower the bulls. If Lei Hao wished to increase his position, it would be straightforward, yet attempting to follow others to short and close his position would be quite another challenge. With everyone in the market shorting, there would not be enough buy orders to satisfy the selling pressure. Therefore, Lei Hao's 5,000 contracts could very well lead to rapid losses exceeding 10, which was the crux of Qiu Yuding's concern. Her focus was entirely on the relatively stable plan concerning Han Ling Hui, while the Thunder No. 1 project felt like a neglected child. In terms of operations, I possess complete autonomy. Does General Manager Qiu wish to interfere? Lei Hao's temper flared immediately. It was one thing for the comprehensive department to withhold the logistics budget, but now even the previously agreed upon rights were being questioned. The funds I provided will first cover my investments in case of losses. What more do you want? Lei Hao's tone had grown rigid. As long as Lei Hao was unwilling, Qiu Yuding had no authority to interfere with trading matters. Realizing that her earlier attitude had perhaps crossed a line, she sighed and said, I do not wish to intrude. However, The sales department's primary objective is to build a good reputation, and we cannot afford the risk of significant losses for our clients. Indeed, if Manager Lei were to incur substantial losses, how would our asset management department continue its work? A voice interjected from the doorway. It was Han Lingwei. After making this remark, he turned to inquire of Zhou Yinrong and the others. What do you all think? The atmosphere shifted abruptly. While Qiu Yuding was questioning Lei Hao, Han Lingwei seemed to encourage everyone to take sides. Lei Hao intended to respond, yet he held back, shifting his gaze towards Zhou Yinrong and the others, sensing an opportunity to gauge their sentiments. Chapter 40. Stunned, caught between a prospective superior and the current manager, Zhou Yinrong, Zhao Liken, and Lin Lirui felt it prudent not to offend either party. However, if compelled to choose, their reactions varied. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Lirui firmly sided with Lei Hao, stating, if one fears losses, then why invest? What else can one do in this world? Even farming carries the risk of loss. Greater risks yield greater rewards. Zhao Liken initially contemplated supporting Han Lingwei, but, recalling the favorable treatment from Lei Hao, managed to voice a fair comment, sidestepping the issue but risking offending both sides. Ultimately, Zhou Yinrong shrugged, delivering a subtle stab at Lei Hao. I have long advised Manager Lei against this. Lei Hao had not anticipated this turn of events. He initially sought merely to probe his subordinates' thoughts, and neutrality would have sufficed. Instead, he was taken aback by Lin Lirui's staunch support and surprised by Zhou Yinrong's sudden betrayal. Indeed, Zhou Yinrong had delivered a backhanded suggestion that held little merit, so trivial that even a primary school student could have made it without any insight. Listening to his words, one might assume Zhou Yinrong had valiantly offered a recommendation, yet in reality, he had not spoken since delivering that suggestion. Lei Hao began to discern Zhou Yinrong's true intentions. Since the project's inception, he had contributed little and had, in fact, attempted to shift blame during crises, even insidiously laying traps. Assistant Zhou, if you believe your words constitute advice, I must question your professional competence, Lei Hao stated directly. Now, please clarify, was that a suggestion, persuasion, or something else? Very well. It seems our philosophies diverge. Assistant Zhou, feel free to depart. This humble establishment cannot accommodate a Grand Buddha. Lei Hao hesitated momentarily but shook his head, smiling. I hope you find a superior whose philosophy aligns with yours. As he uttered this final remark, his gaze lingered on Han Lingwei. No one expected the situation to unfold in this manner. While Zhou Yinrong's allegiance to Han Lingwei was perhaps expected, Lei Hao's forceful dismissal of him was truly shocking. Zhou Yinrong's face flushed with anger. Having worked in the industry for many years, it was his first time being so ruthlessly ousted from a project, especially by a novice with only a specialized degree. Lei Hao's gaze swept across the stunned onlookers. He felt no remorse for his actions. Zhou Yinrong was merely an assistant. Could he remain to undermine the team? Lei Hao lacked the temperament for that. Furthermore, he believed Zhou Yinrong had contributed little to the project. In the Thunder No. 1 plan, Lei Hao could make decisions. Lin Lirui was responsible for information gathering. Zhao Liken managed trading, and Zhou Yinrong? He was merely left to stab his colleagues in the back. This was Lei Hao's reasoning and actions, though to others, it appeared overly autocratic. Coupled with his relatively short tenure, when Han Lingwei and Zhou Yinrong turned their gazes toward Qiu Yuding, she felt compelled to step forward. Manager Lei, this matter warrants further discussion. I possess full authority over personnel. However, the company has no suitable candidates to assign, he retorted. Then we shall recruit. Impossible. The expenditures for the asset management department's employees, including salaries and benefits, approach 5 figures each month. The sales department is currently operating at a loss. We cannot allocate funds here. Then we shall proceed with just the 3 of us. In any case, I will no longer require Zhou Yinrong. At this moment, Lei Hao paid no heed to Qiu Yuding's status as the sales department's goddess, showing her no favor whatsoever. Just as it seemed a confrontation between Lei Hao and Qiu Yuding was imminent, a cacophony of alarms erupted from several computers operated by Zhao Liken. Some emitted urgent sounds indicating a significant price increase, while others blared explosive alerts signaling a rapid expansion of trading volumes. Various indicators had reached critical levels, prompting the corresponding sounds Zhao Liken had programmed to trigger. However, such a convergence of alarms was exceedingly rare, signifying a monumental shift in the market within a brief time frame. Lei Hao immediately turned his attention to Zhao Liken, observing the price of sugar futures for May soaring dramatically on the screen, akin to a surge fueled by hormones. After breaking through a 1 increase, it astonishingly surpassed 2 within mere seconds, before it began to oscillate slowly around the 2 mark. 56.90, 56.91, 56.91, 56.91, it hesitated. It's at a standstill. So many orders, so many orders. Despite the ominous atmosphere, as the trader, Zhao Liken remained focused on the market, his professional acumen allowing him to be the first to respond. After uttering the previous words, Zhao Liken appeared to be in a frenzy, simultaneously retrieving various pieces of information while continuing to announce, "Our cost price is 5,583, holding 5,000 lots. Current price 56.90, 56.91, still 56.91, currently profitable, a substantial gain." Lei Hao forcefully waved his hand. 5,000 lots equated to 50,000 tons, with a cost price of 5,583 and a current price of 5,691, resulting in a paper profit of 5 per million. As long as he could close the position at 56.91, the paper profit would transform into actual profit. Maintain the position and observe. Do not move it. Lin Lirue, provide me with information and data. Lei Hao had no time to pay attention to Qiu Yuding and her companions, who could not possibly disturb him at this moment. In fact, Qiu Yuding, Han Lingwei, and Zhou Yanrong were utterly dumbfounded. Just a minute ago, they had been questioning Lei Hao's decisions, and now the market had delivered a harsh slap to their faces. What does poor risk control mean? The profits were realized, and the greater the risk, the larger the potential profit. The notion of reducing positions to lower risk was undoubtedly a misguided idea. Had Zhou Yanrong offered counsel and then been dismissed? Lei Hao was justified in his actions. If he had not advised but lied, dismissal was inevitable. Conversely, if he had indeed counseled against it, then being let go was not unwarranted. As an assistant, opposing a superior's sound decision could only lead to dire consequences. As for Han Lingwei and Zhou Yanrong, their discomfort was palpable, particularly for Zhou Yanrong, who was filled with regret. This was a profit of 5 per million, an almost 18 gain, realized in merely half a day's time. Had he participated in this collective plan, his credentials would boast this remarkable achievement. Now, however, he had been dismissed after a mere half day of work, prior to the surge. He had made the wrong decision. Would he ever dare to claim he had worked on the Thunder No. 1 project? Zhou Yanrong looked at Han Linghui with a forlorn expression, utterly heartbroken. Chapter 41. Welfare. The response from the securities company was undoubtedly swift, within just a couple of minutes. Although they could not produce a comprehensive report, they did provide the most critical information. Lei Hao understood that this information was still quite rudimentary, but his project team lacked meteorological and agricultural experts, rendering them incapable of assessing the accuracy of the information. They could only interpret various variables through data from the headquarters. Moreover, the stock market was more fickle than the weather. The phrase "those shorting futures will incur severe losses" had surfaced in the information on April 6th, indicating that at least on that date, the prices of relevant agricultural futures were still on the rise. Lei Hao remained silent, analyzing various possibilities in his mind. After 2 or 3 minutes, he finally spoke to Zhao Liken. "Maintain the position and observe, but you may engage in some minor technical arbitrage." "Understood, manager." Zhao Liken saluted and then happily proceeded with the operation. After issuing his instructions, Lei Hao turned to see Qiu Yuding's awkward expression, while Han Lingwei and Zhou Yanrong took the opportunity to slip away. "Qiu, let us discuss recruitment matters," Lei Hao said with a smile, feigning surprise as he asked, "Oh, where did Manager Han go? And where's my former assistant, old Zhou?" "All right, they have left." Qiu Yuding rubbed her temple but bore no resentment towards Lei Hao for his lack of deference. A collective plan yielding an 18 profit was an excellent example for client development. Her opinion of Lei Hao had improved somewhat, and she no longer ignored the existence of the Thunder No. 1 project. She smiled and said, "Congratulations, Manager Lei, on your remarkable performance. Rest assured, Ingi Securities will not overlook any contributors. I will prepare whatever you need. At this rate of development, I fear we will soon be short-staffed," Lei Hao remarked, winking as if teasing Qiu Yuding. Qiu Yuding rolled her eyes at him, responding, "At this rate? Soon the headquarters will send someone to learn from us. Don't worry. Everything can be arranged. The spring recruitment at universities is currently underway, and the sales department is also looking for new talent." Lei Hao smiled without comment, choosing not to expose Qiu Yuding's little scheme. He understood that she was hesitant to refuse outright but was also uncertain about how far the Thunder No. 1 project would develop, hence her use of the spring recruitment as an excuse. Regardless, once the spring recruitment concluded, there would be a summer recruitment, and after summer, there would be autumn recruitment. As long as Lei Hao could successfully develop the project, he would have the authority to determine staffing. Conversely, if the project faltered, there would be no hope for recruitment. If losses exceeded 10, not only would recruitment be impossible, but the project itself would be doomed. As for the present, Lei Hao glanced at the time, noting it was already past 11 o'clock, contemplating how to resolve the lunch situation. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the elevator doors opening, revealing a familiar figure stepping out. "How, hey, Dong has brought you something good," Lei Zhenxiang exclaimed, carrying a large box while following Lu Xingdong. Xiao Yuding frowned slightly. During the operation of the collective asset management plan, staff wishing to enter the office area were required to surrender their communication devices, as the work environment and equipment were specially configured to prevent any illicit behavior. This was essentially to create a unique environment, reminding everyone of their duties and prohibitions, with various legal provisions posted on the walls to constantly highlight the severity of certain consequences. Lu Xingdong's visit during trading hours was technically not permitted, however. Given his status as the boss and that Thunder Number 1 was not a major project, Xiao Yuding could only turn a blind eye. Lu Xingdong likely understood the rules as well. When he and Lei Zhenxiang reached the entrance, they paused and called out to Lei Hao, "How can we come in?" "It's fine, come in. It's not too busy right now." Lei Hao considered for a moment and allowed them entry, courtesy of Chang's presence. Lu Xingdong appeared quite pleased. Once inside, Lei Hao introduced, "Mr. Lu, this is our sales department manager, Xiao. She is quite the talented individual." "Haha, a pleasure to meet you." Lu Xingdong shook hands with Xiao Yuding, then completely disregarded everyone else, smiling at Lei Hao. How's the new job treating you? If you need anything, just let me know. Whether it's resources or funding, there are no issues. Mr. Lu, I've mentioned many times, just call me Dong." Cough, cough, no need to be formal. "The company has provided good conditions," Lei Hao replied somewhat awkwardly. Lu Xingdong was merely flattering the financial benefactor, but to an outsider, it only solidified Lei Hao's status as the second generation of a powerful family. Goodness, the boss is here to curry favor. Lei's background must be formidable. Sure enough. Lu Xingdong glanced around the office, then observed the few employees present, frowning as he commented, "The place is a bit small, and the staff is limited. How? You seem a bit underappreciated." "Don't worry, Mr. Lu. The sales department will ensure this place receives ample support," Xiao Yuding interjected. "Let us wait and see," Lu Xingdong replied. Then turned back to Lei Hao. "I wasn't aware you only had 2 or 3 people here." "Well, I initially hesitated to bring this, but now it's good. Not only will you have enough for your current team, but there will also be extras for future recruits. Chang, come on, bring it over." Lei Zhenxiang winked at Lei Hao and set down the box, saying, "It's something good. Hee, just a few phones. You know I'm in trade, so it's quite easy for me to acquire them," Lu Xingdong boasted, opening the box to say to Lei Hao, Come, you can divide them." Upon opening the box, Lei Hao immediately spotted several elegantly packaged boxes, estimating around 8 in total. The brand seemed familiar, yet he couldn't recall it at that moment. "Ah, it's 7. Lin Lirue was well-versed in these brands. After exclaiming in surprise and receiving a puzzled glance from Lei Hao, she explained, "Manager, this is the newly launched 7 smartphone. In the country, one must reserve it 2 months in advance, and it's a competitive process to secure a reservation slot. The phone stores sell them for over 10,000 each. Oh, it's not that expensive. It's only around 7 or 8,000 each. Those stores are just too unscrupulous." Lu Xingdong waved his hand dismissively, though his expression suggested he appreciated Lin Lirue's timely explanation. "Brother Lu, that's still quite pricey. 8 phones at over 10,000 each would total nearly 100,000, right?" Lei Hao shook his head, insisting, "We can't accept that." "What do you mean we can't? Look, I have one, and so does Chang. We, the 3 brothers, must keep in sync." Lu Xingdong chuckled, adding, "Besides, if you don't take one, you'll offend your subordinates." "No, if the manager says no, we won't take it," Lin Lirue said, gazing longingly at the packaging. Suddenly, she had an idea and exclaimed, "Manager, you made over 5 million in just one morning. We can buy our own with our bonuses in the future." 5 million? Lu Xingdong's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 42. Teacher Yang. At the onset of the asset management plan, the initial price displayed on the securities company's website is always 1,000. If the fund is 30 million, it is divided into 30 million shares. If it is 100 million, then it is divided into 100 million shares. The reason is straightforward. Lei Hao has opened a position and has realized paper profits, but he hasn't closed the position, meaning the actual profit remains 0. That 540,000 has not been secured. Did we achieve something? If not for the presence of outsiders, Xiao Yuding might have voiced her skepticism about the 30 million in funds generating 280 million in contracts, calling it a mere triviality in futures trading. Zhao Liken and Lin Lirue, however, both turned their gazes toward Lei Hao, longing for that expensive smartphone. After all, a phone worth over 10,000 would certainly enhance their stature, especially since they had just helped the bosses earn nearly 18 in paper profits in a single morning. Holding such a phone wouldn't feel burdensome at all. Take it. Whoever doesn't take it is disrespecting me," Lu Xingdong interjected, handing the boxes to Lin Lirue and Zhao Liken, saying, "You two are fortunate. Following your manager guarantees a bright future. Go ahead and take it." Lei Hao warned, sensing the fervent glances from Lin Lirue and Zhao Liken. But know that if you accept these, you'll be working overtime for the next few days. We'll only finish at 11:30 p.m. after the night market closes. Is that all right? Hee. Manager, what color do you prefer? Lin Lirue asked cheerfully. Observing the excitement on Lin Lirue and Zhao Liken's faces, Lei Hao felt a quiet satisfaction. As long as he avoids major blunders, he would solidify his control over this small team. Although it was only 3 members at present, he could gradually expand the team based on this foundation. There's a delightful Japanese barbecue nearby. Let us go. I'll treat you all today, Lu Xingdong declared, waving his hand to distribute benefits. It was understandable, having invested 15 million in the plan, he had earned over 2 to 3 million in just one morning. So treating his colleagues was a small price to pay. Lei Hao had no objections. He could still rely on the investment returns for a 20% annual yield, with the remainder being pure profit for the investors. As the group descended to the first floor of the trading department, Lei Hao walked in the middle, flanked by Lu Xingdong on his left and Xiao Yuding on his right, with Lei Zhenxiang, Lin Lirue, and Zhao Liken trailing behind. Among the 6, save for Lei Zhenxiang, everyone was dressed in formal attire, exuding vitality, but the most spirited among them was undoubtedly Lei Hao. Money emboldens a man. And with his modest assets and the invaluable information from his colleagues, he felt no uncertainty about his future. His confidence grew daily, and as he walked, it felt as if he were striding upon the very earth itself. Director Qiu, Manager Lei, the employees of the trading department greeted them as they passed, stopping to acknowledge them before whispering among themselves, pointing at Lei Hao's retreating figure. If a female colleague was present, her words often echoed regret. I thought Lei Manager was quite a decent person when he first joined the company, but alas, I never got the chance to make a move. Hearing such remarks for the first time made Lei Hao feel a mix of awkwardness and secret delight. He had finally become the legendary Diamond Bachelor. On Thursday, March 31st, Lei Hao was busy until 11:30 p.m. before finishing work. The following weekend on the 2nd and 3rd, they had a break, but by the 4th and 5th, they would be back to their relentless work schedule. Lei Hao, Lin Lirue, and Zhao Liken were nearing their limits. Thankfully, on the morning of the 6th, after a minor rise in the market, Lei Hao decided to close positions, and at last, everyone could enjoy a few days of rest. While it was improbable to witness another miraculous event like the Minong Bank incident, due to the high-yield nature of the futures market, Thunder No. 1 still achieved a remarkable 38% return upon closing, ultimately realizing a profit of 11,500,000. A truly remarkable feat. Recently, the securities market had been underperforming, and most asset management plans under various securities companies had shifted focus to bonds, with collective plans for stocks and futures generally experiencing minor losses. Thunder No. 1's 38% annual return was exceptional, overshadowing the performance of all asset management plans established within the past year at Ingyi Securities, silently climbing the rankings on financial websites, finally capturing the attention of high-ranking figures in the securities circle. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 6th, Lei Hao waved his hand, allowing Zhao Liken and Lin Lirue to leave early. After contacting Jiang Hui, he carried gifts and headed to a small community adjacent to the Guangdong Province Financial Institute. Knock. Knock, knock. Standing before the familiar wooden door, Lei Hao felt a surge of tension as he knocked. This was Teacher Yang's residence. Coming, came the familiar voice from within. When the door opened, a middle-aged woman stood before him. This was Yang Huiji, Teacher Yang. I knew it was you, Lei Laohu. Come in quickly, leave your umbrella there. And the slippers are here. She welcomed him warmly, her slightly plump figure radiating a sense of comfort. No need to fuss. Lei Hao felt a twinge of guilt. He wasn't easily intimidated, but Yang was one of the few exceptions. Yang's full name was Yang Huiji, and she taught Western economics. Her husband, Zhang Yu, was the director of the finance department at Student Affairs Office. Back in the day, she had lent Lei Hao a helping hand during difficult times, assisting him with student loans and financial aid applications, and often inviting him to her home for meals. Even Lei Hao's permission to reside off-campus was facilitated by her connections. Upon entering the living room, Lei Hao noticed that besides Teacher Yang, 3 others were present: Zhang Yu, Jiang Hui, and his former class monitor, Su Yukai. Come over and sit, Teacher Yang beckoned, and Lei Hao moved to choose a seat. Chapter 43. Bragging? Hello, Director Zhang. Lei Hao greeted Yang's husband first before turning to Jiang Hui with a playful wink. Hello, Grandma Jiang. Su, long time no see. Lei Hao, it's been a while since you visited. What have you been busy with? Zhang Yu inquired, his habitual smile illuminating his face. Lei Laohu is at a securities company. I saw him just last week, Jiang Hui replied. The securities company is good, the benefits are great, and there's ample room for growth, Su Yukai added. Listening to the conversation, Lei Hao nodded occasionally to show he was engaged, though his gaze was drawn to teacher Yang, who was rummaging through the gifts. As expected, Yang Huiji soon exclaimed, "Look at you, Lei Hao. Have you become extravagant now that you've made some money? What on earth is all this? Where did you get so much money?" Yang Huiji pulled out item after item from the gift bag, scrutinizing Lei Hao. "Is this that 7 smartphone? How much did it cost? Over 10,000? No, it was a gift from a client. It didn't cost me anything," Lei Hao replied, feeling a bit embarrassed, as he had taken it for personal use. "And this? I've had this red wine before. It costs over 1,000 a bottle," Yang Huiji said, producing 2 bottles of red wine. Lei Hao felt a pang of embarrassment as he explained that the red wine had been procured under the pretense of business, stating, "It was a gift from a client. You know him, the owner of Fifth Season Bar, Brother Mayuan Shan." Skeptical, the teacher retorted, "I find it hard to believe. And what about this? Such fruit is quite costly. I cannot afford it." One by one, teacher Yang revealed the gifts. "And this? What kind of supplements did you bring? Cosmetics too? I'm already 40, you know." "A portion of these were given by clients, and the rest I purchased without spending much," Lei Hao responded, spreading his hands. "Please, don't worry about it. It's genuinely not expensive. I've recently earned quite a bit and thought to buy you something. It was hardly a significant expense. You mustn't." "I can't afford to lose face," he added earnestly. Most of the items were indeed gifts, and he couldn't bring himself to return them. The few that could be returned were worth only a few thousand, and he truly could not afford the embarrassment. The others in the living room chuckled, thinking Lei Hao was putting on airs, yet they secretly admired his willingness to spend so much for a teacher. "All right, enough of that. Let us discuss Xiao Zhang's situation." Zhang Yu interjected, shaking his head. He understood that his wife would certainly want to return the items, but he brushed it off and shifted the conversation. "I inquired about Xiao Zhang, and it's not an easy matter. What does that scoundrel want? Does he think I won't kick him where it hurts?" Jiang Huai, embodying the spirit of a fierce woman, asserted, were it not for her known temperament. Lei Hao might have hesitated to continue, but he had prepared to bring her into the project team, so he boldly suggested, "Actually, we have a position in our project team. Grandma Jiang could come work with us. The bank manager's influence doesn't extend to this area." "Really? Lei Hao? I thought you were just a client manager, but it seems you've entered the project team? Which department?" Jiang Huai's curiosity exploded, her questions coming rapid fire. "Asset management. Our project team is in need of a financial officer. Besides the primary duties, there will be additional tasks requiring overtime during futures trading. It's quite demanding. But the remuneration is substantial. At the very least, new hires receive a smartphone worth 7,000 and red wine, along with assorted fruits," Lei Hao replied with a smile. Not only Jiang Huai was taken aback, Su Yukai, upon hearing this, considered resigning to cling to such an opportunity. The prospect of receiving a smartphone worth over 10,000 upon joining, while working as an accountant in asset management, was a dream that even undergraduates would covet. After the initial envy and astonishment, doubt crept into their minds, suspecting Lei Hao might be exaggerating or merely securing a chance for an interview. Joining was not that simple. However, this revelation lent credibility to Lei Hao's claims about the gifts, as he was indeed an employee of asset management. "Excellent, truly excellent. Lei Hao, you finally made a breakthrough," Yang Huiji said, beaming at him. Among her students, finding one who entered asset management within a year of graduation was exceedingly rare. "What exactly do you do?" Su Yukai's demeanor softened significantly, and he began to offer friendly smiles. It was the 3rd time today that Lei Hao felt like the jester in this gathering. He found it peculiar that, despite his sincerity, he couldn't prove himself to them, given the nature of their relationships. "Haha, Lei Hao, you rascal," Zhang Yu pointed at him, noticing Su Yukai's slight discomfort. "All right, let us continue discussing the recruitment fair." With Lei Hao's title as an asset management employee, Zhang Yu occasionally sought his input during the discussion. As Zhang Yu elaborated, Lei Hao grasped the situation's intricacies. In recent years, the job market had become increasingly austere, and as a vocational college, the Guangdong Province Finance Institute was no exception. In the finance department, Zhang Yu, as the director of student affairs, felt considerable pressure. After months of effort, the recruitment fair organized by the Student Affairs Office had only attracted a few small and medium-sized enterprises, and even those offered only the most menial of positions, leaving Zhang Yu in a state of distress. The institution had assigned each department a quota, with rewards based on their performance, as a strong department within the college. If the finance department underperformed compared to others, Zhang Yu would not only lose face, but also jeopardize the employment prospects of the graduating class, an unacceptable outcome for him. While there was no shortage of lower-level positions, with numerous securities and insurance companies seeking client managers and salespeople, quality positions were sparse. This cohort actually has some promising candidates. "It's a shame to let them go," Zhang Yu lamented, his gaze resting on Su Yukai. Yang Huizhi chimed in. Yukai, isn't your bank hiring tellers? Perhaps you could persuade them to set up a booth at our college. Yang Laosher, it's not that I don't want to help. But they require a bachelor's degree. There is no plan to recruit from vocational colleges, Su Yukai replied, expressing his own frustrations. He was merely an ordinary employee who had entered the bank through connections. Helping others was beyond his capacity. What if I try? Lei Hao offered. You? Really? Zhang Yu chuckled wryly. Well, another securities company looking for client managers could help fill the void. Zhang Yu doubted Lei Hao's connections, but hesitated to ask him to relinquish the interview opportunity he had promised Jiang Hui. Yet, client manager positions were not particularly coveted, even by vocational college standards. I can definitely get any securities to set up a booth for client manager recruitment. And I can guarantee an assistant position for a project manager in asset management. I can also seek out some teller recruitment from other banks. Although I can't assure you of the location, we might be able to find some entry-level positions in trade companies and other large enterprises as well. Lei Hao stated confidently. Given that Ingi Securities needed to recruit client managers, asking them to set up a booth at his alma mater was a certainty. Moreover, as the project manager, he held the authority to hire assistants. There was no reason he couldn't recruit from his own school. If necessary, Lu Xingdong, with his own trading company, would undoubtedly lend a hand. With a little networking, finding a few reputable companies wouldn't be an issue. After a brief contemplation, Lei Hao concluded that the task wasn't overly challenging for him. However, with his newfound position, what was simple for him was akin to scaling a mountain for Su Yukai and Zhang Yu. Doubts surfaced among the others, their expressions revealing skepticism regarding Lei Hao's capability. Cough. Yang Laosher, here is my new business card. If you wish to reach me during working hours, please call the front desk. They will notify me. Lei Hao realized it was time to assert his identity. He distributed his freshly printed business cards. Project Manager of Asset Management at Ingi Securities? Leader of the Thunder Eye Asset Management Plan? Goodness, Lei Laohu, you've truly ascended. They even have someone dedicated to answering your calls. Jiang Hui exclaimed upon reading the card. Young Laosher, I am indeed the project manager. Please don't look at me that way. I'm not lying. After distributing the cards, Lei Hao found himself the center of attention, yet Yang Laosher's lingering doubts left him feeling exasperated. It's not that I can't believe it, Yang Huizhi responded awkwardly, though her gaze still held skepticism. Lei Hao was left speechless as he surveyed the faces around him, all reflecting disbelief. Jiang Hui even stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. Grandma Jiang, do you doubt my word? You'd surely want a position with a salary over 10,000, wouldn't you? Lei Hao experienced a slight toothache, feeling more wrong than Dou-yi herself. Yet, it was not entirely the fault of those around him. After all, who was Lei Hao? He had navigated through 3 years of university relying solely on student loans and various scholarships. Now, with merely an associate degree and just a year of work experience, he had become a project manager in the asset management department of a securities company. It was a tale so extraordinary that even the most rational minds would find it hard to believe, while even the most unhinged might deem it an exaggeration. Nevertheless, Lei Hao had spoken with such conviction that, although his colleagues were skeptical, they were not entirely dismissive, perhaps holding a 99.9 disbelief, yet still willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, especially since he had never been one to lie. All right. I will call the company to confirm the recruitment details. Lei Hao shook his head and dialed Chiu Yuding's number. The call connected, yet no one answered, even until it cut off, prompting even more peculiar expressions among his peers. Just as Lei Hao was at a loss for words, his phone rang again, displaying the name of the general manager, Chiu Yuding. Hello, Manager Chiu, Lei Hao answered, putting the call on speaker and placing his phone on the coffee table. I have something to discuss with you. Before you begin, Lei Manager, are you not aware that the management team of the sales department has a meeting this afternoon? You taking leave is one thing, but calling me during the meeting? I was quite embarrassed just now, Chiu Yuding retorted, her tone laced with playful irritation, a rarity coming from her, given her usual poise and grace. Over the past few days, as she assisted the project team, the rapport between her and Lei Hao had strengthened, allowing for a hint of camaraderie in her words. I forgot, Lei Hao replied bluntly. With my associate degree, it's quite normal for me to forget such matters. Under the gaze of his colleagues, Lei Hao calmly continued. My project team needs to recruit a financial officer and an assistant. I plan to hire from my alma mater. That's fine. Your project team is your domain. Bring the candidates over, and I shall sign off on the contracts without hesitation, Chiu Yuding responded decisively. Also, since our company is looking to hire new staff, I have found an accountant, but hiring only one assistant seems insufficient. Can we arrange for them to come here together? Lei Hao continued. Sure, you can directly contact HR. Encouraged by Chiu Yuding's willingness to cooperate, Lei Hao cautiously inquired, one last question. Isn't there a shortage of personnel in the asset management division? How about we recruit from my alma mater together? Lay manager, do you think everyone is like you? Stuffing the asset management plan with so many associate degree holders? Are you preparing to sell insurance collectively? I might agree, but I doubt the other managers will, Chiao Yuding responded, her demeanor noticeably less regal than usual. Perhaps due to the presence of relatives. Ah, Lay Tiger. No, I mean, good evening, manager. Are you weary? Allow me to fetch you some tea, Jiang Hui quickly interjected, her astonishment hidden beneath a layer of playful flattery. Indeed, no one was unperturbed. A project manager with an associate degree was a rare breed. Certainly among the elite graduates of Guangdong Provincial Finance College, especially considering Lei Hao had only graduated a year prior. What heights could he reach if everything proceeded smoothly? The CEO of a securities firm? The general manager of a fund company? The director of a futures company? Regardless of the title, Lei Hao had already achieved considerable success. Truly embodying the essence of a financial elite, overseeing an asset management plan. Chapter 45. Newcomers Lei Hao, splendid, truly splendid. You have indeed risen to prominence. Yang Huizhi exclaimed joyfully, tears shimmering in her eyes as she expressed pride in Lei Hao's accomplishments. From a struggling student in a remote mountain village to his current standing. Even with the decisive advantage of foresight, Lei Hao had sacrificed much. During his university years, he had worked more than he had studied. Enduring the trials of customer service while others indulged in games and relationships. While outsiders remained oblivious, Yang Huizhi held a glimpse of his struggles, deepening her affection for him as a student. How many more untold stories lay beneath the surface? Lei Hao, possessing a resilient spirit, did not perceive his journey as particularly tragic. He merely persevered through the challenges. When Yang Huizhi wept, he felt somewhat embarrassed, offering her a tissue before turning back to continue his dialogue with Director Zhang. I can bring in some companies, but I cannot guarantee they will hire graduates from our school, Lei Hao cautioned. He could assist with a couple of placements, but distributing an entire cohort of students was beyond his authority. Zhang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Having these connections is already a tremendous help. The rest depends on your junior colleagues' capabilities. However, Lei Hao, could you elaborate on the assistant position? It's essentially a senior miscellaneous role, Lei Hao quickly replied, indicating that he did not require much from an assistant. Just someone obedient, diligent, and sensible. The rationale behind recruiting from his alma mater was straightforward. With his own associate degree, he did not need an assistant for highly specialized tasks, making it an excellent choice to hire someone who would be compliant and eager to learn. As Lei Hao articulated his expectations, Zhang Yu, Su Yukai, and even Jiang Hui listened intently. After all, this was a position for a project manager in a securities company. And who among finance students did not have a relative or friend suitable for the role? I have a student. Well, he is practically your senior, Zhang Yu began. But Su Yukai interjected somewhat rudely, Director Zhang, are you suggesting that a senior will work as an assistant to a junior? That might be challenging for Lei Hao to manage. I may have been a bit short-sighted, Zhang Yu realized, recalling that Lei Hao had already contributed significantly. To ask for more now would seem somewhat ungrateful, leaving him feeling a tad awkward. Before Zhang Yu could finish his thought, Su Yukai sought to recommend his own candidate. But Yang Huizhi interjected firmly, let us not make random recommendations. If you have suitable candidates, just pass along the information. Let's avoid any underhanded dealings, understood? Lei Hao immediately cast a grateful glance towards Yang Huizhi, appreciating her effort to alleviate the tension. While he did not have high expectations for an assistant, he certainly did not wish to hire someone based on connections. Otherwise, if issues arose in their work, he would be left grappling with whether or not to consider the introducer as feelings, which would be quite cumbersome. With that topic concluded, Lei Hao, in front of Zhang Yu, made several phone calls to investors for various projects. The recipients were quite accommodating, quickly confirming arrangements and exchanging contact information with Zhang Yu. After successfully securing several promising recruitment positions, Zhang Yu was elated, while Lei Hao remained unfazed. After all, he had already helped these individuals earn significant profits. If he could not even gain a measure of respect for that, it would indeed be a dismal situation. Dinner unfolded with much merriment. Aware of Lei Hao's circumstances, Yang Huizhi graciously accepted the gifts, and after the meal, she proudly flaunted her new phone before her husband. Zhang Yu understood that Lei Hao's assistance was predicated on his wife's connections, leaving him to contemplate the possibility of becoming more subservient to her in the near future. A mix of emotions swirling within him. After deftly navigating Su Yukai's invitation and arranging to sign contracts with Jiang Hui on Monday, Lei Hao took his leave shortly after 8. I hope my parents will be pleased, he mused, rubbing his temples. The recent spate of overtime had begun to take a toll on his health. Yet, the more he encountered the high-end architecture of the securities industry, the more he felt his own knowledge was lacking. Were it not for the existence of foresight, he would undoubtedly fall short of even Zhao Liken. As per routine, before the market opened, Lei Hao convened the members of his project team for a meeting. With the recent addition of Jiang Hui, the Thunder No. 1 collective investment project team now comprised 4 individuals. Let me introduce a new colleague, Jiang Hui, who will primarily handle financial matters, Lei Hao began. Opting for a formal introduction for her, Lin Lirui and Zhao Liken had been aware that the project team was hiring and knew Jiang Hui was Lei Hao's classmate. So they applauded generously while their minds were already focused on the upcoming work assignments. According to the contract, the remuneration is calculated based on the annual yield exceeding 20. Thus, the profit base available for remuneration amounts to 5 million. As both an investor and project manager, Lei Hao naturally receives the largest share, while Zhao Liken and Lin Lirui also reap substantial rewards. The company will deduct 5 from the 5 million, equating to 2.75 million, which will subsequently be allocated by Lei Hao. After deducting the project's daily expenses, the remaining sum will serve as a bonus for the project team members, approximately 270,000. Over the course of 5 working days, the two will divide this 270,000, leading Zhao Liken and Lin Lirui to become ardent admirers of Lei Hao, having cast aside any thoughts of figures like Han Lingwei. Moreover, all future profits generated by the project will also yield remuneration. How could Lin Lirui and Zhao Liken not be filled with anticipation? Allow me to introduce to you all, this is teacher Zhou Junyun from the headquarters. In the days to come, after exchanging nods and greetings, Qiu Yuding began to introduce the individual she brought along. However, the treatment afforded to Qiu Yuding and Lei Hao in introducing newcomers was entirely disparate. Jiang Hui, being a classmate of Lei Hao, was readily accepted by everyone. Yet this old man, where did he emerge from? Is he here to reap the rewards and seize the accolades? Everyone's expressions appeared rather peculiar. Chapter 46, Professional. Currently, the Thunder No. 1 assembly project is indeed short-staffed, yet it must be under the control of Lei Hao regarding personnel authority. This is not solely due to contractual stipulations, but also because the project's profits are solely attributed to Lei Hao. Anyone else wishing to intervene must first consider Lei Hao's response. What does Manager Qiu imply? Mr. Zhou is set to join our project team. Feeling the gaze of Lin Lirui and Zhao Liken upon him, Lei Hao no longer regarded Qiu Yuding as a dim-witted individual unable to comprehend the situation. With a hint of double entendre, he inquired, "Indeed. Teacher Zhou is merely here to assist you. His name remains affiliated with the headquarters and does not count as a member of the project team." Qiu Yuding chuckled softly, initially intending to tease Lei Hao, but upon realizing she had been seen through, she reluctantly divulged the truth. Teacher Zhou Junyun was not there to reap the rewards, but rather because the headquarters recognized the potential of Thunder No. 1 to secure the top yield in the April asset management plan, thus sending someone to lend support. The objective was straightforward. Any securities required a star project. With this revelation, Lei Hao fell into contemplative silence. The Thunder No. 1 collective plan currently boasted a team of traders, information gatherers, and financial personnel, alongside Lei Hao himself, undoubtedly providing a solid framework. However, it was not without its shortcomings, lacking seasoned professionals, an unavoidable obstacle. Originally, there had been Zhou Yanrong, whose character left much to be desired, yet he excelled in information analysis and identifying gaps. However, he had been dismissed by Lei Hao. Now, with Zhou Junyun's arrival, Lei Hao felt a mix of apprehension and welcome. Zhou Junyun was indeed a much-needed addition to the project, yet he would also impose significant pressure on Lei Hao. Let us extend a warm welcome to Mr. Zhou. Lei Hao hesitated for merely a few seconds before promptly expressing his welcome to Zhou Junyun. With Lei Hao's endorsement, Lin Lirui and the others began to applaud, signaling to Zhou Junyun that this was indeed Lei Hao's domain. Well, Teacher Zhou is a venerable figure within the company and currently a treasured asset of the asset management department. I hope that in the time to come, everyone can learn something from Teacher Zhou, Qiu Yuding succinctly stated before gesturing for Zhou Junyun to take the floor. At 51 years of age, Zhou Junyun found himself surrounded by individuals who were nearly all younger than his own children. A master's degree holder in finance and one of China's first securities practitioners, his credentials and connections warranted a more prestigious position than the one at Thunder No. 1. However, given the current struggles of any securities, particularly the significant losses in the April asset management plan, he felt compelled to help the company establish a prominent brand to navigate through these turbulent times. Hello everyone. There are nearly 40 minutes until the collective bidding begins, so I will keep my remarks brief. Firstly, I will not partake in the project's bonus distribution. Secondly, in the coming month, I will focus on providing support. Lastly, I can confidently say that I have experience across nearly all sectors of the financial industry. So Manager Lei is welcome to discuss any questions with me. After concluding his speech, Zhou Junyuan directed his gaze towards Lei Hao, filled with curiosity. Having finished speaking, Lei Hao cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Junyuan, noticing his silence, and inquired, without causing a significant stir, how confident is Zhao Liken in fully occupying the positions? With the addition of double the funding, how much more time will you require? Zhao Liken was drenched in sweat since the last futures operation. He had harbored suspicions that Lei Hao was a reckless investor with a penchant for overextending his positions, and now reality had confirmed his fears, stirring a mixture of exhilaration and anxiety within him. The company Xianghe Liquor had a market capitalization of approximately 20 billion, with 100 of its shares in circulation, and the average trading volume over the past month hovered around 300 million. Drawing from the information at his disposal, Zhao Liken calculated a figure and spoke. If I am provided with 83 million in capital without causing any disturbances, I could complete the acquisition within a week at the earliest or a month at the latest, depending on market conditions. Too slow, Lei Hao replied. And upon seeing the sweat pouring from Zhao Liken, he pressed further. What if we loosen the reins? Lei Hao turned his gaze towards Zhou Junyuan. Although he ostensibly inquired about Zhao Liqing, he was subtly expressing his optimism and intent to establish a position in the short term, prompting Zhou Junyuan to offer some insights. Allow me to interject. Among the domestic liquor conglomerates, the highest market capitalization undoubtedly belongs to our national spirit, boasting a valuation exceeding 300 billion. The other two giants among the trio also possess market values in the hundreds of billions, collectively siphoning off more than half of the industry's profits, leaving countless other enterprises to survive on the remaining fraction. Zhou Junyuan casually referenced the entire industry before delving into Xianghe Distillery, stating that its market capitalization hovers around 20 billion, categorizing it as a significant player within the sector. However, a critical issue looms. Its financials merely balance out, with no substantial profits recorded over the years and frequent losses instead. This presents both advantages and disadvantages. The losses stem from exorbitant expenditures, as it possesses hardware that rivals the top three companies, yet lacks the corresponding market presence and profit margins to keep pace with its scale. Moreover, it is widely recognized that a substantial portion of Chinese liquor is crafted from grain and employs solid-state fermentation, while foreign spirits predominantly utilize fruits like grapes with liquid fermentation, resulting in stark differences in flavor profiles. Xianghe Distillery is renowned as a pioneer against foreign spirits, producing numerous fruit wines with liquid fermentation to counteract the encroachment of foreign liquors in the domestic market, while also prioritizing the opening of international markets, tirelessly striving to combat American and European influences. Consequently, the previous significant surges in Xianghe Distillery's value were largely influenced by two factors: policy support and international market prospects. A seasoned expert can discern the essence at a glance. With just a glance, Lei Hao gleaned comprehensive insights from Zhou Junyuan, as if a wealth of information was etched in the latter's mind. Most importantly, Zhou Junyuan touched upon a crucial point: the elevation of national pride. Lei Hao wholeheartedly endorsed the surge in Xianghe Distillery's value, having received this information in a colleague group chat at 10:16 p.m. on April 6th. Pertaining to developments on April 13th, Zhou Junyuan's final remark subtly resonated with this notion, prompting Lei Hao to concede in admiration. Nevertheless, these insights further solidified his confidence in establishing a position. However, with a talent like Zhou Junyuan at hand, Lei Hao harbored concerns that his own shortcomings might become glaringly apparent in the days to come. While he could confidently navigate the broader direction, he might find himself outmatched on the finer details by Zhou Junyuan's expertise. Chapter 47. The bargaining at Taihe. Only a fool would forsake a meal due to a minor inconvenience. Lei Hao is no fool. Sacrificing a small amount of face can yield invaluable lessons, and this transaction promises no loss for him. To date, the project has amassed a capital of 41.5 million, and with the potential for double financing, the maximum position we could establish is 83 million. If he wishes to acquire shares in Xianghe liquor industry in the short term, what recommendations does Mr. Zhou have? Lei Hao eagerly awaited Zhou Junyuan's response. Is it solely Xianghe liquor industry? Zhou Junyuan inquired, and upon receiving a positive confirmation from Lei Hao, he continued, there are two avenues. One is direct stock market acquisition, and the other is to seek block trading. Block trading refers to transactions where the order quantity is no less than 300,000 shares or the transaction amount exceeds 2 million. If you place such a large order, the exchange will automatically match it with block trading. Furthermore, a distinguishing feature of block trading is that while ordinary transactions conclude by 3 p.m., block trading may continue until 5 p.m. Transactions confirmed before 3:30 p.m. are settled on the same day, while those confirmed between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. will be settled the following trading day. Lei Hao had certainly considered block trading. However, given Xianghe Liquor's recent market trends. Even if someone were to sell, it would likely be at a premium. If the premium were excessive, it would be more prudent to acquire shares directly in the stock market. Old Zhao will also monitor the block trading platform. Mr. Zhou, how about you handle the bargaining? Lei Hao offered Zhou Junyun a semblance of respect, suggesting collaboration with Zhao Liken to facilitate the acquisition process. Pleased with Zhou Junyun's response, Lei Hao found him considerably more reliable than Zhou Yan. He then briefed Lin Lirui and Jiang Huai on their tasks before engaging in discussions about the acquisition with Zhao Liken. At 9:15 a.m., the collective bidding commenced. Lin Lirui and Jiang Huai were preoccupied with their responsibilities while Lei Hao, Zhao Liken, and Zhou Junyun began their acquisition efforts in the trading area. Today, Xianghe Liquor opened with a gain, its price remaining above 1850 since the first order, oscillating without any significant transactions. The trading volume appeared substantial, yet it seemed to be slightly dwindling. With a minor increase in volume, beads of sweat quickly formed on Zhao Liken's brow. He was acutely aware that this was not an ideal situation for acquisition. No worries. Within a 1 increase, we can still absorb shares. Let us wait and see if anyone submits intentions in the block trading. Lei Hao expressed a modicum of dissatisfaction with the market conditions and swiftly issued a directive to elevate the stock price for acquisition. As Zhao Liken placed a buy order at 1,866 yuan, the pace of accumulation quickened, prompting many sellers who believed this was a favorable price point to list their shares. However, by 9:25 a.m., Lei Hao noted with displeasure that they had only managed to acquire approximately 1.5 million shares in that span of 10 minutes. If the acquisition could not be completed by the 7th, the subsequent 3-day holiday would likely alter Xianghe Liquor's market dynamics and should favorable news arise. An initial surge upon reopening on the 11th was almost certain. Determined not to miss the potential rise on the 11th, Lei Hao decided to raise the acquisition cost. Based on the rate of acquiring 1.5 million shares every 10 minutes, it was projected that they could amass around 36 million shares throughout the trading day. Manager, your coffee, and the new data, Lin Lirui announced, having printed the latest information and brought coffee for Lei Hao. Knowing that Zhou Junyun and Zhao Liken could afford to take their time with theirs. Thank you. Lei Hao accepted the coffee and data, gesturing for Lin Lirui to pass the other document to Zhou Junyun. This included the latest analysis on Xianghe Liquor, which Zhou Junyun had previously reviewed during the meeting. Coupled with this new information, his understanding of Xianghe Liquor's market dynamics deepened. Manager Lei, as 9:30 approaches, block trading will commence accepting intention declarations. Should we submit? At what price? Zhou Junyun inquired, noting that the submission for block trading intentions coincided with the normal opening time and was not permitted during the collective bidding. Utilize the financing limit to place an intention for 2 million shares at a 1 premium, Lei Hao instructed, sipping his coffee. Following this premium, the price per share for Xianghe Liquor would be 1,866 yuan, amounting to 32 million for 2 million shares, excluding transaction fees. With those added, the figures would slightly increase, but would still remain just shy of the 41.5 million financing limit. Zhou Junyun, seasoned in such acquisition strategies, remained skeptical about the stock price of Xianghe Liquor experiencing significant movement in the near term. If the accumulated shares yielded minimal profit, how would they liquidate? A substantial sell-off could adversely affect the stock price. Such a trivial sum of 1 could vanish. That's nearly 400,000. Zhou Junyun sighed inwardly, yet did not contest Lei Hao's decision, proceeding to submit the intention at market opening as instructed. Relieved, Lei Hao was grateful that Zhou Junyun refrained from questioning him, as such discussions could become quite cumbersome, and he might face a professional condescension in return. Fortunately, Zhou Junyun demonstrated a high level of professionalism, recognizing the necessity to follow directives at this juncture. Time passed gradually, and soon it was 1:30 p.m. The market had been open for half an hour, and Zhao Liken had absorbed less than 20 million shares. Zhou Junyun's submitted intentions had undergone 2 rounds of negotiations, yet the opposing party's pricing was excessively high, resulting in no transactions. The stock price of Xianghe Liquor fluctuated below 1866, with Zhao Liken managing to keep the acquisition cost beneath this threshold with remarkable precision. Experiencing the monotonous side of the securities market for the first time, Lei Hao found himself engaged in mechanized operations for several hours, compelled to observe the computer screen to avoid missing market fluctuations, a reality that elucidated the prevalence of myopia among industry professionals. Manager Lei, there's movement. Taihe Securities Yangshan District Branch has initiated negotiations, Zhou Junyun suddenly announced. Instantly alert, Lei Hao recalled that the Yangshan District Branch of Taihe Securities was the very place he had previously worked. Chapter 48. Awaiting the profits. Taihe? Do they engage in such transactions at their Yangshan District Branch? This is fortuitous, Lei Hao mused, contemplating how to leverage this opportunity to his advantage. Manager Lei. They are requesting a 3 premium, Zhou Junyun informed him. From quantity to price, the negotiators from Taiha exhibited remarkable patience, seemingly believing that selling at a premium would be profitable. Zhou Junyun skillfully navigated the discussions with his extensive experience, while Lei Hao made decisions as needed. After half an hour of negotiations, the opposing party insisted on a 25 premium, requiring an increase in total volume to secure that price. Lei Hao scoffed at the proposition. Old Zhao, cease acquisitions, Lei Hao commanded Zhao Liken, then addressed Zhou Junyun. Mr. Zhou, if all goes as anticipated, Xianghe Liquor's stock price will likely dip slightly. Inform Taiha that we are acquiring shares in the market and can swiftly establish a position with a 1 premium. Understood. I will ensure they agree to a 1 premium acquisition, Zhou Junyun replied with a smile, returning to the day's monotonous operations, feeling the strain of his aging body. As the stock price fell, 1860, 1855, 1850, there were those supporting its value. 1850, still 1850. Is there insufficient volume to short it? Zhao Liken mused aloud. At 2:30 p.m., Taiha finally grasped the situation. Relinquishing their insistence on maintaining the 1850 stock price and conceded to Zhou Junyun that they could proceed with a mere 2 premium for the transaction. Zhou Junyun was certainly dissatisfied with the price. He understood that Lei Hao's intention was to acquire a full position. After deducting the 20 million spent by Zhao Licheng for accumulation, Thunder No. 1 could still purchase 63 million worth of stocks. The surplus of 1 meant an additional 630,000, a sum substantial enough to secure a decent 3-bedroom apartment in certain cities. Lei Hao was somewhat inclined to engage in a transaction with the counterpart. Acutely aware that the prospective increase of Xianghe liquor industry would undoubtedly exceed 2. In fact, it would far surpass that figure, had it not been for Taiha. Lei Hao would have resolved to seize the previous 2 instances of a 25 premium before the market closed. Taiha was demanding 2, while offering stocks valued up to 70 million, an opportunity too promising to overlook. However, with merely half an hour remaining until the market closed and transaction declarations permissible until 5 o'clock, Lei Hao felt no urgency. The party that should be anxious was Taiha Securities. Should an unexpected contender emerge and absorb the premium transaction, they might miss out on a golden opportunity. Mr. Zhou, negotiate with them. Reduce the price as much as possible, Lei Hao urged nervously. Zhou Junyun, exhibiting professional integrity, acknowledged with a thumbs up and proceeded to reveal his identity directly to the other party, leaving them momentarily speechless. They must be deliberating. Let us wait, Zhou Junyun remarked, expressing his disdain for their cunning attempts to ensnare him. When I entered the industry, these little rascals weren't even born. Indeed, Mr. Zhou, you are undoubtedly a veteran in this field, Lei Hao complimented, grinning and offering Zhou Junyun a cigarette. Come on, Manager Lei. Is there something you wish for my assistance with? Zhou Junyun, having spent the entire day with Lei Hao, quickly deduced that something was amiss. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Zhou. You see, Taiha has 70 million in chips, but I'm short on funds. Could you possibly speak with the head office to extend some margin financing to our account? We are certainly capable of repayment, Lei Hao confided, revealing his intention. Margin financing essentially involves borrowing funds. Unlike individual clients, securities firms are generally more willing to lend to institutional organizations if it pertains to a project team under their umbrella. Preferential treatment is almost guaranteed. Although any securities is not particularly large, it would not be problematic for them to increase the margin limit for Thunder No. 1. It was merely that Lei Hao lacked the necessary influence. Zhou Junyun possessed that influence, and his words carried significant weight at any securities. Not only could he secure an increase of 10 or 20 million, but even 100 million could be arranged with some face-saving effort. Do you truly hold such faith in Xianghe liquor industry? Zhou Junyun questioned, somewhat perplexed. He struggled to envision any substantial rise in its prospects. Investing nearly 100 million into stock accumulation would surely propel him onto the shareholder leaderboard. To be honest, I left my position at Taiha Securities, so you understand. Lei Hao laid bare the circumstances, prompting an outcry of indignation from the project team, their gazes fixated on Zhou Junyun. In truth, Zhou Junyun was also doing Lei Hao a favor. After all, there was little risk involved in such an endeavor. Through Zhou Junyun's intervention, the head office promptly granted Lei Hao an additional 10 million in margin. In that moment, Lei Hao grasped the essence of having influential connections in high places, contemplating how to keep Zhou Junyun engaged. Just then, after their discussions, Taiha Securities presented a final price, demanding a 15 premium. Below this threshold, negotiations would cease. It appeared that Taiha harbored some optimism regarding Xianghe liquor industry. What hidden information did they possess? Agree to the terms. We shall proceed, Lei Hao declared with conviction. readying the funds and preparing to submit the transaction declaration. 15. Is that truly acceptable? Zhou Junyun inquired, and upon receiving Lei Hao's affirming response, though harboring some reservations, he agreed to the conditions and submitted the transaction declaration to the exchange. Taihe held 3.8 million shares, with a closing price of 18.48 yesterday amounting to over 6.8 million. The 15 premium, along with associated fees, brought the transaction value perilously close to 70 million. After deducting the 20 million Zhao Liqing had utilized, Lei Hao initially had 63 million at his disposal, but with an additional 10 million from the company. He found himself with a remaining 3 million after securing the deal with Taihe. Let Zhao utilize the 3 million. We can wrap up for the day. Lei Hao instructed Zhao Liqing, adopting a mindset of seizing the opportunity. Thus, on that day, Lei Hao accumulated stocks in Xianghe liquor industry valued at nearly 93 million, with a final cost basis of 18,734. Upon completing the acquisition, Lei Hao smiled, eagerly awaiting the influx of returns while keenly anticipating Taihe's reactions, which promised to be entertaining. Zhou Junyun, too, breathed a sigh of relief. His hesitation to obstruct Lei Hao's stock accumulation stemmed from a straightforward rationale. Should Xianghe liquor industry prosper, Lei Hao's liquidation would enhance the project's yield. Conversely, if the stock were to decline, Lei Hao might opt to hold. As long as there were no significant asset devaluations or forced settlements, the anticipated 38 yield could still render the project a star performer. Zhou Junyun was quite satisfied with the outcome of this venture, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that in the days to come, Lei Hao would repeatedly test his fortitude. Chapter 49. Advertisement at 5 o'clock. The stock acquisition was complete, and the documentation requested by Lei Hao was printed, signaling the project team's readiness to conclude the day's work. Manager, our holiday begins tomorrow. How about we host a gathering tonight? Lin Lirui suggested, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, manager, we have the funds for it. Our project team is quite affluent. Zhao Liqing chimed in enthusiastically. Only Jiang Hui and Zhou Junyun remained silent, waiting for Lei Hao to make the call. Before any words were exchanged, Lei Hao noticed Zhou Junyun standing at the door. Having just retrieved his phone, his expression suddenly shifting as he called out, Manager Lei, we have a situation. Major developments? Lei Hao's eyes brightened. He had long anticipated a surge in Xianghe liquor industry stock, sensing an impending wave of positive news, though the specifics eluded him. He hastily opened his computer, downloaded the latest data from the head office, and upon entering the password, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Xianghe liquor industry was hosting a new product launch, announcing a minimum investment of 500 million for global marketing efforts. The latest advertisement would air tonight at 6:50 p.m. across major television and online platforms. Additionally, a new product was being launched by the conglomerate. Whether this constituted a boon or a bane would depend on sales performance. If successful, it would be advantageous. If not, the consequences could be dire. However, such a substantial investment in advertising and marketing was rare within the industry, given the considerable risk involved. With a market capitalization of merely 20 billion, dedicating 500 million to promote a new product raised serious concerns. Should the results not meet expectations, the stock would likely plummet. Moreover, this was cash, the lifeblood of any enterprise. A rupture in the financial chain could plunge the entire group into sustained losses. Manager, what is your perspective? Zhou Junyun inquired, taking a drag from his cigarette, visibly troubled. If this were a domestic campaign, 500 million would indeed be a hefty sum, but on a global scale, it may not amount to much. Their audacity is staggering. Lei Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xianghe's ambition was remarkable, attempting to capture both domestic and international markets with a financial commitment that seemed precarious. It is essential to recognize that cultural and customary differences across nations could render their advertising content ineffective. An advertisement suitable for China might be met with confusion in the UK or the United States. The mere act of filming an advertisement amounts to a considerable expenditure, followed by costs for television commercials, online advertisements, and the creation of posters, not to mention the purchase of billboard advertisements, calculating based on a minimum of 10 countries. An investment of 50 million in each could indeed create a significant impact, ultimately culminating in sales performance. Without my foresight, I might have been overwhelmed by such daunting figures. Lei Hao thought quietly, glancing over at Zhou Junyun and the others, who all bore expressions of concern. Well, this is also a blessing in disguise for us. Lei Hao remarked with a smile. We might either profit and exit the scene or incur some losses and leave, thereby saving a great deal of time. He added, keep in mind, with a capital of 93 million, the daily interest is no trivial matter. Lei Hao's composure quickly reassured Lin Lirui, Jiang Hui, and Zhao Liqing. Especially Lin Lirui and Zhao Liqing, who had previously navigated the sugar futures market and thus held considerable faith in Lei Hao, immediately envisioning their potential gains following a surge. However, Zhou Junyun was less optimistic, fearing that his mission could falter. If Xianghe Liquor experienced a significant drop, would it be appropriate for the company to present Thunderno 1 as their flagship project? Such a revelation would surely invite ridicule. Come, let us find a place to dine and also take a look at the advertisement for Xianghe Liquor, Lei Hao cheerfully beckoned the group. As the cornerstone of their endeavor, Lei Hao's tranquility instilled confidence in everyone. At the very least, they would maintain a positive mindset upon arriving at the hotel. The restaurant was one chosen by Lei Hao, who had previously treated Lei Zhenxiang there and found their seafood quite commendable, so he returned. Coincidentally, the same server from his last visit was there to attend to them. Noticing Lei Hao's evident leadership role, the server beamed even more brightly, discreetly slipping her phone number to him, nearly prompting Lin Lirui to stand and confront her. As they enjoyed their meal, the clock swiftly approached 6:50 p.m. On the tidy table lay a laptop brought by Zhao Liqing, currently playing the advertisement from CCTV. It's here. At precisely 6:50 p.m., the screen finally displayed the advertisement for Xianghe Liquor, instantly raising the anticipation in the private room. With Lei Hao feeling a tinge of nervousness, the advertisement opened with a scene of a middle-aged man pouring a bottle of wine at a grave. The director's skill evident as the liquid cascaded from the bottle to the ground in a visually stunning manner, evoking an indescribable sentiment. "Dad, the new wine is ready." The middle-aged man began to speak. The scene then shifted to an elderly man engaged in the winemaking process, accompanied by poignant background music. Following this were many documentary-style clips depicting the elderly man's journey in crafting wine, much of it filmed at Xianghe Liquor's base. 10 seconds later, the camera transitioned again, showing an elderly man, his back to the audience, embarking on a quest for winemaking materials, traversing countless rivers and mountains. Just one more source of water, he mused, spotting a promising water source nearby. This advertisement, both in visuals and voiceover, rivaled that of a cinematic masterpiece. And the locations showcased hinted at a hefty production budget. Just as Lei Hao and everyone felt victory was imminent, the memory of the new grave at the beginning of the ad resurfaced, instilling a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the melancholic music shifted to an even deeper sorrow as the elderly man stumbled and fell beside a spring. The screen darkened, and a voice announced, "General Manager, the spring discovered by the teacher is perfect. Our new wine can now be produced." Following this was the tagline, "Above heaven, Xianghe Liquor." The room fell silent. Everyone captivated by the advertisement, undoubtedly impressed by the skillful marketing of Xianghe Liquor thus far. Chapter 50, Recruitment. A decade ago, Xianghe Liquor endured substantial expenditures to establish several winemaking bases, dedicating an entire generation to the pursuit of crafting fine wine. Their perseverance was remarkable. They withstood an industry that seemed to forget their ambitions and investors who lost faith, until the moment Lei Hao entered the fray, perfectly prepared. What extraordinary fortune! Lei Hao sensed the peculiar glances from others and internally chuckled, considering that, had it not been for his foresight, he too would hesitate to invest. That was a resounding success, Zhao Liqing exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. "I was nearly brought to tears. The director of this advertisement is truly exceptional. The narrative is quite compelling," Lin Lirui added. "And the background music is delightful. I must download it as my ringtone. I find their tagline quite enchanting. Above heaven, Xianghe Liquor. Is the new wine part of a heaven series? Wow, Manager Lei, let us order a few bottles to taste." Jiang Hui, a woman of robust character, had a different focus than the others. Zhou Junyun, raising his thumb in approval, remarked, "If the stock price fluctuated within a range of -30 to +30 upon the announcement, following this advertisement, it should now shift to -15 to +35. Individuals in the securities industry possess a distinct perspective, while the layman may simply feel moved by the advertisement. Lei Hao and his companions must discern the underlying value of such sentiments and calculate potential variables to adjust their investments. Lei Hao appreciated the advertisement but pondered about its implications. According to his foresight, Xianghe Liquor would surely have further strategies up their sleeve. "I'll inquire about it." Zhou Junyun smiled, dialing a number on his phone and engaging in conversation. The room fell quiet as Lei Hao listened to Zhou Junyun's dialogue, deducing that he was likely speaking with a representative from a research institute within a securities firm, someone of considerable standing. Individuals at such institutes are quite unique in the securities realm, primarily focusing on various securities while interacting with high-level industry figures, so their insights are invaluable. Typically, research institutes are well acquainted with well-established marketing strategies like that of Xianghe Liquor. While waiting for Zhou Junyun to conclude his call, a thought struck Lei Hao: why not retain Zhou Junyun? This seasoned individual could be deemed a veteran player in the domestic securities industry, with expertise and connections that are truly rare. If Lei Hao could keep Zhou Junyun close, his own deficiencies would be adequately addressed. Moreover, Zhou Junyun was an experienced financial graduate. If Lei Hao could absorb his knowledge, he would be more than equipped for success, at least domestically. The more he contemplated, the more appealing the idea became, and his excitement and anticipation grew. It's settled. The new wine from Xianghe Liquor is somewhat distinct. Many have participated in the venture, which, despite only investing $5 billion in global marketing, has garnered substantial networking resources. Zhou Junyun concluded his call. Wait for the news broadcast. They will showcase their new product, which is said to be quite shrouded in mystery. Is that so? Lei Hao inquired. I've heard that they are also entering various competitions and assessments. Once they achieve some accolades, they'll surely publicize it, transforming into a globally renowned wine that will sell significantly better. Connecting the dots, Lei Hao quickly grasped the situation. He was confident that the Heaven series of new wine would undoubtedly garner more than just a mere recognition. But what did it imply for it to appear on the news broadcast? I see no apparent connection, he mused, glancing at the laptop screen before redirecting his attention to Zhou Junyun, smiling as he asked, Mr. Zhou, what role do you fulfill at the headquarters? Feeling slightly awkward under Zhou Junyun's gaze, Lei Hao recalled his own circumstances, boosting his confidence as he stated, let me be direct, Mr. Zhou. Why not engage in the operational projects? Are you concerned about income stability? Individuals like Zhou Junyun undoubtedly earn an annual income of around 1 million. It is perplexing that, given Lei Hao's professional expertise and extensive network, he does not seize the opportunity to engage in projects that could yield greater financial rewards. Why does he content himself with remaining at the headquarters, dedicating his efforts without seeking more substantial gains? Zhou Junyun candidly revealed the figure of 810, and Lei Hao instantly comprehended its significance. Throughout the evolution of China's securities industry, numerous events have transpired, with the 810 incident being one of the most notable. Following this occurrence, the stock market plummeted by 45 within a mere 2.5 months, leading a considerable number of individuals to suffer devastating losses, many of whom were among the pioneering practitioners in the securities field. Lei Hao was familiar with the 810 incident and could surmise Zhou Junyun's mindset, both then and now. It was likely that after experiencing bankruptcy, he had lost his ambition and determination. Subsequently, he has remained at Ingyi Securities, no longer aspiring to toil on the front lines. He is akin to a once-injured bird that has now healed, preferring a stable existence over the desire or expectation to soar to great heights. How long will Mr. Zhou linger here? Lei Hao inquired. If the project proceeds smoothly, then it will encompass the entirety of April. However, if it encounters difficulties, we shall depart. Zhou Junyun replied candidly, what if it progresses even more favorably? Lei Hao continued to inquire, will the head office allow you to remain here and operate more smoothly? Zhou Junyun chuckled in disbelief, assuming that Lei Hao was intoxicated by his consecutive victories. He teasingly remarked, does Manager Lei hold such high hopes for this old fellow of mine? I need not articulate, for Mr. Zhou is undoubtedly aware of the current shortcomings of Thundernell. 1. Here, we lack reliable information analysts. The few novices among us are hardly capable of discussing any networks. Our sources of information are limited to what the headquarters is willing to disclose. Nevertheless, for me, Lei Hao confidently straightened his chest and declared, none of this poses a challenge. I hold Mr. Zhou in high regard, primarily due to his extensive experience and professional competence, with connections being of lesser importance. My aspiration is to learn from him to establish a solid foundation for the future. Manager Lei is quite ambitious. Zhou Junyun chuckled and remarked, having the ability to mobilize nearly 100 million in funds, and you are still not content? Insufficient. I aspire to wield billions, even hundreds of billions, of funds in the future, and to transform these sums into dollars. Lei Hao revealed his ambitions to Zhou Junyun, fully aware that it might invite ridicule. However, armed with foresight about the future, he believed that if one did not dare to dream, they might as well resign at once. Zhou Junyun, however, shook his head and replied, as long as the headquarters allows me to remain here, I shall not depart. Therefore, Manager Lei has mistaken the individual. Mr. Zhou pondered what kind of achievements could warrant the headquarters to assign you to this position. Lei Hao inquired, at the very least, there must be hope for us to contend for the championship in the annual yield rankings, right? In that case, whoever you need. The headquarters will surely be generous. Zhou Junyun, after finishing his words, sighed. Ingyi Securities hasn't produced notable results in many years. Then I invite Mr. Zhou to witness the outcome. Lei Hao felt a surge of confidence. It was only April, and there was still a long way to go until New Year's Day. He was certain he could deliver an astonishing performance that would leave the industry in awe. However, Zhou Junyun held a different perspective. He had witnessed too many similar situations, where even some novices achieved results more extravagant than Lei Hao's. In the end, how many could truly endure? In the fleeting moment that this notion crossed his mind, Zhou Junyun leisurely took a puff of his cigarette, directing his gaze towards the computer screen just in time to witness a news segment unfold, almost choking on the smoke. Chapter 51. A call from headquarters. The three-day European Economic Forum recently transpired in the capital of the United Kingdom, London, attracting approximately 6,000 representatives from the political and economic spheres of the European Union. The content of the news broadcast was impeccably politically correct. Their format typically involves the first 10 minutes discussing how busy the leaders are, the subsequent 10 minutes extolling the happiness of our citizens, and the final segment depicting foreign populations enduring hardships. This instance was no exception. Why broadcast the European Economic Forum? The world is engulfed in an economic crisis. With the people of Europe suffering immensely, we must urgently engage in discussions, lest our households face dire straits. Yet, amidst these pressing concerns, what stands out is the alarming infiltration of advertisements within this economic forum. The announcement pertains to the newly launched Paradise series of Baijiu by Xianghe Distillery. The news even featured an interview with a leader from a small nation who gravely expressed that amidst the economic crisis, expenditures for conferences must be curtailed, and Europe should adopt a more open stance, making remarks akin to adapt in times of hardship and so forth. Within the private room, all present, including Lei Hao, were left speechless, unable to suppress their admiration for the Europeans. These individuals displayed an astonishing willingness to ingratiate themselves with Chinese capital, while simultaneously advocating for greater openness. What I wish to convey is an invitation for Chinese investors to come forth. For what other reason would one use Chinese enterprises as examples of openness? This camera is dreadful, Lin Leroux remarked with a laugh, pointing at the screen. Lei Hao could not help but chuckle as well. Indeed, the cameraman had a mischievous streak. The angle he chose captured not only the leader passionately discussing Europe's openness, but also the heaven series of wines displayed on the table behind him, making it seem as if the head of this small nation had become a spokesperson for the brand. Congratulations, Manager Lei. Zhou Junyun, perceptive as ever, chimed in. Although the potential maximum profit may diminish due to profit sharing, the likelihood of loss has been nearly eradicated. This is certainly a good development. Lei Hao replied with a smile. I would still appreciate your assistance, Mr. Zhou, in gathering relevant information. Let us reconvene to discuss this on Monday. The more aggressively Xianghe Winery promoted its new products, the brighter its profit prospects appeared. However, leveraging such extensive channels and connections undoubtedly necessitated significant profit sharing. Yet, to Lei Hao, this was merely a matter of earning more or less. On the 8th, during the Qiming Festival, Lei Hao remained focused on the marketing efforts of Xianghe Winery rather than returning home for ancestral rites. His patience was rewarded when the company secured what was rumored to be an exceptional quality certification for its wines, leading to another wave of promotion. On Saturday the 9th, Xianghe Winery intensified its efforts, with the background music for its advertisement revealed to be a new single from a pop diva, sparking yet another promotional surge. By Sunday the 10th, the winery's new wine won a prestigious award, which facilitated the signing of several major contracts. It was evident that the company's stock price would undoubtedly surge when the market opened on Monday. Within those 3 days, Lei Hao diligently monitored the market trends through various channels, frequently engaging in discussions about stocks with colleagues. Given his current status, his contributions sparked a cascade of conversations, ensuring he never encountered an awkward silence. As a result, he observed that an increasing proportion of emerging information was closely tied to the securities market. On Monday, April 11th, the sky was overcast. By around 7:30 a.m., Lei Hao arrived at the office, only to be surprised to find that everyone else was already present. He was the last to arrive. It seemed everyone was eager to start making money. After a moment of reflection, he understood their enthusiasm and, after a light-hearted jest, declared, "Since we're all here early, let us commence the meeting." No sooner had he spoken than he received a substantial stack of analytical reports from Lin Leroux regarding Xianghe Winery. After flipping through the documents and absorbing the key points in a few minutes, he voiced his decision. I have decided to liquidate my holdings and reallocate my funds to short the real estate development sector. Liquidate? So soon? The Xianghe Distillery is performing admirably. Zhao Liken, Lin Leroux, and Zhang Hui were all taken aback. However, the former two held unwavering confidence in Lei Hao. Despite their initial confusion, they expressed no dissent. As for Zhang Hui, being a newcomer and a classmate, she felt it inappropriate to voice any doubts directly. Consequently, all eyes turned to Zhou Junyun. Clearing his throat, Zhou Junyun, who had initially intended to remain a bystander, found himself compelled to speak. It is certain that Xianghe Distillery will experience a short-term surge. Moreover, based on its prospects and the accompanying analytical reports, it is undoubtedly regarded as a strong long-term investment. What I am curious about is why Manager Lei would forego this almost guaranteed profitable position to venture into riskier alternatives. Indeed, Lin Lirue murmured softly. Engaging in some technical arbitrage, I dare not make any grand claims, yet within half a year, we shall find ourselves in an exceedingly comfortable position. Zhao Liken also appeared perplexed. Lei Hao shook his head and continued, indeed, an annual return rate of 5 is considered satisfactory for an asset management plan. Xianghe Distillery possesses this potential in the medium to long term. But that is where it ends. I am not content. It is not merely a matter of return rates. I am dissatisfied with my prolonged absence from more hands-on operations. Compared to steady profits, I yearn to participate in the battlefield, to glean greater knowledge from the experience. Furthermore, who can guarantee that we cannot achieve even greater profits? The attendees in the conference room sensed a certain dissonance, yet they recalled Lei Hao's initial investment of 3 million, which he bore as a loss limit. This did not reflect an attitude of seeking vast profits. Rather, it seemed more about undertaking a project for the sake of experience. Had Lei Hao been privy to their thoughts, he would have been at a loss for words. Although he claimed his intentions were for learning, the more significant reason was not that simple. With the existence of future information, a mere tens of millions in capital would allow Lei Hao to dabble in medium to long-term investments? That would be nothing short of ludicrous. Well, this is my decision. Is there any dissent? Lei Hao inquired, to which everyone responded with a shake of their heads, indicating their agreement. He further stated, according to the rules of block trading, we can liquidate today at a maximum premium of 30. Therefore, for the sake of your bonuses, let us strive to negotiate a higher transaction price. Additionally, Lin Lirue, we need to focus on the real estate development sector. You should start gathering information immediately. Lei Hao added, Jiang Hui, assist her in this endeavor. As for old Zhao and Mr. Zhou, the three of us will discuss the liquidation price while analyzing the real estate development market. Understood, Zhao Liken quickly nodded. Zhou Junyun sat there feeling quite helpless. He hoped for a bit of leniency, but Lei Hao, a workaholic, was insistent on investing in new territories, which was utterly taxing. Soon, at 9:15, as the collective bidding commenced, Xianghe Distillery hit its upper limit. However, the buying volume was not excessively exaggerated, with occasional transactions occurring below the limit price, indicating that the market's short-term outlook on Xianghe Distillery was not overwhelmingly optimistic. Naturally, Lei Hao would not liquidate at the upper limit. He awaited the block trading window at 9:30 to submit his intention to trade, albeit without specifying quantity or price. The exchange has regulations stating that if the intention to trade in a block transaction does not specify a quantity, it implies that the seller is at least willing to transact at the minimum quantity required for such trades, at the designated highest price. This meant that Lei Hao's intention indicated he was willing to sell a minimum of 2 million worth of Xianghe Distillery shares, with a maximum price reaching the previous trading day's 130. Lei Hao merely wished to gauge the price, yet he was taken aback when, after several rounds of negotiations, someone from the headquarters contacted him. Manager Lei, it's a call from the headquarters, the project manager from the self-operated department. Qiu Yuding's expression was peculiar, seemingly concealing a hint of satisfaction, since project teams were prohibited from using mobile phones during work. Lei Hao's phone had been placed in the designated area as per regulations during the meeting. Hence, communication from headquarters typically came through the project team's work platform. Occasionally, Qiu Yuding would bring important information to Lei Hao, but this direct call was unprecedented. Who is it? Seeing Qiu Yuding covering the phone's microphone, Lei Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, but she merely smiled in silence. Hello, this is Lei Hao, he stated succinctly upon receiving the phone. Hello, Manager Lei. I am Qiu Yuhua from the headquarters self-operated department. Is your project team interested in selling shares of Xianghe Distillery? A male voice transmitted from the other end. Upon hearing Qiu Yuhua's name, Lei Hao instinctively glanced at Qiu Yuding. The founder of Yingyi Securities was Qiu Xiangnan, and nearly all of the third-generation Qiu family members had studied finance, so Qiu Yuhua was likely one of them. However, Lei Hao shook his head, acknowledging that while Yingyi Securities had many merits, its practice of nepotism was widely criticized, and the company's headquarters was said to be a chaotic mess. What does Manager Qiu mean? Lei Hao set aside these trivial thoughts and expressed his confusion. My project team wishes to acquire these shares. We will take as many as you have. Qiu Yuhua's tone grew somewhat agitated. Manager Lei, please provide a quantity and price. I'm sorry, I must have misheard. Lei Hao nearly doubted his ears. The self-operated department of a securities firm invests and profits with its own funds, whereas the asset management department primarily utilizes client funds. For Qiu Yuhua to request that Lei Hao sell him the shares was indeed a troublesome matter. This was akin to selling clients' assets to one's own company. The regulatory commission would surely investigate. Regardless of whether the sale was at a high or low price, trouble would inevitably ensue. It would be absurd for Lei Hao to accept Qiu Yuhua's proposal. You heard correctly, Manager Lei. You are new and may not be aware of certain industry practices. Qiu Yuhua appeared to deliberate before speaking again. I can arrange for a middleman. You can first sell the shares to him, and then he will sell them to me. This is an informal norm. Even the regulatory commission is not entirely clean. They wouldn't scrutinize these matters. Upon hearing Qiu Yuhua's explanation, Lei Hao was rendered speechless. He had been aware of the securities industry's murky dealings even as a client manager, but he had not anticipated it to be this dark. Using client funds to purchase shares only to sell them back to one's own company. Such a scheme need not be frequent. Even a monthly occurrence would suffice to sustain many individuals. Manager Lei, please hold on. I know you have investments in Leiting No. 1. And I'm not asking you to sell the shares at a low price. I merely seek a priority right. Under equal pricing conditions, my project team should have priority. Is that unreasonable? Qiu Yuhua believed he was being quite accommodating. To be honest, this condition was indeed not excessive. Lei Hao was set on selling the shares. And given the favorable medium to long-term profit prospects of these stocks, selling them to his own company's project team rather than to outsiders was certainly more appealing. Yet, there was a caveat. Lei Hao's actions could dig a pit for himself. While the regulatory commission may not be investigating now, what about in the future? Moreover, who was the middleman Qiu Yuhua would bring in? Would this person potentially expose the situation later? Ultimately, could Qiu Yuhua himself be trusted? Creating a liability for oneself and then handing it over to several others was something Lei Hao would certainly avoid. However, offering favorable terms to an outsider was not as preferable as doing so for his own company. At present, Lei Hao's priority was to devise a plan to extricate himself from any potential complications. Who is the middleman that Manager Qiu is bringing in? Lei Hao inquired. Haifeng Securities. High-Tech Zone Branch. Qiu Yuhua was confident that things were progressing well. After hearing Qiu Yuhua's words, Lei Hao immediately began to feign ignorance, saying, Manager Qiu, I apologize. But I must prioritize my responsibilities to my clients, so I will absolutely not engage in a transaction with you. That will be all. Having said this, Lei Hao hung up the phone, believing that the implications within his words were quite clear. While he would not transact with Qiu Yuhua, he could still trade with Haifeng Securities. If Qiu Yuhua were not foolish, he would comprehend Lei Hao's message. Lei Hao was not concerned that this matter would come to light, as long as his project team earned more money in the forthcoming period. Not only would the regulatory commission be unable to uncover anything, but even if they did, he would be in the clear. For instance, if Lei Hao sold Xianghe Distillery shares at an appropriate price, and the shares appreciated by 5 over 6 months, yet he then used the proceeds to invest in other assets and earned 10 within the same time frame, what would he have to fear? He left no evidence and caused no losses for clients. Thus, the situation could be resolved flawlessly. Unbeknownst to Lei Hao, Qiu Yuhua and Qiu Yuding were starkly different. Despite being cousins, Qiu Yuding, with her background in management, exhibited a commanding presence and exceptional abilities, while Qiu Yuhua, a master's graduate in finance, carried himself with an air of arrogance akin to that of a bookworm. Following the abrupt end of a phone call, Qiu Yuhua's expression fluctuated between shades of anger and despair as he hurried to the Human Resources Department of the headquarters. Mr. Zhou, what is the current highest bid? Who has shown genuine interest? Lei Hao inquired, returning the phone to Qiu Yuding and settling down to question Zhou Junyuan. Has the Haifeng Securities Shanghai High-Tech Zone Branch participated? He pressed, receiving a nod from Zhou Junyuan. In a mere 2 hours, Lei Hao relished the ease of having Zhou Junyuan as his assistant. The elder gentleman possessed a wealth of knowledge on various topics. Engaging him in a discussion about real estate development yielded a treasure trove of data and analyses. In other matters, he displayed an equal deftness. What pleased Lei Hao most was that, although Zhou Junyuan's expertise far surpassed his own, the latter maintained a consistently gentle demeanor, patiently elucidating complex matters and never voicing dissent when Lei Hao made decisions. The tasks assigned were executed flawlessly. In essence, Lei Hao increasingly desired to retain Zhou Junyuan. Considering even the substantial annual expenditure of nearly $1 million, or even $1 million monthly, as a worthy investment, for their partnership was indeed a perfect match. While Lei Hao was contemplating ways to secure Zhou Junyuan, Qiu Yuding's phone, placed on the conference table, rang. After answering, her complexion shifted abruptly. Lei Hao was taken aback. What could this mean? A sabotage of sorts? Chapter 53. Taking a hard stance. However, such a course of action was untenable. How could the headquarters resort to undermining its own branches? Did they not fear an insurrection among their subordinates? Although Zhao Liqing and Lin Lirue were not among the most skilled professionals, Lei Hao had forged strong ties with them, and replacing them could significantly impact project operations. Qiu Yuhua, I need not ponder long to deduce that he is likely the culprit behind this, Lei Hao thought, suppressing a curse and opting for a wry smile. I cannot fathom how someone could possess such low emotional intelligence. I, too, didn't expect him to remain unchanged, Qiu Yuding chuckled. Having overheard the conversation between Lei Hao and Qiu Yuhua, though she never anticipated this would devolve into a farce. This realization left Lei Hao irritated. After all, he had painstakingly identified an apt assistant and was intent on securing Zhou Junyun's commitment. Old Zhao, please summon Lin Lirui. We need to discuss our course of action. Lei Hao said with a smile. Understood, came the reply. Lei Hao chuckled inwardly while maintaining a serious facade, turning his gaze to Qiu Yuding. I cannot allow talent to slip away. Rest assured, we will ensure their personnel relations are transferred to the Yangshan district branch. Qiu Yuding asserted firmly, equally repulsed by the actions of the headquarters. When Zhao Liqing exited to fetch Lin Lirui, the latter nearly erupted in anger upon hearing the news. 275 million, plus 9. 3 million for 12. 5% calculating. The Thunder No. 1 project group merely needs to offload Xianghe Liquor's stocks at a premium of 14, yielding a total bonus pool of 8. 33 million for Lin Lirui and her colleagues. As expected, just as Lei Hao was about to speak, Qiu Yuding's phone rang again. Put it on speaker, Lei Hao instructed, noticing the caller ID displayed cousin Qiu Yuhua. Qiu Yuding complied without protest, activating the speakerphone. Yuding, hand the phone to Manager Lei. Qiu Yuhua's voice resonated. Manager Lei, there is no need for such formality. I am listening, Lei Hao interjected. A reasonable person would have recognized that Qiu Yuding's phone was on speaker, yet Qiu Yuhua seemed oblivious to this fact. Manager Lei, I trust you have received the news. What is our next step? Shall we continue our discussion regarding Xianghe Liquor's shares? Qiu Yuhua asked, exuding an air of triumph. Cough, cough. Manager Lei, perhaps we should consider the opinions of the employees? Lei Hao stifled a laugh, gesturing towards the visibly irate Lin Lirui and Zhao Liqing. Manager Qiu, please convey to the headquarters human resources that if my personnel relations are not transferred to the Yangshan district branch, I will resign, Zhao Liqing declared vehemently. Lin Lirui added. Manager Qiu, please relay to HR that I, too, resign. Should you wish to adhere to the contract, we shall meet in court. I just hope you won't become the laughingstock of the entire company when the time comes. Silence enveloped the call as Qiu Yuhua grappled with the bewildering situation. How could anyone prefer to be exiled to a branch over remaining at headquarters? What about Mr. Zhou? We truly need his expertise, Qiu Yuhua thought. Momentarily sidelining Lin Lirui and Zhao Liqing, now focusing on Zhou Junyun. Yet, he was internally conflicted, after all. Zhou Junyun had only spent a single workday within the Thunder No. 1 project group. How significant could his value be to Lei Hao? Qiu Yuhua fell silent, his mind racing with a myriad of thoughts. Not adjusting? Where would that leave my dignity? What of Xianghe Liquor's stocks? He lamented. Lei Hao's voice rang out with conviction. It was the first time in his life that he felt truly extravagant, contemplating an investment of 2 million annually that left Qiu Yuhua bewildered and rendered everyone speechless. The room fell silent as all eyes were fixed on Lei Hao, who was now exuding an aura of affluence. It was only under Qiu Yuhua's pressure that he conjured this idea. He had come to a clear realization. The Thunder No. 1 project group was in dire need of talent, and money could be the key to acquiring it. After all, the project group was flush with funds. And as long as the 5% return could reach a satisfactory level, not only could he secure Zhou Junyun, but he could also have anyone he desired. What did he have to fear from the headquarters? This project group was indeed wealthy. Chapter 54, Meeting Clients. Haha, Manager Lei, are you just blowing hot air? Qiu Yuhua chuckled dryly. I can initially transfer 2 million to the headquarters account for Mr. Zhou's salary, Lei Hao replied nonchalantly. Given the current yield of Thunder No. 1, securing a loan of 2 million from investors would be a trivial matter. Qiu Yuhua fell silent once more. He was misstepping at every turn, failing to grasp the full scope of the situation. Relying solely on his experience to navigate this issue was folly. Could Thunder No. 1 be compared to other project groups? This was an asset management plan capable of generating over 60 years of returns in just half a month. Truly a lavish endeavor. Click. Beep, beep, beep. Qiu Yuhua abruptly ended the call. Laughter erupted in the conference room, everyone amused by Lei Hao's final remark, signaling his intent to poach Qiu Yuhua's talent. Our manager is formidable, Zhao Liqing praised with a grin. Manager, you exude charisma. Lin Lirui chimed in, her cheeks flushed. Lei Hao shrugged, stating, what can I say? We simply possess wealth. Our project group is rich beyond measure. Laughter filled the room as Lin Lirui and Zhao Liqing reminisced about their recent work experiences, though an undercurrent of concern lingered within them. If Lei Hao were to offer Zhou Junyun a salary of 2 million, from whence would those funds derive? Would it come from the shared 5%, or would he personally cover the difference? Rest assured, should the portion of the total bonus from the 5% that Mr. Joe is entitled to fall short of $2 million. I will personally supplement the deficit without touching your bonuses, Lei Hao reassured his subordinates, sensing their unease and offering a comforting smile. In truth, Lei Hao was not the slightest bit concerned about bearing the salary of Zhou Zhiyun. Given the profitability of the Thunder No. 1 project team, he was rather intrigued to witness the expression on Zhou Zhiyun's face upon discovering an annual income exceeding $2 million. It would undoubtedly be quite amusing. I initially thought Manager Lei was jesting. Zhou Zhiyun cast a surprised glance at Lei Hao, fully aware that Lei Hao was not joking. However, he did not anticipate that the shared profits of the project team would remain untouched. Such leadership ensured that the income of subordinates was indeed secure. Just as Zhou Zhiyun finished speaking, he noticed a message flashing on the laptop connected to the workspace, indicating a new negotiation had been initiated. When he accessed the message, the name of the initiator nearly caused Lei Hao to burst into laughter. Prominently displayed was the name of Taihe Securities' Yangshan District branch. This back and forth would lead Taihe to incur at least an 8-figure loss, and Lei Hao had no desire to sell to them. Taihe offered 17, while Haifeng Securities countered with 18. Were they out of their minds? Zhou Zhiyun nearly dropped his keyboard. Although this was merely a difference of one, under the current circumstances, that one could very well represent profit. When large institutions invest in the stock market, they must not only assess the prospects of the stocks but also consider the fixed return rates of their original funds. For instance, if substantial funds typically yield a 5 annual return with no risk this year, holding stocks for a year yielding just 4 would essentially result in a loss of 1. The medium to long-term outlook for Xianghe Liquor was promising, yet the potential increase was limited, based on the closing price of 7. Most institutions projected a figure around 15 to 20. Zhou Zhiyun and Lei Hao were optimistic but doubted it would reach 21, even when accounting for all variables. Should it truly reach a 21 return, deducting 18, and assuming the market would sustain its anticipated trajectory for another 6 months, one would have to deduct another 25. Along with fees and other expenses, leaving 21 is merely a cost. Furthermore, members of the project team were eagerly awaiting their due compensation. Without profits, how could they be sustained? Selling to Haifeng Securities was an immediate decision for Lei Hao. He believed that number was acceptable. Moreover, selling to Haifeng was essentially assisting Yingyi Securities in acquiring stocks. Despite some friction with Qiu Yuhua, he still needed to consider the emotions of Qiu Yuding and Zhou Zhiyun, making the sale to Haifeng the optimal choice. Once the negotiation was completed, they submitted their intent declaration and sent the transaction report to the exchange. With confirmation from both sides, the matter was settled, and the meeting room erupted into celebration. Manager Wen Chengyud, benefactor of the masses, reigning for millennia, unifying the realm. Zhao Liken began to lavish praise. Get lost, Lei Hao retorted, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Initially, he thought Zhao Liken was merely reserved, only to realize he was not just reserved, but also somewhat flamboyant. Nevertheless, the success of this operation was exhilarating, and the joy was quite understandable. With a position of 93 million and a cost price of 18,734, the closing price on the 7th was 1,851, resulting in a transaction at a premium of 18, yielding 218 for 18, with a profit margin of approximately 1,689, translating to just over 7 million. Dividing 7 million by a cost of 41. 5 million yielded nearly a 38 profit. In 2 transactions, 30 million had transformed into 2 million, nearly doubling. Such figures left Zhao Liken and Lin Lirui ecstatic, while Zhou Zhiyun, well-versed in the field, felt a rush of excitement. As for Qiu Yuding, her eyes darted curiously at Lei Hao, seemingly plotting something. Lei Hao was equally elated. The 7 million could be fully included in the profit calculations. Even with a 5 allocation to the project team, it yielded 85 million, ensuring that Zhou Zhiyun, Lin Lirui, Zhao Liken, and Jiang Huai each received no less than 6 figures. Lei Hao's personal income was even more astounding. Through this single buy-sell transaction with Xianghe Liquor, he garnered 85 million, exactly 10 times the project team's earnings. The speed at which he was making money surpassed even that of a bank heist. Well, with only data collection and analysis left for today, it should be quite effortless. Old Zhao, go buy some refreshments. Let us turn the meeting room into a tea lounge and chat while we eat, Lei Hao instructed with a smile. Large transactions would settle only after the stock market closed, meaning that if Lei Hao wished to re-enter the market, he would have to wait until tomorrow to utilize the funds, as the current stocks were already frozen by the exchange. It was only the morning of the 11th. And the project team, part of a substantial asset management plan, found itself in an unusually idle state, a rarity in the entire circle. Yet Lei Hao was eager, readying himself for a full day of data analysis and market discussions, prepared to learn from Zhou Zhiyun. Manager Lei, are you busy? How about accompanying me to the industrial and commercial bank? Xiao Yuding interjected, her tone suggesting a premeditated intent. Chapter 55. The cold shoulder. Unlike other project teams, Thunder No. One lacked dedicated external affairs members, a decision Lei Hao deemed unnecessary. After all, during the contract period, he had no intention of opening the project. The 30 million would be slowly managed, with external affairs left to the investors to nurture. While Lei Hao relished this leisurely pace, the Yangshan district branch was far from tranquil. Xiao Yuding was not only occupied with internal matters, but also had to meet various investors and cultivate relations with bank executives. Recently, the branch manager of the industrial and commercial bank in Yangshan had changed, prompting several branches in the district to seek opportunities to establish connections, motivated by the simple desire to curry favor with the banking father. In the financial sector, the triad of banks, securities, and insurance is often summarized in a phrase reflecting their relationship: one father, two sons, where the bank is the father and securities and insurance are the sons. For a branch like Yangshan, establishing a relationship with a bank could not only yield opportunities to develop major clients but also enable the bank to invest funds, along with loan facilitation, akin to a father nurturing his sons. At the very least, banks could allow securities branch client managers to assist in client acquisition, simplifying the process considerably. Lei Hao, unwilling to play the role of a son, quickly shook his head, indicating, "I need to prepare for tomorrow's work. I'm quite busy." "You just said it would be easy, and now you're claiming to be busy? Do you think I believe that?" Xiao Yuding shot him a disapproving glance, urging, "Besides, Manager Lei, you are the star of our branch. It would earn you some face to be seen with others." "Star?" Lei Hao surveyed his colleagues, who were stifling their laughter, feeling a sense of exasperation. Yet, Xiao Yuding's flattery did bring him a twinge of satisfaction. "I want to go. I'm the star here. Let the branch manager come to see me." Lei Hao feigned indifference, firmly rejecting her proposal. Cough, cough, have you forgotten? I am the official head of the project team." Xiao Yuding raised an eyebrow. During the contract signing, Lei Hao's qualifications had required some maneuvering to secure the project manager role, thus Xiao Yuding had assumed the title. But everyone knew that no one could usurp Lei Hao's leadership over the project team. Xiao Yuding was merely jesting. Regardless, it was beneficial for securities personnel to engage with those in banking. Zhou Junyun chimed in to support Xiao Yuding, subtly nudging Lei Hao. "Manager, you can rest assured. We will ensure the work is done well." Zhao Liken added his support for Xiao Yuding. Only Lin Lirui stood in opposition to Xiao Yuding, stating, "I believe there are still numerous tasks to attend to today. I'll accompany you." Lei Hao ultimately acquiesced to Zhou Junyun's counsel, recognizing that networking with a branch manager of the industrial and commercial bank would not be detrimental. After delegating tasks, he donned his suit and left the branch with Xiao Yuding, only to arrive at the industrial and commercial bank in Yangshan district, where they were informed that the branch manager was unavailable. "It is of no consequence. We shall return another time." Lei Hao observed the slight flush of indignation on Xiao Yuding's face and couldn't help but murmur words of comfort. However, such reassurances were only effective on children. As the general manager of a branch, Xiao Yuding had already arranged a meeting with President Liu. The fact that he was now elusive indicated that something had gone awry. Noticing that Xiao Yuding had been unable to reach President Liu by phone, Lei Hao was reminded of his earlier days as a client manager, when he too often faced the disappointment of clients canceling on him, and even endured public humiliation at times. "Do not fret. If this place proves unfruitful, we can seek assistance from other banks." Seeing Xiao Yuding suppress her distress, Lei Hao felt a wave of empathy wash over him, accompanied by a tinge of compassion. Finding a three-legged toad is indeed challenging, yet two-legged bank presidents abound. Xiao Yuding couldn't suppress a laugh, casting a reproachful glance at Lei Hao. "Mind your words. We are still on the territory of the industrial and commercial bank." Lei Hao shrugged, and as they reached the staircase, they encountered a trio ascending from the first floor. They instinctively stepped aside, and the leader, a man in his 40s, initially inclined his head in polite acknowledgement. Upon recognizing Xiao Yuding, he paused slightly. "Isn't this General Manager Qiao? Are you and our former client manager, Lei Hao, here to see President Liu?" "Let me guess. President Liu is unavailable, correct?" The man, Ma Tianxiang, the market supervisor of the Yangshan district branch of Taihe Securities, chuckled and, along with his colleagues, proceeded to the president's office, where they entered without hesitation. Indeed, the so-called absent president permitted members of Taihe Securities to enter his office. Was this a joke? It felt like a slap in the face. No matter. Finding a three-legged toad is difficult, yet two-legged bank presidents are plentiful. Xiao Yuding remarked, observing Lei Hao's change in demeanor, and she chuckled softly. Others may succeed, but Taihe cannot. Lei Hao harbored deep resentment toward Taihe. He had essentially been cast aside. Initially indifferent, he believed that communication with the bank was beyond his purview. Even if he could not compete with other branches, it would not significantly affect him. Let it be. Yingyi Securities lacks the hardware to match Taihe. Moreover, since President Liu won't even grant us an audience, showcasing our capabilities is futile. Qiu Yuding, though somewhat reluctant, had grown accustomed to such setbacks since taking over the branch. Wait a moment, let me make a call. While Qiu Yuding felt powerless, Lei Hao recalled that Lu Xingdong had some connections in Yashan district, prompting him to retrieve his phone and dial Lu's number. Receiving your call at this hour, Tiger, I must buy a lottery ticket. Lu Xingdong answered with a jest. After Lei Hao recounted the situation, he was met with Lu's jovial laughter. Tiger, you are overthinking it. You can handle this on your own. The new branch manager of Industrial and Commercial Bank in Yanshan District is Lu Weixin. Check the list of investors in your project. Is there a familial connection? Lei Hao queried, bewildered, only to hear Lu lower his voice. President Lu's wife is his childhood sweetheart. They grew up together, back in college. She sold goods at the university gate to support him. You understand now? Lu Miaoping? Lei Hao recalled, realizing that one of his investors was indeed Lu Miaoping. Introduced by Lu Xingdong, with an investment of 2 million. He never imagined that this rustic middle-aged woman was the wife of the branch manager. And it seemed her influence over her husband was considerable. Understood. After concluding the call with Lu Xingdong, Lei Hao found Lu Miaoping's number in his contacts and dialed. Hello. Is this Mrs. Lu? I am Lei Hao, project manager for the Yingyi Securities Thunder 1 asset management plan. I have no urgent matter. Merely wishing to communicate with our investors. What is your address? Chapter 56. The God of Wealth is surnamed Lei, all right. Aha. Mrs. Lu, you flatter me. Let us prosper together. Upon calling, Lu Miaoping straightforwardly inquired about the project team. After hearing about the profits, she treated Lei Hao as if he were her own son. Yes, I will head over now. Do not worry, I know the way. Well then, I shall see you soon. After hanging up, Lei Hao quietly exclaimed to Qiu Yuding. It's settled. We shall dine at President Lu's home this afternoon. Qiu Yuding enthusiastically patted Lei Hao's shoulder. Her excitement palpable as she bombarded him with questions regarding the details. Lei Hao provided a brief explanation, feeling quite pleased with himself. What if Taihe Securities could secure President Lu? He was about to charm his wife instead. From the information gathered from Lu Xingdong, Lei Hao understood that within the Lu household, Lu Miaoping wielded considerable authority. As long as her requests did not violate principles, her husband had never refused her. After purchasing some gifts, Lei Hao and Qiu Yuding arrived at the Lu residence and rang the doorbell. A middle-aged woman, resembling a rural matron, promptly opened the door. Oh dear, Xiao Lei, why bring gifts? Lu Miaoping, who hailed from humble beginnings, had a strong desire for wealth. Unfortunately, her husband was steadfastly principled, making her life as the wife of a branch manager far from comfortable. Upon seeing Lei Hao, she nearly began chanting for prosperity. Business items from the branch should be taken. Why not? Lei Hao replied with a smile, introducing Qiu Yuding. This is our branch's general manager. And she is the one providing the funding. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Lu Miaoping warmly prepared slippers for Lei Hao and greeted Qiu Yuding. Hello, General Manager Qiu. Please, have a seat. The Lu family likely resided in a unit provided by their employer. Given his high rank, the accommodation was quite decent, a 3-bedroom. 2-living room layout with a spacious living area, albeit with somewhat dated furnishings. In honor of Lei Hao's visit, Lu Miaoping spared no effort, presenting her husband's cherished tea leaves to welcome the guests, along with an array of fruits that had already been prepared. Come, Xiao Lei, try this. I can't discern much flavor from it, yet Lao Lu treats it like gold. Lu Miaoping jested about her husband. Although referring to him as Lao Lu felt a tad odd given they shared the same surname. Xiao Lei, do share how the profits materialized this time. After her opening remarks, Lu Miaoping eagerly prompted Lei Hao to explain the earning process, clearly most intrigued by this aspect. Haha, they deserved to lose money, they lacked insight. By the way, will the funds settle tonight? Should we anticipate any complications? How much can we earn? There should be no unexpected issues. If all goes well, along with the profits from white sugar futures, you should see returns exceeding 700,000. Lei Hao disclosed the figures, emphasizing that this was pure profit. Lu Miaoping nearly fell to her knees in astonishment. She had invested 2 million and made 700,000 in less than half a month, faster than a bank heist. Is that perhaps too much? Lu Miaoping expressed some concern. Xiao Lei, you must understand, my husband is stubborn and sees certain matters in black and white. Rest assured, this money is above board. Even the highest court would approve. We earn legally and in accordance with regulations. Surely the state permits its citizens to profit? Just ask President Lu, he understands this. Lei Hao replied with a gentle smile. Such was Lei Hao's confidence, while other project teams might harbor undisclosed matters. Thunder One was devoid of any. Under Lei Hao's guidance, all profits were transparent and above reproach. Upon hearing Lei Hao's words, Lu Miaoping felt reassured. Although she lacked formal education, her husband was a bank president. If Lei Hao dared to deceive, his lies would soon be uncovered. If Lei Hao spoke the truth, then wouldn't he that sum of 700,000 be securely within reach? Lu Miaoping felt her blood pressure rising, and a sense of dizziness washed over her. Chalet, come. Come, have some tea. Come, enjoy some fruit. Oh dear, Chalet, have you settled down? What would you like for lunch? Andy will go buy it. In the ensuing moments, Lei Hao savored the indulgences of a benefactor, as Lu Miaoping's enthusiasm was nearly overwhelming. As for the purpose of Lei Hao's visit, Lu Miaoping expressed her utter disinterest in inquiring. If it involved any breach of principle, then it would be pointless to ask. However, as long as it did not contravene any principles, any matter could be discussed, especially when it involved 700,000. Whoever would dare to give such a sum so ruthlessly? This was a clear and unequivocal 700,000. The number lingered in Lu Miaoping's mind, 700,000. As noon approached, the door of the Lu residence swung open, revealing a refined middle-aged man accompanied by a young woman in her 20s, who bore an array of gift bags. Director Lu, I am here to visit the investors with Manager Lei. Mrs. Lu is in the kitchen. Qiu Yuding beamed with joy, seemingly oblivious to the individual trailing behind Lu Weixin. Hello, Director Lu. I am Lei Hao, project manager of the Thunder No. 1 asset management plan. Lei Hao rose to introduce himself to Lu Weixin, also disregarding the person following him. A pleasure to meet you. Lu Weixin displayed a professional smile, shaking hands with Qiu Yuding and Lei Hao, only to witness his prize tea being served to guests by his wife. He nearly felt the urge to confront her over it. Yet, reflecting on Lu Miaoping's unwavering support over the years, Lu Weixin quickly subdued his irritation. A mix of pity and helplessness etched upon his face. What nonsense. It's just 1,000 a pound of tea. Why should I take it to heart? In front of his wife, Lu Weixin cast aside his external facade, his teeth gritting as he uttered the price. To his surprise, the usually money-obsessed Lu Miaoping merely scoffed and declared with extravagant cheer, 1,000 a pound, is it? Hurry and drink it. Once you're finished, I'll buy you 10 a pound. This woman has truly lost her mind. Lu Weixin felt as though he had seen a ghost, contemplating whether he should have his wife examined by a doctor. Chapter 57. Zhou Jiwenyun's opposition. Lu Weixin wasn't particularly worried that his wife would engage in inappropriate actions. After all, they had maintained a mutual understanding over the years. However, for her to permit him to purchase tea at such a price was akin to witnessing the sunrise from the west. What are you looking at? Do you not trust me, Lao Lu? Lu Miaoping, noticing her husband's expression, asserted her dominance, dragging Lu Weixin into the kitchen while leaving a statement that felt less like an explanation. Chalet, you all sit tight. I will help your Uncle Lu bring out the dishes. Lei Hao watched as Lu Miaoping pulled Lu Weixin into the kitchen, the sounds of cooking emanating from within, occasionally punctuated by exclamations of delight. Before long, Lu Weixin emerged, his complexion flushed, placing a platter of food on the dining table, his gaze toward Lei Hao warm and inviting. Earlier in the kitchen, Lu Weixin was not indulging in romantic gestures with his wife. Rather, upon receiving clarification, he swiftly utilized his information channels to investigate, returning transformed into a devoted follower of Lei, the deity of wealth. Chalet, come, it's time to eat. Lu Weixin spoke with affection. Unfortunately for him, as a bank president, he bore the unique burden of adhering to principles that others often disregarded for personal gain. Leading a relatively ordinary life with his wife and child, having to save for an entire year just to purchase that tea. A year. The thought alone brought tears of bitterness to his eyes. Now, however, he had received a promotion, his wife was earning, and their child's academic performance was commendable. A bright future lay ahead. While he could not backtrack, Lu Weixin also hesitated to dismiss Lei Hao's face, for after all, Lei Hao was the Lu family's benefactor. A modicum of respect was indeed warranted. The notion of a woman with two men? Lu Weixin's head throbbed, and he could only invite Lei Hao and the others to dine, all while pondering how to resolve the matter at hand. I shall call you Xiao Lu. Is that all right? Qiu Yuding realized she could not depend solely on Lei Hao. She possessed considerable capabilities herself, directly turning the conversation toward Lu Shuiyuan. Lei Hao quietly enjoyed the meal, relishing Lu Miaoping's warm hospitality, yet his attention was entirely focused on Qiu Yuding, eager to learn what strategies this high achiever would employ. Consequently, Lei Hao felt compelled to applaud Qiu Yuding's prowess. This woman was formidable. She first clarified Lu Shuyuan's situation at Taihe Securities, then offered her slightly better terms, successfully luring Lu Shuiyuan to Yingyi Securities. Having secured Lu Shuiyuan, Qiu Yuding then set her sights on Lu Weixin, articulating that while Taihe was larger in scale, its operations were extensive, whereas Yingyi, though smaller, could concentrate on collaboration with the industrial and commercial bank. Ultimately, with Qiu Yuding's eloquence and Lei Hao's influence, Lu Weixin consented to allowing e-securities client managers to set up at the first-level branch of the industrial and commercial bank in Yashan district as well as various second-level branches. While further collaborations would need to be discussed at a later time, this outcome was already favorable for the e-securities branch in Yashan district, as it not only obtained the right to establish presence in various second-level branches but also forged a connection with Lu Weixin, securing entry for substantial funding, and benefiting from the convenience offered by a first-level branch, a victory for the branch. Lei Hao was oblivious to the myriad of potential interest exchanges at play. He felt no need to comprehend these intricacies. When the meal concluded, they proceeded to gather in Lu Weixin's office for a brief meeting. As they departed, Lu Weixin cheerfully inquired of Lei Hao, "Does your project involve bonds? If needed, I can facilitate some connections for you. We have yet to enter that field. Should the need arise in the future, I will surely seek your assistance, Director Lu." Lei Hao disregarded Qiu Yuding's insinuations, resolutely foregoing the opportunity. Upon exiting the office, Qiu Yuding chided Lei Hao, "Manager Lei, you ought to consider the opportunities you dismiss. How about considering other projects in our branch? We are currently in dire straits. And you disregard the profits from bonds, which many would fight to obtain." For Hanlingwei, Lei Hao chuckled softly, "I have no desire to aid him. You are quite stingy." Qiu Yuding sighed, yet refrained from scolding Lei Hao too harshly, for he was indeed the star of the Yangshan district branch. A little indulgence was requisite. As Lei Hao and Qiu Yuding approached the stairs, they fortuitously encountered Ma Tianxiang from Taya Securities, who appeared far less composed than in the morning, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, evidently having rushed from the company. Upon entering the small conference room, Lei Hao was greeted by a haze of smoke. Zhou Junyun was smoking while perusing documents, engaged in discussion with Zhao Liqing, who was similarly engulfed in smoke. "Hey, Lao Zhao, why not change the environment with Mr. Zhou? What about the conference room's ventilation? Why isn't it on?" Lei Hao, an occasional smoker himself, found the atmosphere overwhelming. "Manager, the ventilation is broken. The personnel from the comprehensive department said they would repair it after work," Zhao Liqing replied. Zhou Junyun waved his hand dismissively. "I'm used to it. How goes your dealings, Manager Lei?" "Fairly well. The director's wife is our investor. So you understand, Mr. Zhou." Lei Hao shrugged. "Given our current performance, requesting favors from investors is quite manageable. What have you been discussing?" Lei Hao inquired as he took a seat, producing cigarettes to share with Zhou Junyun and Zhao Liqing. "It's not looking good. Personally, I believe shorting the real estate development sector is too perilous, with risks outweighing potential rewards." Zhou Junyun initially received a salary from the headquarters, naturally aligning himself with the company's perspective. However, with Lei Hao now in charge of payroll, Zhou swiftly shifted his stance, exemplifying the professional acumen expected of securities practitioners. Lei Hao lit a cigarette for Zhou as he recounted his thoughts, yet internally, he felt a tumult of anxiety, not over the prospect of financial loss from short selling, but rather concerning how to articulate his perspective. Chapter 58. Stubbornness? On the 9th and 10th, Lei Hao received insights regarding the real estate development sector, both times hearing colleagues lamenting the poor performance of real estate stocks. He could thus ascertain that, at least until the 16th and 17th, the market sentiment for this sector was decidedly bearish. Zhou Junyun's expertise was formidable. He had conducted numerous training sessions, earning the respect of even individuals like Qiu Yuding and Qiu Yuhua, who referred to him as Teacher Zhou. His experience and knowledge needed no embellishment. In summary, I believe the central bank may potentially release funds within the next month or two, at which point the real estate development sector will likely be among the greatest beneficiaries. Engaging in short selling at this moment poses too great a risk. Zhou casually presented a plethora of arguments, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that starkly contradicted Lei Hao's viewpoint. Within a month or two, does this imply that Mr. Zhou is not optimistic about the real estate development sector even before the news breaks? Lei Hao inquired. Indeed, the short-term outlook appears to lean towards a decline. Yet this assertion is not entirely certain. Engaging in short selling would be counterproductive, Zhou succinctly replied, acknowledging that his fixed income rendered such discussions merely a matter of duty. Lei Hao hesitated to delve deeply into Zhou's professional insights, recognizing the latter's previous arguments were virtually flawless, thus making it challenging to find grounds for rebuttal. However, there was one aspect Lei could leverage. Zhou had predicted a potential release of funds by the central bank within a month or two, which would undoubtedly lead to a vibrant stock market. But what of the interim? Perhaps it would resemble a formidable and oppressive landscape. This provided justification for short selling. Mr. Zhou, I would like to know your technical perspective on the ultra-short-term trends in the real estate development sector, Lei Hao ventured. Zhou, candidly, stated. The likelihood of a downturn outweighs that of an upturn. Considering all variables, the ratio is approximately 6-4 in favor of a decline. Though the magnitude of movement is unlikely to be significant, then it is settled. Since we both foresee a downturn in the ultra-short term, short selling is indeed a prudent choice, Lei Hao asserted, finding common ground. But what of the fundamentals? Even accounting for fundamental variables, the midterm outlook should at least be neutral, Zhou replied. Incorporating fundamentals, does the ultra-short-term trend appear bearish or bullish? Lei Hao provocatively asked. Bearish, with a slight decline. Zhou responded, stifling his frustration at encountering such obstinacy from his superior. He reiterated, my recommendation is to consider all factors, including technical and fundamental aspects. Short selling the real estate development sector entails excessive risk and minimal returns. We should avoid this peril. I still wish to proceed with short selling, just for this week. Let's short it this week and liquidate on Friday, Lei Hao declared, observing Zhou's keen interest as he gestured for further elaboration, causing Lei to feel a pang of nervousness. After consulting Zhao Liken, Lei Hao deliberated for an extended period before articulating his analysis, as you can see. With great caution, Lei Hao shared his viewpoint, noting Zhou's intermittent frowns, which only heightened his apprehension. Fortunately, Zhou extended Lei a degree of courtesy, only critiquing his errors once Lei had finished. Subsequently citing various references and employing his extensive knowledge and experience to elucidate the mistakes, effectively guiding Lei through the intricacies. Feeling the heat of embarrassment from Zhou's corrections, Lei was nonetheless determined to seize this valuable learning opportunity, asking questions whenever he encountered confusion, all of which Zhou patiently addressed. Mr. Zhou, please continue. You smoke, Lei encouraged. Becoming increasingly absorbed in Zhou's explanations, unwittingly adopting the role of a student, even assisting Zhou with cigarettes and tea. Enough. Manager Lei, you are far too courteous. You are my superior. This cannot continue, Zhou thought, appreciating the gesture while maintaining a facade of propriety. He began to recognize Lei Hao's intentions and suddenly found great delight in his current role. Not only could he act as a teacher to a project manager, but he was also receiving double pay, which made Zhou feel quite elated. Please, Mr. Zhou, continue, Lei urged, as long as he could learn something. He saw no reason to hold back his pride. He had never perceived a conflict between the two. As Lei focused intently on learning, Zhou grew increasingly interested. And their discussion extended for nearly an hour, leaving Zhao Liken, who sat nearby, nearly dizzy, as the three consumed nearly half a box of cigarettes. Thus, the risks and returns from short selling the real estate development sector are disproportionate. Our pursuit is securities investment, not gambling, Zhou concluded, somewhat parched from his lengthy discourse. There are still some areas I don't fully grasp, but I believe I've understood the general idea. Mr. Zhou, your knowledge is indeed profound, Lei complimented, then, regaining his assertive demeanor as a project manager, added with a smile, yet, I still wish to proceed with short selling. Coughing. Zhou initially thought that Lei might reconsider his stance, but was dismayed to realize that all his efforts had been in vain, nearly choking on his cigarette. Mr. Zhou, please don't misunderstand. I don't believe you're mistaken, Lei clarified after a moment's reflection. Rather, I simply do not want to miss the opportunity for ultra-short-term short selling. As you also believe it will decline, do you not? The risk is far too great, Zhou exclaimed, on the verge of exasperation, realizing that despite his extensive explanations, Lei had only absorbed the notion of short selling in the ultra-short term. What of risk? Engaging in securities investment without risk management is utterly reckless. Not to worry. If we short sell through margin trading, our total position would be merely 57.2 million, and by choosing multiple stocks with rapid turnover. Short selling in the ultra-short term is feasible, Lei Hao confidently asserted, lighting Zhou's cigarette once more. With unwavering confidence, Lei believed in the necessity of acquiring professional knowledge. Yet, with the outcome already apparent, he felt no need to be constrained by so-called risk management. What if the risk is substantial? I simply perceive potential, and I am determined to short sell. Chapter 59. The state of loss. To hold a bearish view on a single stock is fundamentally different from adopting a bearish stance on an entire sector. For instance, the real estate development sector encompasses over 100 stocks, with only a few dozen qualifying for margin trading. Investing a few million in such conditions merely creates ripples. When Lei Hao resolved to short sell the real estate development sector in the ultra-short term, the project team mobilized swiftly, amassing a wealth of data and analysis reports that could fill an entire conference room. Naturally, Lei could not peruse every detail. His priority was to collaborate with his team to identify target stocks, ensuring that their capital was distributed among these selections in a manner that balanced risk and return while allowing for rapid entry and exit. No small feat on Monday, the 11th. The office lights in the Thunder One project team remained illuminated until nearly dawn, as discussions echoed throughout the conference room. The final plan emerged amidst heated debates, culminating in Lei Hao's decisive approval. On Tuesday, the 12th, at 7 a.m., after completing the previous day's transactions, the project team finally had access to their funds. A bleary-eyed group reconvened in the conference room, making slight adjustments to their strategy based on new information gathered over the past few hours, then awaited the market's opening. At 9:15, as the stock bidding commenced, the sheer number of target stocks significantly increased Zhao Liken's workload. Yet, this complexity presented an opportunity for him to shine. As the trader, Zhao adeptly maneuvered with just a keyboard, eschewing the mouse entirely, a feat Lei felt he could not replicate. Rongxin Real Estate, 386, slight increase. Zhangqiao Company, 1054, slight increase. The sector index is in the green. Zhao Liken was accustomed to discussing the market, and today's trading atmosphere was indeed peculiar. As the real estate development sector surprisingly showed gains, with most individual stocks within the sector experiencing slight increases. So, Lei Hao decisively issued the command, yet Zhou Junyun, who awaited the opening of the block trading platform beside him, appeared somewhat anxious. Lei Hao's decision was to short sell, meaning he would profit as the target stock declined. But any increase would incur losses. Selling short in a favorable market undoubtedly amplified the risks. Zhao Liken had little time for contemplation. When Lei Hao commanded a sale, he complied without hesitation. As per their strategy, the project team's margin quota was gradually being depleted. By the time continuous bidding commenced at 9:30, Zhao Liken had already utilized nearly 3 million of the margin quota through scattered sell orders. A high opening? Lei Hao furrowed his brow slightly, noting that today's opening price indicated a positive trend, as the most active price during the collective bidding exceeded yesterday's closing price, a troubling sign for him. Platform has no orders, Zhou Junyun remarked as he glanced at the intentions on the trading platform. The sector index is 2298, currently up 0.62, Zhao Liken promptly reported. The indicators are favorable, it's still rising. Sell, Lei Hao instructed casually. With the directive, Zhao Liken felt considerably more at ease and continued to short sell as planned. Another half hour passed, and the gains in the real estate development sector approached 1. Orders began to appear on the block trading platform, yet the prices were disappointingly low, prompting Zhou Junyun to negotiate with potential buyers. The margin quota is now at 20 million, currently at a loss. Zhao Liken's tone was hesitant. If it were his own funds at stake, he would not dare to short sell at this juncture, as the trend was decidedly upward. Moreover, it was now the continuous bidding period at 10 o'clock, and the project team had over 40 target stocks available. With Zhao Liken's capabilities, he might exhaust the majority of the 57.2 million margin quota before the midday break. A loss of 1 equates to 572,000, a significant amount. At this moment, Lei Hao also experienced inner turmoil. According to their analyses, both he and Zhou Junyun believed the market outlook was bearish, with future indicators suggesting a downturn for the real estate development sector. Yet, it continued to rise unexpectedly. Sell, Lei Hao reiterated for the third time, his tone unwavering. Manager, there's a buying intention. The buyer is willing to purchase Rongxin Real Estate at a premium of 1, but requires a quantity of 10 million shares. Zhou Junyun had also identified a buyer on the block trading platform. Lei Hao's spirits lifted immediately. Selling short meant the higher the selling price, the greater the profit potential. A premium of 1 was indeed a commendable figure, but allocating 10 million shares to a single stock posed risks for future exits. Inquire if they would consider a combination of multiple stocks for the purchase. 10 million shares of Rongxin Real Estate is excessive, Lei Hao instructed. Rongxin Real Estate was hovering around a 0.7 increase, and the buyer's premium of 1 effectively provided Lei Hao with an additional 0.3 of leeway. However, if the amount was too substantial, he would prefer to forego this opportunity. Nishan Trading Department, premium 0.5, requesting 5 million shares of Rongxin Real Estate. As the intentions on the block trading platform multiplied, Zhou Junyun became increasingly busy. Nanlong Trading Department, premium 0.73, requesting a market value of 5 million yuan for Nanhua Expressway. Zhou Junyun methodically reported the information, but upon reviewing the market conditions, he hesitated briefly and said to Lei Hao, Manager Lei, judging by these orders, substantial funds seem to be accumulating within the real estate development sector. Negotiate with them. Lei Hao replied, aware that Zhou Junyun was attempting to persuade him. An increase in capital for accumulation would naturally heighten the likelihood of stock price increases, thereby amplifying the risks associated with short selling. The time given to make a decision was too brief, and the capital involved was substantial, resulting in immense pressure in securities investment. At that moment, Lei Hao felt the passage of time painfully slow since taking charge of the project team. For the first time, He truly sensed the overwhelming pressure of the securities industry. Despite possessing future information, he could not guarantee a smooth journey if the data were too ambiguous. Perhaps he could ensure the right path in a broad sense, yet encountering twists and turns along the way was entirely normal. The following day, April 13th, Wednesday, the stock market continued its upward trend, with the project team's loss exceeding 15. The atmosphere in the office was stifling, as everyone felt that Lei Hao was stubbornly fixated on his position, while the main forces were raising prices for accumulation, indicating a bullish outlook. Lei Hao maintained a watchful eye on his short position, steadfastly adhering to his convictions despite Zhou Junyuan's counsel. What now? The project manager pressed on through the dark path, with no glimmer of hope in sight. Were they to simply watch the project team continue to incur losses? Rongxin, 3.94, slight increase. Zhengqiao shares, 10.88, slight increase. Nanhua Expressway, 21.63, marginal rise. Zhao Liken reported cautiously, his gaze frequently drifting toward Lei Hao. Wait. Lei Hao took a drag from his cigarette, feeling the burn in his lungs. Even at this juncture, he was unwilling to close his position. Indeed, the index was rising, and everything in the stock market appeared splendid. However, Lei Hao chose to trust the future information from the past 2 days. If it had been a singular piece of information, he might have suspected a colleague had mistakenly invested in a poor stock. But the simultaneous grievances about the real estate sector from 2 different individuals could not possibly be mere coincidence. Furthermore, the stock market's apparent prosperity gave Lei Hao a sense of superficiality. While it had risen, he questioned the rationale behind this increase. What significant positive news had emerged? Was it merely the main forces driving up stock prices? Had the large institutions taken to philanthropy? Lei Hao felt a tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. Recognizing that there must be a definitive answer connecting all the information, yet he struggled to grasp that fleeting insight. The poor performance of the real estate sector this week, coupled with a 15 rise in a single day, could it signify a peak? Slowly, he contemplated, accumulation. Are the main forces bullish? Or are they merely enticing others to enter the market? Could they be creating a false impression of entry, only to offload their stocks in the ordinary market? Are we discounting the orders on the block trading platform? Lei Hao continued to inquire. Should we discount all? Yes, Lei Hao confirmed. Has it increased? Yes, a net increase of 40 yesterday. Zhao Liken noted a slight discrepancy. Was there a net inflow or outflow of institutional funds yesterday? Lei Hao asked again. Net inflow. Multiple sectors showed capital entering. Something feels off. What exactly is wrong? Lei Hao's mind felt ready to burst. He was just one piece of evidence short of his conclusion. With an experienced member still in the project team, Lei Hao turned to Zhou Junyuan and asked, Mr. Zhou, is it possible that large institutions create a false impression of entry, then profit by offloading through accounts not directly linked to them? Any large institution harbors numerous hidden accounts. Last year, the CSRC imposed a record fine exceeding 800 million yuan for this very reason. Zhou Junyuan furrowed his brow and replied, while the possibility exists, it would be unwise. The profit margin is too small for large institutions to take such risks. What if the market declines sharply? With the inclusion of the anticipated losses, there appears to be a margin of several percentage points, does there not? Lei Hao expressed his opinion while gesturing towards the data. Should such a margin manifest, it could equate to hundreds of millions for the large institutions. Can they simply overlook that? By deducing from the expected decline in the market, Lei Hao inferred that, factoring in the current increase, a few percentage points of leeway had indeed formed, providing sufficient impetus for the major institutions to steer this wave of market activity. Is that not the case? Lei Hao felt he had finally grasped the essence of the situation, yet no one in the project team seemed to share his perspective, which weighed heavily on him. Indeed, it must decline, it undoubtedly will. Lei Hao voiced his conviction, disregarding the peculiar glances from others, as he fixated on the screen that flickered with various data. Old Zhao, keep a close watch, he urged. Rest assured, manager, I am paying close attention, Zhao Liken replied, nodding. Despite his inner skepticism, he recognized the necessity of adhering to Lei Hao's directives in their work. The team members, Zhou Junyuan, Lin Lirui, and Zheng Hui, found their current tasks rather light. Upon hearing Lei Hao's assertions, they exchanged worried glances. The computer intermittently emitted sounds signaling market fluctuations reaching critical thresholds. While time continued to elapse, the stock market remained buoyant, and the real estate development sector hovered around a modest increase. As the midday break arrived at 1 p.m., trading resumed, yet the project team continued to grapple with losses. Just when confidence waned, Lei Hao rubbed his tired eyes after a prolonged gaze at the screen, feeling discomfort. He wiped his eyes and looked again. At long last, the turning point he had awaited appeared. Will it decline? Will it decline? Everyone held their breath in anticipation. It will decline. It certainly will. Lei Hao pinched his cigarette between his thumb and forefinger, his eyes riveted on the screen. Within minutes, a notable number of buy orders emerged, yet they paled in comparison to the accelerating sell orders. Ultimately, the frequency and quantity of buy orders diminished, and the index began to plummet. 23.25 down, the bears held the advantage. The index continued to fall. Zhao Liken perked up, adopting an exuberant tone as he began to report the figures. 23.20, 22.99, it's probing lower. 22.85, 22.84, that's the support level. Trading volume is increasing. The selling pressure is mounting. It's about to break. Rongxin, 376, slight decline. Zhongxiao Company, 1029, slight decline. Nanhua Expressway, 2125. The real estate development sector began to plunge across the board, and Zhao Liken's tone grew increasingly animated as these declines translated into profits for the project team. He enthusiastically reported, Real Estate Development Sector Index, 2283, 2279, 2275. The project team is in profit, currently profiting. Chapter 61. Changes in the project team. The Thunder Know. One project team was engaged in short selling. The more the stocks fell, the more the team profited. At 2:30 p.m., the index of the real estate development sector reversed its upward trend, and within an hour and a half, it dropped below the estimated entry cost of 2,284, directly probing the support level at 2275, with an apparent inclination to continue declining. After nearly 2 days of losses, Lei Hao persevered, and this wave of decline finally arrived, bringing not only profits on paper but also astonished and admiring glances from the project team members, who persisted in short selling while others were optimistic about the medium to long-term market, who endured 2 consecutive days of losses, confident that a market shift was imminent, who discerned the brewing downturn while all believed the stock market would rise. Only Lei Hao, who stood alone among the project team, including Zhou Junyan, a veteran of decades, whose views were entirely misguided. Lei Hao, resembling a dictator, maintained his bearish stance, and the unfolding reality vindicated his choice. There's an order on the platform, offering a discount of 2. Should we negotiate? Zhou Junyan, who had been closely monitoring the bulk trading platform, felt somewhat embarrassed. After decades in the industry and earning nearly $2 million annually, he found himself outshone by a novice like Lei Hao, a blow to his pride. No negotiation. Let us hold our positions. I am not optimistic about the market's future, Lei Hao replied after consideration. If we buy the corresponding quantity at today's opening price with a discount of 2, we can secure an approximate profit of 0.5. Yet that was insufficient. The real estate development sector would undoubtedly experience more than a 0.5 decline over the next 3 days. Mr. Zhou, continue monitoring. We will only consider reducing our positions with a discount of 5, Lei Hao instructed. A discount of 5 implies a potential profit of around 3.5, totaling 2 million, from which the project team members could share 10, that's 100, 000. Lin Lirui calculated silently, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The bonus is going to be astronomical. Not only Lin Lirui but also Zhao Liken, Jiang Huai, and even Zhou Junyan, all seasoned securities professionals, instinctively calculated the figures in their minds upon encountering such a situation, their hearts racing with anticipation. A novice team achieving top performance within its inaugural month, who played the decisive role? Undoubtedly, it was Lei Hao. The mood among the team members shifted once more. A strong leader is a blessing, yet when a leader strides too swiftly, it can bring both fortune and concern for subordinates. Indeed, the project team was profitable, and the figures were staggering. However, what contribution had Zhao Liken and the others made? The mere thought of this rendered them uneasy. Up to this point, the operations of Thunder No. 1 had not involved significant technical skills. They were entirely reliant on Lei Hao's acumen for their gains, and the contributions of Zhao Liken and the others hardly warranted the substantial bonuses. Furthermore, the authority to allocate bonuses lay solely with Lei Hao. Should he deem their contributions inadequate, he could easily manipulate the distribution, appropriating a large portion of the funds as routine project expenses. What could they say in response? They certainly could not expect to perform menial tasks while receiving executive-level compensation. I must take action. The project team members suddenly sensed a looming crisis. During the sugar futures, everyone attributed Lei Hao's success to luck. During the Xianghe liquor incident, they still believed luck was a significant factor. However, this time, the process of shorting the real estate development sector was fraught with challenges, and the profit margins fell far short of the previous 2 instances. Yet, the team no longer dismissed Lei Hao's achievements as mere fortune. Instead, they began to acknowledge his capabilities. Indeed, the securities industry is peculiar. In this field, a weekly profit exceeding 10 elicits offer good fortune, while a profit around 5 is deemed a testament to skill, particularly in the case of Lei Hao, who successfully shorted the market during an upward trend. His accomplishment resonated even more profoundly than the previous two windfalls. Now, Zhao Liken and the others no longer viewed this project team as a fleeting opportunity. They began to consider the possibility of establishing Lei Hao as a long-term leader. With shifting thoughts came a change in attitude. Zhao Liken and the others began to feel a sense of reverence towards Lei Hao and recognized the need to assert themselves to secure their standing in his eyes. Manager. Just you wait, Zhao Liken thought, eager to seize the chance to shine. Upon hearing Lei Hao's words, he felt invigorated, as if energized. Noticing Zhao Liken's enthusiasm, Lei Hao found it rather curious, yet he could sense a newfound respect in the other's tone, something he had not detected before. Lei Hao smiled, choosing not to dwell on it. He turned to assign tasks to Lin Leroy, who preemptively stated, Manager, don't worry. I'll gather the information right away and have the documents ready for you shortly. Lei Hao nodded, acknowledging her promptness, and then turned to Zhou Junyun, only to be met with a face that bore a wry smile. Manager Lei, rest assured that if the platform has suitable projects, I will undoubtedly secure them. Zhou Junyun is also helpless. These past few days, he has been quite accommodating in front of Lei Hao, but it is mostly for the sake of money. Now, he has finally developed a semblance of respect for his superior. As for Jiang Huai, naturally, Lei Hao will personally vet the assistant candidates. He is not worried about finding suitable individuals. During graduation season, offering such positions is akin to tossing a beauty into a crowd of bachelors. And it is certain to incite fierce competition. However, Lei Hao did not anticipate that the level of competition would far exceed his expectations. When he saw the resumes for the first round of interviews, he was taken aback. What does it mean to have a minimum of a bachelor's degree from a prestigious university? He had clearly only been recruiting from his alma mater. Chapter 62. Want to intervene? A project manager assistant position in an asset management plan at a securities company is undoubtedly a highly sought-after role for graduates from top universities. And even candidates with a master's degree in finance would not be out of place. However, for Lei Hao, within this year, his assistant does not need to possess extensive professional knowledge. Being obedient and hardworking is the basic requirement. Given the nature of the student affairs office, would they allow outsiders to attend their job fair? Absolutely not. This must have been pushed through by the HR department. Lei Hao quickly sorted out the situation and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger towards the HR department. The most crucial aspect is that this task was something Lei Hao had promised teacher Yang to handle. And now the HR department wants to intervene. How could he possibly agree to that? Let us go to the HR department, Lei Hao said with a grim expression, leading Jiang Huai toward the HR office. Along the way, whenever the sales department staff encountered Lei Hao, they greeted him warmly. However, to their disappointment, Lei Hao was in a less than pleasant mood and showed no inclination to engage in idle chatter or pull out a cigarette as he usually would. The HR office, like the project group, was located on the second floor with a similar layout, a large office converted into workspaces with small offices reserved for managers. However, they lacked a conference room, and the number of staff members was even fewer than that of the Thunder No. 1 project group. Upon entering, Lei Hao found the only two employees in the HR department busy on the phone. They immediately nodded and smiled upon seeing him, their expressions betraying a hint of flattery and anticipation. After all, which employee in the current sales department wouldn't he want to join Lei Hao's project group? There was a bonus of over $1 million waiting to be distributed. Even if later arrivals received a smaller share, it would still be more than what regular employees earned. Is Manager Feng in? Lei Hao inquired, and one of them pointed toward the office. He walked over and knocked on the door. Manager Feng, I'm here to collect all the resumes for the assistant position interviews. Lei Hao got straight to the point, not bothering to sit down, and awaited Feng Pai's response. Of course, I'll have them brought over immediately. A fleeting, inscrutable expression crossed Feng Pai's face, as he gestured to disperse the smoke and pour tea, revealing a friendly demeanor. He then asked, is Manager Lei dissatisfied with the selected candidates? I remember stating my requirements. I want graduates from the School of Finance. Lei Hao was incensed, as he had clearly articulated his expectations, yet the other party feigned ignorance. Well, we initially followed Manager Lei's requirements, but later, many individuals who heard the news submitted their resumes, and among them are some outstanding graduates from prestigious universities, Feng Pai explained. As the HR department, we certainly wish to select the best candidates. My assistant should be hired according to my specifications, Lei Hao retorted, weary of the back and forth. First, as a project manager, if you cannot even choose your own assistant, how do others perceive you? Secondly, if you hire someone who was pushed onto you, and they make mistakes, how can you penalize this assistant when you couldn't even refuse their selection? Lastly, Lei Hao was acutely aware that this was an attempt by outsiders to get a slice of the profitable project group, and if he took a step back now, such matters would continue to arise in the future. Given all these reasons, he had no room for compromise. holding absolute authority over personnel in the project group. He had no intention of yielding. Although the Thunder No. 1 project group was under the banner of Ingy Securities, Lei Hao had no qualms about cutting ties if these people sought to intervene. However, whether it was misfortune or fortune, Feng Pide happened to be one who wanted to test his limits. As the HR supervisor for the sales department, his qualifications surpassed even those of General Manager Chiu Yuding. He believed that inserting a candidate into the project group was almost guaranteed. Moreover, Feng Pide did not think Lei Hao could maintain such a large cake. If he did not intervene now, the folks from headquarters would surely grow envious later. And how would Lei Hao refuse them then? It would be better to unite those who could be united now, so when headquarters attempted to intervene, they would find a solid front. Manager Lei, why not take a look at these resumes? Perhaps there are suitable candidates, Feng Pide suggested, believing Lei Hao needed to curry favor with him. He presented a resume, pointing to another candidate with the same surname, saying, graduated from a prestigious university, 3 years of experience, with no shortage of ability or expertise. Good, Lei Hao said, taking a drag from his cigarette. But this person has been eliminated. Competing for an assistant position after 3 years in the workforce indicates a deficiency in ability. Feng Pide wanted to curse but restrained himself, continuing to point out another candidate. What about this one? An accounting major. I do not need that. Lei Hao continued to reject. And this one? Feng Pide persisted, pointing to another. Too unattractive. Having them around would affect my mood. Lei Hao dismissed without even glancing. Feng Pide finally understood. Lei Hao was showing him no mercy. Critiques about lack of ability or mismatched majors might have been acceptable, but stating someone was unattractive was absurd. Had he even seen the photo? The candidate had a charming face. How could he label them as ugly? Manager Lei, let us be frank. The HR department does not agree with your desire to recruit assistants from vocational colleges and will adamantly refuse to sign such an absurd labor contract, Feng Pide said, suppressing his anger. And then, Lei Hao leaned back in his chair, resting his elbow on the armrest, a bemused expression on his face, eager to learn what leverage the other party had. According to regulations, personnel appointments and dismissals must be approved by the HR department. It is entirely normal for me to veto your desire to hire someone with a vocational degree for the asset management project, Feng Pide threatened subtly, then smiled. Manager Lei, why go this route? Hiring better, more professional talent is beneficial for your project group. I am willful. Do you have any say in that? Lei Hao was too lazy to explain. Who could know better than him what kind of assistant he needed? After a terse exchange, Lei Hao stood up, extending his hand. Hand over the submitted resumes. Sorry, we in the HR department have a policy of not retaining resumes of candidates who did not pass the first round of interviews. Feng Pide replied, raising his hands in a show of defiance. Lei Hao found himself momentarily speechless, genuinely surprised by the other party's audacity. However, it was no trouble. He could simply have someone gather more resumes from the School of Finance. Without further ado, Lei Hao turned and left, planning to bypass the HR department to resolve the matter, intending to return later to see their reactions. Chapter 63. Taking action. Lei Hao shook his head. He was acutely aware that Ingy Securities was a company deeply imbued with personal connections, yet an excess of such connections could be detrimental. With various leaders' relatives cluttering the workplace and forming cliques, how could work proceed efficiently? However, Lei Hao need not worry about these matters. According to the contract, he could fully control the operations of the project group. What if the HR department refused to sign? He could draft a contract himself that would meet the requirements. Grandma Jiang, please inform the comprehensive department that we need to recruit again at the School of Finance and have them set up a sunshade for us. After leaving the Human Resources Department, Lei Hao instructed Jiang Huai and then took out his phone, preparing to call Teacher Yang. As the project manager of Thunder No. 1, Lei Hao had already gained considerable influence at Ingy Securities. Although his project team had not yet generated revenue for the company, the transaction fees they paid during trading were relatively high, over 100,000 in just half a month. This kind of project team would be coveted at any company, especially since it was already profitable and at an alarming rate. If Feng Pide intended to manipulate Lei Hao, he was certainly overestimating his own capabilities. The qualifications and connections he relied upon were utterly ineffective in the face of Lei Hao. Should Lei Hao become enraged? The entirety of Ingy Securities would convey to Feng Pide that he was mistaken, especially considering his ulterior motives were far from noble. Teacher Yang, this is Lei Hao. The HR department lost the resumes we collected, and I would like to conduct another recruitment drive at the school. Lei Hao believed the matter to be straightforward and spoke with a relaxed tone, confident that the School of Finance would not reject his request. To his surprise, Teacher Yang hesitated, and there seemed to be some distracting noise in the background. After a considerable wait, a voice finally came through. Tiger, it's all right. If it becomes too difficult for you, don't feel obliged to accommodate the school. I don't want you to strain yourself. What? Lei Hao was puzzled. Was he straining himself? How did she come to that conclusion? Just as he was about to clarify, he heard a commotion on the line, followed by what sounded like someone snatching the phone away. A clear, youthful voice chimed in. Lei Tiger, if you have no ability, stop pretending to be a big shot. My mom is in the hospital because of you. Lei Hao recognized the voice as that of teacher Yang's daughter, Zhang Xinqi. But before she could finish her sentence, the call was abruptly disconnected, likely due to someone hastily pressing the hang-up button. Initially taken aback, Lei Hao pieced together the implications of her words, and a surge of anger began to ignite within him. No ability? Pretending to be a big shot? Teacher Yang was hospitalized? The connections among these three elements began to form a troubling picture. Director Zhang, this is Lei Hao. Abandoning the idea of obtaining information from Teacher Yang, he called Zhang Yu. After confirming the details, although Zhang Yu spoke courteously, there was a hint of grievance in his tone, and Lei Hao finally grasped the full context of the situation. The HR department had indeed attended a recruitment fair at the School of Finance, and due to the appealing position of project manager assistant, they received a warm welcome. However, when it came time for the interview notifications, the school discovered that not a single graduate had been selected. This doesn't make sense. Zhang Yu assured me that this position was a sure thing, and now we've been played? This is unacceptable. The school's leadership expressed their dissatisfaction, and Zhang Yu found himself in a difficult position. After some discussion, Zhang Yu and Yang Huizhi concluded that the HR department was not giving Lei Hao the respect he deserved. Not wanting to trouble him further, they decided to invite Feng Pide and 2 HR staff members out for a meal, hoping to humble themselves and secure a few interview slots for Lei Hao. Zhang Yu did not go into detail about the meal, only mentioning that a verbal altercation ensued, leading to Yang Huizhi suffering a fracture and requiring hospitalization. Why didn't you tell me? Lei Hao felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Had he known, Feng Pide and his group would have been sidelined. Chalet? You've worked hard for your current achievements. We can't hold you back. Don't worry, Yang and I have agreed not to pursue this matter further, and it won't affect you. Nonsense. This isn't over. Lei Hao was furious. Losing face at the school was one thing, but the fact that teacher Yang was hospitalized was entirely intolerable. Unable to contain his rage, he hung up the phone. Memories of teacher Yang caring for him like a mother during his school years flashing vividly in his mind. Reflecting on Feng Pide's despicable actions, Lei Hao's expression darkened, his fury intensifying as reason slipped away. He turned and stormed towards the HR department. Bang! This time, he did not simply push the door, he kicked it open. Confronting the 2 stunned employees with a fiery declaration, "Stand there. I'll deal with you later." He then stormed into Feng Pide's office, kicking aside obstructive chairs, and delivered a resounding slap, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Feng. You're about to receive a hefty compensation." The extent of that compensation would depend on how much less capable he was than Lei Hao. Lei Hao was hardly a model citizen. Had he not fought his way from elementary to high school, he certainly would not have ended up in a vocational college. Feng Pide, at 39 and having never exercised, was caught completely off guard by Lei Hao's sudden assault. Indeed, it was a savage beating. Lei Hao thoroughly demonstrated why he was nicknamed Lei Tiger. And after tripping Feng Pide, he mounted him and unleashed a flurry of punches. Feng Pide could only raise his hands to shield his head as Lei Hao pressed him to the ground, mercilessly grinding him against the floor. He attempted to escape, but the blows to his abdomen were relentless, and he felt a couple of ribs crack. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the HR employees rushed over, utterly dumbfounded. In all their years of experience, they had never witnessed such an event, the project manager physically assaulting the HR manager. It felt entirely out of place. "Manager Lei, what are you doing? Stop this immediately. Please, stop. Someone will get hurt." The drawbacks of having too few staff soon became apparent. Had there been more employees, they might have restrained Lei Hao, but with only 2 trembling individuals present, stopping him was out of the question. He had not finished venting his anger. "Get the hell out of my way. I'll deal with Feng first, and then I'll sort you out," Lei Hao shouted as he continued to pummel Feng Pide. The 2 employees attempting to intervene froze in place, then realized that neither Lei Hao nor Feng Pide was someone they could afford to offend. They quickly stood and fled the office, shouting, "Oh no. Manager Lei is beating people. Manager Lei is beating people." Hearing this commotion, the staff in the trading department looked on in bewilderment. Chapter 64. Lei Hao's response around 3 in the afternoon. In the office of the general manager of Ingi Securities' Yangshan District Trading Department, Shido Yuding had a headache. Today, an incident occurred in her department that could leave the industry in stitches. The project manager had sent the HR manager to the hospital, and there was an apparent intent to send all HR staff to the hospital as well. What was this? After confirming the news, Xiao Yuding, with her management background, could not find a suitable explanation. Punishing Lei Hao? Don't be ridiculous. The project group he led was the pride of the trading department and held great potential to become the company's glory. If she punished him, headhunters would be lining up to poach talent. Not punishing Lei Hao. That wouldn't work either. His violent outburst against the HR manager raised concerns about whether he might resort to violence against other departments next time. Not punishing him would make it impossible to account for the incident to the rest of the department. Manager Lei, my dear Manager Lei, is there nothing we can discuss calmly? Even if Manager Feng acted inappropriately, you cannot resort to violence, Xiao Yuding pondered, swiftly assigning blame to Feng Pai. The two HR employees who had narrowly escaped disaster felt utterly disheartened upon hearing the general manager's remarks. Their leader had been beaten and was deemed at fault. What about them? With that thought, they instinctively moved to distance themselves from Lei Hao's gaze. Don't worry, I won't hit you. Lei Hao took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. He had just received answers from two employees of the Human Resources Department. Indeed, Feng Pai and his companions had engaged in a verbal altercation with the Zhang couple. Due to their inebriation, a scuffle ensued, resulting in Yang Huizhi sustaining an injury. In truth, this matter was not overly grave. A simple apology, a gesture of kindness with some fruit, and a visit to the hospital would suffice to resolve the issue. Regrettably, the Zhang couple, driven by a desire to seek favor, abandoned their dinner plans. Moreover, although Feng Pai was merely a minor supervisor in the Human Resources Department of a securities company, he possessed the upper hand against a teacher from a specialized college, leading to various absurd and unreasonable actions that left Yang Huizhi feeling utterly frustrated. Having discerned the entirety of the situation, Lei Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment for his own irritability. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he bore little psychological burden. The likes of Feng Pai were simply despicable. If a confrontation were to occur, it would serve not only to provide Yang Laoshi with a sense of closure, but also to deter anyone within the company from meddling in the Thunder No. 1 project team. Everyone would come to understand that any attempt to interfere necessitated careful consideration of Feng Pai's fate, ultimately bringing a sense of relief to Lei Hao. Emerging from a background of hardship, Lei Hao was not a troublemaker by nature, yet his temperament was undeniably fiery. Had he not sought to cultivate his character after entering the securities industry, he would have taken action at the very moment Feng Pai attempted to intrude upon the project team. Now, with the situation escalating further, he found himself utterly unable to endure it. Manager Lei, is that all you have to say? Will you not take action against them? Do you perceive the business department as a boxing association? Xiao Yuding, feeling exasperated, waved her hand to signal the two employees from the Human Resources Department to step outside before continuing the conversation. Have you not considered how to handle the aftermath of this situation? So, Xiao, what do you intend to do? Lei Hao shrugged, harboring little concern in his heart. He could hardly believe that Xiao Yuding would side with Feng Pai. What did Manager Feng intend to do? And what did he wish to accomplish? Did my thoughts truly carry any significance? Xiao Yuding was once again infuriated by Lei Hao's tendency to shift blame, yet she found herself firmly aligned with him. Firstly, Lei Hao's significance to the business department far surpasses that of Feng Pai. Secondly, ever since Xiao Yuding took charge of the department, she harbored intentions of purging personnel, with Feng Pai, an unremarkable relic of the past, being a prime target for her decisive actions. What troubled her was that while the business department could rally behind Lei Hao, if Feng Pai persisted in his grievances, the repercussions could be quite detrimental, even if the matter were suppressed. The incidents of the personnel manager injuring a university professor, followed by the project manager assaulting the personnel manager, were interconnected enough to tarnish the reputation of Yingyi Securities Yangshan District Branch. Clients and investors hearing the name of the branch might instinctively dismiss it. Lei Hao was acutely aware of these implications, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. The business department's reputation was paramount, and his actions had dealt a significant blow to it. It was no wonder Xiao Yuding was on the verge of exasperation. However, Lei Hao was confident in his ability to contain Feng Pai. Not to mention, the investors of Thunder No. 1 had connections that could reach various government departments in Yashan District, including local police stations and the district's public security bureau. Feng Pai was not without fault, making it relatively straightforward to suppress the issue, especially since both the company and the authorities were inclined to support Lei Hao. Nevertheless, persuading Feng Pai to remain silent and accept his fate would prove to be a considerable challenge. After all, a seasoned personnel manager like Feng Pai, who had worked at Yingyi Securities for many years, was not easily manipulated. Expecting him to aid in concealing the incident after being hospitalized due to an assault was quite unrealistic. It would be quite astonishing if he were willing. However, there are indeed ways to navigate this situation. At this moment, Xiao Yuding spoke with a gentle smile, stating, as long as the headquarters provide some support, Feng Pide will undoubtedly choose to endure rather than risk losing his job. Lei Hao found Qiu Yuding's ideas somewhat fanciful. It was already quite commendable for the head office to show him a slight inclination. What reason did they have to undertake actions that would dishearten the seasoned employees for his sake? The Thunder No. 1 Asset Management Plan. If you could ascend to the pinnacle of the yield rankings in April and subsequently agree to a media interview in which you subtly promote any securities, it would not just be Feng Pide who faces misfortune. Even my cousin would have to concede his bad luck, Qiu Yuding remarked with a smile. Nothing is that simple, Lei Hao replied, shaking his head. The so-called April yield refers to the investment returns of all collective asset management plans during that month. A crucial point to note is that as long as funds were settled in April, the profit figures are attributed to that month. In other words, even if Lei Hao had purchased a particular stock many years ago and had held onto it without trading, if it surged several times this April and he then closed his position and settled the funds, his yield for April would be several 100%. It is heavily reliant on luck, Lei Hao reiterated. Even if I could ensure that Thunder No. 1 achieves a yield exceeding 100 in April, what would it matter? If other projects are concealing substantial profits on their balance sheets, how can I compete for the top position? This is not about competing for the overall ranking. We are solely focused on this year's new project return rate leaderboard. Currently, you are positioned 7th, while the top contender boasts a return rate of 13,476. You still have more than half a month remaining. What are your thoughts? Qiu Yuding's tone was imbued with anticipation. It occurred to me that even if Feng Pide intended to create a scene, I stood to lose nothing. If I felt displeased, I could simply go to the hospital and give him another beating. What of it? Am I truly at risk of losing my job? Lei Hao suddenly came to a realization, leisurely sitting on the sofa and lighting a cigarette. Qiu Yuding was taken aback, as she had exerted great effort to bring Lei Hao to the edge of the pit, only to see her efforts go in vain. What difference would it make if Feng Pide caused a commotion? Indeed, Lei Hao has suffered no losses. Given his impressive academic record, Ingyi Securities can only begrudgingly endure this situation. The real concern for Ingyi Securities is not whether he will lose his job, but rather if Lei Hao might seek employment elsewhere. As long as Lei Hao remains indifferent to the company's reputation, Qiu Yuding will find herself at a loss. Another crucial factor is whether Lei Hao is willing to accept an interview, considering the proud nature of elites in the securities industry. Will the media even have the opportunity to interview him? Chapter 65. It is him within the securities industry. There exists a multitude of professionals, among whom those engaged in organizational roles eagerly seek interviews, clamoring to broadcast their promotional slogans. Conversely, there are individuals, like the frontline elite Lei Hao, who exhibit a reluctance to engage with the media. These elites wield significant financial resources and toil at the forefront. Those who excel need no publicity, as investors naturally gravitate towards them, while those with mediocre or poor performance shy away from interviews, fearing public humiliation. Consequently, financial journalists find themselves at the forefront of the most unfortunate ranks, either soliciting soft advertisements from industry representatives or anxiously awaiting the favor of frontline elites. It is not uncommon to witness many superiors in this realm being investors, akin to tabloid photographers concocting sensational stories. Lei Hao, of course, had no desire to partake in interviews. As a project manager, he required no exposure, even when confronted by a congregation of unfamiliar investors. He merely needed to present his authentic performance record to secure his position effortlessly. Why squander time on trivial interviews? Silently accumulating wealth is indeed the right path. Manager Lei, it is essential for you to remember your roots and consider the company. Profitable project managers are the prized assets of securities firms. Qiu Yuding, though cautious in her tone, could only advise, if there are no photos, we will resort to written interviews. I won't go. I am quite busy, Lei Hao decisively declined, pulling out his phone to check the time, preparing to visit teacher Yang at the hospital. Witnessing Lei Hao's attitude, Qiu Yuding felt a stir in her heart and continued. In reality, if you allow Feng Pide to self-destruct, it is not entirely detrimental. Although the company may incur some losses, the School of Finance will also suffer. At least their reputation will be tarnished to some extent. Observing Qiu Yuding's smug smile, Lei Hao felt an urge to curse. This woman was simply enchanting, having struck directly at his vulnerable spot. As for securing first place, I do not possess absolute confidence. Lei Hao's stance softened slightly. Regarding Feng Pide, he harbored a sense of guilt towards both the school and teacher Yang. It is of no concern. Those financial media are indiscriminate, ravenous for news. And as long as we are within the top 10, the hype surrounding Project Thunder 1 will suffice to capture headlines, Qiu Yuding remarked with evident delight. Lei Hao procured a cigarette, pondering the situation with great care. The Finance Academy, being a specialized institution, has graduates who are exceedingly eager to secure positions within the financial sphere of Yangqing. Such incidents inevitably tarnish the academy's reputation. While Lei Hao himself remained unscathed, the repercussions would undoubtedly touch upon the Yang couple. If Yingyi Securities could suppress the matter entirely, then all would be well. Moreover, with Lei Hao achieving commendable results, a slight media exposure could transform a misfortune into an opportunity. With this thought in mind, Lei Hao found himself resigned. He had no desire to step into the limelight. Yet for the sake of the school and Mr. Yang, he felt compelled to acquiesce to the request. All right, let the company handle the arrangements. I shall partake in the interview, he conceded, though he remained dissatisfied with Qiu Yuding's assertion that the current results were sufficient. Is a score of 90 adequate? Is 7th place satisfactory? With over 130 points, as long as luck isn't overly adverse, I am quite confident I can surpass that number. Having settled the matter, Lei Hao rose and made his way towards the door. Where are you off to? We ought to discuss the interview details. Should the company assist you in drafting the article? Furthermore, the upcoming project operations ought to be approached with caution, Qiu Yuding exclaimed. Her enthusiasm rekindled as she had much more to discuss with Lei Hao. A chuckle escaped Qiu Yuding as she realized that despite Lei Hao's tempestuous demeanor, he possessed considerable talent and an intriguingly quirky charm. Meanwhile, Lei Hao learned from Director Zhang that Mr. Yang was hospitalized in the orthopedics department of the People's Hospital. He carried an assortment of fruits and nutritional supplements, taking a taxi to arrive before the typical workday concluded. Upon seeing Yang Huizhi resting in her hospital bed, Lei Hao felt a pang of guilt and sorrow. Mr. Yang had sustained a pelvic fracture, though the injury was relatively minor. Nonetheless, strict bed rest would be required, complicating the recovery process. At least you have a conscience, remarked Zhang Xinqi, Yang Huizhi's daughter, with a dismissive tone upon seeing Lei Hao's arrival. The 15-year-old high school freshman, with her flamboyant attire, showcased a rather bold personality, her hair a mix of black and yellow, adorned with various accessories that Lei Hao, a country boy, could hardly comprehend. Xinqi, what manner of speech is that? Have you no sense of decorum? Yang Huizhi admonished her daughter with a tender demeanor, though she often played the stern mother role in front of her child. Unperturbed, Zhang Xinqi retorted, I fear nothing in this world except for my mother's scolding. Reluctantly, she feigned an apology. It was my oversight, Lei Hao interjected, not wishing to compel Zhang Xinqi to apologize, understanding that the young girl was not inherently malicious, merely a touch rebellious. Their rapport had always remained amicable. At least you are perceptive, Zhang Xinqi remarked, pleased with Lei Hao's response. She then inquired, so, what are your plans, Lei Lao? My mother is in the hospital, yet your company has sent no one to offer their condolences. What a cold-hearted bunch. The company has only just been made aware of the situation. Rest assured, they will provide an explanation, Lei Hao replied with unwavering confidence, certain that with Qiu Yuding's influence, the situation would be managed. Has the academy not considered communicating with our company regarding this matter? Lei Hao frowned, perplexed by the school's approach. Oh. Those individuals revel in the spectacle of my parents' misfortune. Fearing the situation escalates, they preach about keeping the peace, but I scoff at that, Zhang Xinqi exclaimed angrily, her frustration evident. This time, we were fortunate it was merely a fracture. Had it been a complete break, who knows what could have happened. Xinqi. Yang Huizhi shot her daughter a stern look before addressing Lei Hao. It is graduation season. The academy must be mindful of its reputation and avoid conflict with potential employers. It is a challenging time for everyone. Indeed, please focus on your recovery. I will handle this matter, Lei Hao reassured Mr. Yang, adding, after all, a human resources manager is hardly superior to a student like me. His words carried a hint of grievance, reminiscent of a child upset over a lack of faith from their elders. In his eyes, had Mr. Yang believed in him, this situation would not have spiraled into such turmoil. Oh, you stubborn Lei Lao, why pretend to be so grand? If you are capable, go and deal with that scoundrel. Zhang Xinqi retorted loudly. Before she could finish her sentence, a figure appeared at the door to the left of the hospital room, wrapped in bandages and exuding fury. The individual pointed a trembling finger at Lei Hao, exclaiming, It was him. It was him who struck me. Quickly, apprehend him. This furious individual was none other than Feng Pai, coincidentally receiving treatment in the same facility for a rib fracture. His accusation left everyone momentarily stunned as they turned to follow his gaze, discovering Lei Hao's silhouette. The disparity in their physical prowess was glaringly apparent. Initially, Yang Huizhi did not recognize Feng Pai, but upon hearing his voice and scrutinizing him closely, she felt a mix of concern and trepidation. Lei Hao. Yang Huizhi's expression shifted to one of gravity as she glared at Lei Hao, demanding an explanation. While scuffles may appear trivial to the average individual, in the realm of securities professionals, they could spell disaster. Should the situation escalate, One's professional qualifications could be revoked by the Regulatory Commission. It is nothing. Merely a minor altercation among colleagues, Lei Hao replied, glancing at Feng Pide, internally lamenting the coincidence, but hastily turning back to Yang Huizhi with an explanation. Manager Feng is simply upset. He will come to terms with it shortly. Yet, seeing Yang Huizhi's stern expression unwavering, he added, it is graduation season. The company must maintain its reputation. Family matters should remain private. There is no desire for this to escalate. Zhang Xinqi stifled a laugh, giving Lei Hao a thumbs up behind her mother's back, evidently aware of the situation's nuances. Minor altercation, you say? More like you pinned your colleague to the ground. Just then, a police officer approached, displaying his badge to Lei Hao before inquiring. Are you Mr. Lei Hao? Yes, officer, good day. Care for a smoke? Oh, right. Smoking is prohibited in hospitals. How about a handshake instead? Lei Hao greeted the officer as though meeting an old acquaintance. Noticing the calm demeanor of the subject, the officer, now aware of Lei Hao's identity, adopted an increasingly respectful tone, stating, it appears that he pinned me down and assaulted me. That enormous chair was hurled at me, and I distinctly heard my ribs cracking. This is attempted murder. He intended to kill me. You can inquire with the witnesses. Feng Pide lamented, disregarding the surrounding hospital corridor. That's a blatant lie. You were the one who attacked my mother, and now you play the victim. Zhang Xinqi retorted, her initial discontent towards Lei Hao swiftly transforming into staunch defense. However, none present were blind. Feng Pide's condition clearly indicated he had endured a severe beating at Lei Hao's hands. Even if Zhang Xinqi spoke out, the onlookers could only deduce the altercation as retaliation rather than mere scuffling. Do you have any evidence? Any witnesses? It was clearly an accident. Yang Huizhi interjected, noting that Feng Pide was fabricating his account. Lei Hao, you are finished. You are doomed. My injuries are sufficient grounds for criminal charges. Prepare to face imprisonment. Feng Pide's proclamation ignited greater concern from Yang Huizhi and Zhang Xinqi. The mention of teacher shifted the sentiments of those present from leaning towards Feng Pide to a more neutral stance, as respect for the teaching profession remained ingrained in their minds. Mr. Lei, please cooperate, the officer requested. After the police officer spoke to Lei Hao, he turned to Zhang Xinqi and said, if you wish to file a report, as long as the incident occurred within the corresponding jurisdiction, our precinct can intervene for an investigation. Up until that moment, Lei Hao felt he had avenged teacher Yang. Feng Pide would likely be ordered by the company not to pursue the matter, facing not only disgrace but also a prolonged hospital stay and possibly a reassignment, resulting in a complete loss. It's fine, let him be, it will be over soon. Lei Hao stopped Zhang Xinqi and reassured Yang Huizhi. The company has already reached a resolution. They might not have informed manager Feng yet. Let us wait a bit. No more lies, Yang Huizhi admonished Lei Hao. But upon seeing his calm demeanor, she began to trust his words and sighed. When will you change that foul temper of yours? Fighting classmates in school, colleagues at work. Do you have any sense of legality left? You troublesome child. Listening to teacher Yang's scolding, Lei Hao felt quite embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. However, he showed no intention of remorse regarding the matter. Intentionally inflicting bodily harm to a significant degree constitutes the crime of intentional injury. Feng Pide's current injuries included multiple soft tissue contusions and 3 broken ribs, qualifying as minor injuries. If pursued seriously, Lei Hao could face probation. While he wouldn't serve time, his professional qualifications would certainly be revoked. Yang Huizhi and Zhang Xinqi grew increasingly anxious, quickly grasping the crucial point. If Feng Pide chose not to pursue the matter, there remained a possibility for resolution. Yang Huizhi's heart sank, and Zhang Xinqi was on the verge of tears. It's fine, the company will handle it. Lei Hao remained composed, adding, even if the company doesn't intervene. My investors won't stand idly by. Feng Pide cannot stir up much trouble. Lei Hao's confidence stemmed from the fact that Thunder No. 1 was a flagship project for any securities, and the company would certainly safeguard it. Even if the company chose not to intervene, the investors, all influential figures from Yanshan district, would surely take action to protect Lei Hao. In the end, he would likely only face financial losses, which is why he had never worried about himself. Unbeknownst to Lei Hao, Yang Huizhi and Zhang Xinqi were deeply troubled as they heard Feng Pide continuing to shout outside, their hearts in their throats. Lei Hao, you're finished. I'll make you pay. Feng Pide was enraged. Had his relatives not yet arrived, a full-blown confrontation might have ensued. Just as he longed to see Lei Hao suffer, his phone rang. Hello, Mr. Chiu. Yes, why? I was assaulted. I'm hospitalized. Mr. Chiu, I've worked at Ingi Securities for many years, and while I may not have accomplishments, I've certainly endured hardships. All right, I understand. I will prioritize the greater good. It appeared Feng Pide received a call from a senior executive at the headquarters, His initial excitement turned to anger, which eventually faded into frustration and resentment. After hanging up, he glared at Lei Hao, his face a mixture of bitterness and suppressed rage, before speaking to the police officer. "Officer, let us resolve this privately. We want to trouble you." The atmosphere shifted to one of peculiar tension, seeing Feng Pai's face filled with resentment and anger. Everyone understood he was not in favor of settling privately, yet he did so in front of everyone, immediately yielding. "Mr. Feng, are you certain you wish to settle privately? The injury assessment has not yet been completed. If the injuries meet criminal standards, we cannot accept your so-called private settlement." A police officer standing beside Feng Pai interjected, though his demeanor suggested reluctance. Indeed, facing someone like Lei Hao, who could intimidate Feng Pai into submission with a single phone call, the police officer was inclined to accept a private resolution, but in front of the public, he had to strictly adhere to regulations. A difficult position for him to be in. "We were fighting. It's not as if I was assaulted." Feng Pai's face briefly flashed with inexplicable humiliation as he continued to defend Lei Hao. Before the police could say anything further, his phone rang as well. Upon seeing the caller's name, he immediately answered and stepped away to speak, nodding occasionally while casting radiant smiles toward Lei Hao. All right, it's nothing. Just a minor altercation among colleagues. Everyone, please disperse." Lei Hao lowered his voice, feeling somewhat like the villain in a movie, having assaulted someone yet threatening the victim. Understanding Lei Hao's intentions, matters were swiftly resolved. The police officer, for reasons unknown, even reminded Lei Hao to charge his phone. Remembering this, Lei Hao realized his phone was the same model he had given Teacher Yang, so he used a direct charger to keep it powered on. As soon as it powered up, a flood of messages arrived, and within half a minute, he received multiple calls. First was Lu Xingdong, who clarified the situation and indicated that he had taken care of it. Then calls came from project team members, Qiu Yuding, and even executives from the headquarters. Lei Hao spent the next half hour answering calls. "Wow, Brother Tiger, you're so cool." Zhang Xinqi's eyes sparkled as she clung to Lei Hao's arm, playfully saying, "I want a new phone too. My mom is so outdated, using her phone just for calls. What a waste." "Xinqi, what are you saying? If you want one, your mother can give you hers," Yang Huizhi said, her expression still warm even as she reprimanded her daughter. It was hard not to feel proud. Initially thinking Lei Hao was already quite successful, he had achieved the position of project manager in just a year. Yet he was just any project manager. Given the current situation, the HR manager had no qualms about reprimanding him, indicating that Lei Hao's standing in the company far surpassed that of an ordinary HR manager. "Teacher Yang, you said that just a few days ago," Lei Hao teased, holding Yang Huizhi's hand. "You didn't mention your grievances to me. Do you doubt my capabilities or view me as a stranger?" With a playful slap to Lei Hao's arm, Yang Huizhi laughed, "You little brat. Don't get too full of yourself with a little success. And that foul temper. When will you change it for the teacher to be at ease?" "Huh, I've already changed, quite a bit." Lei Hao replied awkwardly, quickly shifting the topic to Zhang Xinqi. "I'll get you a phone in a few days. There are still a few left in the project team." "Thank you, Brother Tiger," Zhang Xinqi exclaimed joyfully. Her spirited nature was complemented by her filial piety. And she would never take her mother's phone, but as a young girl, she had an inherent desire for such things. Given Lei Hao's current wealth, he didn't regard ordinary digital products as anything significant. After casually agreeing, he sat and chatted with Teacher Yang, slightly embellishing some details as he shared. Even as a finance professor with insider knowledge, Yang Huizhi found Lei Hao's recounting thrilling, and Zhang Xinqi's eyes sparkled with admiration and longing. Lei Hao remained in the hospital until 10 that night. During this time, Qiu Yuding visited on behalf of the sales department, and it seemed the college leadership had become aware of the situation and eagerly came to check on him, expressing their thoughts and seeking connections. Having promised Qiu Yuding to visit regularly, Lei Hao thereafter devoted his time to the operations of the project team, aside from daily visits to Teacher Yang. On April 13th, Wednesday, the real estate development sector fell by 1. On April 14th, Thursday, it dropped by 12. After a week of market fluctuations, the real estate development sector has experienced a decline of approximately 4. On Wednesday and Thursday, due to Lei Hao's directives, Zhou Junyun and Zhao Liken strategically manipulated the market to lower the cost of 0.18. At this point, if Lei Hao were to close his positions, he could potentially yield a profit of approximately 42,572,000, with the 42 translating to just over 2 per million. After deducting fees, he could elevate the total asset value of Thunder No. 1 to over 59.5 million. Over the course of 3 weeks, this represents nearly a 100 profit. A staggering figure for any investment. Upon closing, the profit amounted to 346,259 yuan, with available funds of 5,918,000 $764 million and a financing limit of $59.503 million. Zhao Liken, having completed his transactions, felt an exhilarating rush upon witnessing the profits displayed. Chapter 68. Southyoung Mining as planned. The team would tentatively purchase shares of Southyoung Mining. Lei Hao instructed directly. There are no orders on the bulk trading platform. Should we post an intention to buy? Zhou Junyun inquired with a smile. In the current Thunder No. 1 project group, once Lei Hao devised a plan, everyone adhered to it strictly. The information gathered in recent days had been discussed in the morning meeting, and Lei Hao expressed confidence in Southyoung Mining. Zhou Junyun believed the stock price had reached its bottom and did not oppose, while others unanimously agreed with the manager. With a daily trading volume of 10 million and a financing capacity, Lei Hao could invest nearly 120 million, making it challenging to fully allocate funds in a short time frame. Consequently, aside from Lei Hao's optimism, others anticipated either minimal investments or a long-term strategy. Manager, the selling volume is too small. Should we raise the price to accumulate shares? Zhao Liken, observing the paltry sell orders at Southyoung Mining, felt somewhat despondent. The sell orders from 1006 to 1010 amounted to a meager few dozen hands. Enough to bring one to tears. Raise the price to 1010, Lei Hao casually commanded, then turned to Zhou Junyun, post a trading intention with a premium of 5. I want it all. His words astonished everyone, as Southyoung Mining was hardly a stellar stock. Despite opening in the green today, it had been in decline for years. With the market capitalization plummeting from 20 billion to 3 billion, a dire situation. However, based on asset valuation, Southyoung Mining's current stock price could be considered at the bottom. If it were willing to undertake painful restructuring, shedding some equipment and business segments, it could not only stabilize its 3 billion valuation but also have a glimmer of hope to turn its price-to-earnings ratio from negative to positive. Lei Hao's entry into Southyoung Mining stock at this juncture might suggest he anticipated a restructuring. Yet, in truth, Lei Hao himself was uncertain about the potential rise in value. He merely felt confident it would be significant, with a starting price above 10. Zhao Liken raised his left thumb in acknowledgement and tapped on the keyboard with his right hand, gradually increasing Southyoung Mining's stock price. Probing to see if he could expedite the accumulation of shares. Time passed slowly, and as lunchtime approached, Lei Hao became dissatisfied with the team's progress in accumulating shares. However, upon reflection, he found little recourse. Even if the price were raised by 1, those trapped in their positions would not consider selling, while those willing to sell were waiting to see if he would raise the price again. It was indeed a headache. Southyoung Mining's stock price stood at 1,009, with an average acquisition cost of 1,008, 4, and a holding position of 3. Zhao Liken reported in a tone lacking enthusiasm. Having spent the morning idly purchasing around 2 million yuan worth of stocks, it had been dreadfully tedious. There are no orders on the platform. Zhou Junyun also appeared quiet. The morning passed uneventfully, with the project office resembling a quiet senior center, devoid of any activity. Time for lunch. Lei Hao clapped his hands to garner attention, asking Jiang Hui. Grandma Jiang, have you secured the location? All right, shall we head over now? I will inform the boss to have the dishes prepared, Jiang Hui, responsible for finance and logistics for the project team, replied. Lei Hao was unconcerned about these arrangements. Given the team's capabilities, they could have the hotel deliver meals directly. The outing was merely to allow everyone to breathe some fresh air, though he was more worried about the pace of accumulation. However, Lei Hao's concerns would soon dissipate as someone awaited an opportunity to assist him. Meanwhile, lying in a hospital bed, Feng Pai had just finished a call and sent a message from another phone. Southyoung Mining, current investment around 2 million. Southyoung Mining? In an office at Qingyu Investment Company in the Shanghai market, President Qingyu frowned upon receiving this news from a subordinate and promptly contacted the Securities Investment Department, instructing, within an hour, prepare a plan to suppress Southyoung Mining stock price. I want to see it before the afternoon trading session. Qingyu Investment was recently eyeing a stake in Ingy Securities, initially planning to acquire approximately 30 of its stock. However, negotiations had reached an impasse due to disagreements over the acquisition price and various terms. At this juncture, Ingy Securities aimed to enhance its value, image, and influence, while Qingyu Investment sought to undermine it without causing significant harm, a common unspoken rule in the business realm. Unbeknownst to Lei Hao, his project team had attracted the attention of a formidable predator. He remained oblivious to the fact that Qingyu Investment had indeed infiltrated Ingy Securities, gaining comprehensive insight into his holdings and investment direction. At 1 p.m., Lei Hao anticipated a tranquil day for the project group's operations, only to be taken aback by sudden turbulence. As Zhao Liken attempted to place some buy orders, he discovered another buyer also placing orders to accumulate shares, consistently at a price one level higher than Thunder No. 1. Competition for shares. The term flashed in Lei Hao's mind, sharpening his focus entirely. Chapter 69. Something's amiss. The term competition for shares is akin to a bidding war. For instance, in Lei Hao's current situation, if he favored Southyang Mining and other funds shared the same sentiment, the dynamics would become intricate. If Lei Hao placed a buy order at 1,001 yuan, the opposing party might bid 1,002, prompting him to counter at 1,002, and so forth, creating a tug-of-war until one party's price reached an untenable level, at which point they might consider withdrawing, but not before offloading their orders for immediate profit. Alternatively, both sides might have an unspoken agreement to maintain similar pricing levels for their buy orders and concurrently accumulate shares, engaging in a confrontation during the sell-off phase. The third scenario is more insidious. The emerging buyer could actually be a seller aiming to inflate the stock price to gauge Lei Hao's psychological price point, subsequently offloading at an opportune moment to entice Lei Hao into purchasing. Beyond this, numerous other scenarios could unfold, each testing Lei Hao's resolve and judgment. Buy orders at 1,011 and 1,012 increased, totaling approximately 100 hands. Zhao Liken felt a surge of anxiety. Let's not react just yet. Wait and see, Lei Hao contemplated, resisting the urge to raise his bid, determined to assess the opposing party's commitment. At that moment, in an office at Qingyu Investment, a trader reported to Qingyu, "President Qin, the other party is not backing down. Raise it a bit more," Qingyu commanded, wielding dual degrees in management and finance. He was no mere managerial talent. He had even participated in the competitive landscape of the American securities market during his studies. The stock price quickly escalated to 1,014, 1,015. In the Thunder No. 1 Project Group office, beads of sweat began to form on Zhao Liken's forehead. Lei Hao found himself in a state of inner turmoil. It was not that he deemed the current price excessively high. In fact, he was bold enough to set his entry price at 11 yuan. However, the essence of securities investment lies in profit generation, and disclosing his psychological price would be a foolish endeavor. "Manager Lei, what if we raise the price a bit? If the other party follows suit, we can close our position with borrowed shares, with a base of 2 to 3 million. Even a few percentage points of profit would be substantial," suggested Zhou Juyun, who was keenly aware that Lei Hao could at least tolerate a 5 premium on his entry price. Lei Hao hesitated, wishing for more time to observe the market. But time was a luxury he did not possess. It was April 15th, a Friday, and according to information from his colleagues, details regarding Nanyang Mining would not surface until the following Thursday evening. Excluding the weekend of the 16th and 17th, he had just over 4 days to establish his position. Completing a buy-in of nearly 120 million in just over 4 days seemed an arduous task, especially with an unknown adversary lurking nearby. As the clock ticked toward 1:30 p.m., Nanyang Mining's stock price stagnated at 10.20, almost mocking Lei Hao. What was the other party's intention? Would they back off if he joined in? Or were they merely sellers looking to offload at this price? Various thoughts raced through his mind. Zhou Juyun, relying on his experience, suggested, "Perhaps they are testing our psychological price. Place an order for 100 lots at 10.20, Lei Hao finally decided. Within half an hour, he issued his first command, and Zhao Liqing immediately placed the order. However, just after the order was placed, the other party raised the stop price to 10.24, leaving Lei Hao's order pitifully positioned at the lowest tier of the buy orders. "Raise it to 10.24 and place another order for 100 lots, Lei Hao directed. When the other party posted at 10.28, Zhao Liqing felt increasingly frustrated. It seemed the other side was toying with them, consistently raising the price by 4 points every time they placed a buy order, leaving their bids lonely at the lowest tier. "Short sell 100 lots at 10.30 and see if they bite," Lei Hao decided, sending a false signal of retreat. The other party eagerly accepted, pushing the price up to 10.35. "Sell them another 200 lots at 10.35, Lei Hao instructed. The other side continued to buy, but refrained from further price increases. "Now, let's short sell 500 lots at 10.35, he continued. This time, the market remained stagnant for several minutes, with the other party seemingly hesitating. However, moments later, they consumed the 500 lots and escalated the stock price to 10.42. "Short sell 1,200 lots at 10.43 and place a buy order at 10.42, just 100 lots for now," Lei Hao commanded once more. This series of actions conveyed his intentions. The Thunder Project team had amassed nearly 2 million in stocks, approximately 2,000 lots, and he had already closed 800 lots, leaving 1,200 to fully liquidate his position. If the other party were astute, they could deduce Lei Hao's holdings from the day's trading details. Were they attempting to intimidate him into abandoning his position, or did they intend to sell at this price? In a nearby office of Qingyu Investment, Qingyu furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. He possessed information far more detailed than Lei Hao anticipated, thus being fully aware of Lei Hao's holdings. Short sell to him at 10.42, Qingyu thought, ultimately refraining from gambling. His aim was merely to elevate Lei Hao's entry price. If he could scare Lei Hao away, what would be left for him to play with? The other party withdrew their order, and thereby order at 1042 was accepted. In the Thunder Project office, Zhao Liqing pumped his fist. Observing the stock prices on the screen, sell orders continue to appear, 1,000 lots at 1042. Wait, don't consume it. Relief washed over Lei Hao. The price of 1042 was well within his psychological comfort zone. He was even prepared to act again at around 11 yuan to intimidate the other party. Indeed, they are intent on liquidating, Lei Hao mused silently. With clarity regarding their intentions, he realized he now held the advantage. Knowing the other party aimed to drive up the price while hesitating at 1043 granted him considerable leeway. To Lei Hao's surprise, this opponent seemed formidable. From 1:40 p.m. to 2:10 p.m., within a mere half hour, they offloaded nearly 10,000 lots of stock, with overall prices hovering between 1035 and 1042. This was troubling. 10,000 lots represented a significant portion of Nanyang Mining's shares. According to the regulations set by the Securities Regulatory Commission, major shareholders could not reduce their holdings by more than one of the total shares within 3 months. The other party's swift disposal of a third of that figure was undoubtedly irregular. Were they not major shareholders? The likelihood seemed low. Anyone capable of offloading such a quantity in half an hour would likely possess more than 5 shares. Furthermore, even if they were not major shareholders, shedding such a volume of stock in the secondary market was hardly their optimal choice. This situation was perplexing. Lei Hao felt a headache coming on. Yet he chose not to delve into the identity of the other party. After all, he was optimistic about Nanyang Mining, and if someone was willing to sell shares, why should he not seize the opportunity to buy? Mr. Zhou, is there any negotiation on the block trading platform? Lei Hao casually inquired. Such substantial stock disposals were typically better suited for block trading platforms. The other party seemed either reckless or undaunted, engaging in the secondary market instead. None at the moment. Zhou Junyan replied, equally puzzled by the situation. They might be attempting to short-sell Nanyang Mining without revealing their identity. They could be using borrowed shares through multiple accounts to create a FAOD of capital flight. Zhou Junyan shared his wealth of experience with Lei Hao, illuminating the complexities and cold realities of the securities market. Had Lei Hao been privy to all the information regarding Qinyu investment and Ingyi securities, he would have grasped Qinyu's current strategy to suppress Ingyi securities without escalating tensions while ensuring minimal losses on invested capital, an endeavor akin to climbing a steep mountain. Yet, Qinyu possessed advantages that Lei Hao lacked. Foremost was capital. Qinyu Investment's resources far surpassed those of the Thunder Project team. Secondly, Qinyu operated in the shadows while Lei Hao was in the light. With a decisive thought, Lei Hao dismissed all distractions. Focusing solely on one conviction, Nanyang Mining was poised for an upswing. As long as the stock's performance improved, any advantages associated with capital were mere illusions. Lei Hao was confident he could teach his opponent a lesson. They consumed it, Zhao Liqing exclaimed with excitement. I'm placing another 10,000 lots for sale. Buy. If he dares to sell, I shall buy. Lei Hao gritted his teeth and spoke, initially worried that the market would lack sufficient selling pressure. Now that opportunities presented themselves, he felt obliged to take action. At this moment, both parties engaged in a contest of capital, where Lei Hao found himself at a disadvantage. Such a fierce confrontation unfolded on foreign territory, causing the management of Nanyang Mining to feel a wave of anxiety. In Nanyang City, the headquarters of Nanyang Mining, several senior executives in the Securities Investment Department gathered, smoking and frowning as they observed the battle. Damn it, they are shorting our company stock, one exclaimed. If this continues, the Securities Regulatory Commission might revoke our margin trading qualifications. Another added, if only we had acted 6 months ago, we could have dealt a heavy blow to our opponent. A sigh escaped the chairman of Nanyang Mining, Fei Yidong, as he remarked, let us not dwell on the past. Where would we find substantial liquidity now? The banks are pressing for repayment. Who is defending the stock? He continued, enough of this. We must devise strategies to reverse the company's downturn. Nanyang Mining, despite being situated in the less accessible Central West region of China, was initially thriving due to a purportedly long-lasting mining area. As domestic demand surged, Nanyang Mining began to expand, acquiring various equipment and personnel, and the output from the mines steadily increased. Then, abruptly, the mines were depleted. Indeed, the once promising mining area turned out to be a mirage. A harsh slap from fate left the company in disarray. Equipment purchases were financed through loans, and staff required salaries. Maintenance and depreciation costs, coupled with the asset impairment caused by the sudden changes in the mining area, led this once flourishing company, valued at over 20 billion, into dire straits. Sitting in his chair, Fei Yidong appeared vacant, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a newspaper, the Nanyang Daily, its headline startling. Nanyang, my mother who gave me life. Have you ceased to care for me? For a small city in the Midwest, the decline of a once 20 billion company was catastrophic, and the burden felt heavy on the shoulders of local-born Fei Yidong. If an outsider can believe, why can't I? He thought. Nanyang has minds. It must have minds. Fei Yidong became fixated, convinced that things couldn't get worse. It's my responsibility. I will bear it. Hello, Mr. Smith. I have made my decision. We will explore both established and new mining areas. Yes, I understand the odds are slim. Fei Yidong dialed the phone. A call he had originally planned to make the following Monday. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Hao had subtly altered the future. His thoughts solely focused on the battle against an unknown adversary in the stock market. At 2:50 p.m. on April 15th, everyone in the Thunder No. 1 project team, including Lei Hao, was sweating profusely. Within a mere 70 minutes, Lei Hao placed as many as 10 orders, each for 10,000 shares, totaling over 100 million. The tension among his colleagues was palpable. In the Shanghai market, Qingyu from Qingyu Investment was equally taken aback by Lei Hao's ferocity, over 100 million in 70 minutes. Such an aggressive style left even the seasoned Qingyu alarmed. What a lunatic! Qingyu cursed inwardly. To short such a substantial amount in such a short time increases the risk exponentially, leaving me with little room to maneuver. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Eni Securities, others silently monitored the developments. In this confined battleground, the clash of billions in capital allowed Lei Hao to feel the edges of the stage for the first time. And he was not without opportunities to take center stage. By 3 p.m., as the stock market closed, the Securities Regulatory Commission finally revealed the truth. The shareholder list of Nanyang Mining showed that the Thunder No. 1 asset management plan had acquired 417 shares, placing it among the top 15 shareholders. This revelation caused a stir. Those unfamiliar with the Thunder No. 1 asset management plan began to investigate, discovering a jaw-dropping performance, an annual return nearing 100 in less than a month. Who was this anomaly about to emerge? As they delved deeper into the Thunder No. 1 asset management plan, industry insiders pieced together the puzzle. Eni Security Star Project, led by the granddaughter of Chiu Xiangnan, the talented Chiu Yuding, was reportedly managed by a vocational school graduate who had successfully navigated futures trading, invested in Xianghe liquor industry, and shorted the real estate development sector, each time hitting the mark. In just over half a month, an initial investment of 30 million had nearly doubled to 60 million. Why didn't TI invest back then? Yet, when it came to holding shares in Nanyang Mining, calculations revealed that the Thunder No. 1 project team could wield no more than 20 million at present. That opponent shorting the stock still has significant reserves. Lei Hao is surely in for a lesson, they thought. As the market closed, Nanyang Mining's stock price stood at 10.42, with the project team holding 10 million shares at a cost of 10.40, currently in profit. With margin trading capabilities, they projected a usable capital of over 14.97 million for the following Monday, as Zhao Liken reported the day's operations. Aside from Lei Hao, the others in the project team gasped in disbelief. In a flash, our available funds have dwindled to less than 15 million? How can we contend with that clear opponent shorting the stock next week? No worries. 15 million will suffice for a day if we are careful. Lei Hao smiled, recognizing that today marked his first encounter with a specific adversary. In the stock market, akin to a battlefield, reaching a certain level of capital would inevitably lead one to face equally formidable opponents. This was an unavoidable reality, one Lei Hao embraced with eagerness. Eager to discover the extent of his capabilities given his advantage of foresight. Who was this opponent? What would they do next week? If they lower the stock price, to what extent would it fall? How should he respond? A flurry of questions raced through Lei Hao's mind, while the rest of the project team held their breath in anticipation. Lei, my manager, I just advised you to play it safe, and here you are, creating a little explosion. I'm truly impressed, Chiu Yuding remarked as she entered the project team's office, her voice tinged with exasperation. She had just arranged media coverage to promote the Thunder No. 1 project, but was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. However, noticing Lei Hao deep in thought, she lowered her voice considerably, clearly reluctant to disturb him. I can't control you, but the headquarters has spoken. If you need, I can temporarily assign a few people to assist you, and we can slightly increase your credit account limit. People would be beneficial to discuss strategies. But I don't need the increased limit. The opponent is shorting the stock, and the downside won't be significant. Having a few more people to brainstorm would be helpful, but I truly do not require any increase in limits, Lei Hao replied. Short selling involves borrowing shares from a brokerage to sell, creating selling pressure that can drive down the stock price. However, there are inherent risks. If Nanyang Mining does not release negative news, Lei Hao had no concerns about a drastic price drop. Simply put, significant declines create profit opportunities for the brokerage, leading to potential buying. Just be wary of being trapped. Even soft losses can drain resources, Chiyo Yuding remarked, subtly critiquing Lei Hao's approach today. Before fully grasping the capabilities of his competitors, Lei Hao had already allocated a substantial portion of the project team's funds into the venture. Such an audacious maneuver left many astounded, akin to an army expending nearly all its ammunition at the onset of battle. If the anticipated market conditions do not materialize, I would rather liquidate my holdings, Lei Hao remarked with a smile. What anticipated market conditions? What do you believe will transpire with Nanyang Mining? Reflecting on Lei Hao's previous operations, it was not only Chiyo Yuding who posed the question, but even Zhou Junyun and Zhao Liqing, who leaned in with keen interest. Take a guess. As his confidence blossomed, Lei Hao, who once viewed Chiyo Yuding as residing on a lofty pedestal, now felt emboldened to jest casually. Manager, new documents. Lin Lirui interjected at just the right moment, handing the file to Lei Hao, a vague sense of unease stirring within her. Upon receiving the document, Lei Hao perused its contents, and the first piece of information invigorated him. Nanyang Mining had intensified its exploration efforts in the mining region. So soon? Well, perhaps not too soon. Under normal circumstances, it would be quite typical for Nanyang Mining to commence exploration today and announce favorable news by next Thursday. As he continued to sift through the document, an array of information regarding Nanyang Mining flashed before his eyes. The lament of Nanyang City, its unchecked exploitation of nature, ultimately provoking retribution. The crucial link in Nanyang City's economic chain cannot rely on the whims of the heavens. Nanyang Mining might consider divesting in profitable ventures, with layoffs looming ominously. Lei Hao scoffed at some of this information. He understood well the plight of a small place like Nanyang City, lacking any substantial conditions. It merely yielded a mining site. Now that the resources had been exhausted, to assert that nature was retaliating was merely a hollow proclamation. Furthermore, whether retribution would occur was debatable. Based on insights from his colleagues, Lei Hao was acutely aware that this exploration by Nanyang Mining would undoubtedly yield favorable outcomes, which was also the reason he had nearly depleted his resources in a short span. To be prudent, I'll allocate the remaining funds for stockpiling on Monday. I am curious to see the expressions on my competitors' faces when they encounter this good news, Lei Hao said, narrowing his eyes with satisfaction. Just as he felt assured of his victory, he heard Chiyo Yuding's phone ring. Upon answering, her expression grew increasingly peculiar. The headquarters is sending personnel over, she stated. Uncertain whether to laugh or cry, they request to participate in the project team meeting over the next 2 days. That's quite an imposition, Lei Hao remarked, his expression reflecting his bewilderment. The following 2 days fell on the weekend, when the stock market would be closed, thus providing ample preparation time for the Thundernell. One project team. Yet, Lei Hao had no intention of convening a meeting. If Nanyang Mining did not release any unfavorable news, he intended to enjoy his weekend. What then? Was the purpose of the headquarters visit? Perhaps they assumed the project team was in disarray? It was no wonder they thought so. Observing the state of the project team, Lei Hao quickly comprehended the headquarters' concerns. Including Chiyo Yuding, Thunder No. 1 comprised only 6 members, with Chiyo Yuding's management background lacking in specialization. Lei Hao and Jiang Hui were merely novices with associate degrees, while Lin Lirui and Zhao Liqing were practically negligible. From the headquarters' perspective, Zhou Junyun was the only person deserving of their trust. Who is coming? Lei Hao inquired with curiosity. I'm not sure. I suspect representatives from the Research Institute, Asset Management Department, Proprietary Trading Department, and Investment Banking Department are eager to make an impression, Chiyo Yuding replied, somewhat exasperated. The flight from Hu City to Fayong City takes 3 hours. We should prepare to pick them up. Absolutely. We must extend a warm welcome to our guests. Lei Hao replied with a smile, though other thoughts began to surface in his mind. Chiyo Yuding, evidently understanding Lei Hao's intentions, felt an increasing sense of dread. She glanced at Lin Lirui and Zhao Liqing, whom they had recruited from Han Linghui, and helplessly asked, "What scheme are you concocting?" "I am a native of Fuzhou, renowned for my hospitality," Lei Hao asserted earnestly, hinting at his intentions. Of course, if the visitors find our Yaoshan district office preferable to the headquarters, we must respect the opinions of talented individuals. Cough, cough. Zhou Junyun coughed from the side. Haha, Zhao Liqing laughed. Giggle, Lin Lirui chimed in. Clearly aware of Lei Hao's nature, merely observing the origins of the current members of Thunder No. 1 would reveal that Manager Lei was quite adept at pilfering talent. Indeed, Lei Hao was intent on recruiting more personnel. While the current team of 6 sufficed under normal circumstances, he sensed a need for additional hands, especially in operations that involved short-selling entire sectors, where Zhao Liqing struggled to keep up. Many opportunities for technical arbitrage were regrettably forsaken due to a lack of manpower. And while others might remain oblivious, Lei Hao was acutely aware of his project team's promising prospects. The funds for Thunder Number 1 would inevitably swell like a rolling snowball. And he preferred to act preemptively. Waiting until the team faced shortages before attempting to recruit would be too late. If you can afford it, I support you. Qiu Yuding reflected before swiftly aligning with Lei Hao's plans. As the general manager of the Yangshan district office, she was eager for the project team to expand rapidly under Lei Hao's stewardship. The manager has the final say. Zhao Liqing and the others concurred, demonstrating Lei Hao's esteemed position within the project team. Rest assured, we will earn our keep according to the work we undertake, Lei Hao reassured them, addressing their primary concern with a sense of confidence. He continued, to ensure our guests from the headquarters feel at home. We must extend our warmest hospitality and showcase our best selves. Manager, our pride has already become hard to contain, Lin Lurui quipped with a smile. Do not become overly complacent. The individuals dispatched from the headquarters are all elites. Only by impressing them can we hope to recruit talent, Qiu Yuding cautioned. I am not interested in just anyone, Lei Hao retorted, before conferring with Qiu Yuding to finalize the arrangements for receiving their guests. At precisely 8 p.m., Lei Hao, accompanied by the project team members, Qiu Yuding, Zhou Junyun, and a colleague from the general office, awaited the arrival of the headquarters personnel at the airport. Their flight had departed at 5:35 p.m. and was scheduled to land at 8 p.m. In the realm of securities, one could not overlook the impressive attire of the arrivals. Each individual donned formal attire. Standing beside Zhou Junyun, Lei Hao, flanked by several employees, created a cinematic atmosphere as they awaited the guests at the arrival gate. 3 individuals approached, all dressed in suits, carrying briefcases and engaged in lighthearted conversation. The one in the center waved gently at Qiu Yuding from a distance. Unbeknownst to Lei Hao, their discussion already revolved around him and the Yangshan district office. Is that Lei Hao standing beside Qiu Yuding? Inquired Chang Zhao, who held a bachelor's degree in architecture and was currently serving as a deputy manager in a project at Yingyi Securities' proprietary trading department. Only the individual on the right, Lan Shiji, remained silent, a finance graduate returning from the United States. He worked as a trader in the proprietary trading department at Yingyi Securities and was known for his reticence. Young people these days are truly audacious. To throw away $1 billion like that, astonishing, Chang Zhao remarked. Come on, Lao Zhang, don't you wish to join? I would relish such opportunities every day, came the reply. Ha ha, indeed. If we emerge victorious, we gain a notch in our credentials. If we falter, we shall treat it as if it never transpired. Truly, Brother Chang perceives the situation with remarkable clarity. Speaking of which, Manager Qiu's request for a favor. Will you grant it, old Zhong? Chang Zhao inquired once more. Zhong Kaishan blinked and replied, Brother Chang, what do you think? One is a potential successor, a distinguished overseas elite, while the other is a novice with a shaky position. Naturally, I must side with justice. A chuckle escaped them as they exchanged knowing smiles, though Lan Shiji, walking beside them, felt a sense of helplessness. Indifferent to the unfolding drama. Unaware of this exchange, Lei Hao maintained his smile as the trio approached. After Chang Zhao and Qiu Yuding shook hands with Zhou Junyun, Lei Hao extended his hand, intent on introducing himself, only for the other party to feign ignorance and raise their voice to all, exclaiming, Thank you for your hard work. The atmosphere shifted abruptly. Zhang Kaishan, witnessing this scene, smiled at Lei Hao, seemingly eager to mend the mood. Suppressing his displeasure, Lei Hao silently noted Chang Zhao in his little black book, as he prepared to greet Zhang Kaishan. He was infuriated when the latter abruptly turned his expression and raised his hand to greet everyone in the department, saying, Truly, thank you all for your hard work. Lei Hao's mood soured tremendously. Chapter 73, Strategy. When it came to Lan Shiji's turn, Lei Hao extended his hand once more. Yet his stern expression signaled to all who knew him that a volcanic eruption was imminent. To Lei Hao's surprise, the seemingly unapproachable Lan Shiji extended his hand in return. Introducing himself, I am Lan Shiji, the trader. Predictably, Lan Shiji smiled and shook his head, remaining stationary, indicating his intention to follow the group. Is this how Manager Lei receives guests? Chang Zhao complained first, while Zhong Kaishan stood by, silently mocking. No, thus far, I regard Mr. Lan merely as a guest. You two are not my guests. Regardless of the circumstances, Lei Hao was not one to be insulted without response. He coldly retorted, Trust me, soon you will recognize the difference. Qiu Yuding felt embarrassed, yet she also harbored some anger towards Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan for making Lei Hao uncomfortable in her presence, as they clearly dismissed the Yangshan district office. Perhaps Xiao Chang and Xiao Zhong are unfamiliar with Manager Lei. Come, let me introduce you. Zhou Junyun attempted to mediate. Mr. Zhou, do you truly believe I would entertain such remarks? Lei Hao interjected, striding towards the parking structure, passing by Zhao Liken, Lin Lirui, and Jiang Huizi. He coldly uttered 3 words. We are leaving. The 3 from the headquarters could hardly fathom that among the 7 sent to greet them at the airport, Lei Hao could take 3 away without even consulting Qiu Yuding. The atmosphere felt off. Ah, you two, the office is not the same as the headquarters. Zhou Junyun shook his head, then glanced at Qiu Yuding, although he felt an urge to follow Lei Hao. Let us go, Qiu Yuding said, throwing a half-smile at Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan, leading everyone towards the parking structure. Outside, indeed, Lei Hao, Lin Lirui, and Jiang Huizi stood at the entrance of the parking structure, while Zhao Liken appeared to be retrieving a vehicle. The sequence of events had been entirely disrupted. A colleague from the comprehensive department steeled himself to retrieve the car keys and entered the parking structure. Shortly thereafter, a vehicle worth approximately 2 million emerged. The driver was none other than Zhao Liken. This vehicle had been borrowed by Lei Hao, perfectly accommodating the 3 from headquarters along with Lei Hao, Qiu Yuding, and Zhou Junyun. Lei Hao opened the car door, allowing Lin Lirui and Jiang Huizi to enter first, before turning to Qiu Yuding, inquiring, will you ride in my car? Manager Qiu, or opt for another. After a brief hesitation, Qiu Yuding entered the car. Lei Hao then turned his gaze to Zhou Junyun, who shook his head and also climbed in. Mr. Lan? Lei Hao asked with a smile, but upon seeing Lan Shiji shake his head, he merely nodded in polite understanding before shutting the door with a resounding thud. Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan wore ashen expressions. They never anticipated that Qiu Yuding and Zhou Junyun would side with Lei Hao. The comprehensive department colleagues' arrival in a modest, low-end vehicle only deepened their chagrin. No need. We'll take a taxi, Chang Zhao declared coldly. Yes, let's handle our accommodation ourselves, Zhong Kaishan concurred, confirming that they were not financially challenged. Only Lan Shiji shrugged. Seemingly indifferent, yet deep within, a peculiar amusement flickered. Manager Lei, are you satisfied? In the other vehicle, Qiu Yuding shot a sidelong glance at Lei Hao, remarking, your temper is quite formidable. It seems the upcoming meetings will be quite the spectacle. Meetings? As the project manager, my presence is not required. What meetings will you hold? Lei Hao feigned confusion, asking Qiu Yuding, are you attempting to dismiss me? If only I could. That would save me a great deal of trouble in cleaning up your mess, Qiu Yuding half complained, half reassured, adding, unfortunately, if I did that, the investors would come knocking with knives drawn. Haha, Manager Qiu, you jest. Our manager is quite capable. Isn't the office benefiting from this? Lin Lirui staunchly supported Lei Hao. The people from headquarters may not be as capable as they believe. Their arrogance is notable. Cough, cough. Zhou Junyun cleared his throat. And Lin Lirui promptly turned to the elder with a playful demeanor. But Mr. Zhou is different. You are esteemed and would never stoop to their level. What a pity. Our reserved meals and presidential suite. Jiang Huizi smirked. I wonder if we can get a refund? Enough. We'll dine ourselves and manage our own accommodations. For the next couple of days, let us eat well and rest well. Come Monday, we'll hit the ground running, Lei Hao declared casually. To attract talent, he had already invested significantly, so now he could only let the project team enjoy themselves. Cheers erupted in the vehicle as everyone swiftly cast aside the unpleasantness of the airport encounter. It was merely a conflict, a trivial matter. For 2 consecutive days, Lei Hao treated the project team members to the presidential suite, relishing lavish meals and indulging in the hotel's recreational facilities, while the trio from headquarters found themselves sidelined, unable to locate any members of the Thunder Eye Project team at the office. In such circumstances, it was evident that Lei Hao's relationship with Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan would not flourish. Should any harmony arise, it would surely be a rare occurrence. On the morning of Monday, April 18th, at 8:30, Lei Hao arrived with the project team members, observing Qiu Yuding, Lan Shiji, Chang Zhao, and Zhong Kaishan already seated in the conference room. Lei Hao flashed a smile, apologizing solely to Qiu Yuding and Lan Shiji. Manager Qiu, Mr. Lan, I apologize for neglecting to inform you. Our project team has always convened at 8:30. I have now witnessed the hospitality of the Yangshan district office. Chang Zhao coldly remarked before anyone could respond. Zhong Kaishan chimed in mockingly, Brother Chang, let us not be too harsh. Manager Lei is new and still learning the ropes. Indeed, after all, he has only been in the field for a year. Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan exchanged barbs in unison. Lei Hao listened to their taunts, and after signaling for the project team members to take their seats, he spread his hands, asking, may I inquire if I permitted you two to attend this meeting? Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan were on the verge of rising to confront Lei Hao. They were experts, seasoned professionals with relevant bachelor's degrees aligned with Nanyang mining, and dispatched by the headquarters. Did they not qualify to participate in the meeting? Manager Lei, time is of the essence. Let us commence the meeting, Lan Shiji interjected, his tone suggesting an attempt to ease the tension among colleagues, though it was evident that time was running short. With merely an hour until the market opened, the project team was facing a monumental battle involving hundreds of millions in capital, and everyone needed to rally their spirits and swiftly transition into work mode. Lei Hao, acknowledging Lan Shiji's sentiment, surveyed the expressions of those present before stating, "My strategy is to delay." Chapter 74, a challenge to combat delay? Upon hearing this from Lei Hao, everyone grasped the general nature of the task at hand. Difficult, Zhou Junyan remarked, shaking his head. Manager Lei, it is exceedingly challenging to maintain a price point of 1040. Manager, we have merely 14.97 million in funds, Zhao Liken added, equally concerned about the predicament. Meanwhile, Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan remained silent, seated and awaiting Lei Hao's potential misstep. Maintaining the stock price of Nanyang Mining with 15 million in capital was feasible in the past, but now, there were short sellers involved. The opposing side possessed substantial resources, far beyond what 15 million could counteract. If Lei Hao faltered, hesitant funds would inevitably join the fray, leading the Thunder No. 1 project team to face losses projected between 2 and 5, in the realm of hundreds of millions. A few percentage points in losses equated to millions, compounded by interest on financing and the baseline return on project funds, leading to a significant financial reckoning. Old Zhao, how long can you stabilize the stock price? Lei Hao, seemingly unperturbed, acknowledged that he could withstand a few percentage points of losses and did not believe the funds would be trapped indefinitely. He regarded this battle more as a learning opportunity. If all goes well, perhaps just over a day. If the opponent is too fierce, we might not last even half a day. Recalling the previous Friday's events, Zhao Liken felt a lack of confidence. Lei Hao nodded and turned to Lan Shiji, inquiring, "Mr. Lan, as a trader, how much time can you secure for me? Only to stabilize? No liquidation? No reserve funds? Can I independently determine the strategy?" After receiving affirmative answers from Lei Hao to his rapid-fire questions, Lan Shiji confidently replied, 3 days. Upon hearing this figure, Lei Hao's eyes sparkled with approval, recognizing Lan Shiji's elite status as a representative from the headquarters, truly outshining Zhao Liken by miles. In truth, numerous avenues remained open for maneuvering. Lan Shiji, maintaining a stoic demeanor, noted Zhao Liken's discomfort before explaining, "For instance, we could allow the stock price to drop, revealing the profit margins for the bulls. Moreover, we are not precluded from shorting the stock ourselves, utilizing the funds acquired to elevate the price before closing. This would simplify matters considerably." Manager Lei may have overlooked a key point. Chang Zhao interjected at this juncture, stating, "Our objective should be to withdraw funds safely. We need not steadfastly hold the stock price. With a significant disparity in power, the best outcome would be to avoid losses and effectuate a retreat." Zhong Kaishan added with a sneer, "Stabilizing the stock price? Huh. I have little faith in Nanyang Mining. Are you suggesting I concede defeat?" Lei Hao found himself increasingly displeased with Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan. Have faith in Nanyang Mining? Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan exchanged glances and burst into laughter before simultaneously questioning, "On what grounds?" Nanyang Mining. Its very name suggests a connection to mining, yet it has none left. What prospects remain? Are we relying on the 2 old mines that are on the verge of closure? Chang Zhao scoffed. Zhong Kaishan showcased his expertise, rattling off a series of mineral resource statistics before continuing. The likelihood of discovering new mines in Nanyang Mining's areas is exceedingly slim. And even that infinitesimal chance has already been factored into its stock price. Therefore, in the short to medium term, it is viewed unfavorably. Only after it divests most of its businesses, using the disposed assets to offset some debt, and undergoes layoffs will its stock price stabilize, Chang Zhao summarized. This time frame could span 6 months to a year, certainly not in the short term. Are you prepared to leave your funds in limbo, waiting for losses? Or to linger for a year or 2 in hopes of breaking even? How will you liquidate then? This is a 34 stake, Zhong Kaishan added. To leave funds idle in the stock market incurs costs. To outsiders, it appeared that Lei Hao's best option was to amplify capital input, flexing muscle to the short sellers and reaching a tacit agreement to exit the market. This scenario resembled small units encountering the main force of the enemy, momentarily holding the line until reinforcements arrived, at which point both parties would recognize that continued conflict would yield mutual destruction, leading to a withdrawal. Have faith in Nanyang Mining? Awaiting favorable news? That is akin to Zhuge Liang borrowing the eastern wind, should the wind fail to favor Zhouyu. It would be akin to locking away the 2 Qiao sisters in the depths of the Copper Sparrow Tower. At the end of March, while others believed the weather was fine, I sensed otherwise and entered a long position in sugar futures, closing in early April with a profit of 38. Lei Hao observed Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan with a cold gaze, continuing, in early April, when most considered Xianghe liquor industry to lack potential, I disagreed. Initiated a long position and fortuitously closed the next trading day with a profit of 38. On April 12th, I took a bearish stance on the real estate development sector. Entering a short position that day, it climbed for 2 consecutive days, and everyone thought I was making a mistake, yet I persevered, and ultimately, it fell. Yielding a profit of 42 million, how much is that based on a 30 million base? Lan Shiji expressed admiration, envisioning himself leading a project and achieving significant success in the securities market. However, Zhong Kaishan and Chang Zhao felt somewhat disheartened, suddenly recalling that Thunder No. 1 was no ordinary project team. It was a stellar project team that commanded respect nationally. Indeed, while Lei Hao may have had a lower educational background and less experience, his impressive track record left them hesitant to counter his assertions. Tell me, why can't I have faith in Nanyang Mining? Lei Hao provocatively questioned Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan. Both felt a pang of frustration. Chang Zhao, as the deputy manager of the project team, could cite comparable instances of returns, albeit over a much longer time frame than Lei Hao's, while Zhong Kaishan, a member of the research institute, had no corresponding achievements to showcase. From a professional standpoint, Nanyang Mining's future prospects cannot be deemed favorable, Zhong Kaishan finally managed to say, his voice considerably subdued. Chang Zhao feigned calmness, remarking, Manager Lei is young and accomplished, but luck does not always favor one. You say I am lucky? Fine. The sugar futures incident was indeed fortunate, I concede. The Xianghe liquor industry was also luck. I accept that too. The real estate sector? Luck again, I acknowledge it for the 3rd time. But this time with Nanyang Mining, how about you both wager against me? Let us see if luck is indeed at play. Lei Hao raised 3 fingers, fixing his gaze on Chang, Zhao, and Zhong Kaishan. Chapter 75. Standoff in the stock market. People change. When Lei Hao first possessed future information, his vision was limited. However, after achieving results leading Thunder No. 1, he now confidently pounded the table before Chang, Zhao, and Zhong Kaishan. Manager Lei, what shall the wager be? I do not believe I will lose. Chang Zhao, unfazed, inquired, what shall we stake? Count me in. Zhong Kaishan chimed in with a cold smile, asserting, the problems with Nanyang Mining are deeply entrenched. There is no possibility for significant gains. Within a week, if my holdings of Nanyang Mining shares incur a loss, even a single dime, I shall concede defeat. Conversely, if my profit exceeds 5, I shall claim victory. Lei Hao discreetly set a trap for the 2 individuals, suggesting that if they were to lose, they would publicly acknowledge their lack of discernment on platforms like Weibo and WeChat, misjudging the market trends. Conversely, he would humbly attribute any success to mere luck rather than skill. Without a second thought, Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan readily agreed. A week, merely 5 trading days, seemed insufficient for Nanyang Mining to turn the tide, and for Lei Hao to evade losses felt akin to climbing a steep mountain. Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan could find no justification for defeat. Thus, the agreement was forged. After casually laying out the terms, Lei Hao shifted his gaze towards Lan Shiji, smiling as he proposed a wager. Mr. Lan, would you care to join me in a bet? I never gamble, Lan Shiji replied, shaking his head. Same conditions apply. If I win, you will remain with the Thunder Project Group for a month. If I lose, the terms are entirely negotiable, Lei Hao stated with earnestness. A few muted chuckles echoed in the meeting room, emanating from team members whose eyes wandered towards Zhou Junyun, evidently contemplating the implications of this arrangement. A month of assistance? Once he arrives, he wouldn't want to leave. Lei, the affluent, would certainly inform the headquarters about the benefits of attracting talent with financial incentives. Anything is permissible? Lan Shiji's eyes brightened, envisioning the clientele Lei Hao possessed, his mind brimming with aspirations of leading independent projects. Not everyone shared Lei Hao's fortune. For someone like Lan Shiji, a bachelor's degree holder, even a Ritterni elite, steering a project proved to be fraught with challenges. He had toiled for 3 to 4 years and still struggled to secure funding. I accept your wager. Upon seeing Lei Hao nod, Lan Shiji quickly acquiesced, adding, and rest assured, I will not manipulate the operations in any way. I believe Mr. Lan would not, Lei Hao replied, not overthinking the matter. Perhaps subconsciously. He had never feared others would resort to underhanded tactics. It seemed inconsequential to him. While Lei Hao remained unfazed, Qiu Yuding and Zhou Junyun felt this was sheer folly. With formidable challenges ahead, as project manager, Lei Hao's decision to pit his 3 aides against one another appeared reckless. Yet, having witnessed Lei Hao's antics before, Qiu Yuding and Zhou Junyun could only sit silently, seeking solace in the notion of manager Lei's boundless fortune. The meeting continued, with Lei Hao setting the tone, and the team swiftly devised a plan, which he ultimately endorsed, providing direction for the day's endeavors. At 9:15 a.m., the collective bidding commenced, with two individuals occupying the trading area, Lan Shiji taking the lead and Zhao Liken as his assistant, both armed with 14.97 million in funds to battle Qingyu investment. The current price displayed in the collective bidding was determined by trading volume rather than real-time transactions. If the opposition sought to lower prices, it merely meant amplifying the trading volume at lower price points. Even self-trading was a possibility. Lan Shiji, attentive and considerate, took the opportunity to educate Zhao Liken while monitoring the market, clearly preparing to extend a favor to Lei Hao. As Lan Shiji elucidated, the stock price of Nanyang Mining fluctuated, and with each shift, he accurately predicted the movements, reaping small profits that showcased his high-level expertise. Let them pressure us. We will treat the previous trading day's holdings as individual assets, utilizing liquid funds and quotas for some technical arbitrage. If the situation turns unfavorable, we can retain more funds to elevate the closing price, perhaps even ending with a positive close, Lei Hao mused, standing in the office area as he absorbed Lan Shiji's explanations, his desire to recruit the rival growing. In a project group as active as Thunder No. 1, a trader like Lan Shiji could undoubtedly generate value far exceeding his compensation, while also mentoring newcomers and participating in information analysis, an opportunity that was exceedingly rare. Nanyang Mining opened at 10.32, down 0.95, with a cost price of 10.40, currently incurring a loss. Zhao Liken, learning from Lan Shiji, commenced the first bid at 9:30 a.m. Last Friday, Nanyang Mining's closing price was 10.42, with the project group's acquisition cost at 10.40. Now, it opened at 10.32, indicating that Lei Hao's invested funds had evaporated by 800,000 within a mere 15 minutes. At 9:30 a.m., Lei Hao maintained a calm demeanor, even offering a cigarette to those in the office area. As he smoked, he intently watched the market while absorbing insights from Zhou Junyun and Lan Shiji, quietly gathering knowledge of the securities market. As the market officially opened, the anticipated outcome unfolded. A strong bearish pressure drove Nanyang Mining's stock price down to around 10.20 within a mere 10 minutes, with a plethora of sell orders looming, seemingly tempting Lei Hao to take the plunge. Lei Hao was quite pleased with Lan Shiji's approach, facing a significant disparity in strength. The trader's ability to toy with the opponent's mindset was indeed impressive. In the Shanghai market, Thunder No. 1 strategy caught Qingyu off guard. He had initially perceived Lei Hao as an unflinching tiger, only to discover a venomous snake once the battle commenced, leaving him utterly vexed. President Qin, the stock price continues to trend downward, but the buying pressure is insufficient. We cannot buy back the securities, the trader reported. I know. Qinyu glared fiercely at the trader, his mind in turmoil. Is he waiting? Can he hold his ground? What do those hungry wolves surrounding us signify? When will they make their move? Qinyu's mind raced, unconsciously consuming several cigarettes, cursing the reckless funds and the securities companies involved. Were it not for them, the stock price would undoubtedly have plummeted further. President Qin, someone is accumulating shares, but the effort is minimal, the trader called out again. Ignore them. Damn it, those bastards. Qinyu barked, then pondered. The objective of suppressing Thunder No. 1 has been achieved, and I still hold some profits on my ledger. Let us just drag this out. Thus, Qinyu resolved to stall, while Lei Hao also bided his time. Nanyang Mining's stock price hovered beneath 10.20, and if no one dared to absorb Qinyu's sell orders at 10.20, the stock would settle in that range. Chapter 76. Half-day interest on April 18th, Monday. At 10 o'clock a.m., the stock market had been open for half an hour, and the battlefield of Nanyang Mining left all spectators disheartened. The anticipated fierce clash failed to materialize. Its stock price remained steadfastly anchored below 10.20, with trading volume pitifully low. Clear the buy orders and depress the price, Lei Hao suddenly declared, his patience waning after the prolonged calm. More importantly, as he observed the market's tranquility, a sense of unease crept into Lei Hao's heart. What if Nanyang Mining announced favorable news now? Wouldn't that mean forfeiting my last chance to enter? Lan Shiji found himself somewhat skeptical of Lei Hao's strategy, yet he complied with the orders, utilizing the margin to depress the stock price. After pushing it down to 1,010, they finally encountered substantial buying interest at 1,005. At 1,006, put out all available funds. If he dares to sell at this price, I will go all in. Lei Hao fixated on the 1,006 mark, uttering words that caught everyone off guard. Lan Shiji fought against his instinct to resist, but ultimately followed the directive. As the price reached 1,006, Lei Hao deployed over 1 million in available funds. However, after settling the margin, this amount would be available again for further action, combined with his previous capital, enabling him to purchase 16,000 lots at the 1,006 price. Suddenly, the buy orders at 1,006 surged by 16,000 lots. indicating that someone was prepared to invest $16 million to take the position. Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan, witnessing Lei Hao's maneuver, felt a surge of delight. As long as Lei Hao invests all his capital and credit limits, the only way for him to regain funds would be to sell a portion of his holdings or perhaps request an increase in the credit account limit from the headquarters. The former would require him to incur losses, while the latter necessitates appealing to the main office. Yet, there lies another issue. Will the opposition absorb these buy orders? If they are unaware of Lei Hao's financial capacity, they would likely adopt a wait-and-see approach. Minutes passed, and neither side made a move. Lei Hao's buy orders remained untouched by his adversaries. Thunderbolt No. 1 had approximately $16 million remaining in funds, and the recent purchases were placed by Lei Hao. In the hospital ward, Feng Pide finally confirmed this information after persistent inquiries, promptly turning around to sell Lei Hao out. In the Shanghai market, Qin Yu received the information from Feng Pide and corroborated its accuracy through other channels, instantly sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Eliminate all buy orders at 1006. Qin Yu commanded without delay. With ample funds at Qin Yu Investment, the trader efficiently absorbed the buy orders. Qin Yu then instructed, place a sell order of 1,000 lots at 1010 to suppress this price, while accumulating more shares below it. The operations were executed swiftly, and Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction, confident in his control over the situation. Thunderbolt No. 1's funds had been completely depleted, making a turnaround impossible, as long as no unforeseen incidents arose. Qin Yu was assured he could keep the stock price of Nanyang Mining below 1010. Maintaining this state for a while would allow him to leverage his connections to prevent Thunderbolt No. 1 from promoting Ingyi Securities too vigorously. Once the collaboration between both parties was finalized, he could then facilitate a successful outcome for Thunderbolt No. 1, achieving a perfect resolution. Unbeknownst to Lei Hao, his financial capacity was fully disclosed to others. Upon witnessing his buy orders being consumed, he felt a mix of confusion and regret, yet also a sense of relief. Nanyang Mining's current price stood at 1009, with the project team holding 11,508,700 shares at a cost price of 1,034 per share, occupying an amount of 118,999,958 yuan. The project team originally possessed 59,503,357 yuan in funds, with an equal amount for margin trading. The total remaining was a mere 6,756 yuan. Zhao Liken reported as usual, but his voice unconsciously dwindled as he reached the final figure. What can 6,756 yuan accomplish? It barely covers the monthly salary of a white-collar worker in Yancheng. Yet for the Thunderbolt No. 1 project team, this was an insignificantly small amount. To speak of the interest for margin trading, Ingyi Securities currently charged an annual interest rate of 8.7 for margin financing and 10.7 for short selling. This translates to a daily interest of approximately 238 yuan per 10,000 yuan borrowed. So let's round it to 238 yuan. Given that Lei Hao's borrowing was over 59 million, we can estimate it at 59 million for calculation purposes. Based on the daily interest of 238 yuan per 10,000 yuan, he would owe the company 14,042 yuan daily in interest. The 6,756 yuan wouldn't even cover half a day's worth of interest. Clearly, everyone in the office was taken aback by this figure. Even Chang Zhao and Zhang Kaishan had never witnessed such a ruthless approach, which left no room for maneuver. What should be done next? All eyes turned to Lei Hao, pondering this question. Execute minimal operations, engage in technical arbitrage, and lower costs. Remember, I need positions. I don't care about the price. I need positions. Lei Hao's words contained minor grammatical errors, yet the resolute tone conveyed his intent unmistakably. Positions. There must be no significant sell-offs. Maintain high levels of positions at all times. Although Lan Shiji disapproved of Lei Hao's methods as a trader, he felt invigorated by Lei Hao's bold approach, which undeniably appealed to the masculine spirit. In the office area, silence reigned, punctuated only by the rhythmic tapping of keyboards. Even Zhao Liken, who was executing trades, appeared cautious, as if fearful of disturbing the delicate curves on the screen. Everyone held their breath, and until the afternoon market opened, nothing transpired. The stock price of Nanyang Mining remained lethargically stagnant, while a small portion of the sell orders from Qin Yu Investment was consumed, suggesting that a securities company could no longer suppress its curiosity and was conducting preliminary testing. At 1:30 p.m. in Nanyang City, at the Old Mining District, Fei Yidong had skipped lunch, as did several executives beside him. Their expressions were grave. Chairman, you should eat something, Fei Yidong's assistant urged. Yes, Chairman, please eat something. Others chimed in. You all go ahead. I cannot stomach it, Fei Yidong replied, heart heavy. Having invested the last of the group's funds into exploring the mining area, a desperate gamble laden with idealism. Yet, he pondered, Nanyang, have you truly forsaken us? His eyes glistened with unshed tears. If Nanyang Mining sold off most of its assets and operations, thousands of locals would face unemployment. And the economic chain of the city would shatter, with recovery taking an agonizingly long time. Having a profound understanding of the economic ecosystem, Fei Yidong seemed to foresee the apocalypse of Nanyang. Nanyang, you can do this. In Yanqing, Lei Hao echoed Fei Yidong's sentiments, not as a prayer but with unwavering conviction. Having issued the command for a full-scale charge, his fate was now intertwined with that of Nanyang Mining. Chapter 77. Nanyang has mines at 2 p.m. The stock price of Nanyang Mining remained barely alive. In the orthopedics ward of Yanqing People's Hospital, Feng Pai wore a sinister smile, believing he had avenged himself against Lei Hao. Meanwhile, most of the personnel in the Thunderbolt No. 1 office were disheartened, as the stock price stagnated while they lacked the funds for a strategic retreat, rendering them vulnerable to exploitation. Still so young and reckless, Chang Zhao seized the opportunity to admonish Zhong Kaishan, his voice loud enough for all to hear. Charging in blindly may seem brave, but it's akin to leading sheep to the slaughter. In my opinion, it would be wiser to request the headquarters for more credit limits and retreat with minor losses, rather than being slowly bled dry, Zhong Kaishan added. Old Zhong, it's easy for you to say that. They are asset management plans. Even if they agree to raise the credit limit, it cannot be increased indefinitely, Chang Zhao retorted, engaging in a verbal spar with Zhong Kaishan. But there are alternatives. If the headquarters won't increase the limit, they could directly inject funds into the market, which would still count as reserves for the project team, Zhong Kaishan countered. Ultimately, it falls upon us to clean up this mess, Chang Zhao concluded. Listening to their conversation, Lei Hao could sense their eager expressions, waiting for him to plead for assistance. Onlookers are welcome to observe, but if you wish to chat, do not do so here. Lei Hao's gaze remained steady as he spoke, and internally, he felt no tremor of anxiety. He did not harbor any worry. Rather, he expressed gratitude towards his short-selling adversary, as they had inadvertently expedited his accumulation of positions by providing sell orders, truly a boon. What to do next? Lei Hao felt little apprehension. Instead, he was filled with firm resolve and thoughtful contemplation. He believed wholeheartedly that Nanyang Mining would rise and diligently learn from Lan Shiji's operations, considering the situation from different perspectives. Suddenly, a colleague from the comprehensive department rushed in, handing a phone in conversation to Qiu Yuding. After exchanging a few words, her expression darkened considerably. Damn, that bastard Qin. Qiu Yuding fumed, cursing before suppressing her indignation to say, the short seller is likely Qingyu from Qingyu Investment. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. As a member of Yingyi Securities, even Lei Hao possesses a certain understanding of Qingyu Investment, which is undoubtedly a formidable beast in the securities market. Not only does the Thunder No. 1 project team fear it, but even the entirety of Yingyi Securities would hesitate to withstand its onslaught. Manager Lei, it's time to withdraw? She scoffed. Qingyu dares to make a move. Yingyi Securities is not to be underestimated. As the granddaughter of the founder Qiu Xiangnan, Qiu Yuding harbors a deep-seated resentment toward Qingyu Investment. However, circumstances dictate that withdrawing funds is the most prudent course of action at this juncture. The atmosphere in the office relaxed somewhat. Facing Qingyu Investment is indeed daunting, yet it also presents opportunities. The unfavorable aspect lies in the opponent's overwhelming strength, while the favorable aspect is that an investment company must prioritize profitability. Should the parent company intervene, it is highly likely that Qingyu would retreat. Why would they withdraw? Lei Hao mused, glancing at the moribund market trend chart, a smile playing on his lips. The market is thriving. Manager Lei, stop being obstinate. Rest assured, with my uncle around, Qingyu Investment wouldn't dare go too far. Qiu Yuding lifted her chin slightly, clearly confident in her uncle's capabilities. Qiu Jinshan? Lei Hao silently contemplated. Qiu Jinshan is the current general manager of Yingyi Securities. Known for his protective nature, outsiders find him difficult to engage. If he sets his sights on something, he would certainly dare to battle Qingyu Investment to the bitter end. However, Lei Hao glanced at Qiu Yuding and sighed inwardly. Had her father, Qiu Zhenhai, still been alive, the strategy would not have revolved around a fight to the death, but rather a coalition to seize victory amidst chaos. Qiu Zhenhai, the founder of Yingyi Securities, fought valiantly during a tumultuous era in the domestic financial sector. While Qiu Xiangnan managed organizational tasks, Qiu Zhenhai led frontline battles, seizing a slice of opportunity from groups backed by the government, with many of his gains still benefiting his descendants today. Alas, the financial world was rife with turmoil, culminating in a tragic accident that claimed both his and his wife's lives. Coincidentally, after his demise, the Asian financial crisis erupted, inflicting severe damage on Yingyi Securities, which has yet to fully recover. The following year, the securities law was enacted. Contemplating these events, it becomes evident that numerous untold stories likely transpired back then. Whenever Lei Hao peruses these records, he does so with a sense of yearning. It was both the best and the worst of times. But if predecessors could achieve such feats, why should I not? They lack the foresight that I possess. Lei Hao smiled, his white teeth contrasting against his slightly red lips. I will prevail, he declared, narrowing his eyes at the computer screen, his tone resolute. Everyone fell silent, believing Lei Hao was merely daydreaming. Just as the team became engrossed in this battle, the owner of Nanyang Mining, unnoticed, remained silent, observing others fighting on his territory, powerless to resist, awaiting divine intervention. In Nanyang City, the old mining district was filled with countless individuals, resembling defendants awaiting judgment, their faces etched with numbness and despair. With the new mining district barren, who could expect to find resources after so many years in the old district? No one believed it possible. Suddenly, an expatriate, clutching in one hand and documents in the other, waved his arms as he approached Fei Yidong. Dear Fei, you may need to pay me more in dollars. Look at what I brought you. A miracle of nature. This expatriate is Smith, responsible for mineral exploration. In this field, discovering leads to increased income, and naturally, the party would not be stingy with such increments. Just like Fei Yidong now, listening to Smith's explanation, his heart raced with excitement. Nanyang Hazor. Nature played a jest on Nanyang Mining. They had tirelessly searched for new mining districts, only to discover that wealth had been hidden all along in the old district. Although the newly explored reserves remained uncertain, Fei Yidong could already calculate many possibilities based on preliminary data, while others remained unaware of the details. Nanyang Mining could capitalize on the stock market for quick profits, ensuring a substantial gain once prices rise. Fei Yidong turned his attention to financing, recalling the recent Thunderno, one asset management plan that had been accumulating positions in Nanyang Mining. Chapter 78. Did it change the future? At the Yangshan branch of Ingi Securities. While everyone believed Lei Hao was losing his mind, a sudden influx of buy orders surged for Nanyang Mining, shattering the defensive line set by Qin Yu at 1,010 and swiftly occupying the 1020 price level. Funds seemed to linger, with the market awaiting further news. It's rising. It's rising. 1020, 1020. Zhao Liken exclaimed excitedly, his mind racing as he struggled to comprehend that, under these circumstances, Lei Hao was indeed correct. Damn it. Lei Hao was right. That was Qingyu investment. With the usual capital reserve nearing $1 billion, they couldn't suppress the stock price. Was there favorable news for Nanyang Mining? Or had someone entered the fray to assist? Hold your positions. Lei Hao reflexively commanded as a thought crossed his mind. After instructing Zhao Liken, he had the opportunity to ponder. Could the market trend have begun shifting since Monday? Or was my substantial capital the catalyst for this change? If so, I must exercise caution in future operations. These thoughts flashed through Lei Hao's mind like lightning, yet he harbored excessive concerns. Even if the course of events had shifted, could the mineral deposits beneath Nanyang City simply vanish? The large transaction platform expressed acquisition intentions for 1 million shares at a price of $10.50 each. Zhou Junyun had been closely monitoring the block trading platform and immediately recognized the potential for this wave of activity. The project team currently held over 11.5 million shares of Nanyang Mining, classifying them as major shareholders. According to standard trading protocols, Lei Hao could sell at most 1 million shares of Nanyang Mining in the secondary market. Any excess would necessitate transactions through the block trading platform or other channels. Thus, the appearance of orders on the block trading platform confirmed the project team's potential for short-term profits. Not enough. Lei Hao shook his head. Although the price of $10.50 offered a profit, he did not deem it a suitable entry point, certain there was further room for appreciation. New orders at $10.63. Zhou Junyun stated, his eyes not blinking as he promptly revised, 1065, 1068, 11 yuan. Their SA buying intention at 11 yuan. Hold your positions, Lei Hao intoned gravely. He could not ascertain the extent of the rise, but the securities in hand were appreciating. The urgency lay not with him. Indeed, the anxious party was not Lei Hao, but rather Qin Yu, who was on the verge of insanity. In the Shanghai market, within the Qingyu investment office, Qin Yu had lost his usual composure. He tugged at his tie, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, watching the market trends for Nanyang Mining on the computer screen. And recalling the recent news, Qin Yu felt himself spiraling into madness. Damn it, why didn't I discover this sooner? Why must it be at this very moment? His expression was grim as he cursed the heavens internally. Had Nanyang Mining released favorable news earlier, he would have avoided shorting the stock. Had it come later, he could have gradually closed his position, buying back shares to return to the brokers. But fate had conspired against him. As he had just shorted over 100 million in stocks, this was utterly devastating. Every profit Lei Hao made now translated to Qinyu's losses. Where's the air conditioning? What are the support staff doing? It's April, and the AC is still set so low. Qinyu, filled with grievances, shouted a few commands before collapsing into his office chair, wiping the sweat-soaked frames of his glasses. President Qin, it's gone up again. It's gone up again. New funds are entering the market. Nanyang mining is rising. 1025, 1035, 1038, 1042, all in the green. It has surpassed yesterday's closing price. The trader from Qingyu Investment was also drenched in sweat. Place buy orders, seize the opportunity. Let us elevate it above 11 yuan. I am eager to observe the level of confidence the market has in it. After issuing his instructions, Qinyu suddenly felt deflated, realizing that this plan had utterly failed. With the emergence of a new mine at Nanyang Mining, the stock price, which had merely shifted from a decline to an increase, was poised to rise several percentage points, an outcome all but certain. Currently, other major investors perceived the selling pressure as insufficient, lacking adequate profit to prompt action. Thus they remained in a state of watchful waiting. Submit an intention application on the bulk trading platform and strive to close our positions, Qinyu said despondently. Since the financial crisis, he had not experienced such a sense of being crushed by the prevailing forces. After instructing the traders, Qinyu turned to his assistant standing beside him and stated, I require a comprehensive dossier on Thunder Number 1, particularly concerning Lei Hao. Investigate him thoroughly. I must see the preliminary analysis report by tonight at the latest. Investment firms have always harbored an insatiable appetite for talent. In Qinyu's mind, if Lei Hao possesses sufficient value, he would undoubtedly be generous in his bids to poach him. Those in the securities industry possess a keen sense of awareness. Qinyu is not the only one conducting investigations. Others, too, would not miss the opportunity, including Ingyi Securities, which has subtly begun to alter its attitude towards the Thunder Number 1 project team, particularly regarding Lei Hao. Regardless of luck, in April's domestic securities market, Lei Hao, at the helm of the Thunder Number 1 project team, indeed carved a path through adversity, and Qingyu Investment has significantly bolstered this remarkable achievement. Manager Lei, there's another order for 11 yuan, Zhou Junyun remarked, his tone somewhat peculiar. The other party is Qingyu Investment. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into a mix of laughter and disbelief, amused by Qingyu Investment's rapid capitulation, yet feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Just moments ago, aside from Lei Hao, the others were resigned to defeat. This realization ignited a fervor among the project team members as they gazed at Lei Hao, astonished that their modest investment of just over 100 million yuan had so thoroughly bested Qingyu Investment, compelling them to adopt a submissive stance. Yesterday's closing price was 1042. Mr. Zhou, post a selling intention at 1354, Lei Hao said with a mischievous grin. Just remember not to list too many. Let us keep it at 2 million yuan. The bulk trading platform allows for a negotiated price listing at a premium of 30, with 1354 being the peak price. Moreover, listings exceeding 300,000 shares or 2 million yuan are permissible on the bulk trading platform. By setting the highest price with the lowest quantity, Lei Hao's action seemed to tease Qingyu Investment. Manager, you are quite the rogue, Lin Lirue brought over the coffee, her voice dripping with charming allure. Those people from Qingyu Investment must be furious. I know Qingyu, he is quite shrewd, Zhou Junyun added as he submitted the intention declaration with a smile. However, this time, he is bound to be dumbfounded. Haha, after so many years as a trader, today has been my most exhilarating day. What a thrill. After Lan Shiji finished speaking, thoughts of his bet with Lei Hao surfaced in his mind. He did not seem particularly averse to conceding defeat. While Lei Hao listened to the playful banter around him, his gaze remained fixed on the market. By submitting this intention to declare, he intended to tease Qingyu Investment. Yet he harbored another purpose, to gauge the market's valuation of Nanyang Mining. At 3 p.m., when the stock market closed, Nanyang Mining reported a price of 1101, with an increase of 57. Just as Lei Hao believed everything was proceeding normally, his sell order with a 30 premium was unexpectedly executed, with the counterparty directly submitting a transaction declaration. The bulk trading platform only ceased accepting transaction declarations at 5 p.m. This time, it was Lei Hao who was taken aback. He recalled that piece of future information, his heart racing wildly. Simultaneously, the information disclosure from Nanyang Mining was belatedly announced. Chapter 79. Willing to bet, willing to lose. Nanyang Has Mines is a news report regarding the information disclosed by Nanyang Mining. On the evening of the 14th, Lei Hao received information about Nanyang Mining dated the 21st, stating, Xiao Chun has made a fortune these past few days, with a screenshot attached. This was the second time Lei Hao received useful information accompanied by a screenshot. But upon opening it this time, he found not a line chart, but a news headline reading Nanyang Has Mines. Clearly, A colleague had taken a screenshot of a news article to jest at another colleague who held shares in Nanyang Mining. From this information, Lei Hao identified several key points: making a fortune these past few days, and Nanyang has mines. The most likely implication was that Nanyang Mining had discovered a new mine after the 18th, leading to a significant surge in stock prices. Yet today was only the 15th. Lei Hao immediately considered a possibility. He had accelerated the announcement of this news. Perhaps the attention drawn by the battle involving over 100 million in funds compelled Nanyang Mining to disclose information as mandated? Perhaps it was due to his own involvement that Nanyang Mining discovered the mine ahead of schedule. Lei Hao's mind was a tangled mess. Manager Lei, are we selling or not? The other party has expressed a purchasing intention with a premium of 30. Shall we proceed with the sale? Zhou Juanyun's tone was exceedingly fervent, causing everyone in the office area to involuntarily swallow hard. The closing price yesterday was 1042, and with a premium of 30, it amounts to 1354. The project team's cost price stands at 1034, resulting in a profit of 32 yuan per share after liquidation. Does it seem insignificant? What about multiplying by the figure of 11, 508, 700 shares? The answer is 36, 827, 840 yuan. The initial capital for Thunder Number 1 was merely 30 million, which implies that as long as Lei Hao closes the position, he would directly elevate the annual yield by an astonishing figure exceeding 100. Who was it that expressed this intention? Lei Hao suppressed his contemplation regarding future information and inquired, though he was not fully aware of the specific increase of Nanyang Mining. Yet reality presented a pleasant surprise. Let us refrain from selling and adopt a wait-and-see approach. He reiterated the phrase hold and observe, this time receiving unanimous nods of agreement from all present. Thus, the course of battle was set, amidst widespread skepticism and a lack of confidence even from Nanyang Mining itself. Lei Hao, wielding just over 100 million in capital, delivered a decisive blow to Qingyu Investment, sending ripples through the domestic securities industry. Manager, it's on me. Let us celebrate. Upon witnessing Lei Hao's decision to maintain a watchful stance on his holdings, Zhao Liken immediately exclaimed, let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Lin Lirui and Jiang Huai were also cheering from the sidelines, and even Zhou Juyun joined in, clapping enthusiastically. All right, choose any location. And let's set the time for the weekend. Lei Hao agreed, and then turned his gaze towards Lan Shiji, inviting, Mr. Lan, you should join us as well. After all, for the coming month, we shall be in the same trench, shall we? One must accept the consequences of one's bets. I have requested a leave from the headquarters to assist for a month, so please prepare a temporary contract at your department. Lan Shiji shook his head, yet a faint idea began to form in his mind. If Manager Lei continues to succeed, his own aspirations may not be unattainable. Speaking of accepting the consequences, Lei Hao turned his attention to Chang Zhao and Zhang Kaishan, noticing that both wore rather grim expressions. However, he had no intention of pursuing them further and directly inquired, will the two of you handle this yourselves? Shall I wait until I promote you during the media interview? Lei Hao, Chang Zhao, and Zhang Kaishan both turned pale. If they were to announce it themselves on social media, they might receive a commendable evaluation. But if it were to be brought up by Lei Hao during a media interview, it would be disastrous. Manager Lei, it is wise to leave a thread of connection for future encounters. Chang Zhao gritted his teeth and, with a stern expression, remarked, I suppose I can consider myself your senior, can't I? Manager Lei, as a project team leader at Ingi Securities, are you truly unwilling to extend a modicum of courtesy to our research institute? Zhang Kaishan also remarked with a frosty demeanor. Senior? Research Institute? Lei Hao humorously retorted. Do you think I need to care? Chang Zhao and Zhang Kaishan fell silent. Does Lei Hao truly need to care? At present, he has no need to concern himself. And even the majority of departments at Ingi Securities find themselves compelled to curry favor with the Thunder Number 1 project team, particularly with Lei Hao. Outsiders may presume that securities firms wield considerable influence, with funds often measured in billions. However, these firms also have their vulnerabilities. Investors must be catered to. But project managers are no pushovers. The relationship between project managers and securities companies resembles that of merchants and platforms, where each project operates on the securities platform, leveraging its influence to attract investment and gather information. Yet, these project managers generate substantial profits for the securities firms, such as through trading commissions and interest on financing. The influence of a securities company is significantly manifested in the profitability of its project teams. Lei Hao leads the Thunder 1 project team to consistent and substantial profits. Hence he garners respect and recognition. Neglecting him could result in rival firms eagerly attempting to poach talent. Chang Zhao attempts to leverage seniority to pressure Lei Hao, while Zhang Kaishan's move to dismiss the Research Institute is a reckless gamble. He informs Ingi Securities Research Institute that they will no longer utilize their analysis reports, opting instead for those from other institutes. Lei Hao turns to Lin Lirue to issue instructions. Zhong Kaishan is immediately alarmed. The star project of the company is abandoning its own research institute's analysis. He cannot bear the blame for this. A wager must be honored. And Lei Hao seizes the opportunity to strike back. Zhong Kaishan nods in acknowledgement of his defeat, feeling the bitterness of the situation. Knowing that if he had won the bet, he would not fear Lei Hao's words. Alas, another potential media narrative slips away. Lei Hao feigns disappointment while casting a knowing glance at Chang Zhao. I accept my defeat, Chang Zhao grits through clenched teeth. Fully aware of Qiu Yuding's absence, indicating the impossibility of turning the tables on Lei Hao. After both Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan concede, they promptly exit the Thunder One project team's office, allowing others to voice their suppressed thoughts. Manager Lei, why bother? Such petty individuals are truly troublesome, Zhou Junyun candidly remarks. Now optimistic about Lei Hao's prospects, risking offense to offer his counsel. Lan Shiji chimes in. At the headquarters, their reputations are mediocre. They possess skills, but their character and capability are in stark contrast. Lan Shiji's implication is clear. Chang Zhao and Zhong Kaishan may be competent, yet their integrity is severely lacking. Lei Hao comprehends this and recognizes he has gained 2 adversaries, yet he lightens the mood with a jest. It appears our company has produced 2 saints. The office erupts in laughter, having caught Lei Hao's subtle sarcasm. Chapter 80. Options on the afternoon of April 18th, Monday. The members of the Thunder One project team are at ease, while others are restless, inundated with documents and analysis reports. Professionals from the securities industry, financial media, and various stakeholders are bracing for an insomniac night ahead. The legendary billion-dollar face-off involving Nanyang Mining raises numerous questions. Why does Lei Hao dare to enter the fray? Are there any regulatory violations by Nanyang Mining? Is there collusion between the Thunder One project team and Nanyang Mining? Who are the short-selling investors? Will Thunder One maintain long-term stock holdings or opt for short-term closures? Each of these inquiries could yield substantial fees for the experts, but for Lei Hao and Securities, a more pressing concern looms. Is there an insider? Who could it be? Is it time to confront Qingyu Investment? Lei Hao contemplates whether the future is malleable. Soon, he arrives at an affirmative conclusion, pondering further which aspects of the future can be altered. Indeed, when capital reaches a certain threshold, its entrance will undoubtedly create waves. Thus, how should he master the balance? Moreover, Lei Hao finds himself in need of funds again. From the previous Xiangya winery to the current Nanyang Mining, he sees potential for mid to long-term gains. Given his foresight, he realizes he must allocate resources where profit margins are greater, yet relinquishing opportunities here seems a lamentable loss. If the prospects for Nanyang Mining are as promising as they appear, they are unlikely to be obscured, while other opportunities must be approached opportunistically. Should he establish an open period for funding or initiate Thunder 2? As he steps into the conference room, Lei Hao's mind is still abuzz with questions. Apologies. I was lost in thought, he offers unenthusiastically, preferring to explore the attributes of future information over the impending meeting. However, after deliberating, he confirms the experimental direction and refocuses on the forthcoming discussion. Upon opening the video, Qiu Yuding instructs her colleagues in the comprehensive department, who swiftly activate all necessary equipment. Once confirmed operational, they exit the conference room. Lei Hao's attention shifts to the projection screen, showcasing another meeting room where 2 rows of individuals, clad in suits, are seated. At the center stands a man in his 50s, Qiu Zhenhai. As Lei Hao observes, Qiu Zhenhai leads the applause, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Manager Lei, on your triumphant start. On behalf of Securities, we have delivered a resounding slap to Qingyu Investment." Qiu Zhenhai's delight is palpable, though he swiftly casts a stern gaze at the assembly, adding, "Now, I have several announcements to make." The deputy manager of the Information Technology Department, Shi Xinjie, and the personnel manager of the Yangshan District Business Department, Feng Paid, are dismissed. The manager of the Information Technology Department, Tang Daling, will have his annual bonus revoked. The self-operated department's project manager, Qiu Yuhua, is stripped of all duties. With the project handed over to the deputy manager of the self-operated department, Chang Zhao, will forfeit his annual bonus, and the Research Institute's investment analyst, Zhong Kaishan, will also lose his annual bonus. In a twist of fortune, members of the Thunder One project team will see their compensation elevated by 1 tier. Qiu Yuding from the Yangshan District Business Department will also assume the role of Deputy General Manager for the Yangqing branch. A new asset management department will be established, with Lei Hao of Thunder One appointed as its supervisor. Are there any objections? Qiu Zhenhai's fury is genuine, as he wields his authority against 2 senior employees and his own son. Who would dare to voice dissent? The attendees are momentarily transported back to the resolute Qiu Zhenhai. who united all forces to uphold Ingyi Securities after his brother's untimely passing. A formidable presence indeed. Congratulations. Whether sincere or feigned, applause erupts from the attendees, who extend their congratulations to Qiu Yuding and Lei Hao. These opportunistic figures, not only Qiu Zhenhai and Qiu Yuding, but even Lei Hao discerns a lack of vitality among the executive ranks. He furrows his brow, contemplating that these listless individuals remain steadfast during Ingyi Securities' most precarious times, sacrificing their prime years. Lei Hao develops a deeper understanding of Ingyi Securities. The company once thrived through unity, yet now, that very bond has become a constraint. None can be sacrificed as they are all benefactors. Without the commanding presence of Qiu Zhenhai, business has stagnated, compounded by internal factions, resulting in a moribund state. But is Qiu Zhenhai prepared to invoke change? On what foundation will Ingyi Securities rebuild? With these individuals? Surely not. They once thrived under Qiu Zhenhai's leadership, but now they merely await retirement, obstructing progress. Nonetheless, this is of little concern to Lei Hao. Upon reflection, he recognizes he might be overthinking the situation. The state of Ingyi Securities bears little weight on him. His relationship with the company resembles that of an equal partnership, devoid of any need for position. What advantage is there in being the asset management department manager at the business unit? I am grateful for the trust bestowed upon me by the headquarters. However, I am currently in the midst of preparing to launch the Thunder No. 2 asset management plan. And thus, I regret to inform you that I lack the time to manage a department. Perhaps the two of you, Mr. Qiu, could select someone else. Lei Hao has declined the offer for a promotion. Upon his refusal, Lei Hao noticed the disappointment flickering in the eyes of Qiu Yuding and Qiu Zhenshan. Yet neither pressed him further. Instead, Qiu Zhenshan smiled and suggested, "Let us designate you in a role without specific duties. The general manager of the operations department will take over the actual responsibilities." As he spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with his niece, Qiu Yuding, both aware that their plans had not fully materialized. To appoint Lei Hao as the manager of the asset management department would serve a dual purpose. It would convey the company's esteem for him, while allowing his client resources to benefit the entire Yangshan District Operations Department. However, Lei Hao declined, and Qiu Zhenshan did not insist, for he valued Lei Hao immensely. Moreover, the Thunder No. 2 asset management plan that Lei Hao mentioned was far more enticing than any position. If its profitability could reach even half of Thunder No. 1, let alone a tenth, it would be significantly favorable. Is Manager Lei initiating a new project? Has the proposal been drafted? The company's own funds are relatively ample. You might consider expanding the scope, Qiu Zhenshan jested. Let us set that aside for now. Adjusting his expression, Qiu Zhenshan asked. The company intends to convert shares of Thunder No. 1 into stock options to reward Manager Lei. Options? At the mention of this term, Lei Hao, who had previously shown little interest in the meeting, suddenly perked up. Options, also known as choices, allow the seller to charge the buyer a certain fee for the right to buy or sell an underlying asset at an agreed price within a specified period. If the price does not meet expectations, the buyer may choose not to exercise this right. Many companies offer stock options as rewards to outstanding employees, enabling them to purchase company stock at a predetermined price within a set time frame. If the agreed price seems too high, they can opt not to buy. For instance, if the current stock price of Ingyi Securities is 1,471 yuan, with a total market value of approximately 5.6 billion, the company could offer Lei Hao the opportunity to purchase up to 56 million yuan worth of stock at 15 yuan per share within a year. Should the stock price exceed 15 yuan at any moment within the year, Lei Hao could utilize his funds to purchase shares. If not, he could forego the purchase. Thus, as an employee holding stock purchase options, it is certainly in Lei Hao's best interest for the company's share price to rise, compelling him to work diligently to contribute to the increase in stock value. What is the option fee? What is the exercise price? What is the duration? European or American style? Lei Hao inquired, his mind beginning to entertain the thought. If he were to amass wealth in the future, should he consider acquiring Ingyi Securities? Given that this is a company reward, the option fee would merely be a symbolic amount, with American-style options at an exercise price of 147 yuan and a 3-year term. Qiu Zhenshan explained, his cunning calculations evident. He had first dismissed Fengpide and Shixinjia, both a warning to those who might betray the company, while also providing Lei Hao with a clear reason for his actions. Offering stock options would further solidify Lei Hao's allegiance, showcasing the company's value of talent. However, one should never refuse a gift freely given. Lei Hao smiled, beginning to express his gratitude. I am thankful for the company's recognition. In the days ahead, after delivering a speech that even he found hard to believe, he received applause, and the headquarters offered a few encouraging words before severing the video connection, likely resuming their own meeting. Manager Lei, congratulations on becoming a reserve shareholder of this company. Xiao Yuding remarked with a teasing smile, then shifted into a more comfortable position. Should we prepare for the upcoming media interview? After saying this, she handed Lei Hao a stack of documents. Upon examining them, Lei Hao realized they were materials instructing him on official language. He felt overwhelmed. Given my standing, it is unlikely that any major media outlet would seek an interview with me. Isn't that a bit excessive? He thought as he perused the securities analysis report, the documents before him causing him a headache. The form required details ranging from gender to name, and from elementary school to university, even requesting personal photographs. Lei Hao nearly exploded with frustration, exclaiming, I have no desire to become a celebrity. What purpose does this serve? The planning company requires it, Xiao Yuding replied, shrugging her shoulders. But rest assured, they are paid to do their job and will not disclose your information. Fine. Lei Hao felt as though he had boarded a ship of misfortune, resigned to his fate. He spent approximately 10 minutes completing the information. Once finished, he returned the documents to Xiao Yuding, lit a cigarette, and leaned back in his chair. Both your parents are farmers? Monthly income below 2,000? Initially, Xiao Yuding did not intend to scrutinize the documents, but some terms astonished her, prompting her to inquire, were you from a poor background when you began your project? Poor enough to invest 3 million? Xiao Yuding nearly tossed the documents at Lei Hao. In her mind, although he did not spend extravagantly, he smoked quality cigarettes and dined at fine establishments, effortlessly booking presidential suites and casually discussing a 3 million investment. How could he possibly come from poverty? In truth, Lei Hao was indeed a child of humble beginnings. It was only after acquiring foresight of future information that he gradually altered his perception of money. He never wasted a single penny of his expenditures, and the 3 million was merely a rather unflattering misunderstanding. How unexpected, Xiao Yuding chuckled, beginning to comprehend the peculiarity of Lei Hao's demeanor. If the information was accurate, it all made sense. Who would have thought that Manager Lei is so thoroughly down-to-earth? Xiao Yuding teased, her opinion of Lei Hao rising. Although Manager Lei's temper might be lacking, upon reflection, his story was indeed quite inspiring, she mused. Of course, she would verify the information before passing it along to the planning company. In the Thunder No. 1 project group, Lei Hao, who could not drive, had not purchased a car. Zhou Juyun and Lan Shiji had recently arrived from Shanghai and also lacked a vehicle, while Jiang Hui, even more so, could not afford one. Thus, whenever they went out, they typically relied on the cars of Zhao Liken and Lin Lirue. During outings, under Lin Lirue's subtle hints, everyone instinctively chose Zhao Liken's car, exuding a distinctly nerdy vibe, while Lin Lirue would eagerly invite Lei Hao inside, her intentions unmistakable. This occasion was no different. Lei Hao found himself in Lin Lirue's newly acquired imported two-seater. He quickly fastened his seatbelt before she could assist, pulling out his phone to chat with colleagues. Lei Hao did not harbor any dislike for Lin Lirue. He simply found her excessively pragmatic. It was well known throughout the company that she sought a wealthy husband. What was particularly commendable was that while pursuing this goal, Lin Lirue managed to maintain all her own assets intact, truly a formidable contender among gold diggers. On the way, Lei Hao engaged in light conversation with Lin Lirue, intermittently sending red envelopes in the colleague group and sparking discussions about the securities market. The atmosphere was pleasant. Yet the latest piece of future information caught Lei Hao completely off guard.